Ouch, it hurts. Wu Chun woke up feeling excruciating pain all over his body, as if his muscles had been overworked for an entire day. His right arm ached so badly that it felt like being torn apart. Although he did not feel anything when he first regained consciousness, the pain became almost unbearable and fiery upon waking. For 2 seconds, Wu Chun was confused. He then noticed the skin on his arm, which had been scraped raw and was covered in dirt. Seeing the already dim surroundings and the somewhat turbulent river in front of him, memories of his situation flooded back into his mind, causing his face to turn pale instantly. He remembered he had been pushed off a cliff by someone. With great difficulty, Wu Chun managed to crawl to a small rock cave that had been carved out over time near the base of the cliff, just large enough for one person to lie sideways. The spot was safe from the current, but reaching out would mean falling into the deep and bottomless river. Wu Chun moved painstakingly within the space of less than 70 centimeters, finally finding a relatively comfortable position, though the process made him wince with pain. Damn Wang Hu and his son. If I Wu Chun don't die this time, I will surely chop your heads off and kick them around like balls. Wu Chun's eyes carried hatred and anger. Wu Chun was just an ordinary person, living in Green Mountain Town. Wu Chun was also a Jia, time traveler. Like many of his predecessors who traveled across worlds, a traffic accident while going to school turned this fine youth of the 21st century into gas. He found himself in this mysterious world. He only knew his world was called Wu Yuan world. This world was filled with abundant celestial energy, known as Yuan Qi. However, humans struggled to harness such energy, whereas the beast clans could utilize it to strengthen their bodies and even develop innate attributes, wielding unimaginable powers. They were called demons. After countless years of evolution, this world was inhabited by many ancient creatures at the pinnacle of evolution. Humans in this world were not the dominant race, but merely one among an endless array of species. It seemed tens of thousands of years ago, some powerful human beings created a mental cultivation system to prevent humanity's extinction. This birthed the primary practitioners of human cultivation, spirit cultivators. Spirit cultivators honed their mental power and mimicked the myriad beasts, creating unique mental skills. This revival of humanity led to its eventual rise during the Great Explosion era, when the world was in chaos, and the human race was mercilessly ravaged by numerous demon clans. During this turmoil, extraordinary individuals emerged, giving rise to streams like magic users, array masters, and heavenly devil body refiners. This emergence of many powerful individuals helped the human race stand independently and cultivate unique traditions. Among the most popular practitioners were beast tamers. Humans strengthened their mental power from early childhood by slowly absorbing celestial energy, becoming spirit cultivators. After reaching a certain level, they could form contracts with beast companions, thus becoming beast tamers. Humans, though inherently fragile, gain new advantages through these powerful pets capable of either fierce combat or possessing rare abilities. They fought for humans, helping them secure their place. However, not everyone could cultivate mental energy or become a beast tamer. First, one needed decent innate spirit power. Second, access to a cultivation method. Third, and most importantly, they needed a contract spirit talisman, the key for humans to forge bonds with beast companions. Even the lowest grade contract spirit talismans were unaffordable for many. Thus, talisman inscription masters became one of the noblest professions among humans, ranking below only a few other figures. This restricted the number of beast tamers. The father and son duo of Wang Hu that Wu Chun encountered were infamous bullies in his hometown of Green Mountain Town. Wang Hu himself had luckily become a beast tamer, and his beast companion was a bronze tier 3 blood wolf. Wu Chun's identity, as someone who had crossed over to this world, was that of an orphan boy from a small village outside Green Mountain Town. In his memory, each year a servant claiming to be from Mo City would send money to cover his expenses. These amounts were substantial, allowing the old village headman to raise him comfortably. 3 days ago, it was the day Wu Chun came of age. The same servant arrived again. Besides handing over money this time, he also brought a contract spirit talisman, supposedly left behind by Wu Chun's father. Wu Chun had no memory of his father, but apparently, when his father was young, he too was a beast tamer and associated with an important figure in Flame City, thus managing to ask this person to check on Wu Chun every year. Because of this connection, no one dared to trouble Wu Chun, the wild kid. But things were different this time. Someone must have leaked the news that Wu Chun possessed a contract spirit talisman. Wang Hu had set his sights on him because he didn't have enough money to ask the important figures of Mo City to get a contract spirit talisman for his son, Wang Li. So, he took the opportunity to attack Wu Chun when he came to the mountains to gather herbs. In a decade or more spent in this strange world, Wu Chun initially dreamed of having encounters common to many predecessors, such as gaining a golden finger or special fortune. However, after more than 10 years of an ordinary life, Wu Chun had completely lost hope. Everyone else who traveled to another world seemed to gain invincible golden advantages, easily dominating all others. But he was really just a little wretch, powerless and positionless. Was he destined to remain an ordinary person for the rest of his life? Wu Chun refused to accept it. Therefore, this chance to become a beast tamer was one he would not let go of, even if it meant death. In the chase by that blood wolf after being bitten, when he reached the edge of the cliff, he jumped straight off. This river was the Golden Sand River, already notorious for its rapids, but more so because it housed an exceptionally terrifying clan of demonic beasts, the Iron Armor Crocodiles. Although most Iron Armor Crocodiles were only at bronze tier levels 1 to 3, their king was at bronze tier level 8. In terms of strength and biting power, it could reach a terrifying 3,000 gene, nearly matching many fearsome creatures at the silver tier level. Even the famous beast tamers from Green Mountain Town dared not come here. Naturally, Wang did not dare to pursue Wu Chun into these waters. Since childhood, Wu Chun had learned hunting skills from Uncle Wang, a hunter in the village, and thus possessed both considerable strength and swimming skills. He fought desperately until he reached the base of a cliff, slowly feeling along the rocky walls. Eventually, he managed to find a crack large enough to squeeze through. Lying in this confined space, Wu Chun looked outside at the rolling waters of the Golden Sand River with a face full of despair, having no clue which direction might offer him salvation. Both sides of the river were cliffs over 10 meters high, extremely steep. There was no way he could climb up. He couldn't bandage his injuries, now at risk of infection, especially on his right arm. The slightest graze from the blood wolf had already begun to fester. Without food, and without the means to heal his wounds, death was certain. Damn, was his sole purpose in traveling across worlds merely to sightsee for over a decade? Most critically, if he died here, would he be transported back to Earth or simply cease to exist? Wu Chun didn't know, nor dared to wager. Is this all my fate amounts to? Beep. The super evolution system has been successfully bound. Name, Wu Chun. Current mental force level, none. Current beast pet, 0. Host, greetings. I am sorry for the delay, please do not hold it against me. A slightly apologetic electronic voice resounded in the air. At that moment, Wu Chun's mind went blank. He could barely process anything. It's here. Is the golden advantage truly here? Chapter 2, The First Pet Demon. A protagonist who has crossed over, ends up living as an ordinary person for 10 years, and Wu Chun's face turned black with frustration. But at least he's here now. Am I finally going to start my life-changing journey? System, what functions do you have? How about techniques that allow me to level up just by walking around? Do you have any magical weapons that can cleave through mountains and rivers with one strike? If not, can you at least make me a world-class warrior in 1 second? Wu Chun's mind was buzzing with thoughts as he excitedly questioned the system. As a typical shut-in from the 21st century, Wu Chun had thoroughly researched the systems of various predecessors who also crossed over. If he were to have all their abilities, he would become a supreme master in no time. System, no. Host, please stop your unrealistic fantasies. This system is the Ultra God Evolution System summoned because of your unexpected crossing over. Because the host is currently extremely weak, with no cultivation level or pet demon, none of this system's functions will be activated. Please acquire your first pet demon. Considering this is your first time using this system, we will temporarily enable the 7-day rookie sign-in function. Today's reward for signing in, 1 low-grade Demon Spirit Pill. Low-grade Demon Spirit Pill can enhance a bronze-level beast demon's minor realm without usage restrictions. The system has currently enabled functions, 7-day sign-in function, pet demon information recognition function. So-called Ultra God refers to winning consecutively 7 times. Defeating opponent pets earns exchange points, which can be used to purchase specific items from the system mall. Winning once, Ultra God earns Ultra God points, which can be used to exchange for limited edition products from the system. The exchange function will be unlocked when the mall features unlock. Mission published. Capture your first pet demon. Reward. 1 low-grade soul crystal stone. Contains spiritual essence cultivation methods. The mechanical voice coldly and formally completed its introduction. Wu Chun suddenly understood, this system's rules were actually quite simple. Regaining his senses after a moment's pause, he hesitated and said, System, even if I want to bind a pet demon, there's no way since my contracting talisman was stolen by someone. Ding. Once the host selects a demon beast, just inform this system. This only applies this time. After enabling the pet demon panel, subsequent capturing of demons will consume 1 pet space. The system responded coldly. Ah, it's like that. Wu Chun's heart leaped with joy. Indeed, the system was the system, and the golden thumb truly stood out. But system, look at me now, half dead. I won't find any demon beasts. Wu Chun's back was drenched in blood. His clothes had long been torn into rags. A terrifying claw mark, almost half an inch deep into the flesh, was exposed. The blood had already formed scabs, but his back still stung painfully. Even slight movements in the air caused tearing like agony. However, Wu Chun remained firm in willpower, enduring silently without a whimper. Host, find a way yourself. The system continued coldly. Wu Chun. Alright, having a golden thumb is pretty good already, even though this system is kind of rigid. Now, with nowhere else to turn, Wu Chun fixed his eyes on the roaring Jinsha River outside the mountain body, hoping desperately for 1 or 2 strong water element demons to appear. The system said it could help him obtain a pet demon for free, so he naturally couldn't waste this opportunity. Compared to others, water-based demons are more numerous, though more dangerous, especially in the Jinsha River, where this place is notoriously the territory of the ironclad crocodiles. Wu Chun had no choice. At this point, he could only hope to capture an ironclad crocodile as a pet to possibly use it for an escape. Though ironclad crocodiles dominate underwater, their fighting power and threat decrease greatly on land, making them less powerful than blood wolves. It was close to dusk now, and during the night, ironclad crocodiles usually rise to the surface to find suitable resting places. Good things come to those who wait. Just as Wu Chun was both starving and in excruciating pain, several floating logs silently drifted down the Jinsha River from afar. However, if one looked closely, they would realize that these weren't logs at all. They were actually massive crocodiles, hiding their large bodies underwater while only revealing their backs. Each shadowy creature stretched 3 meters long. This was the bronze-level demon beast, the ironclad crocodile. Don't underestimate these creatures simply because they're classified as bronze level. After all, they are awakened demon beasts, enhanced through natural energy absorption, and possess impressive combat capabilities. Moreover, the ironclad crocodile's innate talent is called iron armor. Its entire body is protected like iron, leaving common blades unable to leave even the slightest scratch. If worst comes to worst, I'll just need to subdue an ironclad crocodile. It wasn't that the ironclad crocodile was weak, it's just that if given a choice, Wu Chun would prefer something other than an ironclad crocodile. Despite being an amphibious creature with top-tier attack and defense among bronze-level demon beasts, its enormous size also means it's clumsy, making it an easy target. Wu Chun preferred demons with moderate size and swift speed. So, when he saw the 7 or 8 of them drifting downstream along the river current, passing under the cliff where Wu Chun was located, Wu Chun became conflicted. Suddenly, screech! A loud and piercing cry reverberated through the dark canyon and riverbed as a black eagle swiftly darted in from a distance, stirring up a gust of wind that made the ironclad crocodiles below cautiously peek out one eye each from underwater to observe. The eagle had a wingspan over a meter long, yet its aura was extraordinary. It moved at an incredible speed, its feathers as hard as black iron, shimmering with a metallic luster. Its eyes coldly surveyed the ground below from the sky, glowing with a faint green light. This is a demonic beast, the iron feather eagle. Wu Chun recognized this demonic creature. Though there were very few pet demon masters in this remote town, they did exist. Wu Chun had once seen many pet demon masters come here to hunt demons while gathering herbs. Among them, he'd witnessed a master riding on an iron feather eagle. The iron feather eagle was one of the most common flying-type demons, and also one of the most aggressive. It was notoriously difficult to capture. The nature of eagles was fierce, and the iron feather eagle belonging to the master that Wu Chun had seen exuded an extremely terrifying aura. It was much stronger than the one before him now. Just a glance from its eyes back then filled Wu Chun with fear, even from a great distance. Wu Chun grew excited. A flying-type demonic beast. System, can you help me subdue it? I choose this one. Chime, aerial demon detected, scanning. Organism, iron feather eagle. Attribute, beast. Type, unevolved. Skills, sky assault, iron claw, feather arrow. Potential, high bronze tier. Bloodline, none. Level, bronze rank 1. Status, wild, capturable. As the system spoke, more detailed information unfolded in Wu Chun's mind, leaving him utterly amazed. System, you can scan the iron feather eagle's attributes? This feels exactly like a game stats panel. The system's scanning function has been activated. This function allows any demon pet to be scanned and their details displayed for the host's analysis. Does the host confirm selecting this demon beast as your pet? Once bound, the current pet slot will be unavailable unless the pet dies. By simply signing a soul contract with a demonic beast, one could officially become a pet demon master. A bond would then form between the master and the pet demon. Since Wu Chun lacked a contracting talisman, the system would provide a free binding opportunity. Wu Chun responded resolutely. I confirm. His gaze steady and filled with anticipation as he stared at the iron feather eagle soaring high in the sky. Chime, initiating binding. Binding successful. Almost instantly, Wu Chun felt a strange increase in his soul strength, followed by a peculiar connection emerging within his heart, akin to a rope extending outward from his very soul. Simultaneously, the iron feather eagle's eyes shifted sharply downward, focusing intently on Wu Chun hiding in the narrow crevice beneath the cliff. Wu Chun could feel the eagle's confusion transform instantly into familiarity. It had worked. I've actually become a pet demon master. This is my first pet. Wu Chun was overwhelmed with excitement, completely speechless as his perfect harmony with the iron feather eagle allowed them to mentally connect. Come down. At his command, the black eagle in the sky swiftly dove down, flying toward the bottom of the cliff. Chapter 3, Escape. Congratulations, host, for acquiring your first demon pet. The task reward has been issued. Would you like to withdraw it? Wu Chun had already witnessed the miraculous nature of the system, and without hesitation said, Withdraw. Instantly, a peculiar stone appeared in his hand. It was an incredibly mysterious black crystal stone. It did not appear too conspicuous at first glance, yet it emitted an unusual energy that made Wu Chun feel incomparably comfortable, as if every pore in his body leapt with joy due to this stone. This is the soul crystal stone. Your consciousness only needs to touch it to automatically read its contents. After reading, it will self-destruct. The system reminded faintly. Demon pet masters represent a very common cultivation method for humans. The energy of this world is difficult for humans to absorb. Thus, strengthening their physical bodies is hard for them. They cannot undergo bodily transformations through cultivating the energy of heaven and earth like demon beasts. Therefore, what demon pet masters mainly cultivate is spiritual energy. Spiritual energy is the condensed power of intent. In other words, any intelligent, thinking beings possess spiritual energy. Demon races have weak spiritual energy, but humans have high spiritual energy. However, they are still far from being able to control demon pets. Hence, spiritual cultivation techniques become the second most crucial factor in becoming a demon pet master. These spiritual cultivation techniques are diverse, and almost every major demon pet master faction or family has its own unique methods. These methods are limited to use within those families and would never be passed outside. There are also extremely simple and public-oriented cultivation techniques, which were contributed by some altruistic, powerful demon pet masters. Many of these methods are not inferior to those of the great families. Doubtlessly, a good spiritual technique could speed up the cultivation of spiritual energy, and might even grant the demon pet master unique spiritual powers. Consciousness contact? Wu Chun stared strangely at the stone, and the next instant, he felt as if his eyes were sucked into the stone. A flood of information instantly surged into his mind, making him somewhat dazed. But the next second, the vast and mysterious knowledge intoxicated Wu Chun completely. The imperishable Nirvana Lotus Method. A name that seemed a bit awkward and strange, but that was the name of this spirit cultivation method. Wu Chun understood only roughly so far, as the information was overwhelming. He could not digest all of it immediately. These memories flowed like a river. When needed, they could just be recalled and slowly pondered upon like studying a book. Nevertheless, Wu Chun did not have time now to understand everything step by step, as he only managed to grasp the general idea of the first phase of cultivation. So my soul power is this weak? No wonder I feel another consciousness seem nearly on par with me. To reach Spirit Mist, there is the chance to control and subdue demon pets. Wu Chen's spiritual energy did not even reach Spirit Mist level, or rather, without practicing a secret spiritual technique, his spiritual energy could not coalesce into a tangible force under his control. It was sheer luck that he directly bound a demon pet with the system. The iron-feathered eagle swooped down from hundreds of meters in the sky and began circling 10 meters above Wu Chun. Through the mental connection, Wu Chun could feel the excitement of seeing its master in the iron-feathered eagle. This iron-feathered eagle was not particularly large in size, but was much bigger than an ordinary eagle. Its entire body was pitch black, its pair of light golden eyes glimmering with sharp intelligence, while its claws resembled black gold capable of cutting through metal and splitting stones. The feathers on its body flashed with a cold metallic luster. The iron-feathered eagle had clearly accepted Wu Chun as its master, transmitting feelings of joy and affection. Wu Chun could clearly perceive its emotions. But Wu Chun was still perplexed. Even though he had acquired a demon pet, there was still no way for him to leave here. The cliff above him was more than 20 meters high, and before him was the swift-flowing and expansive golden sand river. With his current strength, entering the river would result only in being swept away. And although the iron-feathered eagle was a demon beast, its size was still too small, only reaching around Wu Chen's lower leg. Carrying him off for flight was probably impossible. System. The host can try out today's sign-in reward. Reward. Wu Chun remembered, low-grade demon spirit pill. System. Withdraw the low-grade demon spirit pill. Withdrawal ongoing. In the next second, a longan-sized gray-black pill appeared in Wu Chen's palm, and he could even detect a peculiar fragrant aroma. So this is the low-grade demon spirit pill? Wu Chun suddenly realized something. The effect of the low-grade demon spirit pill was to enhance a bronze-level demon beast strength by 1 level without limit. Demon beasts are creatures that inhale the essence of sun and moon. As their cultivation and strength increase, so does their power grow stronger, whether in terms of strength, speed, or even size. This pill would perfectly strengthen this iron-feathered eagle. Wu Chun gently conveyed his thought to the iron-feathered eagle. Iron-feathered eagle, eat it. The iron-feathered eagle completely understood Wu Chen's meaning. In an instant, it snatched the pill, biting and swallowing it. After finishing it, it clacked its bird mouth, revealing a trace of human-like comfort and satisfaction. The next second, its aura indeed surged instantly. Ding! Demon pet iron-feathered eagle has advanced to bronze rank 2. Upon reaching rank 2, the iron-feathered eagle's body visibly grew larger. It was already half a meter tall. The iron feathers on its body became shinier, and the aura it exuded was even sharper. The iron-feathered eagle seemed excited as it flapped its wings vigorously. Its speed had increased noticeably from before. Wu Chen's heart leaped with joy. Though the iron-feathered eagle was a bronze-class demon beast, its strength was certainly not lacking, and its flying ability was extraordinary. While its endurance was insufficient, the strength of a rank 2 iron-feathered eagle was enough to effortlessly tear through steel plates, and could definitely carry him for a very brief period of flight. At least ascending dozens of meters should be no problem. As if understanding its master's intention, the iron-feathered eagle emitted an enthusiastic eagle cry, then very considerately landed on the rock in front of Wu Chun, lowering its neck. It even nestled into the crevice of this rock, gently grooming Wu Chen's disheveled hair. Without hesitation, Wu Chun endured the pain, quickly climbed out, grabbed one of the iron-feathered eagle's wings, and flipped himself onto its back. The iron-feathered eagle wasn't big, only 60 centimeters tall, and the space on its back was just enough for Wu Chun to stand alone. Squatting slightly, Wu Chun held onto the hard feathers of the iron-feathered eagle and excitedly signaled. Alright, Blood Feather, let's go. Blood Feather. This was the new name Wu Chun had given the iron-feathered eagle, representing his fervent hopes for the iron-feathered eagle's future, hoping it would become the king of the skies like that legendary iron-feathered eagle. Roar. The iron-feathered eagle seemed to really like its new name and felt close to its new master. With a powerful flap of its wings and a burst of strength from its talons, it crushed the rocks beneath its feet into pieces and shot straight up into the sky. A powerful gust scattered Wu Chen's messy strands of hair, and tears of excitement welled up in his eyes. He was free. Who knew how hopeless he had been about surviving earlier? In such a short time, not only had he escaped trouble, but he had also acquired his first demon pet. Chapter 4. First Battle, Wildwood Monkey. Wandering through the dense jungle, Wu Chun thoroughly studied the system. The currently activated new feature, the scanning function, can help Wu Chun learn detailed information about every creature he encounters, including specifics of each skill's functions and characteristics. And the 7-day sign-in feature is considered by Wu Chun to be the greatest advantage of the system so far. On the first day, he received a demon spirit pill, the benefits of which he has already tasted. Blood Rain was immediately subdued and broke through to become a second-tier demonic beast. Wu Chun started to look forward to what the reward would be on the second day. Whatever it is, the 7-day rewards should be enough for me to reach Wang Hu's level of strength, and who knows, I might even have the qualification to participate in the Flame City Quota selection for Qingshi Town this year. Wu Chun began planning for the future and lost himself in reverie. During the years without the system, he had been restless, imagining countless scenarios, but now he could finally start taking steps to implement them. Faintly, Wu Chun suddenly heard sounds of battle from up ahead. He was heading toward Gold Sand Cliff, which was already near the central area of Phoenix Perch Mountain Range. He had disregarded everything at that time to evade the Blood Wolf, not realizing how deeply they were entering the interior of Phoenix Perch Mountain. Phoenix Perch Mountain also housed many powerful demonic beasts. Even the strong ones from Flame City dared not venture too deep. Although Wu Chun had subjugated Blood Rain, its second-stage bronze power was still insignificant in the heart of Phoenix Perch Mountain. It was rumored that even creatures with silver-gray bloodlines appeared here. Whoosh whoosh. Unusual noises came from afar in the jungle, putting Wu Chun on immediate alert. On his shoulder, Blood Rain, which had shrunk down to the size of an ordinary falcon, opened its sharp eyes and scanned the distance. Did you sense it as well? Wu Yuan tilted his head towards the little guy and spoke. Blood rain conveyed its warning emotions, showing the harmony that had formed between master and pet over their short time together. Is that the presence of another beast? Good. Let me see your abilities. Wu Yuan showed no fear, only immense fighting spirit glowing in his eyes. It was also an opportunity for him to gauge the combat effectiveness of this iron feather eagle. Kree. Flying swiftly through the woods, Blood Rain moved at great speed. Simultaneously aware of Blood Rain's approach, a low tree hollow emitted a piercing scream, filled with anger. Next, a roughly half-meter-tall yellow-furred monkey leapt out from the hollow, appearing seemingly like an ordinary monkey, yet revealing its vicious nature through sharp claws and two dark green pupils, fiercely snarling fangs exposed toward the iron feather eagle above. This was a special kind of demonic beast unique to the Phoenix Perch Mountain area, the wood monkey. At one glance, the system's identification function instantly revealed the details of the wood monkey. Organism, wood monkey. Attribute, beast. Type, evolvable. Skills, tear claw, tail whip, bluff. Potential, high bronze. Level, bronze tier 3. Bloodline, none. Status, angry. Attributes are part of the force system belonging to demonic beasts. Humans in this world classify demons into 6 major categories: beast, insect, natural, plant, ghost, and undead. These 6 biological classifications cover almost all known species existing today in human knowledge. Some categories have further subdivisions. For instance, within the natural category, there are elementally gifted beings such as rock, fire, water, thunder, light, wood, darkness, poison, etc. This wood monkey belongs to the beast attribute. Indeed, the beast category encompasses the widest range of attributes in the demonic beast realm. Legends claim that in the ancient times when this world lacked spiritual energy, demonic beasts did not exist, let alone distinctions like the ghost or natural series, and all life forms evolved from the beast attribute. Staring at the iron-feathered eagle hovering above, the wood monkey emitted angry sounds. Its small body leaped continuously through the trees with remarkable agility, rapidly approaching Blood Rain to knock down the creature challenging it. Amidst the thick forest, Blood Rain naturally struggled with movement, but retained the advantage of flight, always keeping a safe distance from the wood monkey. Wu Yuan commanded, Blood Rain, use feather arrow. Although this was the first time Wu Yuan owned a pet monster, it wasn't the first time he had seen a pet monster fight. There were numerous monsters in this world, but humans continued to thrive. Countless large families and noble houses in just the borders of Tianyu Empire possessed vast resources. Many young members of these families could acquire suitable pets with the help of elders from a young age. Each human town has a powerful pet trainer guarding it, and Wu Yuan had witnessed more than once the pet trainers of Green Mountain Town City Lord Mansion riding flying pets soaring through the skies, occasionally dealing lethal strikes against powerful flying beasts passing over the town. Never did he expect that the first pet monster he encountered would be one rank higher than Blood Rain. Yet Su Yun was not the least bit afraid. In fact, at this moment, he communicated with Blood Rain through excited mental commands. Blood Rain also followed Su Yun's words closely. Its little body suddenly twisted midair. The feathers on its wings stood up straight like sharp spikes gleaming with a black-gold metallic luster, cold and fearsome. Swish swish. Dozens of feathers shot out like sharp swords accompanied by piercing whistling sounds, covering a 3-meter diameter area as they flew towards the tree branch below where the wood monkey pursued relentlessly. Chirp chirp. The wood monkey emitted terrified cries. Although it had reached the 3rd rank of the bronze tier, Blood Rain's attacks could still cause significant damage to it. Consequently, the wood monkey urgently leapt toward another large tree. However swift it was, several iron feathers still managed to hit its back, plunging directly into its flesh. The wood monkey let out anguished roars in response, becoming even more enraged. Suddenly, it clutched a tree branch tightly like a slingshot and compressed its body onto it. Upon the rebound of the tree branch, it propelled itself high into the air, initially being only about 5 or 6 meters apart from Blood Rain. Taking advantage of its nimble figure, the wood monkey extended its claws fiercely toward Blood Rain, aiming to tear it down. Wu Yuan's heart tightened instantly. After all, this was his first time commanding a pet monster in battle. Additionally, he had just established a pact with Blood Rain overnight without undergoing any specialized combat training. It was uncertain whether they would have the upper hand against this wood monkey. Even though both were bronze-level monsters, when it came to compatibility, the combative, resolute, and cold iron feather eagle far surpassed the same-rank wood monkey. In fact, an iron feather eagle could easily dominate an entire population of wood monkeys through ranged strikes alone. However, given such a close distance, plus the fact that this wood monkey was one stage higher than Blood Rain, if Blood Rain got caught, it would be extremely dangerous. Fortunately, Wu Yuan possessed exceptional mental fortitude. He immediately commanded, use Soar Through the Skies, and break free. Soar Through the Skies was an acceleration skill, and also a racial talent among many birds of prey. By activating this skill, a protective layer of flowing wind formed on its surface, accelerating airflow. This resulted in a dramatic increase in speed, which could double initially and reach up to 3 times, depending on the continuous improvement of the iron feather eagle. Imagine the sudden burst of speed as a bird of prey swoops down chasing its prey. Obediently listening to its master, Blood Rain quickly formed a flow of air around it, and its speed surged, instantly ascending 3 meters in the blink of an eye. This narrowly avoided a near collision as the wood monkey furiously dropped back to the crown of the lower tree. Realizing the opportunity, Wu Yuan's eyes sharpened as he hurriedly commanded, right now, while it can't find a foothold, use your iron claw. The iron feather eagle swiftly made a rapid dive maneuver, once again descending. With this Soar Through the Skies being a temporary wind-empowered enhancement, its speed had already doubled within the last 2 seconds. Its iron claws viciously seized the back of the wood monkey, ripping fiercely. A bloody chunk of skin along with its meat tore away violently and gruesomely. Unfortunately for the wood monkey, during such a horrific attack while falling through the air, it had no means of defense whatsoever. Upon landing on a tree, the wood monkey's back instantly started bleeding profusely. Filled with panic, it screamed, quickly hopping between the forest trees, cowardly attempting an escape. "You're doing great." Wu Chun excitedly clenched his fists while continuing to monitor the wood monkey, unwilling to let it slip away so easily. He gave the order, "Continue using feather arrow to aggravate its injuries." Although the wood monkey had thick fur, once wounds were inflicted, continued strikes targeting those same areas could not fail to kill it. However, being at the third stage, despite lacking power, its speed was incredibly fast. Even Blood Rain's attempts twice in a row failed to achieve any real result. Exhaustion and disappointment began to show on Blood Rain. Vigorously encouraging him, Wu Chun said, "Don't rush it, Blood Rain. Your speed is unmatched and your attacks fierce. You need persistence and patience, understand?" Blood Rain immediately readjusted its state. The Iron Feather Eagle, known for its tenacious willpower, swiftly recuperated its strength in the air before locking on to the opportune moment and launching its next assault. Accurately hitting the mark this time dealt further injury to the wood monkey, significantly slowing it down. Seizing the initiative, the Iron Feather Eagle promptly commenced utilizing its feather arrow technique. Before long, the poor wood monkey's back became a veritable porcupine, eventually falling helplessly from the tree. Showing no mercy, the Iron Feather Eagle ruthlessly shredded the wood monkey's panicked skull open, blood spilling uncontrollably. Both Wu Chun and the Iron Feather Eagle felt a surge of excitement shared between them. This Iron Feather Eagle wasn't yet fully grown, still in its juvenile phase, with adult specimens reaching almost 2 meters tall and a wingspan of 4 meters. Perhaps it had killed some smaller birds in the past, but certainly never faced down a demon beast like this one. Therefore, much like Wu Chun, it relished the exhilaration of its first victorious battle. "Fantastic job." Unable to resist, Wu Chun gently patted Blood Rain's head. Being touched by a human was entirely new to Blood Rain. Wu Chun's palm softly rubbed its neck, causing it to recoil slightly. Nevertheless, feeling immense affection, it gently nudged its head forward in a sign of endearment, emitting a pleasant low whistle. Chapter 5, Triggering Advanced Quests. Ding. Congratulations, host, for killing your first beast spirit. This being your first kill, you will receive a reward. Future kills will not come with this reward. Ding. Congratulations, for receiving a bottle of advanced healing potion as your first victory reward. Killing the bronze tier 1 wood monkey has given your beast spirit plus 30 experience points. For more details regarding level progression, please open the beast spirit attributes interface and check the experience progress bar in the avatar. A succession of 3 voices echoed in Wu Chun's mind, causing his momentarily calm emotions to surge with excitement once again. Advanced healing potion, a universal item for all attributes of beast spirits. It can restore all wounds on beast spirits below the silver tier. Wu Chun's eyes lit up. This was truly a valuable item. It could even heal bronze tier 9 beasts. Wu Chun, however, was reluctant to use it. But what exactly is the experience progress bar? Wu Chun opened the system panel and entered the My Beast Spirit interface. In it, there was only one beast spirit icon, Blood Rain. Beneath Blood Rain's avatar, indeed, there was a long energy bar indicating the experience points, which currently stood at 30 points out of the 200 needed for the next stage. Amazing, it must be because Iron Feather Hawk hasn't fought much. Perfect, let's make this a training journey for Blood Rain back home, striving to boost it to bronze tier 3 before we return. Subsequently, Wu Chun let Blood Rain, whose stamina remained strong, fly in the sky while he walked through the bushes, searching attentively for wild beast spirits. However, if their presence turned out to be stronger than Blood Rain's, he would hastily avoid them. Not long after, they encountered another wild beast spirit, the Umbrella Lizard. The Umbrella Lizard had an immense body. Its bloated head was crowned by a circle of bony membranes that resembled a cluster of fans. During battle, these bone spikes erect to form a circular umbrella shield. This umbrella shield is primarily used for gliding when the Umbrella Lizard jumps from heights, but during combat, it also effectively blocks several attacks aimed at its head. Blood Rain's feather arrow struggled to inflict harm on it, leaving it with no choice but to continuously hover around and unexpectedly launch fierce assaults with its iron claws to tear apart the Umbrella Lizard's flesh on its back. No doubt, this was perilous. The Umbrella Lizard was at the second tier in strength, responding rapidly. There were 2 instances where its massive tail struck down hard on Iron Feather as it dove, almost forcing it to land. Cold sweat poured down Wu Chun, aware that once Blood Rain touched ground, it would likely be torn apart by the Umbrella Lizard. Fortunately, the innate skill Eagle Soars helped elevate Blood Rain's speed, allowing it to deftly escape danger. Blood Rain, you need to learn feints. When dealing with enemies with tough skin like this, make them reveal their weaknesses. While observing Blood Rain's battle, Wu Chun communicated with it. Blood Rain transmitted a sense of confusion. Wu Chun said, "Conserve your strength, keep circling around it. Your greatest advantage lies in the air, exhausting its strength so it dares not to relax." Blood Rain gave a response, flying above the Umbrella Lizard. The clumsy creature vigilantly spun on the spot according to Blood Rain's flight angles, infuriated but powerless against it since it lacked any form of ranged attack. Charge down, Blood Rain. Without hesitation, Blood Rain suddenly plunged downward. As soon as the Umbrella Lizard perceived the threat, it became fully alert, its hind legs ready. Just as the distance between them was less than 5 meters, the Umbrella Lizard leaped upward, opening its blood-drenched mouth and unfolding the umbrella-like structure on its head. These spines were capable of wounding prey. Halt! Use Eagle Soars and circle around to the left behind it. Wu Chun commanded in a low voice, showing wisdom as Blood Rain's body abruptly stopped in midair. A wind current formed between its wings, quickly enabling it to shift sideways, making the Umbrella Lizard miss its target. Immediately thereafter, Blood Rain's iron claws gripped the lizard's neck fur, tearing into the flesh with full force, revealing the bones within. Ooh! The Umbrella Lizard suffered a severe injury. Its rear neck ripped open caused blood to gush instantly, causing it to roll on the ground in pain. Well done, Blood Rain. It's wounded, Now use feather arrow, drain it till death. Blood Rain let out a high-pitched cry and swiftly shot multiple arrows resembling rainstorming down upon the umbrella lizard, puncturing it repeatedly until it looked like a sieve. Ding! Killing of prey successful. Beast Spirit gains plus 77 experience points. Experience gained isn't solely based on the opponent's strength, but also the pet's learning capability. Recognizing the importance of speed and flexibility during the battle, Blood Rain learned about feinting, thus naturally gaining higher experience points. After slaying the umbrella lizard, Blood Rain was exhausted. Combat heavily consumed stamina, and using skills drained Beast Spirit's mental strength. Having already utilized Eagle Source thrice, Blood Rain was spent. Wu Chun kindly said, "Come back, Blood Rain, rest for a bit in the Beast Spirit space." After finishing, Wu Chun swiftly sliced open the umbrella lizard's head, retrieving a yellow crystal core, a Tier 2 bronze Beast Spirit crystal. This crystal represented the concentrated power within the Beast Spirit, incredibly precious and an indispensable component for Beast Spirit trainers. It could be used to feed the Beast Spirit or sold off as currency. On the way, 4 Beast Spirits had already been killed, yielding 2 Tier 1 Beast crystals, 1 Tier 3, and this Tier 2. However, these were just regular Beast crystals. Those imbued with elemental powers held greater value. Wu Chun casually fed the Spirit crystal to Blood Rain and brought it into the space. I should leave the mountain range soon. Wu Chun only wanted to go home quickly and cultivate the unknown grade Immortal Lotus technique. Many Beast Spirit masters practiced elementary mental circulation methods, and at most, some noble heirs could practice mental cultivation methods of intermediate grade. Mental cultivation methods were divided into grades: initial grade, middle grade, high grade, and ultra grade. But middle grade was considered the top-tier spiritual cultivation method in Qingshan Town. The better the cultivation method, the faster the progress of one's spiritual energy, which would greatly enhance a Beast Spirit master's future achievements. After all, if you improve fast, your soul awareness will also grow quickly. As noon approached, Wu Chun had already reached the outskirts of the forest, less than 4 kilometers away from leaving the Phoenix Roosting Mountain area. At this moment, the silent system gave another notification. Ding! Triggered an advanced quest. A high-level Beast Pet Master near the host is on the verge of death. Choosing to rescue the Beast Pet Master will earn a system reward, but carries a certain degree of danger. Choosing to leave will cancel the quest. This quest is not mandatory. This was the second task issued by the system. The first one was to catch the first Beast Pet, but it didn't have the words advanced. Clearly, this quest was significant, and it also foretold the difficulty. Advanced, then the quest reward must be very rich. Wu Chun immediately came to life. To get more system rewards meant significantly enhancing his strength, not only for early revenge, but also because Wu Chun didn't want to miss out on the Academy admission contest in Flame City this year. Beast Pet Academies are places established in all large county cities within the Tianyu Empire, aimed at cultivating more powerful Beast Spirit Masters. Whether an empire is strong or not naturally has an inseparable relationship with its system and the number of new generation elites. Even though Wu Chun possesses the system, his understanding of this world is still virtually non-existent. Just like in his previous life going to school, a middle school education, no matter how good, cannot compare with the vision and value shaping that university brings to a person. And platforms and resources aren't even comparable. Wu Chun practicing at home might absolutely be able to leave this small town through the system someday, but how long that would take is unknown. So, the platform is very important. Without hesitation, Wu Chun said, "I'll take it." Chapter 6, The Man in the Mission. On the outskirts of Fengqi Mountain, in the dim forest, a blood-soaked man leaned against a large tree, gasping for breath with great effort and trembling all over. His appearance was truly pitiful. His black windbreaker had been torn to shreds by something, exposing wounds that bled incessantly, half of his body soaked in blood. He wore a grotesque demon mask with green eyes and fangs, as if he didn't want anyone to recognize him. In the sky, a fleeting gust of ethereal energy swept past carrying some sort of creature. A terrifying aura descended upon the area, instantly scaring many foraging wild beasts, and even low-level fiendish beasts into quivering. The trees below swayed uncontrollably under an unnatural wind, leaves colliding with each other making a whistling sound. The man's heart immediately tensed up, but he remained very calm, lying on the tree branch despite his body being so exhausted it almost collapsed. He stayed completely still, holding his breath like a corpse. Only when he could no longer sense that terrifying presence, which had clearly pursued something ahead, did the man slump off the tree and unsteadily sit down on the ground. With a wave of his hand, various bottles appeared around him as he shakily searched for medicine to stop the bleeding. But soon, he put them away in despair. All his healing potions were gone. He must change direction before those people realized what happened and get rid of them, or else, with all his fiendish pets unable to fight anymore, he would die without a doubt. But just at that moment, a massive snake-type fiendish beast locked onto his scent, slowly crawling from the tree behind him to the ground, carefully inching closer to the man. The man's breaths were already extremely weak, and at that moment, he nearly closed his eyes drowsily. However, when the giant snake suddenly accelerated its pounce, he immediately sensed the movement and swung a punch backward. Bang! The huge snake fiend was punched and hurled away. Yet this action caused his newly bound wounds to rip open again, and fresh streams of blood poured out from his waist, making his complexion paler than ever, completely white as paper. This was a bronze-rank 4th-stage iron-tail poison viper, which naturally wasn't about to die so easily. It swiftly stood upright and spewed venom toward the man. The iron-tail poison viper's venom was highly corrosive, and even the smallest drop could cause flesh to tear apart. But the man only looked at the iron-tail poison viper with despair and self-mockery, seemingly laughing bitterly at himself for being chased by so many powerful creatures and yet surviving, only to end up falling victim to such a weak, low-level fiendish beast. Just as the man closed his eyes and prepared to meet his fate, a series of whistling sounds filled the air as dozens of sharp feather-like, throwing knives struck the iron-tail poison viper, instantly breaking its skill and slicing dozens of tiny bloody gashes across its body. The flow of blood made the iron-tail poison viper panic, causing it to quickly dodge. Its sharp eyes turned upward, glaring at the giant iron-feathered hawk circling between the treetops, its forked tongue flickering angrily. Iron Rain paid no attention to it, calmly hovering in the air awaiting its master's command. Creature, iron-tail poison viper. Attribute, beast, poison. Type, unevolved. Skills, steel snake body, fatal poison fangs, great strength wrap. Potential, high bronze. Bloodline, none. Rank, bronze tier 4th stage. Status, hungry. Let Iron Rain unleash feather arrows. Wu Chun commanded from afar. After spending the better part of the day deliberately seeking fiendish beast battles for training, Wu Chun and his pet had grown much more mature in their cooperation. Endless steel feathers once again rained down like a storm onto the iron-tail poison viper. Despite its anger, the iron-tail poison viper couldn't withstand this range attack. Even though it tried to evade, it still ended up pierced with countless new holes, though these weren't life-threatening. Seemingly sensing the threat posed by the iron-feathered hawk, the iron-tail poison viper wasted no time retreating. As Iron Rain was about to chase after it, Wu Chun stopped it. That is a 4th-stage fiendish beast, not something we can handle. Iron Rain was only 2nd rank. It could barely manage 3rd-rank fiendish beasts due to its aerial advantage, assuming their potential didn't exceed Iron Rain's own. Higher potential fiendish pets generally had greater combat strength, let alone 1-2 ranks higher. If Iron Rain were hit by the iron-tail poison viper, it would be either dead or severely injured. Since it had already fled, there was no need for Wu Chun to take unnecessary risks. Wu Chun stared at the man slumped against the distant tree, astonished. He should be the mission target assigned by the system. Wu Chun cautiously approached the tree. At this moment, the man's eyes beneath the mask flashed sharply, his hoarse voice coldly asking, "Who are you?" Wu Chun quickly said, "Don't misunderstand me. I came because I saw your injuries. Do you need help?" "I don't need it." The man coldly rejected him, struggling to rise, but his entire body lacked the strength. Wu Chun was also at a loss. The system simply told him to save the pet master, but now in this situation, how could he do that? The high-level healing medicine. Wu Chun remembered the reward he had obtained, the high-level healing medicine. It could cure any silver rank or lower beast. Judging by the man's condition, it seemed like he was being hunted down, his pet beasts injured, forcing him to escape alone. Helping him wouldn't be as good as letting the man help himself, so as not to bring Wu Chun into more trouble by attracting his enemies. The reward was important, but not as important as his life. Having made up his mind, Wu Chun extracted that bottle of high-level healing potion. Although it pained him, he believed that you couldn't trap a wolf without sacrificing a lamb. To get an even bigger reward from the system, it was worth losing this treatment potion he'd barely warmed. "Take it. Maybe it will be useful for you." Wu Chun placed the high-level healing drug regretfully before the masked man. The masked man only cast a glance at the healing medicine inside the jade box on the ground, and felt a bit puzzled why the little guy, who just signed a bronze-ranked beast, would want to help him. Wu Chun gave no explanation, turned around, and walked away. He wasn't going to put himself in danger. All that he could do, he'd already done. As for whether or not he could complete the system task, it depended entirely on how strong this man's will to survive was. "Hold on, kid. Won't never owe others anything. Even you, a mere boy." The masked man chuckled. Although he didn't know what exactly this little boy had given him, helping him when he was close to his end meant the kid had great luck. He painstakingly pulled out a jade cylinder from his ring with a wave of his hand, and threw it blandly towards Wu Chun. "Here, take it." Wu Chun hastily caught the jade cylinder, and quickly calculated in his mind. The person the system instructed him to help must not be ordinary. Was this considered a lucky find? Though delighted, Wu Chun remained composed on the surface and slightly bent over to show gratitude, but without looking back, he left immediately. After Wu Chun departed, the man finally opened the jade box Wu Chun had sent him. He was utterly astonished and thrilled. It's actually high-grade healing medicine. That kid. The masked man stared at the place where Wu Chun disappeared, feeling rather complex. High-level healing medicine was not an overly precious thing. Almost all the experts of silver ring rank and above stored some, as it could treat their pet creatures at critical times. But for the current state of the masked man, this high-level healing medicine was truly saving him in a time of great need. Although unable to heal his silver rank main pet creature, it was enough to restore a secondary pet to combat readiness. "Come out, flame red sunbird." A huge avian-like giant beast appeared in front of him, more than 10 meters long, causing numerous beasts in the forest to panic and scatter in all directions upon its arrival. This was a copper rank 9th-stage pet beast, and one of the side pets in the masked man's team that hadn't yet reached silver rank. The high-level healing medicine worked best on those under silver rank, so using it on flame red sunbird was better than wasting it on his primary pet. Soon, a jubilant cry echoed through the mountain forest, and a fiery giant bird swiftly vanished into the horizon. Chapter 7, The Wing of Whirlwind. Not long after leaving the mountain, Wu Chun received a system notification. Advanced task completed. Reward granted. Advanced treasure artifact. The Wing of Whirlwind. A treasure artifact is an extremely unique type of treasure. A beastmaster can open up a pet space through a covenant spirit symbol, and the pet can activate a dedicated space by attaching a treasure artifact. However, the space opened by a beast pet is called an enhancement space, with a maximum of 3 enhancement spaces that can be opened. Holding treasure artifacts in enhancement spaces not only doesn't affect the beast pets, but also provides significant boosts depending on the quality and level of the artifact. Generally, treasure artifacts are categorized into 4 levels: low grade, medium grade, high grade, and top grade. Low grade artifacts increase the strength of beast pets by 1 to 3 tenths. Medium grade artifacts add 4 to 6 tenths. High grade artifacts provide 7 to 9 tenths. As for top grade artifacts, they undeniably grant full power. These artifacts are applicable only to beast pets below the silver level. The Wing of Whirlwind. High grade treasure artifact, wind attribute. It can be carried by a wind type pet, boosting its speed by 70%, and has an attached artifact skill called Storm. During battle, this will automatically create a storm zone on the field, causing 10% speed suppression against all opponents except the party's beast pets. After reading the description of this advanced treasure artifact, Wu Chun was stunned. It was actually a high-grade treasure artifact. 70% speed boost. Wasn't that equivalent to increasing speed by 7/10? If it were equipped to Blood Rain's speed would definitely soar, allowing it to perform at a level comparable to a bronze 3rd-tier combatant, even though it was at a 2nd stage rank. Wu Chun was filled with joy. This was indeed a pleasant surprise. Without hesitation, he immediately extracted it. This was a palm-sized wing-shaped metal device radiating astonishing energy fluctuations. Blood Rain. Focus your consciousness near it, and pull it into your treasure artifact space. Blood Rain curiously stared at the artifact. The next second, the wing of whirlwind turned into a streak of light and disappeared into Blood Rain's body. Immediately, Wu Chun could clearly sense an additional microspace connected through their pact. This was Blood Rain's treasure artifact space. At the same time, Blood Rain's spirit surged, excitedly flapping its wings. How does it feel, Blood Rain? Blood Rain's aura became stronger, and it joyfully ascended into the sky by flapping its wings, moving much more swiftly than before, almost disappearing in an instant. It created a powerful storm in the air, stirring up dust and sand. Wu Chun couldn't help squinting his eyes, but was delighted, confirming that Blood Rain's power had indeed increased by 7/10, almost matching the might of a bronze 3rd-rank beast. This gave him more confidence against Wang Hu. This was Wu Chun's first experience with a treasure artifact. Even the lowest grade artifact was exceedingly precious. In a small place like Green Mountain Town, it was rare to hear about any beastmaster possessing a treasure artifact. It was said that even a low-grade artifact would cost hundreds of spiritual stones. Wu Chun felt incredibly lucky. Although he had lost one advanced healing medicine, he had gained a high-grade treasure artifact, whose value far exceeded the former. No matter how one looked at it, he was greatly benefited. Moreover, wasn't improving Blood Rain's strength the most important thing right now? I won't let Wang Hu off easily. And since Wang Hu has stolen my things, he probably fears those people from Flame City behind me, and wants to eliminate me entirely. Once I expose myself openly, it'll likely mean facing him head-on. Even though Blood Rain has attained the ability to contend with a 3rd-stage creature, I am yet to reach the level of a 1st-stage beastmaster. Wu Chun already felt strained maintaining the spiritual link with Blood Rain. It was like trying to stretch a steel wire tight. This was because there was too much disparity between his own spirit power and Blood Rain's strength. Once Blood Rain ascends to the 3rd bronze level, their mental connection would almost surely snap instantly, which could lead to unimaginable consequences. Therefore, Wu Chun needed to find ways to strengthen his spirit power as soon as possible. Having taken Blood Rain back into the pet space, Wu Chun continued his journey. By evening, Wu Chun arrived at a tiny village. As the sun set, a flock of small spiritual magpies flew over the horizon, mingling with billows of cooking smoke, creating an isolated serenity. This was Wu Chun's small village where he lived, Wu Village. The reason it was called Wu Village was naturally due to the majority of the villagers sharing the surname Wu. Perhaps many years ago, everyone belonged to the same small family line, which later divided and diminished over time into what it was today. In Wu Chun's heart, the most important, and practically the only remaining, family member was the Old Village Chief. Old Village Chief Wu Qingfeng was once a very famous hunter in his youth. However, due to an accident, a beast bit off one of his legs, making him a cripple. Despite this setback, the Old Village Chief maintained a kind nature towards people over the years, earning great respect within the community. Although he never married and had no children of his own, Wu Chun remembered well that he was adopted by the Old Village Chief, developing a bond akin to grandfather and grandson. Wu Chun only knew that his parents were once widely renowned in their youth, being extremely famous beast pet masters in the surrounding villages. However, they never returned from an adventure one day, leaving Wu Chun in the care of the Old Village Chief before they departed. After Wu Chun greeted the familiar villagers, he returned to the old courtyard. This was the village chief's home. Old Village Chief Wu Qingfeng sat at the doorway, leaning on a stick and dozing off lightly, as elders often do. Looking at the elder's peaceful face, Wu Chun felt overwhelming excitement and affection arise in him. It was this old man who raised him, and when he thought he might be in dire straits, he almost believed he'd never see the old man again. Not wanting to disturb the elder, since Wu Chun himself was always restless as a child, and frequently went into the mountains with hunters to dig for medicinal herbs to sell for money. He did this partly to support the household, and partly because he enjoyed learning skills from the hunters. The Old Village Chief had always been pleased with this arrangement, and it wasn't unusual for Wu Chun to be away from home for 2 or 3 days. Upon returning to his own room, Wu Chun immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and retrieved the Spirit Essence Stone, opening his heart to draw upon the vast and mysterious cultivation secret. It didn't take long for Wu Chun to be stunned by the infinite knowledge contained within this secret method. The Undying Nirvana Lotus Technique, although housed in a low-grade Spirit Essence Stone, held such importance that even without any previous cultivation experience, Wu Chun felt certain it could rival, if not surpass, the intermediate and even advanced secret methods of some prominent families. For beast pet masters, the foundational secrets of spiritual development are crucial, and the higher the grade of these foundational methods, the stronger the condensed spirit force becomes, which also helps absorb strength more quickly. The Undying Nirvana Lotus Technique is divided into 7 stages: Lotus Seed, Lotus Sprout, Youthful Growth, Lotus Platform, Soul Lotus, Undying, and Nirvana. Each stage grants unique abilities. The first stage, the Lotus Seed, represents the most important breakthrough for ordinary people becoming beast pet masters, entering the Mist Essence realm. After cultivating this technique and breaking through to the Mist Essence realm, one can condense the spirit force into an illusory Lotus Seed, which increases the mental intensity at least twice as much compared to regular Mist Essence practitioners. Additionally, the Soul Essence storage capacity is at least 1/3 higher than that of a common first-stage beast pet master. This is quite astonishing. Many advanced mental cultivation techniques might not even match it. Wu Chun was highly satisfied. Anything produced by the system is undoubtedly top-notch. The secret method provided at the start of the game was indeed exceptional. Wu Chun calmed himself and adjusted to the optimal state before beginning to circulate his spiritual power according to the instructions. Although he hadn't formally entered the mist essence realm yet, he could already sense his ethereal spirit force and operated in his mind based on the feeling. Soon, a peculiar sensation spread throughout Wu Chun's body, as if countless light points from the universe began spontaneously flooding into him. Because Wu Chun had already pre-contracted a beast pet, his spiritual condensation speed was extremely fast. In less than 2 hours, a thick mist formed in his mind. As Wu Chun silently murmured, "Condense," all his spirit force suddenly transformed into a golden dot rooted in the center of his chaotic consciousness, emitting uniquely brilliant light. The lotus seed had successfully formed. This meant Wu Chun officially became a first-stage beast pet master. At that moment, the connection between him and Blood Rain grew stronger, and he could clearly perceive an empty void within his body, which was the designated beast pet space for his first pet. The entire process was smooth and natural, like water flowing effortlessly to form a channel. Chapter 8. The Earthlight Prison. Phew. Wu Chun let out a heavy breath, stood up, and his entire skeletal structure immediately cracked loudly, akin to the sound of fireworks exploding. Not only did Wu Chun not feel any pain, but he also stretched lazily with immense comfort. This signified that his mental power had strengthened further, and the strength of mental energy would also reinforce his physical body. Thus, Wu Chun's physical form had improved somewhat, though compared to his mental power, this enhancement was negligible. To make his physical body stronger, he needed to cultivate corresponding physical training techniques for spirit beasts. Indeed, now that I have mastered spiritual cultivation methods unlike before when I had no system, I can utilize my mental power. As he spoke, Wu Chun focused his consciousness, and an invisible force attached to a cup in the room under his will. The cup slowly rose, although Wu Chun himself also appeared to be somewhat strained. The cultivation of mental power is essentially the cultivation of intention. Advanced spirit beast trainers could even traverse through voids or perform flying sword techniques effortlessly. However, the profession of a spirit beast trainer relies on powerful spirit beasts, just like how a strategist in an army depends on his army. Physical prowess is not what a spirit beast trainer excels at. Instead, as the spirit beasts break through levels, they enhance both the trainer's physical body and mental power correspondingly. Generally, spirit beast trainers mainly practice auxiliary techniques inclined towards defense or enhancements for their spirit beasts, indirectly strengthening the capabilities of their spirit beasts. Clatter. Even though Wu Chun had practiced the indestructible nirvana method, and his mental power was twice as strong as that of an ordinary spirit beast trainer, the cup wobbled in the air for only half a minute before it fell and shattered into pieces. At the same time, Wu Chun felt a wave of fatigue. A first-rank spirit beast trainer can at most unleash 2 lower-level secret arts simultaneously. If converted to intermediate-level secret arts, they can only activate one at a time, and higher-level secret arts are not even possible to perform without reaching level 3 in spirit mist or above to begin cultivating mental secret arts. As the rank of the secret art increased, the cost of soul power would naturally rise. Even though Wu Chun's soul power was superior to that of an average spirit beast trainer by a margin, allowing him to execute 3 secret arts at once, he wouldn't last long. Higher-level secret arts weren't even worth mentioning. Wu Chun hadn't heard of a single famous spirit beast trainer in Green Mountain Town possessing such advanced secret arts. The system definitely has high-level secret arts, but currently, I can only rely on the 7-day check-in and the random missions released by the system to gain rewards. Without much thought, Wu Chun took out a pill about the size of a dragon eye. This was the reward from the second day's check-in. Wu Chun had bound the system yesterday evening, and the rewards for the next day were officially distributed after 7 in the morning. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the second day check-in reward, 1 low-level soul condensation pill. Low-level soul condensation pill, a pill beneficial for soul breakthroughs. After consumption, there is a significant increase in mental power, with a high chance of breaking through to a minor realm with no side effects. Note, this pill is limited to use by first-rank spirit beast trainers. A spirit beast trainer who possesses spirit mist realm mental power and owns at least 1 bronze-tier spirit beast is considered a first-rank spirit beast trainer. Although becoming a first-rank spirit beast trainer tightened the connection between his mental power and Shui Yu significantly, Wu Chun naturally hoped to break through soon. Without hesitation, Wu Chun swallowed the pill again and then sat cross-legged on the ground. A stream of pure soul power surged into every part of his body, nourishing his flesh while converging like rivers flowing into the sea into his brain. Simultaneously, in the dark space of consciousness, the originally misty fog suddenly grew more concentrated and was then absorbed by the lotus seed at the center. Unsurprisingly, Wu Chun's mental power rose slightly again, increasing fully by another fold, and he smoothly broke through to the intermediate spirit mist realm. Spirit beast trainer's power is classified according to the hierarchy of mental power: spirit mist, spirit infusion, and spirit tree. The spirit mist realm corresponds to the bronze tier of spirit beasts and has 3 stages: Shuji, Zhongji, Gaji, primary, intermediate, advanced. Wu Chun used the pill to break through to the intermediate spirit mist mental power, indicating that as long as the spirit beast's power didn't exceed the 6th bronze tier, it would not go beyond his control. His mental link with Shui Yu was now firm and unshakable. In addition to his excitement, Wu Chun couldn't help but feel some sentimentality, as who would have thought that in just a day and night, he had leaped from being an ordinary person to becoming a first-rank spirit beast trainer? Not only had his mental power reached the intermediate level, but it was no less potent than that of Wang Hu and others. Wu Chun instantly became more ambitious, feeling completely undaunted even if Wang Hu found him now. Moreover, upon reaching the intermediate mental power level, Wu Chun mysteriously sensed another vacant spirit pet space, which meant he could contract another spirit beast. A first-rank spirit beast trainer can open 3 spirit pet spaces where the spirit beasts cannot surpass the bronze tier. If one reaches the second rank, they can bear and suppress the mental power of silver tier spirit beasts. Of course, nothing is absolute. There are always certain beings in this world whose innate mental power is extremely prominent, strong enough that even a second-rank or third-rank spirit beast trainer might need a chance to subdue them. It seems I should head to Funqing Mountain again to contract another spirit pet. That would definitely strengthen my combat power. Finding Blood Rain was pure coincidence, so Wu Chun wouldn't be as haphazard with his second spirit pet. He intended to consider it carefully. Almost forgot. Wu Chun then took out a rectangular jade tablet, half the length of his finger. It felt incredibly smooth and cool to the touch, even bringing him a slight sense of comfort. What is this thing? As Wu Chun examined it from all angles, his mental force touched it slightly. Suddenly, a large amount of information, just like from the soul token stone, surged into Wu Chun's mind, making him freeze in place momentarily. With these thoughts flooding his brain, Wu Chun had no choice but to endure the wave of memories. Not until half an hour later did he slowly open his eyes, revealing an unusually bright and ecstatic look. So this is the legendary Dao Transmission Soul Jade. Dao Transmission Soul Jade is a special item made from memory storing jade used precisely for storing secret techniques or methods. This is also the most widely disseminated artificial storage tool created by countless medium and small families and powers to store information. Wu Chun's exchange of high-grade healing medicine with the mysterious masked man was purely a task completion. Yet, unexpectedly, the masked man was generous enough to reward him with a secret technique. That's right, a secret technique. Secret techniques are divided into attack, defense, and enhancement types, some used by beast tamers themselves, others specifically for their spirit pets. The one Wu Chun received was a secret method exclusively meant to empower the spirit beast tamer himself. Earthlight Prison, Intermediate Secret Art, Earth Attribute Defensive Technique, consumes a great amount of spiritual energy to create a protective dome powered by the forces of the earth, encasing oneself. At its strongest, it can withstand a blow from a bronze 6th tier spirit pet. Chapter 9, Seeking Trouble. The value of an intermediate level secret technique is not small at all, and one could say that Wu Chun got a great bargain. Wu Chun couldn't wait to begin studying it thoroughly. A secret technique is different from mental energy cultivation methods. The latter requires the gradual absorption of essence from heaven and earth for enhancement, whereas secret techniques consist of special symbols of heaven and earth. One simply needs to master these array patterns and inscribe them into one's consciousness C. When needed, one can activate it by injecting mental energy. For the first time ever, Wu Chun started practicing the secret technique according to the heavenly patterns inscribed on it. However, this was a long and arduous process, especially since Wu Chun was attempting it for the first time. He failed within 2 seconds on his first try, then again the second, third, and countless more. Clenching his teeth, Wu Chun thought stubbornly, "No way, I can do this." Calm and composed, Wu Chun focused intently, immersing himself completely in the task of coalescing the runes. Despite this, the 30th attempt still ended in failure. By now, Wu Chun looked pale and tired. Coalescing the runes also consumed spiritual power. With his relatively weak spirit strength, he probably wouldn't last longer than 30 minutes of uninterrupted practice. Of course, each failure brought him much experience. His ability to gather spirit energy to form runes grew increasingly faster. Finally, on the 31st try, Wu Chun successfully fused dozens of unique runes together into a single peculiar celestial rune. At that moment, Wu Chun felt as though the energies of heaven and earth were momentarily shaken. Then the symbol flew into his consciousness C, where it would remain, needing only spirit energy injection for activation when used. My spiritual energy has been almost drained. An intermediate level secret technique indeed isn't easy to cultivate. Exhausted, Wu Chun fell asleep on the bed without delay. There's no quicker way to restore vitality than sleeping. That night passed quietly. On the next morning, however, Wu Chun was awoken by a cane tapping him. An old man was red in the face with anger, grabbing Wu Chun's ear and scolding him. "You little brat, where have you gone off to? You haven't returned home for 3 days. And when you finally come back, you sneak around quietly. Are you hiding something? Tell me, did you go out playing with another young lord from town again?" Wu Chun hadn't wasted the past dozen or so years of his life. Using the advanced knowledge from his previous life on Earth, coupled with his astute mind and endless jokes, Wu Chun had become one of the top big brothers among peers in Green Hill Town. Many rich sons from merchant families had formed good relationships with him and often took Wu Chun along for eating, drinking, and having fun. Of course, Wu Chun never paid. He just gave these fellows some nonsense chat or girl-chasing tips, making everyone rush to pick up the bill. With a sorrowful expression, Wu Chun said, "Old man, I didn't want to disturb you. When I came back yesterday, you were already sleeping, so I went straight to my room." The old man hit Wu Chun's head several times with his cane, huffed coldly. "Little brat, you're still making excuses." Regardless, the elder cared deeply about Wu Chun. In a gentler tone, he said, "I've made some food. Go eat some. Listen, little rascal, if this happens again, I'll beat you senseless." Soon after, the old man brought a big bowl of roasted chicken and an oversized pig leg. It was given by hunters in the village. The old village chief lived with Wu Chun, destitute and without family, but the kind-hearted townsfolk wouldn't bear to see the grandfather and grandson starve. Whoever's men succeeded in hunting would always give the house of Wu Chun some wild game. Only this little village could offer Wu Chun a carefree childhood. Indeed, Wu Chun was starving, quickly devouring everything. He did not tell the elder about his becoming a beastmaster, nor about being pursued by Wang Hu. Wu Chun intended to keep the matter to himself until he had a better understanding. Feeling refreshed after the meal, Wu Chun eagerly began checking today's system sign-in reward. After 7 o'clock, the system sign-in reward becomes available. Ding! Signed in for the 3rd day, and received the reward, Skill Crystal Stone, *1. Skill Crystal Stone, a crystallized energy stone formed from rare heavenly essence under extremely rare conditions. It contains a thread of natural rhythms and is applicable to all attributes. It can be used for spirit pets. Using it significantly enhances their insight and offers a 60% probability to understand new racial skills. Wu Chun's eyes widened. Such treasures helped spirit pets grasp new skills and were truly remarkable. Wu Chun was well aware that the skills any spirit pet could master were determined by its race and natural talents, with most skills learned gradually as they grew. Of course, combat and training could greatly accelerate this process. For example, juvenile spirit pets, due to their immature bodies and organs, can often only use basic fighting abilities, such as bite or tear claw, for beast-type pets. Adult spirit pets would naturally have more skills than juveniles, and most of these skills would be advanced in nature. Xiuyu, Wu Chen's iron-feathered hawk, was still in its infancy, not yet having reached maturity. However, this particular iron-feathered hawk had excellent natural talent, mastering the wind-based skill swoop through the skies at a much earlier stage, something typically only mature iron-feathered hawks could manage. With this impressive battle strength combined with the enhancement provided by the mid-grade treasure artifact, Wind Manifesting Wings, Xiuyu had become even stronger. It could now take on a third-stage spirit pet head-on without falling behind. If Xiuyu could learn another new skill, it would undoubtedly give him one more method of attack, greatly enhancing his overall fighting power. Wu Chun would then feel much more confident in handling Wang Hu. Once Xiuyu masters another ability, I'll no longer fear Wang Hu. It's time to settle this once and for all. He blocked my path and tried to kill me. My journey to grow stronger will start with you. However, just as Wu Chun prepared to go outside and use the skill crystal stone on Xiuyu, a sturdy hunter rushed in hurriedly. Old village chief, it's bad news. Wu Qingfeng frowned deeply, saying, Taiju, you're fully grown, yet you never show any calmness despite knowing you since you were little. Taiju anxiously replied, Old village chief, this is truly serious. Something huge has happened concerning your Wu Chun. It turns out the young lord of the Wang family has somehow become a beastmaster recently. Right now, he's leading many servants and charging towards your house aggressively. It seems like he's after Zai Kenzi. What? The old village chief immediately looked flustered. Wu Chun, who was in the inner room, also overheard their conversation. His expression turned grave. He hadn't expected the Wangs to move so fast. He had just returned last night, and they already sent people over the next morning. Could it be that Wang Hu, upon learning that Wu Chun was still alive, feared that he would expose his attempted murder to the important person in Yin City? Hence, he wanted to eliminate Wu Chun to cover up his tracks? But under the broad daylight, even if Wang Hu wielded great authority, unless his brain had been kicked by a donkey, he wouldn't dare to act so recklessly and openly come for Wu Chen's life. Taiju caught sight of Wu Chun and urged hastily, Wu Chun, hide quickly. They seem to be after you. What did you do to offend the Wang family? They aren't those mere local rich families. The Wang Hu is a beast master. Hurry. Even the old village chief looked both shocked and worried, scolding angrily. You brat, what trouble have you caused? Wu Chun had made his decision. Even in broad daylight, he wasn't afraid of Wang Hu, not when the latter's reckless actions would make Wu Chun reveal his sinister deeds to everyone. Beastmasters held high status in the small towns, many being recruited into the teams formed by the mayors. Wang Hu was one of them. Although killing Wu Chun might not be difficult for him, exposing such a deed would bring him nothing but trouble. At the very least, he'd have to worry about the powerful figure in Yin City backing Wu Chun. Chapter 10, Wu Chen's Rise. Old man, I haven't caused any trouble. Since people from the Wang family have come for me, let's go and see. I want to know what they can do to me. Wu Chun snorted coldly, his voice filled with an unprecedented air of authority and indifference, leaving the old village head and Taiju momentarily stunned, as if they had never really known Wu Chun before. Especially Wu Qingfeng felt it deeply. The usually slick and smooth grandson was now exuding a fearless and domineering demeanor. Even the fierce gaze in his eyes evoked fear. What exactly happened to him these past few days? A loud roar came from the doorway. You peasants inside, how dare you not come out to greet us from the Wang family? Are you asking for death? This voice clearly belonged to the overbearing servants of the Wang family. As the saying goes, the dog relies on its master's strength. These lowly servants, relying on the Wang family, were also notorious troublemakers in the town. Wu Chun, whatever happens, don't go out there. The old village head was still somewhat panicked, sighing and saying, whatever trouble you've caused, my old bones will suffice to deal with them. After all, I'm still the village head, they won't harm an old man like me. Grandpa, please stop. Wu Chun looked at Wu Qingfeng, revealing a determination he had never shown before. From now on, you don't need to bow down to these bastards anymore. Very soon, I'll make sure Wang Hu tastes his own medicine. Wu Qingfeng was stunned by Wu Chen's bold ambition and couldn't utter a word. Wow, what a big mouth indeed. At this moment, a sarcastic mocking voice accompanied by applause rang out. More than 10 burly house servants, armed with various weapons, rushed into the small courtyard. Then a luxuriously dressed young man about Wu Chen's age walked up, deliberately feigning a look of surprise as he spoke to Wu Chun. Impressive. Wu Chun, daring to teach my father a lesson? Why not just declare yourself the strongest person in our Green Hill town? With your appearance like that, an old beggar and a parentless little bastard, do you actually think both of you pathetic dogs are worth anything? My lord can crush you with one hand. Wu Chun didn't say a single word, except that upon hearing the words old beggar and bastard, his breathing became rapid for a moment, but quickly regained a deeper calmness. Wang Li continued to mock. So, speechless, huh? Do you know why my lord has come looking for you today? Wu Chun glared at him coldly without saying a word. Wang Li paid no heed to Wu Chen's aloofness. On the contrary, he was feeling extremely good and said arrogantly, Ah, thanks to that blood spirit talisman of yours, my lord successfully advanced to a level 1 pet master. When I heard you were back, I hurried here the first chance I got to thank you, Brother Wu. The old village head instantly understood. He had raised Wu Chun. Moreover, the important person who sent the blood spirit talisman last time had told him, and he was excited for a while about it, worrying about how to capture demon pets for his grandson. But unexpectedly, the blood spirit talisman belonging to Wu Chun had been seized by the Wang family. That was the blood spirit talisman, a precious item that only spirit talisman masters could create. It was also Wu Chen's hope of being able to leave the small village someday, and now it was given to the Wang family. The old village head suddenly felt dizzy, and a wave of sorrow arose within him, making him feel guilty towards Wu Chen's deceased parents. Wu Chen laughed bitterly in anger. So, you're here to thank me today? Of course, but apart from thanks, I also want you to experience the power of my lord's beloved pet. A flash of malice crossed Wang Li's eyes as he confidently summoned a spell formation on the ground. Come out, blood wolf. A creature roughly the size of a large wolf appeared suddenly. Its fur was dark red, like blood, and its eyes sparkled with a mixture of bloodthirstiness and cunning. Its bloody wide mouth could bite off someone's head with one snap. An imposing aura of power unique to a demonic pet started radiating, causing everyone present to feel involuntary fear, especially Taiju, who had been glanced at by the blood wolf. He was so scared that he collapsed, trembling all over as he cried. Demon. Beast. For ordinary people, the intimidation from demon beasts was too powerful. Even a single wolf was enough to kill a strong man, not to mention such beast possessing stronger physical traits, speed, and natural skills. Just like when a group of mice sees a cat. Even the servants were frightened and quickly moved away while carrying a bit of excitement, ready to watch how the young master's blood wolf would eat this old man and his young companion alive. Wang Li burst into laughter, ordering cruelly with a grin. Tear them apart. Leave no survivors. As Wang Hu's son, Wang Li was naturally no fool. With his father's help to secure the blood spirit talisman for him, Wang Li, who had always been eager to show off, clearly knew that if Wu Chun remained alive, it would be bad news for both him and his father. Additionally, since he used Wu Chen's blood spirit talisman to advance as a pet master, he wanted to humiliate Wu Chen before killing him. It would give him great satisfaction. That's why he rushed here without even saying goodbye to his old man. Unfortunately, he was about to be sorely disappointed, and this decision would turn out to be his biggest regret. If he survived, that is. Wu Chen smiled faintly. A flicker of thought crossed his mind, and beneath his feet, another summoning formation appeared swiftly. Then, blood rain emerged, spreading its wings high into the air in an instant. Its sharp cry rang out, making everyone's eardrums ache painfully. At the same time, a strong wind began to blow, raising clouds of dust. What? Is that also a demon beast? My god, this guy actually summoned a demon pet. Wang Li, seeing all this, was dumbfounded and utterly shocked, muttering in disbelief. Impossible. This absolutely can't be true. Without a blood spirit talisman, how could he have subdued a demon pet? The blood wolf below didn't fare much better. Since blood rain was of a higher tier and far stronger, its icy gaze from above sent shivers down the young wolf's spine. The once proud blood wolf now whimpered like a dog, tucking its tail and retreating in sheer terror. Damn it, don't think I'm afraid of you just because you're a pet master now. Lowborn scum will always remain lowborn. Blood wolf, use tear apart, knock it down for me. Wang Li roared furiously in frustration. Though filled with fear, the blood wolf had no choice but to endure and obey its master's command. Since blood rain was flying only a little more than 4 meters above the ground, the blood wolf leaped high into the air in one swift motion, its claws gleaming with a bloody red glow. It reached nearly 3 meters in height, aiming to strike blood rain down. But Wu Chen simply smirked with mockery. Without even directing it, blood rain effortlessly evaded the attack. To blood rain, the blood wolf's strikes were laughably slow, not even comparable to the weakest demon beasts it faced regularly in the jungle. You've treated me so kindly, so I should certainly repay your favor with a gift. Blood rain, swoop down from the sky and use iron claw. With a piercing cry, blood rain shot forward at lightning speed. An aura of wind energy enveloped its body instantly, tripling its already immense speed. In the blink of an eye, it descended upon the unsuspecting blood wolf. There was simply no contest between a first-tier demon beast and a third-tier demon beast. Their strength differed by far more than just one rank. It was nearly triple the power. As expected, blood rain's iron claw brutally tore through the blood wolf's head. Brain matter splattered everywhere as the lifeless body collapsed onto the ground. At the same moment, Wang Li trembled violently, his face instantly turning pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 11. Wang Li's death. In a contract with a magical pet, the human initiates the bond. While the death of a pet does not result in the human's demise, the blood and soul connection leaves the pet master with indescribable soul injuries. Moreover, the first pet space will be closed permanently unless they find a rare treasure to heal their soul. Otherwise, they can never become a pet master again. With the death of Blood Wolf, Wang Li painfully rolled on the ground clutching his head. My head! My head! Ah! The other servants of the Wang family were so frightened that they fled as soon as Wang Li fell down, almost wetting themselves in the process. Upon seeing this scene, Wu Qingfeng was frozen like a statue. Wu Chun, of course, wouldn't let these servants go back to report. Every extra moment spent cultivating gave him more confidence in facing Wang Hu. Go, Shuiyu, use the feathered arrow technique. Leave no survivors. Screech. Teiyu Eagle attacked the ordinary humans without hesitation, connected by its soul to Wu Chun. It naturally sensed the intense anger and killing intent within its master. As a magical pet, it had a simple heart, to help its master kill anything that upset him. No matter how fast the servants ran, how could they compare with Teiyu Eagle soaring through the air? In just 3 breaths, Teiyu Eagle ascended above the fleeing servants, its steel-like feathers bristling and transforming into razor-sharp blades. In the next instant, they detached from its body and rained down like a storm toward the ground. The range of the feathered arrow technique is 30 meters, indiscriminately attacking everything within a 30-meter diameter. Aya! With a chorus of piercing screams, over a dozen servants were transformed into sieves, their bodies pierced and gleaming with blood-soaked holes. Blood gushed out in rivers, turning them into a pile of corpses at Wu Chen's doorstep. The villagers who saw this all ran away in terror. Wu Chen approached Wang Li. Even though Wang Li was caught in immense agony, he didn't forget Wu Chun, glaring at him with fear, pain, and pleading. His voice trembling, he said, Wu Chun, you can't kill me. My father is Wang Hu. If you kill me, you'll join me in death. Wu Chun felt nothing but a slight urge to laugh. Coldly, he replied, is that so? Oof, let him come then. Until then, I'll take some interest. Rest assured, your father will be joining you shortly. After saying that, Wu Chun turned and left. Wang Li thought Wu Chun was afraid to kill him anymore and let out a sigh of relief. But in the next second, a massive shadow descended from the sky, and sharp talons instantly crushed his skull, splitting his head open like a watermelon. Brains oozed onto the ground. Having dealt with Wang Li, Wu Chun felt somewhat relieved. His hatred had lessened, but it wasn't enough. Wang Hu had to die? Wu Chun wasn't originally a narrow-minded person, but the law of this world was survival of the fittest. Only strength mattered. Civilians were at the bottom rung of society, while magical pet masters rose above all semblance of order, whether noble or wealthy landowner. Their so-called wealth and capital made them nothing more than well-fed sheep. Powerful martial prowess and supernatural magical pet abilities were within easy reach for pet masters. As long as they did not grossly violate the Empire's rules, who could punish them? Take Wu Chun for example. If he hadn't possessed the system, being bullied by Wang Hu would have been deserved. No one would stand up for him, and others would avoid him. He would end up starving or drowning in Jinsha River, becoming a wretched ghost, while someone like Wang Li, supported by powerful magical pet masters, would continue to wreak havoc. Even if Wang Li himself were a magical pet master, even if he killed Wu Chun and his father, no one would seek justice for them. Not even the so-called connections Wu Chun had from Yinxing would make a difference. Ultimately, that was merely a favor granted by a friend to Wu Chun's father before his death. No one would wage war for a dead man's honor. And even if Wang Hu were killed afterward as punishment, what would it matter? In this cold, unforgiving world, to stand tall and grow strong, Wu Chun could only rely on himself. Oh, Chenziyu. Oh. Wu Qingfeng watched as Wu Chun ruthlessly resolved everything, feeling nothing but excitement and deep satisfaction in his gaze. At this moment, where was there any trace of the mischievous little troublemaker? He had changed, becoming stern and mature, truly embodying the spirit of a great power. Wu Qingfeng remembered his younger self. Back then, he too had been spirited and successfully contracted a magical pet, gaining fame alongside Wu Chen's father in this Green Hill town. But later, after an accident led to his pet's death, his ambitions faded in despair forever. Wu Chen's father had left this barren place like a mighty eagle. He was so brilliant that even after leaving this backwater area, his legend still occasionally reached Wu Chen's ears. Unfortunately, fate played a cruel trick. That rainy night, he arrived at their doorstep, drenched in blood, and handed over young Wu Chen to him. Then, Wu Chun watched as his father, weak and covered in blood, climbed onto his magical pet and departed, never to return again. But Wu Chen knew deep inside that his father would never come back. He couldn't survive. Truthfully, Wu Chen's father had hoped for his son to live a peaceful life, unlike himself or his own father, who both met tragic ends. The path of the strong wasn't an easy one to tread. The world of power was filled with hardships and mortal dangers. It was colder, more ruthless, and more isolating than the lives of ordinary people. Betrayals, schemes, greed, and hatred. It wasn't a hopeful road leading toward the heavens. Instead, it was a journey of dancing with demons. However, in Wu Chun, he saw the shadow of his own father. Those qualities, and that fiery spirit, which left him feeling utterly ashamed. He had long been worn down by despair and monotony, accustomed to being bullied, becoming nothing more than a lonely old man at the village entrance. But what right did anyone have to stop a passionate young man from walking on the road toward glory? Old man. Wu Chun looked at the tearful elder, unsure of what to do, wondering if his cold-blooded killing demeanor had frightened the old man. You've done well. It's your grandfather who has grown confused in his old age. You are bound to walk the path of bravery. In the future, if you want to do something, just go ahead. I'm too old to hold you back. Yinxing is the opportunity your father fought hard for you to obtain, and you must seize it, child. Since you've chosen this, you cannot retreat. The old man gripped Wu Chen's hand tightly, trembling as he spoke. A pang of sorrow welled up in Wu Chen's heart, but it also fueled endless motivation. Don't worry, old man. I, Wu Chun, will surely carve out a road of strength that belongs to me. Chapter 12, A Blood Feud. Wu Chun was not afraid of Wang Hu causing trouble. Ever since he unhesitatingly killed Wang Li, he had already resolved that this would be a fight to the death with Wang Hu. Wang Hu went through great efforts to snatch the bloodline charm from Wu Chun so that Wang Li could become a pet master, only for his son's fate to be a merciless slaughter by Wu Chun. It wasn't hard for Wang Li to imagine how Wang Hu must have felt upon receiving the news. The more anguished Wang Hu was, the more delighted Wu Chun became. Screech. Shiwayu's form slightly shrank, transforming into the size of a normal hawk as it landed on Wu Chen's shoulder, pecking at his collar like it was claiming credit. Thanks to you, Shiwayu. Wu Chen stroked its hard yet smooth feathers. The old village chief saw the bodies scattered at the entrance and sighed despondently. He also noticed the villagers trembling with fear not far from his house, their eyes darting nervously towards here. Although they did not witness Wu Chen's clash with Wang Li, they had seen the terrifying bird-like beast that turned those servants into thieves. How could they not be frightened? However, quite a few braver men, mostly hunters, gradually recovered from their shock. The young, strong men of the village often followed in the footsteps of their ancestors, joining hunting teams and living by hunting. A group of hunters, despite being gripped with fear, peered curiously and were shocked when they caught sight of Wu Chen's courtyard and Shiwayu perched on his shoulder. The oldest hunter of the group, Old Wu, cautiously led them forward, glancing uncertainly between Wu Chun and the feather-grooming bird beast. After spending years wandering in forests, how could they not be familiar with such an overwhelming aura? Afraid even to breathe too loudly, Old Wu asked, "Village chief, what has happened?" Wu Qingfeng sighed, but offered no reply. It was Taizhu, who had witnessed everything earlier, that excitedly spoke instead. "I know. This beast is actually Xiao Chenzi's pet. He's a pet master. All these dogs loyal to House Wang were killed by him. Haha. For years, these lackeys have relied on the power behind them as pet masters, causing countless deaths. They deserved it. As they listened to Taiju recounting with excitement the events that transpired, several men looked at Wu Chun with awe. Wu Chun shook his head, turned around, and went back inside. He still decided to use that skill crystal stone soon to enhance Shueyu's strength. Shueyu, come on, swallow it. Wu Chun threw an irregular, fist-sized rock to Shueyu. Although Wu Chun himself was unsure how to use it, he assumed swallowing it should suffice. Shueyu had already sensed the unique energy within this peculiar stone. As soon as it swallowed the large stone, it dissolved instantly in its mouth, transforming into energy that quickly spread throughout its entire body. Shueyu let out a hoarse cry, indicating discomfort, hurriedly lay down, closed its eyes, and began absorbing this mysterious energy. It didn't take long, about half a minute later, when Shueyu opened its eyes again. Its eyes flashed with even sharper light. Beep. Iron-Feathered Hawk has grasped the advanced skill Eagle Eyes. Eagle Eyes, an advanced innate skill of the Iron-Feathered Hawk, during which time the perception ability of the Iron-Feathered Hawk is strengthened, and the movements of all objects in its line of sight are slowed by 1.5 times. In haste, Wu Chun used the system's scanning function to check. Organism, Iron-Feathered Hawk. Attributes, Beast. Type, Unevolved. Skills, Soar Over Skies, Iron Claws, Feather Arrows, Eagle Eyes. Potential, High Bronze Tier. Bloodline, None. Level, Bronze Tier Level 2. Condition, Healthy. Without a doubt, this was a highly practical skill. Since the Iron-Feathered Hawk excels in speed and has extremely powerful bursts, the Eagle Eyes could amplify its perceptive abilities, slowing down the opponent's speed within its line of sight, effectively ensuring it always stays one step ahead in detecting the opponent's next move. Good job, Shueyu. Wu Chun enthusiastically patted Shuyu's head, while Shueyu modestly groomed its feathers, its gaze growing even sharper. While Wu Chun allowed Shueyu to ingest the skill crystal, outside, the servants' corpses had been cleaned up entirely by members of the hunting team. When Wu Chun opened the door, however, he found Elder Wu Yuan and Grandpa Wu standing hesitantly at the entrance. Grandpa Wu, is there something wrong? Wu Yuan hopefully said. Chunzi, now that you've become a renowned pet master, we seek your help. What is it, Grandpa Wu? Please say it. Wu Yuan anxiously replied. Uncle Wu Guang has been missing for 3 days now. Some people spotted his bloodstained clothes near the black hole on the right side of Fenqi Mountain. He might have encountered danger and couldn't make it back. And there are quite a number of beast threats lurking inside. It's dangerous for regular people to enter. Hearing this, Wu Chun was greatly startled. Uncle Wu hasn't returned. Wu Chun had always thought Uncle Wu had returned safely to the village. Back then, Uncle Wu helped him distract the blood wolf, but soon after the blood wolf returned, Wu Chun hadn't noticed any blood on him, meaning Uncle Wu wasn't pursued. He should have escaped successfully. But unexpectedly, Uncle Wu had also gone missing for several days. Wu Chun said solemnly, Rest assured, Lord Wu. Since Uncle Wu's disappearance also carries some of my responsibility, I will certainly help you find him. But not now. Wu Chun suddenly looked up, his expression a mix of seriousness and coldness. Shueyu emitted a warning cry as it broke away from Wu Chun and soared into the sky. Roar! A ferocious howl mixed with a villager's blood-curdling scream thoroughly startled those in the yard. Boom! The right wall of Wu Chun's courtyard collapsed violently, revealing an enormous creature covered in bloody fur. The size of its body was comparable to that of a baby elephant, reaching 2 meters tall and 4 meters long, a veritable giant beast. This beast had dark red pupils gleaming with bloodlust and cunning. Its gaping mouth left no doubt. It could effortlessly rip off a human head in one bite. This was none other than the notoriously fierce blood wolf among beast-class demons. Blood wolves belong to the dark black magic wolf race, lower-tier blood wolf race. They are incredibly sensitive to blood. Consuming the bodies and blood of other beasts can help blood wolves grow faster. However, if they lose too much of their own blood, they fall into their racial characteristic, rage state. During this state, a blood wolf's power doubles, and it fights until death. Instantly, this blood wolf fixed its gaze on the iron-feathered hawk spiraling into the sky, emitting a menacing howl that caused a group of men in Wu village to buckle at the knees in fear. They exclaimed, It's Wang Hu's blood wolf. There were only so many famous pet masters in Green Hill Town, and even fewer well-known ones. Wang Hu was one of them. His blood wolf was known for its ferocity, often biting and killing civilians. Not only did Wang Hu not restrain it, but he became more brazen, even ordering the blood wolf to kill all 17 members of a rival merchant family in their business disputes. Notorious indeed. And yet, Wang Hu's background wasn't negligible either. It seemed Wang Hu had an elder brother working in Flame City. Even the mayor of Greenstone Town feared Wang Hu, turning a blind eye to his atrocities, thus allowing Wang Hu to act even more recklessly. At the end of the day, this was still a world ruled by strength. Even with so-called royal authority and regulations in place, these rules only bound common people. The strong possessed both the ability and privilege to kill commoners at will. An 8-foot-tall, muscular man who resembled an iron tower was Wang Hu. His eyes were now blood-red, icy and crazed as they locked onto Wu Chun. You little bastard, you actually managed to survive. How dare you harm my son? Today you. He pointed madly toward one villager after another behind Wu Chun. You'll all join my son in death. Chapter 13, The Iron-Bone Gigantic Tiger. Wu Chun looked at the enormous blood wolf with some trepidation, but he quickly calmed his breath and said coldly, You're right, Wang Hu, it's time for us to settle our accounts. If you hadn't come after me, I would have eventually sought you out. You stole my bloodline talisman, intending to silence me forever. Afterwards, you even sent your son to ensure there were no loose ends. Wang Hu, how much longer do you think you'll live? Wu Chun chuckled coldly. Are you not afraid of the people backing me reducing you to ashes? Wang Hu's face briefly betrayed a look of hesitation, but only for an instant. The next second, his expression was again overwhelmed by hatred and madness. Haha, pathetic. My only son has been killed by you, and yet you still threaten me? Who cares about a dead man? Once you become a pile of excrement in my blood wolf's stomach, You'll know if I fear the influence behind you or not. In an instant, Wang Hu's eyes turned icy cold as he ordered, Blood Wolf, rip him apart. Wu Chun remained undaunted, and the sky erupted with a sharp cry from Blood Rain. Wang Hu stared at the iron feather eagle in the sky with shock. If Wang Li had not fallen, he would have never known that this despicable bastard had not only survived, but astonishingly acquired a demon pet, one that was no less than a bronze tier rank 2 flying beast. His gaze brimmed with intense killing intent. If Wu Chun wasn't eliminated today, in the future, he, Wang Hu, would never be able to live peacefully in Qingshan Town. No one wants to be constantly watched by a wolf cub, especially one that seemed to have undergone some extraordinary adventures to grow so remarkably. At this moment, a more terrifying demonic aura approached, causing Blood Wolf and Blood Rain to momentarily ease their imminent conflict, both focusing their attention towards the distance. A thunderous roar, filled with majesty and arrogance, echoed through the heavens, almost making everyone's eardrums painfully throb. Alongside this, an irresistible sense of dread washed over every person present, weighing heavily on their minds like a 1,000-pound boulder. Then came a giant tiger-like beast, its body adorned with golden yellow fur marked by black stripes. It ran swiftly and leapt gracefully over a dozen meters, landing lightly between the two men. This enormous tiger was nearly twice the size of the Blood Wolf, standing close to 3 meters tall. Its powerful build, massive claws, and a pair of cold, ferocious tiger eyes swept across the entire scene as it proudly lifted its head. What surprised Wu Chun even more was that atop the tiger sat a man, appearing to be less than 30 years old, quite young. The man lazily chewed on a blade of grass, unshaven and somewhat unkempt, yet his ruggedly handsome features were unmistakable beneath the casual exterior. Wang Hu, aren't you being too arrogant? Assaulting people in broad daylight, and from the looks of it, planning to slaughter an entire village. Have you forgotten the pet master code of conduct? If you cross the line again, even the mayor can't turn a blind eye. Once consequences occur, prepare yourself for the Imperial enforcers from Flame City to capture and execute you. Even Wang Liang won't be able to protect you. Saying this, the man cast a glance at the several men surrounded by dozens of servants from the Wang family, his tone laced with mockery. Seeing him, Wang Hu's complexion instantly darkened. Still, he snorted coldly and said, Young Wang, don't meddle in matters that don't concern you. I will definitely kill this kid today. My son died at his hands. No matter who shows up, it's useless. Yang Long then put aside his carefree demeanor and replied sternly, Wang Hu, usually your despicable behavior is tolerated in Qingshan Town, since no one wants to deal with you. But let me warn you. Currently, the enforcers from Flame City are stationed in the town hall. The mayor instructed me to tell you, dare cause trouble at such a critical moment, and he'll peel your skin off to feed the dogs. Even your brother Wang Liang wouldn't escape punishment. The mere mention of enforcers finally snapped Wang Hu back to reality. The hatred in his eyes vanished instantly, replaced by panic and gnashing teeth. Despite glaring daggers at the composed youth several meters away, wanting nothing more than to hack him into pieces, Wang Hu's fear of death kept him restrained. He instead spun another idea in his mind and pointed at Wu Chun, saying, Even so, I cannot let him go. He killed my son, both emotionally and logically. I need to settle this score with him. Even if I forgive these wretched commoners, he must die. Wu Chun squinted, observing the exchange without saying a word. However, he remained vigilant. Blood Rain hovered above, ready to launch an attack at any moment. After all, how could anyone guarantee that these two weren't allies? Meanwhile, Wu Chun carefully studied the formidable giant tiger, whose presence clearly surpassed both Blood Wolf and Blood Rain. A scan initiated through the system revealed the following. Organism, Iron Bone Giant Tiger. Attribute, Beast. Type, Unevolved. Skills, Rending Claw, Basic. Intimidating Tiger Roar, Basic. Lowers morale of pets below its rank, Bite, Basic. Giant Bone, temporarily increases size enhancing defense and attack power by 30%. Potential, Silver Tier. Bloodline, Barbaric War Tiger Bloodline, Dilute. Level, Bronze Rank 5. Condition, Healthy. The Ironbone Gigantic Tiger is also an extremely ferocious beast, much rarer than Blood Wolves. Their combat power and quality far surpass those of Blood Wolves. Even if they are at the same level, in a battle between an Ironbone Gigantic Tiger and a Blood Wolf, it is very likely that the Blood Wolf would lose. In terms of physical strength, biting power, and endurance, Ironbone Gigantic Tigers are all top-notch. Moreover, Wu Chun was astonished to see the indication of the Barbaric War Tiger bloodline within the Ironbone Gigantic Tiger's profile. The Barbaric War Tiger is a type of tiger-like mythical beast, considered as a superior lineage among the Ironbone Gigantic Tigers, an evolved high-class variant compared to its low-class counterpart. However, with the existence of this bloodline, it undoubtedly means there is a chance for the Ironbone Gigantic Tiger to awaken and evolve into a Barbaric War Tiger. From its potential reaching Silver Tier, it's evident that this beast pet has a strong possibility of becoming a Silver Tier beast. Naturally, Wu Chun did not dare to start any conflict lightly. What if they were allies? Moreover, he could tell that Wang Hu seemed to be wary of some enforcers. After exchanging a few words with the man, Wang Hu stared fiercely at Wu Chun and said grimly, You're lucky. Even if I can't kill you now, don't rejoice too soon. I will issue a beast challenge against you. Meet me tomorrow at the Beast Arena in town. Of course, you may choose not to show up, but doing so means abandoning the chance for fair competition. The result would be that I won't have to hold back and can eliminate you directly. Ha! Looking at Wang Hu's smug smile, Wu Chun sneered silently, thinking that he believed having Blood Rain only at stage 2 was a sure win. Wait and see. At this moment, the man approached, giving Wu Chun a calm glance before saying expressionlessly, This is your one and only chance, and you've had some good fortune. Boy, for Beast Masters, it represents status and honor in contrast to ordinary people. However, it equally signifies life or death depending on fate. Although I wish that thug were dead, I must give you a warning. You survived one more night thanks to your Beast Master status. Beast Masters within the Empire who bear grievances against each other can publicly apply for a life or death battle. You haven't obtained your Beastmaster license yet, but you still qualify for this privilege. Whether you live or die depends entirely on how well you seize the opportunity. One night should be enough for you to escape this town. This statement was softly whispered into Wu Chen's ear when the man brushed past him. By the time Wu Chen realized it, Yang Long had already ridden the giant tiger and galloped away at full speed. We're leaving. Wang Hu departed bitterly with anger. Chapter 14, Battle of Life and Death. After Wang Hu left, the villagers all came to dissuade Wu Chun from trying to escape under the cover of night. Wu Chun just smiled. Since Wang Hu had agreed to this arrangement, he surely would not let him escape. He estimated that the village was now being monitored on all sides by servants of the Wang family. If Wu Chun were to flee in fear of crime, not only would his charge against Wang Hu of attempted murder for treasure be invalid, but also the fact that he killed Wang Li would definitely stand. At that time, even if Wang Li couldn't kill him, the Empire would send specialists to hunt down beast tamers, and Wu Chun would be on their list. He'd have nowhere to go without trouble following him. Besides, Wu Chun wasn't overly worried. Instead, he was confident. Blood Rain's strength was absolutely no less than a third-tier Blood Wolf. Mastery of new skills made Blood Rain even stronger. Even though Wu Chun didn't have complete confidence in killing Wang Hu, he still had a 60% chance of defeating him. Moreover, Wu Chun himself had mastered an intermediate-level defense secret art, the Earthlight Prison, which could trap enemies as well as protect himself, making it offensive and defensive at the same time, giving room for both advance and retreat. Wu Chun was eagerly looking forward to seeing the scene where Blood Rain kills Wang Hu's Blood Wolf. And this night was not wasted either. On the contrary, this night was even more important for Wu Chun because enduring through this night meant he would receive the system's sign-in reward on the 4th day, tomorrow morning. The system's temporary 7-day sign-in rewards so far had already signed in for 3 days. On the first day, it was a low-rank Spirit Beast pill that helped Blood Rain break through to 2nd-rank Spirit Beast status. On the second day, it was a low-grade Soul Condensation pill that helped Wu Chun himself advance to the intermediate stage of a rank 1 Beast Tamer. On the third day, it was a skill crystallization stone that let Blood Rain grasp a new skill. The system's sign-in rewards always enhanced Wu Chun's abilities perfectly and appropriately from every aspect. Wu Chun dared not waste a moment of time. For himself, Wu Chun was quite strict. Other people's children already possessed Mist Realm Spirit Force by 15, becoming adult Beast Tamers by 16 with rapid progress in Spirit Force. Despite having the system's help, Wu Chun worked hard to compensate for what he lacked. Especially after an opponent like Wang Hu reminded Wu Chun that before having absolute strength, it might be better to continue being careful and cautious. He somewhat regretted impulsively killing Wang Li. Otherwise, Wang Hu wouldn't have come so soon. But this thought passed quickly as Wu Chun threw it out of his mind. There is no medicine for regret in the world. Don't regret once you've done something. Even if he hadn't killed Wang Li, would Wang Hu have come to save Wang Li and incidentally eliminate him? Releasing Wang Li would be even stupider. Wang Li would only return with his father sooner or later. In any case, this battle was inevitable. Fine then, if there's no way to avoid it, face it bravely. I am Wu Chun, a noble transmigrant who also has the golden thumb. If I get killed in the beginner's village, I might as well die. Since I don't want to be an ordinary person, then I will risk my life. Instead, Wu Chun strengthened his resolve to cultivate, beginning the practice of the indestructible Nirvana Lotus technique. As he cultivated, Wu Chun increasingly felt that this mental cultivation technique was not simple. His spirit force grew slowly, but each day brought noticeable improvement and growth. To his knowledge, even many high-ranking technique cultivating young nobles needed several days of cultivation to sense a significant increase in spirit force. But Wu Chun's speed exceeded theirs by several times over. This made Wu Chun even more suspect that the system had masqueraded an advanced, or even top-tier, mental cultivation method under the guise of a low-level soul essence stone, allowing him such rapid progress. However, Wu Chun naturally found greater joy in this. After all, who doesn't want to cultivate a top-tier secret technique and leave others far behind? Wu Chun focused on his cultivation, endless celestial energy converging toward him according to the flow of his secret technique, but very little gathered at first. From Wu Chun's perspective of spiritual perception, it was like a few fireflies dancing in the darkness. At first, there were only 3 or 4. Then later they became dozens, hundreds, requiring much time before one dissolved within his body. It gave him the sensation that the spirit lotus seed became more vibrant, yet the amount of growth was almost imperceptible. It seems like reaching the late or peak mist realm through cultivation without relying on the system's pills would take a very long time. When the first light of dawn revealed itself the next morning, as the newborn sun shone over Qingshi town, another busy day began for the townspeople. Qingshi town was small, adding nearby villages, it barely reached 800,000 residents. Therefore, when someone mounted a blood-soaked and fierce blood wolf and leaped onto the independent beast fighting platform opposite the largest greenstone square in Qingshi town, countless citizens were drawn over. In groups of 2 or 3, they watched Wang Hu, murmuring among themselves. Many people recognized the notorious Wang Hu, and their fearful voices were barely audible. Among them were many who had lost relatives to Wang Hu's blood wolf accidental killings, revealing looks of hatred as they clenched their fists and wept helplessly. In this world where strength rules supreme, especially in the small Qingshi town, a beast tamer was an absolute big shot. The total number of beast tamers in the entire Qingshi town didn't even reach 20, with about 10 under the jurisdiction of the town government. This was part of the empire's initiative to establish a team of beast tamers. Imperial laws also stipulated that any township, the smallest territorial unit in the empire, must have at least 10 beast tamers stationed there, who receive subsidies from the empire. Actually, the position of the town mayor is one of the lowest-ranking official positions in the empire. They are often selected from local influential families, and can only barely be referred to as an official. If anyone in a family holds an imperial post, their family can be called nobility, though it is only the lowest rank of nobility, people's nobility. People's nobility has a slightly higher status than commoners, because their relatives hold office. Within 5 direct generations, All members of the family could receive a monthly salary from the local imperial institution. Although modest, it represented resources that an ordinary person could not earn in an entire year. The town mayor supervises all the low-level nobles within his domain and has the responsibility to manage each beast tamer. However, most beast tamers were arrogant and unruly. With appropriate incentives in place, the mayor would simply turn a blind eye, such as in Wang Hu's case. But today, this villain had appeared on the beast fighting stage, which left many informed beast tamers astonished. They gathered around the square, waiting to see what new drama Wang Hu was about to perform. Chapter 15, Appearance. Hey, have you heard? Wang Hu is going to fight a death match. With whom? Although Wang Hu isn't the strongest in our Green Mountain town, he isn't the weakest either. Even Lu Yixio, the strongest one, wouldn't want to make enemies with Wang Hu. Not to mention a life and death battle. Haven't we had no such incidents in Green Mountain town for several years? The spectators below were talking excitedly, all very curious about who Wang Hu would duel. Since he stepped on the arena, his opponent must also be a pet master. There are only so many pet masters in Green Mountain town, almost all of them known by name and reputation. Many pet masters accumulate resources to purchase bloodline talismans for their offspring, so there are naturally some young pet masters. But each year, new pet masters could be counted on one hand, most of whom would be sent to the Spirit Pet Academy in Flame City. Therefore, nobody thought of any young pet master. In their view, anyone daring to confront Wang Hu head-on should at least be among the top ones in the town's defense forces. Not long after, the sun rose directly overhead. There was an unwritten rule for the life and death matches between pet masters. If one party arrived, the other must reach within the stipulated time. Otherwise, it's considered forfeit. Wang Hu coldly swept his gaze across the crowd beneath, exuding an aura of authority. Among dozens of pet masters under the leadership of the town mayor, the strongest undoubtedly belonged to Yao Wenhui, the captain of the spirit squad. He owns a rare pet called the Great Strength Golden Ape, with a bronze stage 7 power level, making him undeniably the first among equals in Green Mountain town. What's even more admirable is that although Yao Wenhui has immense strength, he didn't establish his own family. Having no parents, he stands alone as a solitary wanderer, earning great respect from the mayor. Because by pulling Yao Wenhui into his camp, the mayor's lineage could continue holding office for a few more terms without being threatened by emerging smaller families. Yao Wenhui arrived promptly as well. Standing atop a massive purple bird, it was his second pet, the Thunderbird, a super powerful creature combining lightning attributes and beast traits, extremely rare. Adult Thunderbirds are minimally at the Bronze Stage 8 level, while some even have the potential to become silver-level beasts. Though this Thunderbird currently possesses only Bronze Stage 5 power, it still made the pet masters present envious to the point of red eyes. This means that in just a few years, given some resources, Yao Wenhui could own a second subpet on par with the Great Strength Golden Ape. By then, his power might surpass even the mayor. How did he come here too? Wang Hu frowned as he looked toward Yao Wenhui. He disliked this guy the most, feeling intimidated at the same time. Wang Hu's abilities paled in comparison to Yao Wenhui's, far beyond a fair match. When they went together to Fengqi Mountain for pet training back in the day, Wang Hu had been thoroughly humiliated by Yao Wenhui. His blood wolf nearly died. If not for his older brother Wang Liang stepping up later on his behalf, he would have perished long ago. What caught Wang Hu's attention were the two people behind Yao Wenhui. It was a luxurious carriage. The only people worth guarding for Yao Wenhui would be the town mayor Wu Yuan and that law enforcer from Flame City. How come that kid hasn't arrived yet? Is he scared and running away? Wang Hu grew increasingly impatient. If not for the law enforcement officials' restrictions, prohibiting pet masters from indiscriminately killing others within town limits, he would have already turned that brat into a pile of feces inside the blood wolf's belly long ago. Inside the carriage, a composed middle-aged man dressed in a beautiful black armor uniform curiously observed outside. Mayor Su, your Green Mountain town seems to have quite the commotion, a life and death battle. Wu Yuan frowned, glaring somewhat displeased at Wang Hu in the distance, mentally irked. He'd instructed early on that no undesirable small moves were to happen these few days to avoid affecting the assessment of his performance by Flame City. Yet this fool dared to challenge someone to a death duel precisely at this crucial moment. No matter which pet master fought the life and death battle, whether they won or lost, whoever dies remains one of the strong individuals under his jurisdiction in Green Mountain town. It's equivalent to having his face slapped right in front of the law enforcer. What nonsense. This idiot. Wu Yuan kept a grim face, while the male law enforcer subtly smiled, observing the arena. When everyone had grown restless waiting, a young boy walked unhurriedly through the crowd, ascending the steps toward the arena. Instantly, all eyes focused on this teenager, reflecting expressions filled with doubts, astonishment, and disbelief. Not possible. This teenage kid is Wang Hu's opponent? Was Wang Hu's brain kicked by a donkey? How dare he bully kids? Calm down before speaking nonsense. Think before opening your mouth. This is a life and death platform for pet masters duels, not somewhere regular people can step onto easily. Haven't you noticed the prohibition against energy leakage on the arena didn't block him? Many people instantly realized that the restriction not only prevented the combatant's energy from leaking and harming bystanders, but also served as a testing tool. Anyone without mental power at the Lingwu level or above would be blocked from entering. This meant the young boy was either a practitioner who had reached the Lingwu realm in mental strength, or, like Wang Hu, he owned a beast pet, and was thus a beast tamer. Wu Chun stepped onto the arena, calmly staring at Wang Hu, whose eyes instantly turned excited and cold, and said leisurely, "The timing is just right. I didn't expect you to be so eager to reincarnate. You've made me wait quite long. Are you ready to take the road?" Wu Chen's half-smiling words filled with hard-to-believe arrogance and confidence stunned everyone. Did I hear wrong? This kid wants to send Wang Hu on his way. Not only ordinary people were amazed, even a group of beast tamers were shocked by Wu Chen's arrogance. Truly youthful impulsiveness, speaking without thinking, outrageous as it may seem, there was no trace of self-awareness. This kind of self-confidence equated to being brain damaged. It can be said that since Wu Chun entered the stage, everyone thought he would probably not leave alive today. Some were looking forward with great interest to see how Bloodwolf would rip this youth apart. Is he the promising one you mentioned? Yao Wenhui landed Thunderbird on a rooftop far away. Beside him, Yang Long stood with folded arms, appearing lethargic. Both having become wandering cultivators from scratch with no family backing, their relationship naturally became close. And with their capabilities, Yao Wenhui, undoubtedly the first rank in Green Mountain Town, Yang Long capable enough to place fifth, it wasn't wise to provoke either one. After all, provoking one equals offending both. Together, they were the most feared pair among the beast tamers of Green Mountain Town. Yang Long seriously commented. He should only be 16 years old, and yet at 16, he has tamed a beast pet quickly, even bringing his iron-feathered hawk to the second stage. Yesterday, I faintly felt that his iron-feathered hawk's aura was stronger than Bloodwolf. Mind you, this guy has no connections behind him, merely possessing a bloodline talisman granted by Chun family of Flame City. Such a pity. If this kid survives, surely this year our 5 spots for Chuji Beast Tamers Academy in Green Mountain Town will definitely have one for him. Ho ho, that isn't certain. How about we make a bet? Chapter 16, Guerrilla Tactics. Wang Hu gave a cold snort and said, still being defiant at death's door? Do you think anyone can save you? Wang Hu stared maliciously at the crowd below, watching as some men from Wu Village wildly pushed their way through the crowd and stood not far away. At their head was an old man, leaning on a cane, who wobbled uncertainly. Wang Hu grinned and said, don't worry, I'll make Bloodwolf eat your organs bit by bit in front of them. Of course, after you die, they won't escape either. Rest assured, they will all be buried with you. You're all here to accompany my son's burial. Huh. Wang Hu laughed in a frenzied manner. My only son. I cultivated him for more than a decade, finally letting him become a spirit pet master, giving our Wang family a chance to become a prestigious clan in Green Mountain Town. But you killed him. You must die. Bloodshot eyes flashing, Wang Hu roared, Bloodwolf. A huge summoning array emerged on the ground, and in an instant, a blood-red wolf appeared on the arena. It had bright red fur, and its size was imposing. The bloodthirsty fierceness in its blood-colored eyes made people's hearts tremble. It felt as if anyone it targeted would have their head bitten off in the next second. Naturally unwilling to give in, Wu Chun summoned his own spirit pet when Bloodwolf was summoned. Blood Rain. The summoning array disappeared instantly, and Blood Rain immediately ascended into the air, flapping its wings. Its sharp eyes quickly locked onto Bloodwolf, emitting a shrill cry full of provocation. Its master didn't like this Bloodwolf, neither did Iron-Feathered Eagle. In fact, it desired even more to rip this Bloodwolf apart, especially since it had significantly improved in strength now. With the appearance of Iron-Feathered Eagle, shouts of surprise erupted outside the arena. Apparently, this young man, who wasn't held in high regard, turned out to be a spirit pet master with remarkable abilities, which could be seen from how that Iron-Feathered Eagle showed no fear against the third-stage Bloodwolf. This clearly demonstrated that the Iron-Feathered Eagle was also extremely strong. Iron-Feathered Eagle, not bad. One of the stronger species among flying-type spirit pets. Wait, this Iron-Feathered Eagle is only second stage. Yet why does it seem no weaker than third stage? Moreover, look at the wind vortexes on the field. The wind attribute of this Iron-Feathered Eagle seems to have been enhanced. It must possess a wind element skill. The Iron-Feathered Eagle belonged to Beast series, Windhawk tribe. Iron-Feathered Eagle, a small branch within the Windhawk race, but similarly controlled powerful wind elemental forces. Not only was it endowed with the Beast series ferocity and strength, but it also possessed the Wind series agility and unpredictability, surpassing the purely physical strength-focused Bloodwolf in many ways. Generally, only adult Iron-Feathered Eagles could comprehend wind element skills. That this one could do so early showed extraordinary talent. Sensing the demon energy intensity from Wu Chen's Iron-Feathered Eagle, Wang Hu became unusually rational for once, and also began to feel somewhat uneasy and shocked. Yesterday, during their confrontation, the Iron-Feathered Eagle remained airborne in the distance, allowing him only to sense that its power was stronger than a regular second-stage spirit pet. However, he hadn't anticipated that its momentum would match his Bloodwolf. Although Wang Hu was ruthless and domineering, he was not stupid. As such, despite the challenge ahead, he really had no confidence that his Bloodwolf could definitely slay this Iron-Feathered Eagle. Still, thankfully, the arena restricted aerial combatants most of all because it measured only 50 meters in length with an 8-meter height limit enforced by a pale blue energy barrier above, which even a 5th-stage beast couldn't easily break through. This greatly limited the flight range of the Iron-Feathered Eagle, making it more advantageous for his Bloodwolf. Besides, since Wang Hu dared to take part in life and death battles, he naturally had his own strengths. He knew quite a few secret arts and believed firmly that a poor boy like Wu Chun could never match him. Without further ado, at the start of their battle, an elderly man standing by the arena raised his hand and stepped right through the arena restrictions. He was the overseer of this spirit beast arena, also acting as a referee and a retired spirit pet master from the Imperial Town Administration Office, appointed to this relatively relaxed yet highly honored position by the current mayor. If not for the grudges V. Dust and others held, this elderly man would merely need to wander around on the platform daily to receive his stipend. Wu Chun immediately focused on Bloodwolf, as the system scanned and displayed its information. Organism, Bloodwolf, adult stage. Attribute, beast. Type, unevolved. Skills, rending claw, blood rage, wild assault, bite. Potential, mid-bronze. Lineage, none. Level, bronze 3rd stage. Status, healthy. Indeed, the Bloodwolf attacked fiercely. Even the 3rd stage wood monkey from Phoenix Nesting Mountain, detached from its tree, wouldn't last several rounds against the Bloodwolf. This showcased the inherent talent types and racial advantages of spirit pets under equal level conditions. When spirit pets evolve, most still follow the rules of the food chain. For example, a 4th stage bird-type beast and an ordinary 4th stage insect-type pet might engage in fierce combat due to their spiritual powers, which significantly reduces the gap between them. However, birds naturally possess certain advantages, a result of bloodline suppression accumulated over millennia through genetic evolution. But Wu Chun had absolute confidence that he could suppress Blood Wolf. Blood Wolf, it's not high enough. Lock onto its position and unleash a wild assault. Wang Hu ordered. The Blood Wolf immediately began sprinting at high speed. Given the limited space of the arena, Blood Rain couldn't fly too high, restricted by the spatial constraints that hindered its speed advantage. Soon, the Blood Wolf was right beneath Blood Rain. Then, with astonishing speed, it leaped 3 meters into the air to launch a surprise attack. Its claws were just about to reach Blood Rain. But Blood Rain was no pushover. Without waiting for Wu Chun's command, it showcased the results of its recent training, quickly evading and changing positions to create distance. Wu Chun kept his eyes glued to the battlefield and swiftly ordered. This is the moment. Unleash feather arrows. Just as Blood Wolf landed, in that split second between losing old force and generating new power, Blood Rain flapped its wings, sending dozens of feathers slicing through the air like flying daggers. If they struck solidly, they could have riddled Blood Wolf with holes. However, Wang Hu's combat experience wasn't shabby either, and he instantly commanded, roll. The Blood Wolf tumbled out of range much like a donkey roll, only having 1 or 2 feathers pierce its flesh, but these injuries barely bothered it. Instead, they enraged the wolf. You brat, you tried to sneak attack me. Blood Wolf, rending claw. The Blood Wolf leaped once more, its massive claws cutting through the air, glowing fiercely with crimson light. Though the claws might not reach Blood Rain, the skill-induced glow from those claw marks was enough to directly strike it. Instantly, Blood Rain's back feathers were torn apart, eliciting an anguished scream as it struggled to stay aloft. The spectators below shook their heads, thinking Iron-Feathered Eagle would surely lose. But Wu Chun did not blink and immediately ordered, Blood Rain, soaring eagle strike. Blood Rain endured the pain, being a creature with an unwavering willpower. In an instant, a layer of wind energy coalesced around its body, increasing its speed greatly. With a glide, it avoided Blood Wolf's secondary pounce and ascended again, even gaining some speed thanks to the boost from the advanced treasure, wind-manipulating wings. Thus, Blood Rain maintained its invincible position. Blood Rain, now it's our turn. Dive down and use Iron Claw. With ferocious intent, Blood Rain descended like a hawk hunting a rabbit, its colossal feathers whipping up hurricane-force winds close to the ground as it lunged toward Blood Wolf's head. Chapter 17, Wild Battle. Wang Hu finally panicked. He never expected that after Wu Chen's Iron Feather Hawk was injured, its speed did not decrease, but instead became faster and even more ferocious. In a hurry, he shouted loudly, Xuelang, launch the Berserk Assault. Get out of the way quickly. However, the Berserk Assault was only an explosive skill, allowing Xuelang to accumulate power and burst with double the normal speed toward the prey in that split second. But under Blood Rain's even faster dive attack, Xuelang was instantly grabbed on the spine by a pair of steel-like giant claws that gripped tightly. Then, as Blood Rain flapped its wings, a hurricane lifted it up sharply while simultaneously tearing off a large chunk of bloody flesh and fur from Xuelang. Xuelang let out an agonizing howl and collapsed directly onto the ground. The injury to its spine was extremely terrifying. Not only had a huge piece of flesh been missing, exposing the bone almost, but the blood immediately dyed it into a truly deserving blood wolf. Wang Hu was nearly driven mad with anger, and as Xuelang suffered such a heavy blow, it finally entered a state of frenzy. Its body expanded to twice the original size, almost 3 meters tall, and regardless of the pain, it leapt toward Blood Rain. But Blood Rain wouldn't come down at all, relying on its faster speed and aerial advantage. Every jump by Xuelang could only aimlessly watch as Blood Rain hovered above it. And as time extended during the long sky flight, Blood Rain's speed continued to accelerate from double to triple speeds, completely outmaneuvering Xuelang. It was clear to everyone that once Xuelang's frenzy state disappeared, it would fall into weakness due to excessive blood loss. And at that point, Wang Hu would be the one who dies. Unlike the astonished eyes of pet tamers at Wang Hu being defeated by a youth, the excitement below among ordinary people was much higher. They cheered with delight, knowing Wang Hu's ill reputation well for his rampages throughout the region. Some people's families had died by the hands of Wang Hu's servants. Now they were excitedly shedding tears as they cheered him on. Wang Hu himself faced increasingly perilous situations. Blood Rain started to target him, and its feather arrows rained down upon Wang Hu from everywhere. This idiot wants others' lives and throws away his own. Magistrate Su Yuanshan cursed internally, adjusting new plans already forming in his mind. It would be perfect if Wang Hu were dead, were it not for Wang Hu's brother, Wang Liang. He'd have long fed Wang Hu's head to dogs for bringing so much disgrace. Meanwhile, the male enforcer glanced approvingly at Wu Chun calmly and indifferently directing the relentless advance of Iron Feather Hawk. Haha, told you didn't I? This kid isn't just some random talent. This Iron Feather Hawk has actually mastered the wind acceleration technique. Isn't it simply amazing that a beast specializing in speed becomes this powerful? Xuelang deserves to die. Yang Long took a sip of wine, laughing heartily, disregarding the looks of other pet tamers nearby as he gloated over Wang Hu's misfortune. Yao Wenhui narrowed his eyes beside him. Don't celebrate too soon. Wang Hu still has a second contracted pet. Who knows who will win or lose? Especially since this is a life-and-death battle without any restrictions on their pets. If Wu Chun fails to kill Xuelang, when Wang Hu calls forth his second pet, one to control and another to attack, it'll be tough for this Iron Feather Hawk. As if to confirm Yao's words, Wang Hu narrowly rolled to avoid several iron feathers, then called out urgently, "Come forth, Poison Thorn's vine." 6 slender vines emerged from the ground, rapidly swelling to arm thickness, extending vertically skyward like saplings despite no support until they reached 5 meters. The 6 vines waved violently, covered with dense purple spines, each one potentially enough to tear flesh apart upon contact. Halting his frantic escape, Wang Hu now barked commands. "Poison Thorn's vine, whip them. Xuelang, get back up. Your mission isn't done yet. Use the Berserk Assault again." Wang Hu ordered coldly and furiously. Xuelang reluctantly whimpered and struggled back to its feet, staggering in pursuit of Blood Rain. What is this thing? From the moment Poison Thorn's vine appeared, Wu Chun felt something was amiss, though this fit within his expectations. In the spirit fog realm, having 2 pet spaces meant there's no reason why Wang Hu wouldn't have trained his second pet, given that his Shui Lang could capture another beast not far inferior. What surprised Wu Chun was that the second pet turned out to be plant-based, which was inherently unfavorable against flight types like Blood Rain. Creature, Poison Thorn's vine. Attribute, plant. Type, unevolved. Skills, Vine Whip, Entangle, Poison Thorns. Potential, high bronze rank. Bloodline, none. Level, bronze tier 3. Status, healthy. Plant-based creatures are quite rare, as beasts possess awareness, thus increasing intelligence and spirit force more easily than plants that rely solely on instinctive absorption of energy from heaven and earth. Therefore, becoming a creature is significantly easier for beings with no willpower compared to plants. However, on average, the individual combat strength of plant-based mystical beasts is stronger than beast-based ones, because plants are characterized by 3 words: resilience, entanglement, and tenacity. Plant-based mystical beasts have less offensive power compared to beast-based ones, but excel in Ju Chan opponents over time. Being rooted in the soil restrains their movements, yet provides them with infinite power and nutrients from the earth, allowing them to easily ensnare beast-based pets. After depleting their opponent's stamina, they can capture them and harm prey using most plant-based creatures' inherent toxic thorns or inject their toxins. Facing 6 thick vines that completely block the way, each lashing fiercely from different directions, Blood Rain naturally became somewhat panicked. Its claws tried to tear through the vines, but it was difficult, and a single misstep could result in being swiftly wrapped up, both body and claws caught. Soon, Blood Rain found itself in a dangerous situation, battered by alternating assaults from the 6 vines until large feathers were smashed apart, revealing a bloodied and mangled back. It was at this moment that Blood Wolf arrived, leaping forcefully from behind to bite at Blood Rain. At a critical moment, Wu Chun softly commanded, "Blood Rain, Eagle Gaze." The eyes of Blood Rain glimmered with peculiar light as it continued its charge forward without flinching, directly facing 8 incoming vine lashes. Yet, Blood Rain's speed did not accelerate. Instead, its evasion skills were astonishingly nimble. With subtle tilts of its body and quick directional changes in midair, it skillfully dodged all 8 vine attacks, then executed a sharp spinning maneuver, retreating toward the descending Blood Wolf. Bad. Wang Hu screamed in panic, but it was too late. Blood Rain's ferocious talons struck the head of Blood Wolf precisely, instantly shattering its skull with the eagle claws. Azo. With just one pained roar, Blood Wolf fell into a pool of blood, its head pierced through, dying instantly. And Wang Hu suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood as his primary mystical pet died, causing him a devastating blow to his mental energy. No. Wang Hu's eyes were filled with bloodshot veins as he stared in terror at the iron-feathered hawk continuing to charge towards the Poison Thorn's vine. He attempted to chant a spell to withdraw his mystical pet, but in mystical pet battles, the master is more than just an observer. Wu Chun locked onto him, unleashing a skill he had long prepared, Mental Shock. This was the 5th day sign-in reward, granted by the system as a low-level mental secret art. Mental Shock, a low-tier attacking mental secret art, activated after forming the secret seal, capable of instantly colliding with the target's consciousness via spiritual power, interrupting enemy skill formations, and causing sluggishness in thought. Wu Chun came late to take full advantage of the time needed to form this secret art. Compared to intermediate arts, it was easier for Wu Chun to execute lower-level secret arts since the whole Green Hill town may not even know about any intermediate arts. Keeping wealth hidden was prudent, so Wu Chun didn't want others to know he possessed such an advanced skill. Doing so would be courting death. Lower-level secret arts were much simpler. For example, families like the Wang family behind Wang, who often mastered a basic low-level secret art. The reason Blood Wolf managed to attack despite severe injuries was probably due to Wang Hu secretly activating an enhancement-type skill similar to Berserk mode. Otherwise, Blood Wolf should have lost all fighting capabilities long ago. Wang Hu had already sustained serious mental damage due to Blood Wolf's death. At this very moment, he clutched his head and trembled, missing the optimal timing to withdraw his mystical pet. The iron-feathered hawk immediately seized the base of the vines and tore them apart with great force. Once plants suffer damage to their roots, it's game over for them. As the Poison Thorn's vine weakened and neared death, Wang Hu let out a painful cry before finally collapsing motionless. Chapter 18. Making a stunning debut. Because of the total collapse of his spirit power, Wang Hu died instantly on the scene. Stop! At this moment, a belated roar of anger sounded. It was another pet master from the Wang family who roared angrily upon arrival. The Wang family was a small clan with hundreds of people, and there were more than just Wang Hu as its pet masters. In fact, there should be 3. However, one of them possessed extraordinary talent and had entered the Chuji Pet Master Academy in Yinqing at an early age. Later, he became powerful enough to directly work in Yinqing. Wang Hu and another elder brother of the clan were in charge of guarding the Wang family. Wang Hu had hoped that his son would become a pet master before the age of 16, which would then qualify him for a recommendation spot from Kingston Town to directly attend the Chuji Pet Master Academy. But it hadn't been 2 days since he became hopeful when Wu Chun killed him. Now, due to arrogance and hatred, Wang Hu met the same end as Wang Li. Both father and son were killed by Wu Chun. The shout from the Wang family's pet master naturally came too late. By the time it did, the academy had swiftly dealt with the poisonous thorn vines, resulting in Wang Hu's death on the spot. By now, all the spectators who had witnessed the entire battle were completely shocked. At this very moment, there wasn't a sound. Absolute silence reigned. Son of a bitch. Seeing Wang Hu die with wide eyes, the pet master from the Wang family became almost mad with rage. His strength certainly couldn't match Wang Hu's. With Wang Hu gone, the Wang family was bound to face decline, not only losing assets but also getting oppressed by other minor families. Given Wang Hu's earlier arrogance, he had inevitably made enemies among the pet masters. Should these enemies decide to strike while the Wangs are down, their future would be dire indeed. His gaze, filled with such intense hatred it seemed as if he could devour a person, was returned by Wu Chen's cold stare, full of murderous intent. This gave the Wang family pet master such a shock that he shuddered despite himself. After all, he was merely a second-rank pet master, yet Wu Chun had killed 2 bronze third-rank pets belonging to Wang Hu right in front of everyone. It would have been easy for Wu Chun to do the same to him. Thus, what should have been a fearsome Wang family pet master actually showed fear under the gaze of a mere poor youth, hastily retreating from the crowd. The old pet master acting as referee was equally moved, looking at Wu Chun meaningfully before loudly declaring, "I hereby declare the outcome of this life-or-death duel between Pet Master Wu Chun and Pet Master Wang Hu. Wang Hu has died. The victor is Wu Chun. He will not face any penalties under the Empire's law. Family members of the deceased, please claim the body and the remains of his pets." Below, after waiting a long time, a group of Wang family servants rushed forward, carrying away Wang Hu's body along with those of his 2 pets. Passing by Wu Chun, they all trembled, pale-faced. Among them were several wicked servants who had followed Wang Hu yesterday to kill, and now they were burying their master. These vile individuals were terrified that Wu Chun might also slay them. In this very moment, Wu Chun felt immense excitement within his heart, and the resentment and shadows that had lingered at the bottom of his heart were finally wiped clean. It was as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He won, killing Wang Hu without a doubt. This father and son duo ultimately met their demise at his hands. This was also Wu Chun's first official victory against the pet master, and his first time taking a life. But Wu Chun harbored little fear or confusion inside him, because the ones he killed were unworthy human beings. Wang Hu is merely the first stepping stone on my journey of cultivation. I am no longer the orphan that people laughed at. All this glory originated from his identity as a pet master and Blood Rain. As Wu Chun touched the blood-stained back of Blood Rain, who had engaged in an overclass fight and experienced a thoroughly exhilarating battle, it suddenly emitted a bright and excited cry, resonating throughout the area. Then, white light started to appear on its body, streams of peculiar energy gathering furiously from all directions into Blood Rain's body. Its wounds healed visibly and quickly regenerated. Not only did feathers regrow, but Blood Rain's size increased by a full circle, reaching about 1 meter and 20 centimeters tall, its iron claws gleaming with silver metallic luster. Blood Rain had successfully advanced through effort alone, becoming a bronze third-rank beast. Creature, Iron Feather Hawk. Attribute, Beast. Type, Unevolved. Skills, Eagle soaring through the skies, Iron Claw, Feather Arrow, Eagle Eye. Potential, High-level bronze. Lineage, None. Level, Bronze third rank. Status, Healthy. Ding. The host obsession has been removed, completing the hidden task, Revenge obtained, receiving a top-tier Yin Dan reward. Yin Dan, a special type of pill crafted by top-level alchemy masters, can only be consumed once in a lifetime. Upon consumption, it grants jade bones and ice muscles, adjusts appearance to the most perfect state within genetic limits, increases charm by 100 points, brings the individual closer to nature, enhances demeanor appropriately, and has a chance to attract benevolent-type beasts. Upon seeing this reward, Wu Chun felt speechless. I've been reborn, not gone for a makeover. What bad luck to get a beauty pill as a reward. Wu Chun's Blood Rain had killed Wang Hu on the spot and advanced in rank, stunning all the pet masters present. They were utterly incredulous. Wang Hu was now dead, and instead, a young pet master had risen. So youthful, so spirited and confident, envied by many of the pet masters present who were already in their 30s and 40s, yet still stuck at the 3rd or 4th rank. Decades of hard cultivation couldn't even match a child just starting down the path of a pet master. What an infinite amount of potential. Almost all pet masters immediately thought of befriending this promising young successor among pet masters. In fact, at this moment, all the pet masters regarded the calm teenager who scanned the scene with equal status to themselves. As for Wang Hu, his death meant nothing to them. In fact, they were secretly glad. Though Wang Hu's power wasn't too strong, he could only be ranked mid-level among dozens of pet masters in Green Mountain Town. His arrogance knew no bounds. Relying on a highly skilled elder brother whom even the town mayor had to treat with respect, he acted with utter impunity. However, there are always others stronger out there, and these people feared his elder brother while someone like Wu Chun, powerful, youthful, and brash, didn't care, killing him without hesitation. Such self-inflicted misfortune deserved none of their pity. They would simply busy themselves trying to get their subordinates or their families behind the scenes to seize Wang family's assets. Yang Long and Yao Wenhui were still lost in the memory of Wu Chun coldly ordering Iron Feather Hawk to kill the poisonous thorn vines. After a long time, both saw admiration, joy, and praise in each other's eyes. I've won, and as a result, your 3rd rank Wind Elemental Beast core is mine. Yang Long snatched the crystal core from Yao Wenhui's hand, his face lighting up with happiness. Yao Wenhui ignored him completely, instead gazing at the direction Wu Chun had left, lost in deep thought. Finally, the black-clothed enforcer spoke, saying, he's a good seedling. A boy with such character and talent is something I've never seen after all these years. Compared to him, most of the so-called geniuses in Flame City fall short. Town Mayor Su Yuanshan also focused on Wu Chun's retreating back. Being astute, he instantly saw much more in Wu Chun and gradually revealed a smile. The death of Wang Hu mattered little. However, a genius like this appearing in Green Mountain Town could bring him benefits aplenty if recruited properly. Moreover, being a lone wanderer without any family background, with some investment in resources, bringing him into the Su family could allow them to pile resources onto him until he might ascend to silver ring strength. Even if Wu Chun eventually faded, it might ensure another century of prosperity. Listening respectfully to the enforcer's words, Li Yuanshan nodded in agreement. Indeed, rare it is that our town has produced such a good prospect. I shall surely cultivate him well, contributing more strengths to the empire. The enforcer just smiled faintly, saying, let's go, we have more important things to do. The luxurious carriage drawn by 2 first-rank black-scaled horses, bred from a combination of magical beasts and family horses, slowly drove away. Chapter 19, Spoils of War. Wu Chun returned home, surrounded by the enthusiastic men of Wu Village. These men all swarmed around Wu Chun attentively. He was a pet master after all. Once one becomes a pet master, not only are their own strength and mental power far above that of ordinary people, but they also have powerful beast pets as aides, making every one of them formidable warriors. And becoming a pet master simply requires one to go to the designated place to collect the credentials, enabling them to regularly receive the Empire's basic subsidy for pet masters. That subsidy alone is a Danwon number for common folk. Because humanity in this world remains in a feudal imperial age, the resources available to nobles and some strong individuals naturally far exceed those of these commoners. Commoners make up the lowest class, having no hope of becoming pet masters, yet they must pay taxes on schedule. The villagers of Wu Village could never have imagined that the little boy who used to follow them into the mountains daily had become an incomparably great figure in just a short time. There were certainly envious and jealous ones, but most were excited because now Wu Village would be known as the hometown of a pet master, and no one would dare to oppress them easily again. Upon returning home, Wu Chun immediately locked himself in his room. Compared to the glory of killing Wang Hu, Wu Chun was more eager to absorb the gains from this life and death battle. After Wang Hu's death, according to the rules, all of Wang Hu's belongings belonged to Wu Chun. The reason Wu Chun ignored the actions of Wang Hu's servants removing the corpse was that he had already retrieved the soul ring from Wang Hu's body right after confirming his death. A soul ring is an extremely precious storage item container, made from minerals imbued with spatial power. It is rare for first-tier pet masters to possess one. Wang Hu, with the support of the Wang family, had accumulated wealth over 100 years. Soul rings come in low, medium, and high grades, and naturally, this one was of low grade. Even in Green Hill Town, the number of people owning such a soul ring could be counted on one hand. But now, it belonged to Wu Chun. I wonder what treasures Wang Hu has. Don't disappoint me. Wu Chun allowed his mental power to contact the soul ring, and instantly his consciousness entered another space. This was a vast white world, shaped like a rectangular box, approximately 10 square meters in size, filled with a pile of messy things. A quick scan with Wu Chun's mental power sifted through and pushed aside a bunch of items. Most of these were unknown miscellaneous objects with no apparent use. Soul crystals. Sure enough, as Wu Chun anticipated, he immediately spotted a small pile of silvery white energy crystals in the corner, each roughly thumb-sized. Soul crystals serve as the exclusive currency for pet masters, containing certain energies that can be used for both pet and pet master training. Their energy is pure, unlike the beast cores hunted personally by pet masters, which contain various energy attributes. For beast pets, if the core isn't of the matching attribute, they can only force themselves to absorb the energy minchang to fill their stomachs. This kind of absorption offers little benefit to their growth compared to a core matching their attribute. Beast cores can be exchanged for soul crystals at a ratio of 1:10. One low-grade first-tier beast core equals 10 soul crystals. Based on the rank judgment, second-tier beast cores can exchange for 20 soul crystals, third-tier for 30 soul crystals, and so forth. Soul crystals have many uses. They can be used for cultivation as well as serve as the pet master's currency, allowing transactions of any kind. This pile of soul crystals amounted to over 200, making it quite astonishing wealth. Hunting beasts is perilous. One false move might lead to failure despite having initial advantages. Returning beast pets back to pet space for recovery can indeed heal wounds, but at a very slow rate. Hence it's necessary to buy valuable healing medicines beforehand when hunting beasts. Wu Chun then discovered a small pile of about a dozen bottles of low-grade healing medicine. Low-grade healing medicine can quickly stop bleeding and restore a small amount of stamina to beast pets, valued at several dozen soul crystals. Wu Chun himself had been destitute. His accumulated wealth from gathering herbs on the mountain these past few years amounted to at most 10 soul crystals worth of wealth. Now, Wu Chun's pocket was full and bulging. Wu Chun concentrated more on whether there were secret techniques or similar finds within the ring. Found it, as expected. There's a secret technique, jade slab. Wu Chun soon uncovered a smooth jade slab housed in a wooden box. Precisely a secret technique, jade slab, recording mental secret techniques practiced by pet masters. Wu Chun read its contents swiftly, feeling a bit of dizziness in his brain, before revealing a smile after a while. This was the low-grade secret technique, Frenzy, where using this technique on a beast pet will put it in a frenzied state, boosting all its attributes by 10%. And for beast pets that possess the frenzy skill, this technique can extend the duration of their frenzy state, increasing it by approximately 1/3, which was why Bloodwolf still had the strength to charge toward Blood Rain despite its back being pierced. Of course, temporarily reducing pain perception doesn't mean that the wolf wouldn't be injured. It still suffered its due harm. Thus, once the frenzy ended, Bloodwolf became exceedingly weak, getting killed instantly by Blood Rain. There was no doubt that this was an extremely practical secret art. With it, Wu Chun could significantly enhance Blood Rain's power. However, Wu Chun set the secret art aside for now and continued to search through the items. The comprehensive guide to beast pets. Knowledge clearly held a greater appeal for Wu Chun. In his previous life, as a college student, he naturally understood the concept of knowledge changing destiny, especially for beast pet masters. Having basic knowledge about all types of beast pets could be very advantageous during wild battles. This book was only very basic. Even non-beast pet masters could purchase it. Wu Chun then found 3 boxes. Typically, anything placed in a box wasn't ordinary. This is purple copper, a metal used to forge low-grade treasures, but it's not particularly useful to me. In an instant, Wu Chun labeled this football-sized metal as useless and planned to sell it all when the opportunity arose. The second box contained a fist-sized beast core, emanating an intensely concentrated beastly aura. A third-tier beast core. It must have been obtained by Wang Hu after slaying a beast pet. Wu Chun himself also possessed a third-tier beast core, while he had obtained 1 or 2 first and second-tier cores, worth 7 or 8 each, during Blood Rain's rigorous training session on enhancing their coordination. If they were wind attribute cores, they could help strengthen Blood Rain's abilities and potentially assist in its advancement over time. The item in the last box intrigued Wu Chun the most because it was a torn map, which depicted the forest, seemingly indicating Phoenix Roost Mountain. This seems to be a map, though quite old. The marked location appears to be the southern part of Phoenix Roost Mountain. Isn't that near the Poison Marsh? Uncle Wong had seemed to vanish in the direction of the Poison Marsh. Though not expecting much from this so-called map, Wu Chun still decided to check it out when the time came. What Wu Chun liked most was still this magical soul ring. With this soul ring, he could conveniently store many things. Since there was no air in storage space, keeping inanimate objects preserved fresh became possible. The next time he went to hunt beast pets, Wu Chun could remove the bodies or useful parts of smaller beast pets to take with him. After all, beast pet corpses were quite valuable. Eating them enhanced soul force for beast pet masters, while beast pets could replenish needed energy by consuming them. Having finished sorting, Wu Chun picked up the frenzy secret technique and began practicing. Chapter 20, Entering the Mountain. 3 hours later, Wu Chun finally opened his eyes, exhaled a long breath of stale air, and excitedly said, "Great. With the ability to go berserk, Shiyu's strength can improve by about 10%. Add the enhancement from the Zhanfeng wings, not to mention that I have mastered the intermediate secret technique known as Earth-like Cage. Dealing with third-stage beast demons should be absolutely effortless." Even though he was just at the first level of a bronze stage 3, Wu Chun understood he still needed time to become powerful enough to contend with 5th or even 6th-stage beast demons before earning his place in the Green Hill town. At the same time, Wu Chun realized all too well that he was now a completely unknown poor young man who had suddenly become a pet beast master. Moreover, he had already killed a somewhat famous pet beast master. Naturally, this would attract some attention. But what did it matter? Wu Chun's purpose was never to tangle with those decades-old families of local gentry who thought themselves something grand. Those were merely frogs at the bottom of a well. How could they understand the vastness of the world? To grow strong, one must first broaden their horizons. A wider sea is necessary for fish to leap freely. So Wu Chun's next goal was clear. Somehow secure one of the 5 free places Green Hill Town earned every year to attend the Junior Pet Beast Academy. He'd long wanted to go to Flame City, the largest city within 1,000 miles including Green Hill Town itself, which fell under the jurisdiction of Flame City. Only by going to Flame City would Wu Chun have the chance to meet the important personage there who had helped him so far. Many years ago, his servant explained that he was a friend of Wu Chun's father and had received a request from him. So, for many years, this man kept an eye on Wu Chun. It was precisely because of the deterrent effect brought by his help that Wu Chun had lived peacefully for so many years without being troubled. If he ever had the opportunity, Wu Chun would very much like to meet him. It says that as long as I become a beast master by my own abilities within a month, I will be able to see him. Wu Chun clenched his fists tightly. He'd already achieved his goal. Now he simply had to wait until his servant came again, and then he'd get the chance to head to Flame City to see this friend of his father. Of course, since the trouble with Wong Hu was already resolved, the immediate priority was confirming his status as a beast master and finding Uncle Wu Guang. Compared to the two tasks, it was naturally more important to find Uncle Wu. Had it not been for Uncle Wu helping him divert the Blood Wolf's attention for a while, Wu Chun might have already met his demise inside the wolf's belly. Moreover, from childhood to adulthood, Uncle Wong had treated him with kindness beyond reproach, closer than family. It was he who took Wu Chun up the mountain to hunt, teaching him skills such as identifying herbs, evading beasts, and surviving in the wilderness. Wu Chun vowed he would find him, living or dead. The following morning, as Wu Chun hoped, the reward for signing in for 5 consecutive days arrived. Ding, signed in for 5 days, obtained reward. Intermediate rank Mystic Turtle Shell. Intermediate rank Mystic Turtle Shell. Made from materials from the Mystic Turtle Beast Shell, it is extremely hard and can resist damage from Bronze Stage 5 and below, greatly enhancing a Beastmaster's defense. This was still quite a good piece of defensive armor. What Beastmasters required in terms of equipment mainly consisted of defensive armor and appropriate weapons, along with various techniques capable of applying effects to themselves and their beasts. After all, a Beastmaster generally didn't need to fight, but only command their beasts. Moreover, this sign-in system probably would only provide some beginner's equipment. Don't even think about god-level gear that makes everything better. As long as it had its uses, things were fine. Thinking this way, Wu Chun relaxed. Right, system. When will your system mall open? Answering the host. Super God System Mall will be launched after the 7-day sign-in system ends. Points will then be needed for exchanges. Suyin nodded in understanding, and her mood greatly improved. The future seemed bright indeed. As for the youth-preserving pill, Wu Chun felt uneasy about it. Honestly, he considered himself rather handsome already, and most importantly, he possessed a masculine aura. He feared that taking the pill might make him appear effeminate. After contemplating it, he decided to set it aside for now. After donning the inner armor, Wu Chun found the village's hunting team and declared his intent to enter the mountain to look for Wu Guang. Great. Having dust come with us, we won't fear encountering beast demons. The men were all excited. The protection a Beastmaster could offer was significant. They could handle ordinary wolves and tigers, and even escape encounters with larger wild animals like buffaloes and wild boars. However, any single beast demon was potentially catastrophic due to their heightened alertness, attack power, and sheer difference compared to normal wild animals. Even a first-stage snake beast could result in them all losing their lives. That was why they only dared explore the northern edge of Fengxi Mountain and wouldn't dare venture further. With Wu Chun providing protection, things were different. Everyone knew the combat capabilities of Wu Chun's Xiuyu were undeniable. Even second-stage Iron Feather Eagles had defeated third-stage Blood Wolves and poisonous thorn vines like Wang Hu's pets. Thus, they were confident that this trip would be easy, even if they merely had to guide the way. I'll go. I'm coming too. Over 20 men from the hunting team enthusiastically shouted their willingness to join. However, they were rebuffed by Elder Wu Yuan. A bunch of brutes. What are you all so nosy for? Don't we need someone to guard the village? If something happens, there will at least be someone to sound the alarm. The Hai Daniel, you 7 coming along will suffice. It's not a good place over there anyway. If an accident occurs, we might all end up dead. The group of men became hesitant at once. After all, who isn't afraid of death? In the end, only those few called out by Elder Wu Yuan remained, and the others went back. Wu Yuan was the most authoritative person in the hunting team besides Wang Guang. Although his hunting skills weren't as sharp as Wang Guang's, decades of experience in the field made him far superior to these young people. Furthermore, he knew the way best. Thus, the group set off toward Fengxi Mountain. Wu Chun summoned Shu Yu, letting it patrol the sky, so it could instantly detect any movement or disturbances. Looking at the magnificent giant eagle in the sky, the group felt even more reverence for Wu Chun, and their voices carried tones of respect. Wu Chun naturally noticed this, but had no response. He remained silent. Even the kind uncles from the village who used to look after him would ultimately follow different paths from Wu Chun. They would remain in this tiny Wu village for generations, living off hunting, whereas Wu Chun's future was boundless. All of them were familiar with the mountainous area, as generations before had explored the outer areas of Fengxi Mountain thoroughly. Even though they didn't dare delve too deep into Fengxi Mountain, they all had a clear understanding of the general route. They soon arrived at the dense forest on the northern mountain of Fengxi Mountain. Many deer and wild boars they encountered on the way were ignored by Wu Chun, and naturally, these hunters dared not waste time either. With Shu Yu hovering 100 meters above, spreading its demonic aura, the beasts scattered away, making their progress exceptionally smooth. Before long, they ventured deep into the northern woods. Here, the trees seemed taller and more lush, arranged in such precision that the thick leaves darkened the entire forest, sending chills through these men who were venturing over 5 kilometers deep into Fengxi Mountain for the first time. Each one uneasily looked around, fearing some ferocious beast would emerge suddenly. Just then, Shu Yu emitted a warning call. Everyone be cautious. There's a bear-like demon beast ahead. Wu Chun immediately signaled for the hunters to retreat. Chapter 21, Poison Swamp Crocodile. Roar. A mighty roar came from 100 meters away. Soon, a black bear over 2 meters tall appeared, sniffing and running toward them, shaking the earth with its thunderous strides. At the sight of the humans, its eyes gleamed with excitement. For it, this hunger could be satisfied at last. A beast-class monster. Wu Chun immediately activated the Super Evolution System's scanning function to scan the black bear. Creature, gigantic claw bear. Attribute, beast. Type, unevolved. Skills, earthquake strike, roar, rending claw. Potential, high bronze rank. Bloodline, none. Level, bronze rank tier 2. Condition, hungry. It's only a second-tier monster. Wu Chun quickly gave the order. Shu Yu, it's your turn. Use feathered arrow. The iron-feathered eagle in the sky instantly dived down, covering the gigantic claw bear with feathers that cut like flying knives, tearing open the bear's back in an instant. Several iron feathers pierced it, causing blood to gush out. The gigantic claw bear immediately went into a frenzied rage, running wildly while trying to attack Shu Yu in the sky with its sharp claws. But since Shu Yu was of a higher rank and far more agile, these actions were useless against a beast designed to counter pure physical power. The gigantic claw bear, no matter how powerful its earthquake strikes were, shattering the ground with cracks, had absolutely no effect. Instead, it suffered constant attacks from afar by Shu Yu, eventually fleeing in defeat. Wu Chun directed Shu Yu to keep engaging it. After 5 minutes, the giant bear finally collapsed due to excessive blood loss. As Shu Yu swooped down and tore its head apart, it was finished. Wu Chun carefully split open the head and took the fist-sized earth-type monster core, clearly pleased before continuing on his way. Afterwards, 3 more beasts appeared, but they were all first or second tier and were easily killed by Shu Yu. Their crystal cores were simply discarded on the road, and their bodies handed over to the eager hunters who buried them using special methods. To Wu Chun, these corpse parts were both worthless and took up space. But to the hunters, these corpses represented mountains of gold and silver. With great hardship, they might obtain 1 or 2 monster corpses in a year, yet the value of even a single corpse could sustain each family for over a month without needing to hunt dangerously in the mountains. This clearly showed how precious they were. What made everyone much heavier-hearted, however, was discovering a bow. This bow did not belong to anyone else but Wu Guang. Recalling that day, the Golden Sand River was located south of this area. He had been ambushed nearby by Wang Hu, forcing Wu Guang, who had gone up the mountain with Wu Chun, to actively lure away the blood wolf in this direction. This left him deeply worried. It had been several days. He hoped nothing terrible had happened to Uncle Wu. After 4 whole days had passed, if Wu Guang hadn't encountered any beasts, with his survival skills, he wouldn't have starved. However, if he had faced any monsters, they would not even be able to recover his body. Finally, ahead lay a large marsh filled with water pools, lush with vegetation. Due to the high concentration of spiritual energy here, the grass nearly reached human height, hiding countless unknown beasts within. This is the poison swamp. We cannot proceed further. It is full of beasts. Wu Yuan, trembling slightly, informed them, making the group of men behind him pale with fear. There's no problem. We will go around carefully. After passing through this poison swamp, they would reach what the hunters spoke about as the dangerous area known as the Black Hole, essentially a mountain covered with variously sized dark caverns inhabited by different primate and bird-like monster species. There must be at least 4 types of monster species living there. So the hunters already felt that Wu Guang mistakenly entering this area meant certain doom. Uncertain and hesitant, the hunters dared not proceed any further, for among the beasts present, some were of 3rd tier or even 4th tier strength, and there were quite a number of them. Even Iron Feather Eagle wouldn't be able to guarantee their safety fully, and should they make a mistake, they would lose their lives with no place to bury their remains. Let me handle this alone for now. I'll explore until the Black Hole Mountain, roughly 500 meters. If I don't find Uncle Wu by then, I'll return promptly. In the meantime, you all retreat to a safe perimeter. After discussing among themselves, all the hunters agreed. Grandpa Wu reminded, be very careful. Don't worry about me. Watching them move further away, he continued his journey alone. Alone, he moved more efficiently. With Wu Chen's mental power and speed, combined with Shu Yu, unless necessary for protecting them. Wu Chen needn't fear these monsters and could traverse the area quickly. Wu Chen stood by the edge of the swamp observing and gasped in astonishment. So many crocodiles. In the turbid, mud-filled water half a meter deep, numerous giant crocodiles lay submerged with only their backs, covered in hard armor plating, visible, resembling floating pieces of wood. As Su Yin looked over, their information was presented. Creature, poison swamp crocodile. Attribute, poison. Type, unevolved. Skills, toxic bomb. Pounce bite, death roll. Potential, high bronze rank. Bloodline, none. Level, bronze rank tier 1. Condition, healthy. Even Blood Rain showed no interest in these first-tier poison swamp crocodiles, but for the sake of practice, Wu Chen still decided to give them some trouble. Blood Rain, feathered arrow. Aim for the center of the lake. Blood Rain immediately flew above the mud pond, and instantly hundreds of feathers rained down like arrows shooting toward the water's surface, causing countless splashes. Several resting poison swamp crocodiles were pierced with bloody holes, letting out cries of anger. In an instant, dozens of furious glares locked onto the iron-feathered eagle in the sky. With a roar from a much larger leading crocodile among the crocodiles, all the poison swamp crocodiles tilted their heads and spat balls of mud into the air, which bombarded Blood Rain. Not at all intimidated, Blood Rain flapped its wings and skillfully dodged each toxic explosive ball in the sky without any hitting its mark. Good job, Blood Rain. Continue firing the feathered arrows. Against beasts on the ground, the flying advantage of Blood Rain was fundamental. As long as Blood Rain stayed airborne and attacked, they would eventually wear out the poison swamp crocodiles. The feathered arrows continued raining upon the poison swamp crocodiles, instantly striking another dozen or so, leaving bloody wounds gushing with crimson liquid that quickly turned the shallow muddy waters red. The king of the poison swamp crocodiles declared war against Blood Rain, accompanied by 3 strong poison swamp crocodiles standing upright in the water. Their mouths spewed forth poisonous bombs. However, unlike regular crocodiles, this one could unleash multiple toxins at once. Creature, poison swamp crocodile. Attribute, poison. Type, unevolved. Skills, double toxic bomb barrage, pounce bite, death roll. Potential, high bronze rank. Bloodline, none. Level, bronze rank tier 4. Condition, healthy. This was clearly a 4th-tier poison swamp crocodile leader. However, not only was Wu Chen unafraid, he became more excited as Blood Rain could exactly gauge the strength gap by fighting this poison swamp crocodile leader. 3 third-tier poison swamp crocodiles along with a 4th-tier one started wildly spraying their poisonous bombs, almost covering the entire sky with mud explosives. The mud bombs exploded in midair, releasing foul-smelling poison sludge that corroded the nearby trees, leaving them pitted and rotting. Chapter 22. The Enchanted Flower Demon. Xu Yu had a tough time dodging, but with the help of his hawk-like vision, he managed to evade safely despite some close calls. Wu Chen was sweating too, but then he brightened up and said, "Good job, Xu Yu. Keep unleashing your feather arrow." Wave after wave of attacks from Xu Yu hit, while the poisonous bog crocodile's attempts to counter were as futile as trying to swat mosquitoes with an anti-aircraft gun. This left them infuriated as they roared into the sky with their jagged toothed mouths wide open, yet utterly helpless. I won't play with them anymore. After such a long tussle, Xu Yu had killed nearly 10 poisonous bog crocodiles, but not even 1/5 of them were wiped out. Moreover, the 4th-stage poisonous bog crocodile leader along with the 3 third-stage poisonous bog crocodiles hadn't even sustained any light injuries. It was hard for Xu Yu's feather arrow to pierce through their tough hides, so Wu Chen decided not to waste Xu Yu's stamina on useless efforts. He had more important things to do. With Xu Yu protecting him, those poisonous bog crocodiles couldn't dare to pursue Wu Chen even if they saw him. Wu Chen circled around the pond of poisonous bog crocodiles, traveling about 200 meters further, until he finally reached the mountain that the hunters had spoken about. It was a several hundred-meter-tall mountain stretching deeper into the jungle. When he looked up, hundreds of cave holes of varying sizes, all pitch black, could be seen in the cliff face, none of which looked naturally formed. In fact, they weren't, because Wu Chen noticed some crimson-red monkeys hanging from vines growing on the steep cliffs outside some of these caves. Without exception, these sharp-toothed creatures climbing swiftly on the cliff were a type of monkey-class beast monster. Creature, crimson fire monkey. Attribute, beast fire. Type, unevolved. Skills, flame charge, fire claw, pounce bite. Potential, high bronze class. Bloodline, none. Level, bronze level 1. Status, healthy. Wu Chen was surprised. An entire clan of crimson fire monkeys lives here. The crimson fire monkeys are fire-attributed beast-class monsters. Due to having both elemental power and beastly physical attributes, they're worth more in the market compared to purely beast attribute monsters. Of course, it doesn't mean pure beast attribute ones aren't good. The beast attribute is the innate talent of all beast-class fairies, having an absolute advantage in basic strength and speed. For example, the Blood Wolf, a purely beast attribute monster, still holds incredible power and biting force along with its innate berserker skill that matches or even surpasses the value of a crimson fire monkey. Purely beast attribute monsters are easier to cultivate without needing specialized elemental cores, unlike the crimson fire monkeys where a pet master has to spend great cost buying fire elemental cores to feed them, enhancing their control over flame. Wu Chen wasn't interested in these crimson fire monkeys for a simple reason. They were agile-type beasts that would easily be overwhelmed by a direct confrontation with blood wolves. However, should there be a particularly talented crimson fire monkey, Wu Chen wouldn't mind making a pact with one. After all, he still had another contract slot available. More familiars are always better. Just like Wang Hu, who might have floundered without Xu Yu's advanced treasure weapon and Wu Chen's mental secret arts backing him up. Soon, Wu Chen's focus shifted to the base of the mountain. What's this? A peculiar plant immediately caught Wu Chen's attention. It was a broken root, likely belonging to some plant-based monster since it exuded residual energy and a demonic aura. After becoming a pet master, enhanced spiritual power combined with his connection to his own pet allowed him to easily detect this sort of demonic energy. This must be the root left behind by a plant-type monster. Wait, isn't this Uncle Wu's personal hunting knife? Wu Chun dug out a dusty knife from the soil. The knife, as long as an arm, was the exact one Wu Yuan often used to dissect prey. It was something Wu Chun was quite familiar with. Why was this knife here? Uncle Wu did indeed escape to this place, but how could he be around this mountain? Yet it doesn't make sense. This mountain peak is too steep, filled with beast monsters. At that moment, Yu flew down onto Wu Chen's shoulder, focusing its eyes on him and sending a mental message. You say you can track Uncle Wu by following this scent. Wu Chen was both startled and delighted. Here, Yu indicated it would take care of it. Yu took off again, heading toward the mountain base. Wu Chen quickly followed. Before long, Yu emitted a heavy and sharp cry of warning, circling low above a particular spot. When Wu Chen saw it, he felt slightly astonished. Because at the edge of a small earthy cave at the foot of the mountain, on a plant root taller than a person, a large dark red flower bloomed. The fragrance it gave off made Wu Chen feel deeply entranced, almost losing himself, as his eyes grew hazy. No, Wu Chen's mental prowess being no joke, instantly shook himself out of it, and became cold and calculating. This is a flower demon. Plant-type fairies are quite rare, and the fragrance emitted by this large flower demon actually made Wu Chen feel dizzy and sleepy, giving an idea of just how terrifying it was. Creature, enchanted flower demon. Attribute, plant. Type, unevolved. Skills, sleeping powder, hallucinogenic pollen, root tangle. Potential, high bronze class. Bloodline, none. Level, bronze level 4. Status, hunting. This was actually a bronze level 4 flower demon. Plant-type monster beasts are the hardest to deal with, especially those hallucinatory ones that can attract prey before capturing them and absorbing them as nutrients. Prey often unknowingly falls into its traps, only to be completely absorbed as nutrients. A single flower demon like this is more fearsome than an entire tribe of poisonous bog crocodiles. However, what troubled Wu Chun was that Yu indicated Uncle Wu's scent had disappeared right here at this flower demon. Wu Chun understood very well what this meant. Either Uncle Wu had already been devoured by the flower demon or he had managed to escape, though the latter was highly unlikely. Damn, Wu Chun clenched his fists, feeling uneasy. Uncle Wu had treated him like family, providing so much care from childhood through to adulthood. He always brought Wu Chun along for hunts, allowing him to do some easy tasks like picking up goods and sharing meat. Uncle Wu even personally taught Wu Chun hunting skills and how to identify medicinal herbs in the mountains. Could such a simple-hearted man really be dead? Wu Chen's gaze towards the enchanted flower demon now brimmed with anger. Yu, can you destroy it? Wu Chen's anger became Yu's anger, who let out a long, proud howl, showing no fear. Alright, Yu, unleash your feather arrow, sever its roots, and destroy its main floral sac. Flying high in the air, even if this flower demon was skilled only in using hallucinations and sleeping tactics to attack, or were it a tree-like creature, it would still be powerless against Yu. Plant-type familiars have a common flaw. Most of them can't move. Where their roots are is where they stay. If they do move, it's only through gradually altering the underground soil. For Yu, they're simply living targets. Chapter 23, The Wrapped Person. Without Wu Chen's command, Yu simply flapped its feathers and shot feathered arrows. Feathered arrows were a type of area attack. Though they could strike from a distance, their damage was not strong enough to do more than deplete the enemy's stamina during mass attacks. Against an opponent far stronger than Yu, this move was at most a way to wear down the opponent's condition and exhaust their energy. But Wu Chun had no better option. Until Yu mastered stronger wind-based skills, it could only carefully attack enemies. After all, plant-type beasts' entangling abilities were too strong. Once entangled by a plant-type beast, without powerful means to break free, death would be inevitable. Rather than take risks for greater harm, Wu Chun preferred Yu stay airborne and minimize the risk. This beguiling flower initially remained in camouflage, motionless. But when Yu's feathered arrows severed its roots and even pierced through its colossal bloom, the flower demon grew furious. Countless root-like tendrils, as thick as fingers, emerged from underground and surged towards the sky. However, these roots could extend no longer than 6 meters, making them unable to reach the iron-feathered hawk soaring freely above. As such, Yu continued its range attacks, severing numerous roots. Yu, dive down and use your iron claws to shatter its flower bud. As soon as the roots were chopped into pieces, and before they could regrow, Wu Chun issued his order immediately. A layer of wind current enveloped Yu's surface, doubling its speed instantly. It then plummeted like a javelin, arriving at the flower's core in a flash. Its huge iron claws fiercely tore apart the flower bud, and green fluid splattered everywhere like a burst bomb, releasing a more concentrated and astonishing aroma, which made Yu slightly dazed. You must know that inside the flower sac lay the pollen used by the beguiling flower demon, not only for capturing prey and protection, but also for reproducing its offspring. And with one blow from Yu, it suffered severe injuries. In rage, the beguiling flower attempted to strangle Yu with countless thick and dense roots. Yu, accelerate. Yu accelerated even further, increasing its diving speed so much that it soared back into the air within moments. For at least a minute under the effect of eagle strikes the sky, the beguiling flower couldn't even touch a single feather. Despite how tenacious the beguiling flower might be on the ground, it was thoroughly suppressed against an aerial opponent, with its roots being repeatedly shot by Yu's arrows. Now completely incapacitated and unable to retaliate, Yu executed another swoop, pulling out its roots entirely. Wu Chun gazed at the small pit where the beguiling flower, along with its root system, had been extracted, feeling a chill run down his spine. For after the roots were pulled out, there appeared a small pool of bloody water, the intense smell spreading through the air. In the blood water, there laid half a melted and foul-smelling skeleton, likely belonging to some small animal. Yu's claws grasped a dark green crystal entwined within the roots and excitedly placed it at Wu Chen's feet. This was a 4th-rank plant-type beast crystal core, extremely precious. Yu had expended every ounce of its strength to kill it. Yu, you've worked hard. Go rest now. Wu Chun summoned Yu back into the beast pet space and also stored the plant-type beast crystal core in his space ring. It was undoubtedly quite valuable. There's a cave over there. Wu Chen noticed near where the beguiling flower originally leaned against the rock wall, a pitch-black hole about half a person's height, winding underground. He immediately gripped his long sword, cautiously advancing forward, ready to cast Earthlight Prison upon himself if danger arose. The cave stretched about 3 to 4 meters deep, storing 3 objects tightly wrapped in roots, looking like mummies. They seemed to be prey reserved by the beguiling flower. Wu Chen forcefully slashed through the tough roots of the first mummy with his sword, revealing a complete wild boar's body. Strangely, the boar wasn't dead. It was still breathing though completely unconscious, possibly continuously injected with hallucinogenic and sleeping powder by the beguiling flower. Wu Chen killed it with one stroke, hope arising in his heart. This beguiling flower doesn't seem to have the habit of killing its prey and storing them. Instead, it stores them under hallucination, ensuring their survival, thus preventing decay. Judging from the bloodstains beneath it, the beguiling flower didn't lack food, so it could store live prey. Uncle Wu very possibly didn't die. Wu Chen kicked the boar's corpse aside with excitement and continued cutting open the next mummy. It turned out to be a young horned horse. Horned horses are gentle herbivorous beasts, with lasting endurance but not very formidable fighting power. They are standard companions for carriages and luxurious rides, popular among high-status beast masters who like to subjugate and domesticate them as mounts. Therefore, they do have some value. Wu Chen simply tossed it aside. After cutting open the last mummy, a horribly pale face of a middle-aged man finally appeared. It was precisely Wu Guang. Wu Chun, with excitement, checked for his breath. It was faint but detectable, indicating he was still alive. Without delay, Wu Chen cut all the roots binding Wu Guang's body, which was almost entirely marked with deep bloodstains. He then placed Wu Guang gently on the ground, and immediately retrieved the medicinal pills Wang Hu had stored for treating injuries from his space ring, feeding them to Wu Guang. Additionally, he administered a vigor-restoring pill to help restore Wu Guang's strength. Wu Guang was too weak to have any strength. After a series of rescues, Wu Guang gradually opened his eyes, squinting through the haze. Am I dreaming? Are you Zai Kenzi? Hearing Wu Guang's weak voice, Wu Chun gripped his hand tightly with excitement. It's me, Uncle Wu. I've come to save you. Don't talk anymore. I'll take you out immediately. At this moment, the horned horse also woke up. Due to its physical condition, it managed to stand unsteadily, looking at Wu Chun fearfully and confusedly. Wu Chun gave the horse another vigor-restoring pill, but it refused. Once again, Wu Chun summoned blood rain intimidation, causing the horned horse to become submissive. Regaining some strength, it could walk feebly. Wu Chun placed Wu Guang carefully on the horned horse's back and tied him securely to the horse's neck with a rope. Holding the reins, he began leading the horse back swiftly. After all, Wu Chun wasn't skilled in first aid. He knew Wu Guang needed immediate care from the village hunters to ensure his safety. The journey went smoothly as they passed by the toxic swamp crocodile pond. The horned horse trembled violently, and Wu Chun urged it with a whip crack, allowing it to dart past the pool quickly. To Wu Chen's relief, upon seeing him, the crocodiles didn't resurface but remained submerged in the mud. This allowed Wu Chun to return safely with Uncle Wu to where the hunters waited in the outer forest. Chapter 24. The Sharp-Beaked Large Sparrow Bird. A group of hunters were surprised and overjoyed to see Wu Guang was still alive, quickly gathering around him. After hearing Wu Chen's account that Wu Guang had actually been dug out from a flower spirit's cave, they all took in a sharp breath, exclaiming how lucky this old man Wu Guang was. Wu sir, we will take care of my uncle. I still have something to deal with, so I cannot stay here. Please take my uncle away first. Although the group of hunters didn't know why Wu Chun stayed in the dangerous western mountain forest, they eagerly agreed. They bound Wu Guang on the horned horse, dragging the dissected bodies of demon beasts killed by Wu Chun behind the horse in an animal net. The underpowered horned horse, upon seeing this situation, let out a mournful roar in protest. But after being sharply stared at by Wu Chen's piercing eyes, it obediently carried the load weighing over 100 pounds along with the hunters and disappeared into the distance. Only then did Wu Chun turn and quickly cross through the territory of the poison swamp crocodile and return to Black Hole Mountain. Wu Chun returned not for any other reason, but because he realized that this mountain was very similar to the one on the map Wang Hu left him. Yes, this mountain should be the one marked on the map. Wu Chun carefully looked at the map in his hand. The blurry pattern faintly corresponded to the path they took coming here, and this mountain perfectly matched the one on the map. Wu Chun immediately revealed a smile. Although he did not know what was on this mountain, anything that Wang Hu treasured so much and hid in a treasure box could not be ordinary. Perhaps it really was a treasure map. Unfortunately, Wang Hu only annotated the mountain's image without explaining what was here. Wu Chun was not discouraged. He was already here, so wouldn't it be fine to explore a bit? Moreover, if possible, he wanted to seize the opportunity to capture his second demon pet. Wu Chun still did not summon Shuyu, Blood Ring. After engaging in battle, Shuyu needed rest, and moreover, Wu Chun's own speed was not slow. If he encountered danger, he could activate Di Guangji Lao, Earthlight Cage, anytime. At least Earthlight Cage could withstand several enemy attacks, giving enough time to summon Blood Ring. Soon, Wu Chun arrived at the foot of the mountain again. After circling around, Wu Chun found a shortcut that did not require climbing the mountain. It turned out there was a crack in the middle of this mountain. Even though it was called a crack, it was comparable to a narrow mountain trail for one person, winding straight up to halfway up the mountain. And Wu Chun soon discovered a thin line on the map as well, exactly matching this road. Hey, if Wang Hu knew the routes here so clearly, why didn't he come and retrieve the treasures himself if there were any? Wu Chun instantly became cautious, but he did not give up. The fact that Wang Hu had mapped the routes even more suggested that there was something here, yet kept the map as a precious item while not daring to come here to collect treasures must mean that Wang Hu lacked the ability to take them. Maybe he dared not, or maybe there was a guardian beast that he could not handle. As far as Wu Chun knew, many divine herbs with intelligence were guarded by demon beasts. Demon beasts absorb the essence of heaven and earth, knowing the value of these herbs, and usually strong demon beasts would claim them for their cultivation resources. Let's go up first. Wu Chun carefully climbed along the mountain path, paying even more attention to whether there might be some wild demon beasts, as some fast ones could launch surprise attacks before Wu Chun could react. He would indeed die in vain if killed without summoning blood rain. In no time, Wu Chun reached halfway up the mountain. From here looking up, he could see many large and small caves, where demon beasts lived. One careless move that disturbs them could spell doom for Wu Chun. According to the map, it should be on this cliff wall, furthest right, the 9th cave counting down from the top. Wu Chun quickly locked onto the target. That was a giant cave, about the size of a person, hidden by some vines and visible. What worried Wu Chun was how to get up there. Looking around that cave, there were over 30 more dense caves, with some broken eggshells seen at the entrances. From time to time, slender and agile bird-type demon beasts flew back and forth, bringing food and large amounts of dry grass back to their caves. This bird was entirely black except for its tiny wings, not too big, only about the size of a football, but it still flew quite fast. This was a skylark bird, a kind and harmless demon beast that excels in speed but not in attack. Comparatively, Wu Chun's iron feather eagle was its natural nemesis. If it were only like this, Wu Chun would not panic, but the critical part was that on these cliffs, there were also several nests belonging to much larger birds. Creature, sharp-beaked large sparrow bird. Attribute, beast. Type, first evolution, skylark bird, sharp-beaked large sparrow bird. Skills, iron peck, feather blade, shattering claw. Potential, high bronze. Bloodline, none. Level, bronze 5th rank. Status, resting. This is the sharp-beaked large sparrow bird. The sharp-beaked large sparrow bird is an evolved form of the skylark bird. Evolution rarely occurs in demonic beasts, as it means evolving from a lower bloodline to a higher one, which can change both power and species. However, the skylark is a peculiar creature. Since skylarks are weak beings, and the entire skylark family has never produced particularly powerful races, they are commonly used by humans as communication birds. But due to their extreme weakness, skylarks have a relatively high chance of evolving. After all, generation after generation cannot remain perpetually weak. Being so small and cute, any evolution would naturally make them much stronger. The sharp-beaked large sparrow bird has formidable attack capabilities and a strong tendency toward aggression. Yet, no one knows which skylarks evolve into these sharp-beaked large sparrow birds, or what unique characteristics they possess that allow them to create such racial mutations. So far, there hasn't been an explanation for this. The innate talents of the sharp-beaked large sparrow bird aren't very high. At best, they reach high-level bronze rank, making it hard for them to achieve silver rank. However, there were 3 5th-rank sharp-beaked large sparrow birds present. Even if Shuyu, blood rain, was fully recovered, being surrounded by 3 5th-rank sharp-beaked large sparrow birds would still mean certain death. Moreover, Wu Chun noticed that these sharp-beaked large sparrow birds were extremely vigilant. Even when going out to hunt, only 2 would leave at most, ensuring the safety of the skylark race here, while the remaining bird would stay behind. Food for the staying bird was provided by other skylark birds. The little skylarks chirped cheerfully as they carried plant seeds and insects to the entrance of the big skylark's cave, allowing the sharp-beaked large sparrow bird to comfortably eat without moving far from its nest, living quite luxuriously. Now Wu Chun was in a dilemma. I need to figure out a way to lure all these large skylarks away. Otherwise, even if Shuyu, blood rain, reached 4th rank, it would still be extremely difficult to deal with these 3 sharp-beaked large sparrow birds. After all, their combined strength isn't simply a case of 1 + 1 + 1. Chapter 25, Cave Within a Cave. Wu Chun finally came up with a plan. He would wait until the 2 pointed beak large sparrows went out to forage, and let Shuyu Mashan lure the last pointed beak large sparrow away from this cave entrance. Then Wu Chun would have the chance to enter the cave. In Wu Chun's space ring, there were just some sturdy iron claw steel cables for rock climbing, so it seemed that the guy must have planned a lot coming here. But it just saved Wu Chun some trouble. Wu Chun waited patiently. In order to hide his presence, he lay still there without moving. This mountain path only reached halfway up the mountain, and if you wanted to continue to the top, you could only climb. Until sunset, one of the 2 pointed beak large sparrows let out a loud cry, reminding their companion that they were going out to forage. That pointed beak large sparrow watched as the 2 large sparrows quickly disappeared in the distance, then continued to squat at the cave entrance with its eyes half closed. Wu Chun waited another 3 minutes or so, confirming that the 2 pointed beak large sparrows had flown far away, and immediately summoned Shuyu. Shuyu, lead that pointed beak large sparrow away from me. Can you do it? Shuyu's eyes were radiant with vitality, conveying its confidence and courage to Wu Chun through telepathy. The 5th stage pointed beak large sparrow was terrifyingly powerful, and if Shuyu didn't pay attention, being hit by it would certainly end up in death or serious injury, but Shuyu had enough confidence and speed to evade it. Wu Chun could only pin his hopes on Shuyu. After all, fortune lies in daring risks. Shuyu flapped its wings rapidly and ascended into the sky. Then it started to hover before the nests of the skylarks, its pair of wings creating massive air currents, and its eagle-like eyes glaring fiercely at the perched pointed beak large sparrow. Many skylarks inside the cave saw this scene and showed expressions of fear, shrinking back into the cave. To say that most of them were 1st or 2nd stage skylarks, but even their sheer numbers should have been enough to easily drive away Shuyu. But alas, the skylark race was naturally so gentle that it bordered on cowardice and timidity, fleeing at the sight of danger. Even ordinary human hunters could easily capture and kill skylarks. Seeing the enemy openly threatening the safety of their race, the sharp-beaked great skylark, one of the 3 great leaders, instantly let out an angry call and, with a flap of its wings, suddenly soared into the sky, dashing toward Shuyu at incredible speed. Its long, thin beak, much like that of a red-crowned crane, stabbed sharply through the air like a blade. Shuyu was not foolish. 1 bronze 3rd stage against a bronze 5th stage made for a significant gap, despite the added speed bonus of the high-level treasure artifact. Though it might be able to match the bird without falling short, Shuyu hadn't forgotten its true mission assigned by Wu Chun. An array of feathered arrows shot towards the great skylark, but were deflected by the latter's sweeping enormous wings. Seeing the situation wasn't good, Shuyu directly fled. Enraged, the great skylark pursued closely behind. Though constantly closing the gap, it always fell short. As Yu executed soaring strike amidst the sky, layers of wind energy formed around its wings, propelling it high into the air and leaving the great skylark far behind. And thus the two huge birds quickly vanished from Su Yun's line of sight. Yu had succeeded. Good opportunity, my turn now. Some tiny baby skylarks stood at the cave entrance, tilting their heads to watch Wu Chun pop his head out from the cliff below and begin climbing upwards. Little did their heads know, confusion shone brightly in their little eyes. Then, a giant iron claw rushed toward them, scaring the skylarks back into the cave. The iron claw swiftly passed over several caves and accurately hooked onto a thick young tree about 30 meters high near the top of the cliff. Wu Chun tugged the rope and climbed nimbly and agilely up the rope. With one foot pressing against the rock wall, a swing sent him soaring upward several meters. The skylarks looked dumbfounded at this uninvited guest, chirping noisily around Wu Chun in a threatening manner. Hey! Wu Chun roared loudly with wide open eyes, scaring the skylarks into scattering and flying away. While this left Wu Chun speechless, he couldn't help but find it amusing. How timid they were. Phew! Succeeded. With a single flip, Wu Chun finally stood at the entrance to the cave. However, he did not relax his vigilance for a moment because who knew whether this cave wasn't also the den of some powerful beast? After all, Wang Hu had given him no warning whatsoever. He had absolutely no idea what to expect here. However, quite luckily, there was no beastish aura within the cave. It was an empty, uninhabited cavern. Moreover, the cave was spacious, approximately 1 meter wide, and extending over a dozen meters at a glance. It did not look like the dwelling place of the skylarks, rather more like the habitat of some larger animal nesting on the cliff face. At the very moment Wu Chun stepped inside, he saw a corpse lying on the ground under the faint light. This was a skeleton, about 3 meters long, with distinct bones resembling feathers, and there were also some non-decomposed feathers scattered on the ground. It must have been some kind of large hawk-like beast, and this beast's power when alive would have certainly far surpassed Yu's, at least above the bronze 5th stage. Perhaps this was the former master of this place, killed by the 3 great skylarks, turning it into their home. No matter how he thought about it, Wu Chun could only come up with this reason. Apart from this corpse, Wu Chun began to search everywhere again, but found nothing. Could Wang Hu have been lying, or did he already take all the valuable things here? It's not very likely. Even I had difficulty entering this place, and Wang Hu certainly wouldn't have the strength to do so. Wu Chun felt disappointed. He spent a whole day's effort just to look at a bird skeleton. What bad luck. Hearing some commotion outside, Wu Chun knew that the great skylarks had returned. At the same time, he also sensed Blood Rain calling him, so he immediately recalled Blood Rain back into its pet space, without hesitation. No, the cave here seems more like man-made excavation. Could it be that the treasure here isn't any rare material, as I originally assumed? Could this be the relic left behind by a human beastmaster instead? With this possibility in mind, Wu Chun became extremely excited, and soon after, his speculation was proven true. He discovered that the innermost rock wall seemed hollow. The soil here was different from the soil outside. It was damp and clearly appeared artificial. Wu Chun summoned Blood Rain again and ordered, Blood Rain, use the iron claw, rip apart this wall. Blood Rain's sharp claws dug savagely into the earth, tearing down a large chunk of rock layer in an instant. Clearly, this rock layer was much softer than the rocks elsewhere. Keep going, Blood Rain. Wu Chun grew even more excited. Upon hearing its master's command, Blood Rain struck fiercely with one powerful claw after another. Finally, with a bang, this rock layer collapsed. Exactly, in the swirling dust, Wu Chun saw a deeper cave tunnel, and his heart was almost bursting with excitement. The person who set up this cave is truly crafty, using such means to deceive people. If I hadn't observed closely, I would have missed it completely. However, Wu Chun was soon puzzled again. Wang Hu surely didn't have the ability to reach this place. So how did he know the secrets inside this cave? Chapter 26, The Demon Blood Fruit. This new section of the tunnel was much wider, at least 2 meters across. Wu Chun walked about 50 meters before he reached the end, where an exceptionally spacious cave awaited him. This cave was 3 meters high and approximately 50 square meters in size. The most captivating sight for Wu Chun was yet another enormous skeleton lying on the ground. This skeleton was even larger than the raptor-like demon beast they had encountered earlier, its sheer size alone creating a sense of oppressive awe. It belonged to some sort of feline creature, resembling that of a powerful tiger with massive bones and powerfully muscled claws. Unfortunately, there was no telling how many years had passed since its demise. As Wu Chun's eyes followed the length of this skeletal frame, he noticed what appeared to be the soul stone seat within the chamber. Seated upon the chair was something truly shocking. The skeleton of a human being, still adorned in clothing. This must indeed be the final resting place of some pet master. Wu Chun had heard stories about powerful pet masters who, if they came from families with influence, would naturally be buried and honored after death by their descendants. But solitary pet masters, once deceased, often chose special sites with auspicious feng shui for both themselves and their demons to be laid to rest. Others could not bear fading into oblivion so easily, choosing instead to turn all of their treasured possessions into treasure maps, leaving them out into the world, waiting patiently for some destined individual to one day come and claim their inheritance. And here it was. He stumbled across such a tale. But Wu Chun's elation soon fizzled out as the body possessed neither anything beside it, nor its garments except nothing else. Senior, where is your inheritance? Where is your treasure? Wu Chun scowled darkly. What kind of crap is this? I just wanted to look for treasure, but again and again you play tricks on me, giving me hope only to dash it, making me search fruitlessly for some damn treasure. There seems to have been someone here. Seeing the footprints on the ground, Wu Chun's expression immediately turned solemn. Wasn't the treasure map supposed to be with Wang Hu? Then how could anyone else have arrived here ahead of Wang Hu, taking the treasure? If I get the chance, I'll need to investigate the Wang family, see how Wang Hu got hold of this treasure map. Just then, Wu Chun lowered his head and saw something peculiar. There wasn't nothing here after all. Next to the seat lay a small flower pot containing a plant of unknown origin. Its growth was remarkably lush, resembling a little flower. What made it even more extraordinary was that it already bore fruit. A small, tomato-like fruit, extremely young but already showing green streaks of red as though nearing ripeness. What is this thing? Wu Chun simply couldn't figure it out. If it was some sort of rare treasure, why hadn't the previous visitor taken it with them? At least Wu Chun believed that if he were to arrive first, regardless of whether it had any use or not, everything he could take wouldn't escape his grasp, true featherless passing through. Is it possible that this itself is a valuable medicinal herb which cannot be transplanted, thus temporarily abandoned by the person, leaving it behind, meaning he will return someday to harvest the matured fruit? Unfortunately, whatever this thing was, it belonged to Wu Chun now. System, do you know what this thing is? Wu Chun had spent half a day examining it, deciding it was best to consult the system. Their home system is straightforward. If you don't ask, it won't answer. Ring, scanning underway. Host. This plant is the demon blood fruit, unique to the pet world, created when certain potent biological blood drops onto specific plants, giving them a slim chance to undergo mutation. The host can be any type of plant. The function of the demon blood fruit is rather simple. When consumed by demon beasts, there is a chance it can purify their bloodlines, enhancing their realm. And although with an infinitesimally small probability, it allows the creature to obtain the blood genes contained within the fruit of a powerful being. Answer completed. The system's concise introduction left Wu Chun enlightened. It was indeed a treasure. If it could purify the bloodline of demon beasts and even offered a possibility of gaining the blood of a powerful being that had dripped on this plant, what an incredible find. This was going to be worth a fortune. Wu Chun could barely wait to feed it to Shuyu immediately. But judging by appearances, this demon blood fruit still needs about 3 days to fully mature. So, I'll stay here and wait for those 3 days, making sure that guy doesn't reach it before me. For Shuyu, this is a rare chance to strengthen their powers. Wu Chun wouldn't let slip anything that might make him stronger. His sign-in reward was soon coming to an end, and before the shop system started, he still needed to strive hard for his pet's growth. Deep down, Wu Chun knew very well that even having the system meant he merely had the potential path to become a supreme master, which had already surpassed 99.9% of people in the world. But potential remains potential. If he fell halfway, he couldn't guarantee that he could return to Earth. Striving hard was indeed crucial. To prevent the mysterious person from coming back in these 3 days, Wu Chun set up a small alarm device at the cave entrance with great care. If any creature stepped into the cave, it would trigger the bell beside him through the lines buried in the soil, so he could get an early warning. According to Wu Chun's guess, this person was very likely Wang Hu's paternal half-brother who had the same father but different mothers, Wang Liang, the strong man who had gone out from the Wang family. Wang Liang's rise to power was full of legendary stories. The Wang family was originally just a small clan, not even among the top 10 in Qingshan town. However, when Wang Liang suddenly became a first-rank beast pet master at the age of 15, it made the Wang family famous overnight. No one knew that the eldest son of the main branch, who had already taken over his old father's management of several shops of the Wang family, would become a beast pet master all of a sudden. Before that, the Wang family was merely a wealthy merchant family. His father had been the official in charge of punishment in Qingshan town and also counted as an aristocrat. However, thanks to Wang Liang, their identity completely changed. Grandpa Wang spared no resources to support him, and Wang Liang was extremely ambitious too. Within a short year, under countless people's astonished gazes, he managed to raise his initial beast pet to the 3rd rank. Then, at the age of 16, he entered the Chuji Beast Pet Master Academy in Yin City as the recommended candidate from Qingshan town. After graduation, his strength reportedly reached the peak of first-rank Beast Pet Masters, just one step away from becoming a Silver Ring level expert. Then, he started working for the Empire Department in Yin City, truly becoming one of the greatest legendary talents of Qingshan town. It was precisely because of Wang Liang's intimidating presence and the fact that Wang Hu had also become a Beast Pet Master with Wang Liang's help, that even though Wang Hu acted recklessly, the Old Town Mayor and many small clans chose to turn a blind eye. Because none wanted to make enemies with Wang Liang, who everyone knew, as long as he didn't die, would certainly surpass the current strongest person in Qingshan town, the mayor and his clan in future achievements and power. The Wang family also grew stronger because of Wang Liang alone. They ranked 5th among families in Qingshan town. If it is really him, then everything can be explained. All the legacies here went to him, naturally lifting him up to the skies. But I don't know what rank of Beast Pet Master the inheritor was, or what good treasures they left behind. Anyone seeing someone else eating up the cake ahead of them and leaving only a cherry wouldn't feel good. Wu Chun was anxiously waiting and could only silently pray that Wang Liang would not come back early. Otherwise, with his current strength facing at least an opponent with a bronze 8th rank beast pet, it would be like hitting a dog with a meat bun. It'd surely fail. Chapter 27. Consuming the demon blood fruit. These 3 days were the most agonizing 3 days for Wu Chun. After Shuyu recovered its strength, Wu Chun placed it at the cave entrance to keep watch. With Shuyu's keen eyesight, it could immediately detect anyone approaching this cave. Additionally, there was no shortage of noise outside the cave. These cloud sparrow species were very restless, chirping endlessly. The 3 sharp-beaked large birds, ever since they had been lured out by Wu Chun last time, had become very smart and alert and changed their resting times. During the day, they only went out to forage in the morning and evening. And each time they went out, just one would leave, while the other 2 stayed behind guarding the nest until it returned. Then the 2nd and 3rd would go out in turn. This system ensured that there wouldn't be a single chance for an ambush. If Wu Chun had faced such a formation of the cloud sparrows back then, he wouldn't have dared to attempt climbing, because 2 sharp-beaked big sparrows could easily finish off Shuyu. Finally, at noon on the 3rd day, Wu Chun saw the demon blood fruit begin to turn from green to red, and it had already completed 8/10 of its transformation. In another hour, it would surely ripen. However, simultaneously, an unusual fragrance began to spread out, filling the entire cave with this scent. Trouble. The demon blood fruit is a celestial treasure craved by all demon beasts. This unusual fragrance will certainly attract a large number of demon beasts. At least, it might bring over those 2 cloud sparrows outside. But Wu Chun had no recourse. He could only hope the fruit would ripen quickly. Nevertheless, outside the cavern, little cloud sparrows began to fly about. They were attracted by this energy fluctuation, as demons were always more sensitive than humans. But perhaps due to Shu Yu's deterrent effect, the bird fled in fear quickly. But not long after, loud bird calls echoed, and Wu Chun realized indeed that, in the territory of the cloud sparrows, there hid a ferocious hawk. No wonder they were panicked. More infuriatingly, the 2 sharp-beaked large sparrows recognized Shu Yu as the opponent that had toyed with them before. Now they hovered above the cave opening, attacking recklessly. As long as they don't enter the cave entrance, there's really no threat to Shu Yu. Wu Chun ignored the cloud sparrow race and stared expectantly at the bloodline fruit. It would soon be ready. Finally, the fruit completely turned blood red, a scent that made even Wu Chun feel his blood boiling, creating an irresistible urge to consume it. Wu Chun immediately plucked it down and smiled at Shu Yu, who was guarding the cave entrance from afar. Shu Yu, come on. The tunnel was narrow, so Shu Yu waddled into the secret room like a duck. Its eyes instantly fixated on the demon blood fruit, and its gaze couldn't help but reveal a glimmer of longing. However, Shu Yu remained resolute and controlled itself, faithfully looking at its master. Eat it. This way, your power will greatly increase again. Wu Chun tossed the fruit to Shu Yu. Upon catching sight of it, Shu Yu became ecstatic and eagerly opened its massive mouth, swallowing it whole. Given its age, Shu Yu was still a juvenile eagle in the growth phase and was quite excited about the reward given by its owner. After swallowing the demon blood fruit, Shu Yu soon showed signs of pain as astonishing energies swirled around its body. The demon blood fruit was indeed a genuine treasure, having an extremely strong allure for demon beasts, especially with its ability to purify and enhance bloodlines. Even if one didn't obtain the bloodline contained within the fruit, it could make a demon beast's bloodline power stronger, or even provide the opportunity to evolve into a higher grade species. Wu Chun watched anxiously and hopefully. Soon enough, Shu Yu's size increased significantly. Due to being connected through the same bloodline, Wu Chun clearly understood that Shu Yu was undergoing a bloodline metamorphosis. The amount of energy contained within this demon blood fruit was truly staggering. With a low cry from Shu Yu, its height reached 1 meter and 30 centimeters. Its feathers became much deeper and more refined, as if each one emitted a mysterious black gold sheen. Wu Chun immediately grasped that Shu Yu had successfully advanced to the next level. Creature, Iron Feather Hawk. Attribute, Beast. Type, Unevolved. Skills, Sky Strike, Iron Claw, Feather Arrow, Hawk Gaze. Potential, High Bronze Rank. Bloodline, None. Level, Bronze Rank 4. Condition, Undergoing bloodline metamorphosis. With the potent medicinal power of the demon blood fruit, Shu Yu effortlessly broke through a small realm. Keep in mind, it took less than 5 days to advance to Bronze Rank 3, and now it broke through again. This demonstrates how invaluable celestial treasures can be for demon beasts. However, the medicinal effects of the demon blood fruit weren't over yet. Suddenly, Shu Yu's feathers started to turn eerily red. Can you imagine what it's like when the iron-feathered hawk, draped in pitch-black feathers, suddenly has those feathers glowing red like heated iron, emitting steam? Wu Chun was greatly alarmed. What's going on? Why is Shu Yu's body so hot? It was as if there was fire burning inside, which made Wu Chun extremely worried. However, Shu Yu did not transmit any sense of danger to him. Her consciousness was still enduring this painful transformation. Suddenly, a possibility came to mind. Could it be that Shu Yu successfully obtained the demon beast bloodline hidden in the demon blood fruit after absorbing it? This is just her body rejecting the new bloodline. Wu Chun had been idle these past few days, so he spent his time diligently studying the comprehensive guide to familiar creatures and other books from Wang Hu's space ring that thoroughly analyzed familiars. Knowledge is the weapon for arming oneself, and Wu Chun deeply understood the correctness of this saying. In one of the books, Wu Chun read about familiars experiencing bloodline rejection after consuming certain celestial treasures that promote bloodline evolution. It wasn't easy for an originally born body to accommodate a bloodline unrelated to itself. This required a difficult absorption process and was highly perilous. The slightest mistake could very likely lead to the death of the familiar. Wu Chun dared to let Shu Yu consume the demon blood fruit only because he was certain that it could greatly assist the user in enhancing their resistance to absorbing bloodlines. Too lucky, she actually managed to absorb the bloodline of a creature that once existed within this fruit. Fortunately, the transformation did not last too long. Soon, Shu Yu's feather color returned to normal. But upon closer inspection, Wu Chun noticed that Shu Yu's originally black gold feathers had changed slightly, seeming sharper and significantly harder. Apart from this, there seemed to be no major changes. Wu Chun couldn't help but use the system again to scan Shu Yu. Creature, Iron Feathered Hawk. Attribute, Beast. Type, Unevolved. Skills, Sky Soaring Strike, Tear Claw, Mature, Feather Arrow, Mature, Eagle Gaze. Potential, High Bronze Rank. Bloodline, Storm Hawk, Thin, very small probability of evolving into Storm Hawk. Level, Bronze Rank 4. Condition, Healthy. Chapter 28. Advancing to Bronze Rank 4. Actually absorb the bloodline of the Storm Eagle. Wu Chun immediately became extremely excited. The Storm Eagle is not an overly powerful bloodline, but it is a branch of the same family, the Beast Wind Eagle category. The Wind Eagle represents a class of flying-type demonic beasts that has evolved into tens of thousands of different types of eagles. The Storm Eagle undoubtedly stands out as one of the top varieties. According to evolution theory, other eagle types also have the potential to evolve into Storm Eagles, though unless a special genetic mutation occurs, the probability is very low. But Shu Yu was different. Through the Devil Blood Fruit, Shu Yu managed to absorb the bloodline of the Storm Eagle. Although it was only a diluted version, this indicated a great chance for Shu Yu to evolve into a Storm Eagle. The Storm Eagle is a pure-blooded silver rank demonic beast. They possess formidable strength, and at adulthood, they are naturally classified as silver rank, showcasing immense growth potential right from the start. In terms of value and rarity, they far surpass the Iron Feather Eagle by several levels. At least throughout Green Hill Town, there must not be many people who own a silver rank demonic pet. With such gains, Wu Chun was already very satisfied. With Xiuyu reaching bronze rank 4, its strength would be incomparable to before. Moreover, with the power enhancement provided by the high-grade treasure, Zhanfengji Yi, Wu Chun now even had the confidence to contend against bronze rank 5 demonic beasts. Additionally, Wu Chun noticed that Xiuyu's iron claws had also been reinforced due to the influence of the storm eagle, evolving prematurely to the tearing claw, a skill normally displayed only by mature iron feather eagles. Tearing claw isn't a unique ability. Most bird or ground-dwelling demonic beasts possess a variation of it. However, based on the sharpness of their claws and attack techniques, the damage inflicted varies greatly. Xiuyu's tearing claw, executed during a high-speed aerial dive, could shatter rocks. Such power far exceeds what ordinary iron claws could achieve, signifying an advanced level of skill development. This trip was absolutely worth it. That Wang Liang surely never imagined that his younger brother, Wang Hu, would give me such a big gift. Wang Hu met a terrible end. As a member of the same clan, he naturally had some idea why his older brother rose so quickly. Later, he identified a hidden cliff area in the western mountain forest that Wang Liang often visited secretly. However, he didn't dare covet what belonged to Wang Liang. After Wang Liang became a demon pet master and left Green Hill Town, he helped Wang Hu become a demon pet master as well. Curiosity finally got the better of him, and he ventured into the place only to be intimidated by the sight of 3 4th-rank long-beaked large birds, leaving him no choice but to reluctantly hide a detailed map of the route. Unfortunately, Wang Hu ended up dying at the hands of Wu Chun, allowing the secret of his brothers to fall into Wu Chen's possession. I believe Wang Liang knew the secrets of this devil blood fruit, and kept it hidden from Wang Hu, planning to come back once everything was ready. Devil blood fruits don't grow infinitely, they can only sprout once. After using the accumulated blood energy within, the fruit dies. The flower had already withered at Wu Chen's feet. Upon seeing the body of an unidentified eagle outside, Wu Chen realized it was indeed a storm eagle that had perished alongside its master due to an unknown attack. The deceased demon pet master must have planted the devil blood flower out of satisfaction before passing away himself. No matter how things turned out, Wu Chen was satisfied with this devil blood fruit. It's time to leave. Xiuyu, let's go outside. Do you have the confidence to deal with those 3 again? Xiuyu transmitted an intense surge of confidence and vitality. With its super speed, combined attacks, and equipped with treasure gear, it rivaled the strength of a bronze rank 5 demonic beast. Facing the encircling attacks of these 3 long-beaked giant birds, Xiuyu now had the confidence to retreat safely. Good, let's go outside. Wu Chen released Xiuyu first. It flapped its wings like the wind, swirling around the cave entrances, causing immediate chaos below. Those 3 long-beaked giant birds instantly soared skyward, forming an aggressive encircling pattern toward Xiuyu. Their wings fanned strong air currents as they entered high-speed mode, their beaks sharp like knives, pecking at Xiuyu from all directions. Xiuyu's speed was evidently much faster, easily evading thanks to a smooth glide plus a 360-degree turn, then engaging the 3 long-beaked birds in fierce chasing battles in the sky. Xiuyu feather arrow. Xiuyu shook its feathers, sending dozens of steel-like quills flying toward the enemy. Wu Chen observed that after consuming the devil blood fruit, Xiuyu not only increased its strength, but also made its attack sharper. The speed and lethality of the launched feather arrows improved significantly, and while the long-beaked birds couldn't completely evade them, getting hit meant a flurry of feathers accompanied by bloody holes appearing. Li. The 3 long-beaked giant birds panicked, each unfurling wings nearly 3 meters wide, hard as steel, simultaneously surrounding and attempting to cut Xiuyu's head off. However, Xiuyu's strength was evidently no less than theirs as it began to flee at an alarming speed. Xiuyu, charge into the sky and take out one first, Wu Chen commanded sharply. Xiuyu immediately turned around swiftly, its feathers covered with a layer of green airflow, which greatly increased its speed. It quickly distanced itself from the others, then swooped down after making a spiral motion to lock onto one of the long-beaked large birds. Descending rapidly, its massive eagle claws stretched out like giant iron hooks, catching hold of the bird's right wing instantly and tearing into it. Ripping claw. The ripping claw caused a surge in force, digging deeply into the flesh. As Xiuyu ascended suddenly, the bird let out a piercing cry as its right wing was completely torn off. The fate of the bird that lost its right wing was predictable. It plummeted from the sky and shattered into pieces upon impact. With the loss of their companion, the remaining 2 long-beaked large birds were now visibly panicked. Realizing they weren't a match for this fierce predator, they both hastily turned and fled towards their nest. Of course, Xiuyu wouldn't let them reach the nest so easily. Wu Chun was still suspended in midair. While the 2 long-beaked birds were engaged by Xiuyu, Wu Chun took the opportunity to return via the narrow path on the mountain waist using a rope and started running downhill. As for the skylark nests, Wu Chun didn't even glance at them. These skylarks were cowardly, weak, and had absolutely no value, not even worth touching their eggs. Even those who dared to squawk incessantly but refused to attack were simply swatted away by Wu Chun with a slap. Recalling Xiuyu, Wu Chun quickly descended down the trail to leave, preparing to go back down the mountain since there wasn't anything left for him to linger for here. Chapter 29, Mall activated. Ding. The 7-day sign-in system has ended. Congratulations to the host for passing the beginner phase. From this moment on, the mall function is officially activated and can be checked in the system panel. Generating the mall interface. Activating the first interface, beginner recommendation interface, refreshed every 3 days. The second interface will open after the host breaks through to a higher stage of the Lingwu realm. Ding. A new task is released. Host, we have detected a pet egg nearby containing strong fluctuations, which might be helpful to you. This task was randomly triggered by the system, and the host may choose not to complete it. Triggered task, obtain the young of the 3-tailed firefox. Reward, a mysterious intermediate skill secret manual. Upon hearing that he had a new task to capture a spirit pet egg, Wu Chen became quite interested. Just this morning, the 7-day sign-in system finally came to an end. Among the rewards, the 6th sign-in reward was Substitute Puppet *1, and today's morning reward turned out to be Pokemon Pokeball *1. Substitute Puppet, a wondrous ancient lost soul substitution technique. Just drip your own essence blood onto the puppet's chest, and it will substitute for you when encountering life-threatening danger. Your real body will then teleport up to 100 meters from its current location. This item does not care about the opponent's strength and works with a 100% success rate. Pokemon Pokeball, made in the Pokemon world and adapted by the system rules to the rules of this world. It can be used without occupying the space allocated for spirit pets to capture extra spirit pets. Captured spirit pets have no mental connection with the host unless the host actively releases them. Otherwise, they will obey the host's commands unconditionally from the bottom of their hearts. Note, capture success rate each time is only 50%. The system was indeed generous. Even during the rookie sign-in period, it gave such powerful treasures. No need to mention the substitute puppet. It's truly a life-saving device. With it, at least Wu Chun has gained an extra life. As for how effective it is to use, Wu Chun wasn't stupid enough to test it out using his life. As for the second Pokemon Pokeball, it was incredibly cool. Has the system watch Pokemon as well? But the effect of the Pokemon Ball made Wu Chun very excited, allowing him to capture one extra spirit pet without taking up the space for his existing ones. It was simply a boon. Who knows? More spirit pets not only imply stronger capabilities for spirit pet trainers, but, at least currently, offer far more flexible combination options. At least if Wu Chun had one more spirit pet, it would greatly help him in obtaining Qing Shantown's recommendation quota, and he'd definitely have the confidence to defeat anyone and secure the recommendation spot. He had been out for 3 days now. Calculating the timeline, 5 days later should be the start of the Qing Shantown recommendation spot battles. Even though there are not many minor families in the entire Qing Shantown, just about a dozen or so, who would willingly let precious spots be snatched by others. You must know, entering the Flame City Junior Spirit Pet Trainers Academy implies at least the potential emergence of a talent within the family. If one can excel in the academy, there's even a possibility to find employment in Flame City after graduation and get acquainted with many prestigious individuals of Flame City. Isn't this a heaven-sent opportunity for these small families? As long as a family has a youth of appropriate age who has become a spirit pet trainer, they would allow him to participate. At this age, becoming a spirit pet trainer isn't easy. Though the Wang family seems to have a deep background, relying on Wang Liang as a support system, their rise is too recent. They managed to seize a bloodline spirit talisman from Wu Chun to allow Wang Li to break through, and they're still far inferior compared to some families in the town with centuries-old legacies. More cards to play would certainly be better. There's still 5 days left anyway. Wu Chun immediately said, "I'll take it." At the same time, Wu Chun excitedly and anxiously opened the highly anticipated mall system. Sure enough, apart from tasks and storage, the Super Evolution System interface added a mall icon. After Wu Chun clicked on the icon, a rectangular interface popped up, marked Beginner Recommendation Interface, updated every 3 days. A series of icons instantly listed all sorts of system items recommended for the day, followed by detailed descriptions of each item. Low-level healing medicine rapidly heals all wounds on the flesh. Best effects for bronze 5th stage or lower spirit pets. Exchange points *5. Basic Cure Spring simultaneously restores stamina and injuries with excellent effects. Best results for bronze 5th stage or lower spirit pets. Exchange points *10. Low-level Demon Grain speeds up recovery and enhances endurance for spirit pets. Most effective for bronze 5th stage or lower spirit pets. Exchange points *5. Spiritual Cleansing Energy-based recovery skill. After purchase, instantly restores 50% of the spirit pet trainer's spiritual power, effective only on Lingwu Realm spirit pet trainers. Exchange points *10. Only 4 items were listed on the current beginner recommendation interface. All of them drugs that restore stamina and heal injuries for spirit pets, as well as recover the spiritual power for spirit pet trainers. These items were indeed very basic. After checking the details of each item's effects, Wu Chun was particularly pleased. The system's products are undoubtedly top-notch. The so-called healing medicines used by Wang Hu on Blood Rain can only stop bleeding at best. However, their recovery effect is extremely slow, requiring extensive application. In contrast, the system's products take effect instantly and would even outperform similar types in real life. Most importantly, as long as I have enough exchange points, I can purchase anytime and anywhere. This was what most excited Wu Chun. During a fight, losing focus is often a big taboo. For example, if his stamina or mental strength were completely drained during combat, he couldn't afford to lose the ability to perform secret techniques when fighting. However, now, he could instantly exchange and restore these. In essence, as long as he had sufficient exchange points, Wu Chun could theoretically be almost unbeatable in battle. After all, system products existed between reality and virtuality. He didn't even need to physically retrieve anything. Just with a single thought, they would activate for use. Imagine Wu Chun participating in official battles where the use of healing medicine was forbidden. Even under such conditions, wouldn't he still easily beat his opponent into submission? Wu Chun felt very satisfied. But, I don't have any exchange points yet. Over the next few days, it seems not only do I need to search for the egg of the three-tailed firefox, but more importantly, I need to accumulate some exchange points. Wu Chun made up his mind while looking at his 0-point exchange balance. System, where should I go to find this three-tailed firefox? The task location needed to be clarified clearly. Otherwise, Wu Chun wouldn't just blindly wander around without direction. Fengqi Mountain wasn't a place where anyone could casually roam. Wu Chun also didn't think that because Blood Rain reached the 4th stage, he already had the capital to be arrogant. It was common knowledge here that there were many 3rd and 4th tier beast monsters. Even 5th and 6th levels might exist. Colliding with some powerful monsters' territory due to aimlessly roaming around like a headless fly could end badly. Not even spirit pet trainers with 8th tier spirit pets dared to wander randomly in Fengqi Mountain, where numerous silver rank beasts were rumored to inhabit. Reporting to the host, moving forward 700 meters will bring you to a valley inhabited by many species of monster beasts. The host will need to personally search inside. Wu Chun nodded, indicating he understood, then let blood rain ascend to the skies. He quickly moved toward the location indicated by the system. Chapter 30. The Firefox Tribe. Wu Chun found himself getting deeper and deeper into the western part of Fengqi Mountain. Fengqi Mountain is vast, a continuous mountain range. The forest in this section is called Fengqi Forest, but it stretches endlessly, harboring an unknown number of powerful and rare magical beast races. At least since Wu Chun stepped into this valley, Xiuyu's warnings never ceased. Looking up, one could see fiery red birds circling in the sky, landing on the 10,000-foot cliffs on both sides of the valley. Plants, no matter which world, are always the most resilient race, with thick vines covering the rocky mountainsides. There were also some trees that prefer to grow where spiritual energy gathers at lofty peaks. However, none could tell whether within the dense green sea of vines, there lay traps set by plant-type magical pets waiting for the large birds resting on the cliffs to come closer. The sound Wu Chun liked most here was the melodic chirping of the K-Ling bird. It was very pleasant to listen to. This was a highly auspicious bird, whose chirping had a faint soothing effect on emotions. But for beast tamers who revere strength, this had little attraction. By comparison, the two massive creatures lying on the rocks glaring at Wu Chun seemed far more dangerous. These were two unicorns lizard beasts. Creature, unicorn lizard beast. Attribute, beast. Type, unevolved. Skills, charge, tongue strike, corrosive acid, ripping claw. Potential, high bronze rank. Lineage, none. Level, bronze 4th tier. Condition, healthy. These two were bronze 4th tier unicorn lizard beasts. Unfortunately, these were carnivorous hunting beasts. Each of them, including their tails, was over 7 meters long. They had bulbous chins, eyes glowing with dark yellow brilliance, turning like glass balls. Their gaze locked onto Wu Chun from the moment he appeared. Compared to them, Wu Chun's small frame was just enough to be swallowed whole in one bite. And another unicorn lizard beast looked eagerly towards Xiuyu circling in the sky, as if it wanted a change of taste. Wu Chun didn't pay much attention to these two unicorn lizard beasts because, judging by Xiuyu's surveillance, the Firefox tribe lived in this area. It couldn't be wrong. Xiuyu, take care of them. Wu Chun observed their robust bodies and quietly retreated. Xiuyu, defending her master, first initiated the strike. Accelerated by airflow and empowered by a treasure weapon, she descended like a black sword splitting through the air. Her target was the nearest unicorn lizard beast to Wu Chun. The unicorn lizard beast paused, then focused its attention on the sky. This kind of overconfident flying prey was nothing new to it. In fact, such big-bodied unicorn lizard beasts fed on land-dwelling insectoid magical beasts and flying creatures from the sky. Their tongues could launch to astonishing heights, striking enemies in an instant. Once confirming that Xiuyu was within range, it suddenly opened its mouth wide, and its tongue, spring-like, shot towards the sky. It extended 12 meters instantly, almost ready to hit the Xiuyu who offered itself up. But Xiuyu was cunning, sharply changing direction mid-air. She continued her dive. Before the unicorn lizard beast could retract its tongue, it suffered a ranged attack from Xiuyu's feather arrows. Sharp feathered wings rained down like steel knives, forcing the unicorn lizard beast to hastily dodge. Wu Chun shook his head, realizing though Xiuyu's power could easily suppress these two unicorn lizard beasts while having the aerial advantage for remote attacks, without impactful strikes, the efforts would merely waste time. Feather arrows were a ranged attack. Since they attacked in a radius, their destructive force lacked the pure power of something like ripping claw, simply opening a few blood holes on the lizard beasts, nowhere near severe injuries. If only Xiuyu could grasp the higher-level skills of the Iron Feather Hawk clan, and even the wind-related abilities mastered by the Great Wind Eagle race, Wind Blades, she could then use distant attacks to precisely lock down targets, enhancing her destructive power enough to achieve instant kills of lower-tier beings. Wind Blade is usually a skill grasped by adult Iron Feather Hawks. Though Xiuyu hasn't reached that age, her physical abilities and strength have already achieved that level, with even a trace of Storm Eagle bloodline, presenting a significant chance for comprehension during battle. The key is still about cultivating Xiuyu's understanding of ranged attacks, promoting self-genetic potential development. Thus, Wu Chun did not rush to kill these two unicorn lizard beasts with decisive measures, but allowed Xiuyu to continuously shoot cold arrows in the sky, harassing and wearing down the two colossal beasts. This added wounds and drained their stamina. Eagle Strike could not be used continuously as it required a cooldown period during which the Iron Feather Hawk had to absorb wind elements from the heavens to accelerate, a process that took about 5 minutes. When Xiuyu initiated the second Eagle Strike, the two brainless unicorn lizard beasts attacked again, only for their strikes to be skillfully evaded by Xiuyu's advanced dodging abilities. Then followed Ripping Claw, which tore open the flesh on the back of one of the beasts, causing it excruciating pain. Great job, Xiuyu. Over the next few days, our main focus will be training your agility in battle and mastery of wind-based skills, hoping you can soon grasp the Wind Blade technique. Wu Chun wasn't rushing to complete the task. He valued more Xiuyu's response, evasion, and aerial combat skills enhancement in battle over the task rewards, considering these to be his foundation for future battles. No matter when he would tame a second magical pet, Xiuyu remained his primary pet with whom he shared the deepest connection. Therefore, Wu Chun emphasized the importance of strengthening Xiuyu's capabilities. Under Xiuyu's crafty and composed harassment, the two colossal creatures quickly exhausted their strength, providing Xiuyu the chance to tear through both of their heads with her ripping claw. As Wu Chun busied himself cutting open the heads of the unicorn lizard beasts to extract the spirit cores, Xiuyu landed on the ground with pride, emitting an aloof call, seeking Wu Chun's approval. Good, 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 you're the best. Remember this, Xiuyu. No matter whether you're at an advantage or not, always stay calm in battle. First ensure your own safety, then find the enemy's weak point to attack. This way, efficiency will be higher. For example, in the first encounter, you deviated your ripping claw. If you'd struck its head directly, it would have been dead instantly instead of wasting 3 minutes of your stamina. So remember, vision is crucial. Once the opportunity arises, immediately use your acceleration skill to attack the vital areas. Understood. After securely storing the spirit cores, Wu Chun thoroughly educated Shuiyu. Shuiyu obediently indicated she understood. The next goal is the fire fox tribe living in those caves over there. Didn't you say you saw fiery red foxes peeking out? Go investigate. Let's cautiously bypass them. Shuiyu ascended to scout, while Wu Chun carefully approached the rock wall about dozens of meters away, hiding behind rocks as he observed a cluster of stone cave dwellings in the valley. There were about 7 or 8 stone caves of various sizes, all located underground at the base of the mountain. The concept of family was highly valued among the fire foxes. Being members of the same race, the fire foxes naturally trusted their own family members the most, with each cave housing just one family of fire foxes. Sometimes these foxes would even skirmish over food. From a distance, Wu Chun watched carefully as the fire foxes peeked out, while the system in his mind began to scan and analyze. Chapter 31. 6-stage three-tailed fox. Creature, fire fox. Attribute, beast, fire. Type, unevolved. Skills, flame claw, fire breath, tail strike. Potential, high bronze. Bloodline, none. Rank, bronze 2nd stage. Status, healthy. Though the fire fox race belongs to the beast system, it is endowed with a natural talent for fire element forces. In fact, the beast system is the most complex one among all systems, and pure elemental creatures are extremely rare. Most of them are element-born spirits like the widely known fire sprites, snow sprites, water sprites. However, many mystical beasts in the beast system possess not only beast powers, but also elemental powers as well. Of course, if we were to compare their pure elemental power, they wouldn't measure up against the elemental spirits. But the combination of destructive beast powers and the supernatural forces of the elemental system creates the mainstream pet choice for many mystical pet trainers. Moreover, if you want your mystical pet's elemental power to be more refined, feed it more corresponding energy crystals, or enhance its elemental skill power using treasures from the heavens and earth to promote its evolution towards a stronger elemental mystical creature. The fire fox absolutely is the most loved pet type for most mystical pet trainers who are still in the initial stages because the overall strength of the fire fox is very balanced. In terms of beast power, its attack speed and agility aren't weak. In terms of elemental destruction, its flame skills are quite troublesome. Also, the size of the fire fox is rather petite. Juvenile fire foxes resemble cats, are adorable, and have an air of helplessness. They possess brilliant fiery red fur and bushy tails. This is practically the kryptonite for countless girls. Therefore, the value of fire foxes in the mystical pet market is relatively high. Wu Chun has heard that at the mystical beast selling shop in Green Mountain Town, the price of a juvenile fire fox can reach as high as 500 soul crystals, and it's generally a situation of having a price, but no goods available, since they are hard to capture. Not for any other reason, just because the fire fox clan moves stealthily, often migrating, and each fire fox operates as a family unit, necessarily having adult fire foxes guarding them. If it's a small clan, it would be even more extraordinary, gathering many fire fox families, and within this clan, there must exist a fox leader that has evolved into a three-tailed fire fox. And the strength of the three-tailed fire fox is generally above the 5th stage of bronze level. Even if a mystical pet trainer had 2 mystical pets at the 5th stage of bronze level, how many mystical pet trainers would dare to provoke bad luck? After all, this is an entire clan where numbers alone could overwhelm. You see, even Wang Li's juvenile blood wolf, whose price was at most 300 soul crystals. Wang who scraped the bottom of his resources, a single firefox offspring could possibly sell for a high price of 500 soul crystals. Money stirs hearts. Wu Chun wasn't only thinking about whether he could manage to get the offspring of the three-tailed fire fox, but also consider acquiring a few fire foxes for sale. This could be a windfall. As for the three-tailed fire fox offspring, needless to say, Wu Chun definitely intended to make it the second mystical pet in his contract. The talent and strength of the three-tailed fire fox belong to the upper echelons among mystical beasts, which are seldom seen even in Phoenix Roosting Mountain. At least, the talent and strength surpass those of Blood Rain. Of course, now that Blood Rain has acquired the bloodline of the Storm Eagle, should it have the good fortune to evolve into a Storm Eagle, it would be on par with the three-tailed fire fox without question. Naturally, the most important thing about mystical pets is to look at their growth potential and whether they have special bloodlines. If the growth potential is high-stage bronze, it's difficult for them to transcend this level. They would remain at best bronze-level mystical beasts. However, if the growth potential is silver, then it's different. This means that, provided with sufficient resources, they would almost inevitably reach the silver level. Wu Chun wanted to observe the strength of this fire fox clan, so he sent out Blood Rain to intimidate them. It would be best to lure out the leader of the three-tailed fire foxes. Only then could Wu Chun better observe his abilities. After all, thanks to his system, by scanning, Wu Chun could clearly see the strength and growth potential of all mystical pets. This is the greatest difference between Wu Chun and other mystical pet trainers. Because in this world, the growth potential of a mystical pet can only be checked after it has been contracted, or through an expensive testing item, requiring physical contact with the pet. The appearance of Blood Rain immediately startled the Firefox clan, as one by one adult firefoxes emerged from their dens, making 11 in total. This already shows that some of these firefoxes live in pairs, while others remain single. Their strength indeed revolves around the 4th stage, totaling 11 4th stage firefoxes. This almost scared Wu Chun to death. Even if he had only Blood Rain as a 4th stage mystical pet, a mystical pet trainer possessing a 6th stage bronze level mystical pet would face this situation only by running away. What made Wu Chun most solemn was the most robust, streamline-bodied male fox. Its fur was a more fiery red, while its 3 bushy tails swayed, bringing with it an aura of power. A pair of cold eyes stared intently at Blood Rain in the sky. This was the leader of the three-tailed fire foxes. Creature, three-tailed fire fox. Attribute, beast, fire. Type, first evolution, fire fox, three-tailed fire fox. Skills, flame claw, flame emission, flaming tail. Potential, silver tier. Bloodline, 9-tailed fox, diluted. Rank, bronze 6th stage. Status, healthy. After seeing the information, Wu Chun's eyes widened, and he exclaimed in shock as if his mouth was on fire. I swear. Damn it, this three-tailed firefox is actually at the bronze 6 stage. Holy crap, Wu Yu could only fight from the air, where they couldn't harm each other. If it came to a direct confrontation, there would be no doubt that this three-tailed firefox could easily obliterate Blood Rain, no matter what treasure it carried. A 2-stage difference in strength cannot be easily bridged by treasures alone. Blood Rain doesn't even have the confidence to suppress a 5th-stage bronze-level mystical beast, let alone a 6th-stage one. Wu Chun dared not risk the life of his own soul-bound pet carelessly. Looks like I'll need to think this through carefully. Cold sweat immediately broke out as Wu Chun cursed the system internally for its ridiculousness. How could a random task be so brutally unfair? A clan led by a bronze 6th-stage mystical beast. My task is even to steal the strongest leader's offspring. This is way too challenging. But since the task had already been accepted, the system naturally didn't bother with him anymore. Complete it, and you get rewarded. Fail, and you lose your reward. As someone who longed desperately for rapid power growth, Wu Chun wouldn't easily give up, just because the challenge ahead seemed insurmountable. After some consideration, Wu Chun decided to try the same strategy of luring them out once more, but first, he needed to figure out when this Firefox clan went hunting. He couldn't believe that this three-tailed fox wouldn't leave its den to find food. And how could it possibly take the whole family along for hunting? There had to be an opportunity somewhere. Thus, Wu Chun found a convenient observation spot on a slanted cliff face opposite their location. He had Blood Rain dig a small cave entrance big enough for him to fit into, then retracted Blood Rain, and stayed there day and night, watching over the scene. Perhaps Wu Chun currently lacked the strength to fight head-on, but that didn't matter. Hunters excel at finding vulnerabilities. Even when targeting a large rhino in the past, Uncle Wong could hide quietly in a dirt pit with Wu Chun for days without uttering a single word. Wu Chun was waiting now. That's the best quality and patience of a true hunter. Chapter 32. Shock. Wu Chun finally waited for the opportunity to come. As he had expected, this small group of firefoxes also needed a great amount of food, even though he could not accurately know which dens contained it. But at least there must be young firefoxes in the cave of that three-tailed firefox. The authority of the three-tailed firefox leader was apparently very strong, as all the firefoxes were led by it. Wu Chun observed for an entire day and night. The three-tailed firefox would lead 7 male adult firefoxes out during the early morning and afternoon to hunt thousands of meters away on the other side of the valley, where another race, the Savage Boar clan, lived. However, their target wasn't the gigantic Savage Boars, but rather the mysterious rabbit clan that liked to live together with the Savage Boars. Savage Boars appeared ferocious, but they were actually herbivorous animals, generally very gentle. Moreover, the area occupied by Savage Boars was the most lush grassland forest region of the whole valley. Therefore, the three-tailed firefoxes would capture these mysterious rabbits as food. If they happened upon a lone Savage Boar, it was not impossible for them to successfully surround and kill one, then drag it back for a feast. They chose to move early in the morning and during the intense afternoon sun because early in the morning, the Savage Boars were still resting, as were the mysterious rabbits, making it the best time for hunting. In the afternoon, the lazy Savage Boars, influenced by high temperatures, would fall into drowsiness, resting in the grasslands. This was also when the sun was strongest, coinciding with the most powerful time for the fire element in the world. At this time, the power of the fire attribute used by the Firefox clan could increase by at least 20%. Thus, this was the most suitable time to launch a sneak attack and prey on mysterious rabbits and Savage Boars. There were also various bird species and even stork-rat clans around. After careful consideration, Wu Chun felt that the early morning was also his best time to act, when only 4 female foxes remained guarding the den. Although the female foxes were all powerful at the 4th rank, dealing with them would be much easier than facing the 7 terrifying male foxes led by the three-tailed fox. Moreover, in the early morning, the humidity was very high, suppressing the fire attribute strength of the fire foxes, which was extremely beneficial for Wu Chun. By the time of the blood rain, likely a metaphor or character's action, Wu Chun thought it would be best to lure the 4 female foxes out. Then he could quickly enter the fox den and steal the young three-tailed fox. Just like that, Wu Chun waited until the first streak of dawn just revealed itself at the horizon. On schedule, Wu Chun opened his eyes, having awaited this moment for a long time. He quickly used water from his storage ring to drink and wash up, ensuring his alertness, then continued observing the fox den. Sure enough, before long, the strong and graceful three-tailed fire fox stepped out of the cave first, issuing a low and authoritative fox cry. Other male foxes soon emerged from the den. Under the leadership of their chief, they exchanged glances briefly and then carefully moved off into the distance. A spark lit in Wu Chun's eyes. Great opportunity. But Wu Chun did not rush out. Foxes are very cunning creatures, so he had to ensure they had indeed gone far enough. It took 2 full minutes, with no sign of their return, before Wu Chun started to make his move. First, he slid down along the rope fixed to the mountain wall to the ground. Then, cautiously, he hid himself behind a huge rock less than 30 meters away from the entrance. To avoid being detected by smell, Wu Chun specially smeared himself with a kind of paste made from crushed flower powder to cover his scent, giving him a faint floral fragrance. Shuiyu, blood rain. Lure them out. Shuiyu swiftly ascended into the air and then hovered near the cave entrance following Wu Chun's command, firing arrows made of feather at the rocks outside the fox den. The sound of steel like feathers hitting the rocks was not deafening, but it crackled audibly. Almost instantly, the 3 female foxes darted out. Their eyes locked onto Shuiyu flying proudly in the sky, showing expressions of anger. Opening their mouths, streams of flame erupted towards Shuiyu in the sky. However, despite the strength of the flames, their range was no more than 5 meters, whereas Shuiyu was swirling in the air 10 meters above, continuing to shoot feathered arrows. Although these foxes were annoyed, realizing they couldn't hurt Shuiyu, they decided to ignore it and return to the den. But Shuiyu wouldn't stop bothering them. Even after they returned to the den, it kept shooting feathered arrows, provoking the foxes. And to further incite their killing intent, Wu Chun specifically let Shui Yu hover about 10 meters above and sometimes even lower itself to within a meter of the cave entrance, firing arrows into the den. This completely infuriated them. The three female foxes angrily charged out together, chasing after Shui Yu and spewing flames as they leaped. Shui Yu skillfully avoided them, continuing to fly 10 meters low and away, while the female foxes seemed enraged and chased on foot. Seeing his chance, Wu Chun immediately moved. Blood rain. Shui Yu could at most hold them off for 3 minutes. These foxes were very smart. Once they realized they couldn't harm Blood rain, they might guard the cave entrance tightly and refuse to leave, even waiting right there at the mouth of the den. If Shui Yu went low, it might get killed easily because the fire foxes were extremely fast on land as well. Then, there would be no way to lure them out again. Seeing the three vixens run far away, Wu Chun wasted no time and sprinted towards the den of the three-tailed fire fox. Although there might be pups in other fire fox dens too, Wu Chun couldn't afford to waste time with his limited window. He had to find the three-tailed fire fox cub as quickly as possible and then make a getaway. Otherwise, the crazed vixens returning would tear him into pieces, and the three-tailed fire fox would chase Wu Chun to the ends of the earth upon its return. By then, trying to leave this barren land with a little fox would just be a pipe dream. The moment Wu Chun rushed into the den of the three-tailed fire fox, the excitement on his face instantly turned into horror. It was not for anything else, but because, inside the cave, there was another vixen lying on a fox nest made of dry hay, staring at Wu Chun with icy, bloodthirsty eyes. What the hell? There's another one. Wu Chun immediately felt a chill running from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. No matter how many plans he'd made, he hadn't anticipated that there would be one more vixen who didn't fall for the trick, guarding the den like death, and she happened to be the spouse of the three-tailed fire fox. The vixen slowly rose from the nest, swaying slightly as if weak. It was then that Wu Chun noticed 3 palm-sized adorable little foxes curled up in the haying nest beneath her. Their tiny eyes seemed newly opened, and upon seeing their mother suddenly leave, they playfully fumbled around their siblings, their small paws wobbling as they attempted to follow their mother, but couldn't even crawl out of the grass nest. Wu Chun had completely run out of time to think further because this vixen bared her fangs, and in an instant leaped toward him like a bolt of lightning, opening her mouth to lunge and bite. Prison of Earthlight. Fortunately, Wu Chun reacted quickly, instantly rolling to avoid this terrifying strike and immediately casting a mental secret technique. A burst of earthy yellow power instantly formed a 3-meter-wide energy cage around Wu Chun, enclosing him within the prison. However, at this very moment, Wu Chun's heart was pounding wildly, cold sweat drenching his forehead as he stared at the soon-to-go mad she-wolf. At this point, who cared about who was trapped? It was already good enough just to survive. Damn it. Chapter 33, Escape. Wu Chun did not expect that there was a mother fox in the cave that had just given birth. Although this mother fox looked very weak, Wu Chun didn't doubt that it could bite his head off with one bite. Underestimated. Before Wu Chun could think more, the mother fox angrily slapped the energy cage outside Wu Chun with her claws, shaking the cage and almost causing it to collapse. The light prison is indeed a mid-level secret art, but the mental power consumed to maintain such an art is extremely terrifying. Even with Wu Chun's ever-growing mental power, he could barely support it for a minute. The more the mother fox attacked, the more mental power was drained, and Wu Chun had to find a way to escape within a minute, otherwise he would be doomed. Blood Rain knew its master was in trouble and dared not approach at a low altitude because its task was even more arduous. If the 3 mother foxes came back, Wu Chun would be done for completely. At this moment, the mother fox began to ram into the cage ferociously again and again. Its saliva-dripping foul mouth and teeth made Wu Chun feel a chill all over for the first time. Of course, Wu Chun wasn't entirely without countermeasures. When the mother fox charged again, Wu Chun suddenly canceled the barrier of the light prison and threw out a handful of powder. The mother fox instantly retreated in anger as her eyes got full of dust, emitting cries of pain while her steps became even more sluggish. Wu Chun rolled on the ground, narrowly avoiding a claw swipe from the mother fox by hearing her positioning. He then ran toward the fox den. Fortunately, Wu Chun had prepared well. He covered his nose and exhaled through his mouth, while earlier, among the powder he threw were chili powder, which caused immense pain, as well as a small bottle of powder Wu Chun scraped off the corpse of a hallucination flower demoness, which had numbing and hallucinatory effects. Although it was difficult to make a 4th-tier fire fox fall asleep, making it temporarily lose its attacking ability and vision proved highly effective. What a good opportunity. Wu Chun desperately sprinted towards the straw nest, his eyes gleaming as they locked onto the innocent young fire fox cubs under the system's scan, quickly able to distinguish which ones had the best potential. Organism, fire fox. Attributes, beast, fire, innate malevolent fire. Type, evolvable. Skills, bite, iron claw. Potential, silver level. Bloodline, 9-tailed fox diluted. Level unknown. Status, healthy. Wu Chun immediately spotted the best one among the 5 cubs, the only one to have perfectly inherited its father's genes and possessed the 9-tailed fox bloodline, whereas the other cubs didn't even show up, indicating their 9-tailed fox bloodline was diluted to the point of being negligible. 9-tailed fox. This was a world-renowned mystical beast in the 10,000 yuan world. It ranks high on the list of legendary beasts, every single one possessing the most supreme strength in heaven and earth, ruling all 10,000 beasts. Though commoners could only hear tales of such ancient mythical creatures, naturally, Wu Chun gave preference to the offspring of fire foxes with mythical beast bloodlines, and the little fox's unique properties also caught Wu Chun's interest. What does innate malevolent fire mean? Does this little fox have heat problems? Heat issues were irrelevant. Give him some cooling medicine, and that'd solve the problem. These thoughts flashed through his mind, and Wu Chun swiftly picked up the cub whose tiny eyes were fixedly staring at him and tucked it into his bosom. His back bristled with fear, prompting him to roll hastily as the mother fox leaped into the air, her sharp talons tearing through the sky. She emitted an angry, piercing cry and tore a massive claw mark into the innermost rock. Perhaps concerned about the aura of her cub, despite knowing that the intruder lusted after her children, she dared not launch a flame attack here, giving Wu Chun a chance to gasp for breath and desperately run towards the cave exit. The mother fox had already become dazed, but her inner fury compelled her to staggeringly chase Wu Chun, leaping distances of several meters, making Wu Chun perilously begin to zigzag. Just as they reached the cave entrance, blood rain swooped down rapidly from a distance. With the master and servant sharing the same thought, this was the best time to escape. Squeal! Blood rain emitted a shrill cry and resolutely dove downwards, even as the three mother foxes realized someone had infiltrated their lair. They began angrily intercepting blood rain's descent, spewing flames that blood rain ignored, knowing that if it failed to rescue its master promptly, the master would die. In the blink of an eye, blood rain descended 3 meters above the cave entrance, and Wu Chun, who had already escaped the cave, hesitated not at all and leapt upward. His hand was tightly clutched by blood rain's iron talons. With great wings, blood rain stirred up gusts of wind, ascending instantaneously. The next second, 2 intertwining flames passed beneath Wu Chun's feet, instantly burning his shoes. Wu Chun was drenched in sweat, his heart nearly jumping out of his chest, so close, so very close to disaster. When the 4 vixens realized their leader's child was in the hands of this thief, they immediately let out cries filled with both fear and fury, especially the weak mother fox, whose wail was the most tragic. They were relaying danger and information to the 3-tailed fox leader, calling for the male foxes to rush back. Unfortunately, it was all over. By the time the 3-tailed fox leader arrived, Wu Chun would have already been flown far away from the valley by blood rain, landing on a hill outside. Even with its current strength and size, blood rain was extremely exhausted after carrying Wu Chun for such a long flight. With tender concern, Wu Chun stroked its head and fed it a demon core before returning it to the pet space. The reason he didn't leave the area directly but instead stopped at a small hill outside the valley was twofold. First, blood rain had no more energy left. The struggle with 3 4th-tier fire foxes and the thrilling evasion and luring tactics had drained blood rain completely. Getting Wu Chun out of the fox den was already its absolute limit. Moreover, there would still be many beast demons along the way back. If blood rain couldn't stay in peak condition at all times, Wu Chun himself would face great danger later. Secondly, the scent perception of the fox demons was incredibly keen. Wu Chun wasn't sure if the crazed fire fox clan could track him down based on his trail. Even if he was unsure, he knew one thing for certain. The 3-tailed fox would never forgive the thief who took its cub. After careful consideration, Wu Chun allowed blood rain to rest, and then got busy himself. Wu Chun generally wouldn't take risks unless he had solid plans. Before acting, he had already anticipated this possibility, so he had collected pollen from many flowers to grind into perfume. Now, throwing away his old clothes and changing into a new set, he doused himself in perfume. He then dug a pit on the hill, lay down for a nap until dusk fell. By that point, even if the 9-tailed foxes went mad looking for him all day without results, they would have to return to the pack. They still needed to survive and care for their cubs. Then Wu Chun awakened blood rain, and they made their way back. On the road, every beast demon they encountered was mercilessly slaughtered. Besides collecting the demon cores, Wu Chun also accumulated redemption points. Ding! Killed a bronze tier 3 beast demon, gained 3 redemption points. Ding! Killed a bronze tier 2 beast demon, gained 2 redemption points. Chapter 34, Contractual Little Fire Fox. Exchange points accumulate rather quickly. As long as you defeat beast spirits, corresponding exchange points will be awarded based on their respective realms. Wu Chun tried exchanging for a portion of low-grade spirit food to replenish Shuiyu's stamina. Shuiyu is a carnivorous beast spirit, but not all beast spirits have to eat wild prey. One of the most basic skills a beast master must learn is how to make spirit food for young pets still in infancy. Making spirit food isn't difficult. It just requires chunks of wild animal meat mixed with herbs rich in nutrients and honey, all steamed together to produce a delicious meal for spirit pets. Spirit food is beloved by all beast-type pet spirits, whether they're adults or infants. Currently, Wu Chun doesn't have the conditions for making such food. Besides, though Shuiyu is young, due to Wu Chun's training, its strength has grown equivalent to that of an adult iron feather hawk. The nutrition provided by normal spirit food is negligible for it, merely useful for filling its stomach. In terms of nutrition and effect, the spirit food produced by the system is the best. After placing a head-sized piece of meat, which emitted a peculiar fragrance, in front of Shuiyu, Shuiyu immediately became excited and started pecking at it voraciously. Clearly, Shuiyu was very satisfied. The little fire fox in his arms was quite restless at first, having been separated from its mother. It felt strange and fearful toward Wu Chun. Revealing its tiny milk teeth which had only just grown, it stared fiercely at Wu Chun and then bit down hard on Wu Chun's arm. Even the offspring of beast spirits, despite being born just a couple of days ago, possess a biting force that Wu Chun struggles to withstand. Hence, he had long since put steel arm rings inside his sleeves. After the little guy bit for a while and realized it wasn't edible, its teeth began to hurt from the gagging, and it started pitifully licking Wu Chun's hand, wanting food. This little milk drinker was no match for Wu Chun's slyness. He deliberately starved it until it was uncomfortable. Only then did Wu Chun take 1/5 of the spirit food meant for Shuiyu and placed it in the palm of his hand to feed the little fellow. Clearly hungry, the little fellow pressed its head against Wu Chun's palm and swallowed large mouthfuls, eating sweetly. After finishing, its small belly was round and full, yet it still yearned for more, using its tender pink tongue to lick the leftover food particles on Wu Chun's palm, tickling him so much that he held the little fox's head to stop it from licking. Once it had eaten, all worries were forgotten. It didn't think about its parents anymore or why it ended up here. It simply fell asleep nestled in Wu Chun's embrace. Wu Chun carefully cradled it along the way. Spatial rings could only hold dead objects, and if Wu Chun wanted to store it, he would have to sign a contract. Originally, this was Wu Chun's intention. Such a fine-blooded beast with great growth potential was perfect as his second primary pet. The fire fox's strength and growth potential are both superior, and silver grade potential means that as long as resources are sufficient, it can fully grow to become a silver grade beast spirit. Wu excels in aerial attacks, but when it comes to dealing with ground beasts, it still falls short in some aspects. Little Fire Fox can exactly compensate for that. Having made his decision, Wu Chun chose to contract the Little Fire Fox. Contract Talisman? Does the system require such a low-level thing? According to the system's description, Wu Chun's contracting method would be entirely different from other beast masters. Other beast masters need to establish a contract in the pet's spirit sea to communicate telepathically, whereas Wu Chun only needed to infiltrate the beast pet's consciousness space with his own spiritual power. The system would automatically create the contract for him. Moreover, to ensure that the host wouldn't recklessly replace powerful pets, the system would only dissolve the bond if both parties agreed to cancel the contract. Little Fire Fox, will you be my second pet? I promise that in the future, I will help you surpass your father and become a more powerful beast, even so powerful that the heavens will tremble before you. Even though I am still weak now, do you agree to become my pet? Wu Chun's spiritual power intruded into the Little Fire Fox's consciousness sea. Perhaps because it was sleeping or maybe because the little guy, after eating the meal Wu Chun prepared, had already decided to rely on Wu Chun for soft meals. The system easily tied the two consciousnesses together. At the same time, Wu Chun's second pet space and the Little Fire Fox in his arms created a connection. In the next second, it was stored within the second pet space. A second contracted pet was born. Ring, random task completed, rewarding the host with the intermediate secret technique, Earth Listening Art. Earth Listening Art, a detection type intermediate secret technique. Beastmasters can add it to their ears and press them against the ground, detecting any movements within a 100-meter radius. Secret techniques for detection have always been highly sought after. No matter how strong one is, it's crucial to always keep track of the enemy's movements. This particular secret art may not be useful in everyday situations, and it's certainly embarrassing to crouch down in public to listen for sounds. However, in the wild, this technique becomes incredibly important. It allows Wu Chun to always know the movements of living creatures around him while remaining hidden, letting him anticipate danger ahead of time and prepare accordingly. Wu Chun returned to the Wu family village with bountiful gains before nightfall completely set in. Wu Chun is undoubtedly the greatest pride and support of the Wu family village. A beastmaster is always respected by commoners wherever they go. As expected, soon after arriving home, several servants from different families came knocking with invitations. Master Wu possesses extraordinary talent and remarkable grace. Defeating Wang Hu, that beastmaster scum, was truly a service to the people. Our master greatly appreciates you, Master Wu, and hopes you can visit our home in the next couple of days. We hope you'll grant us the favor. Our Lin family feels the same way. The young masters of our clan are all outstanding talents and wish very much to get acquainted with you, Master Wu. You must be planning to compete for a spot at the Flame City Beastmaster Academy this year, right? Perhaps our Lin family could be of help. Wu Chun looked at the humble faces of the servants without any change in expression. He had anticipated this scenario. The muscles he had flaunted might be able to threaten the Wang family, whose foundations were weak and who had offended him. But for the several century-old large families in Green Hill Town, what they valued more was his potential. These families have to expend enormous resources and effort to cultivate even one or two beastmasters. Rarely do they succeed in cultivating high-tier beastmasters. Among the younger generation, perhaps with great effort, they can push one or two members to participate in the academy placement competition, hoping more of their offspring can enter Flame City and expand their family influence. But judging from how Wu Chun could defeat Wang Hu's two third-tier beast pets with just a second-tier Iron Feather Hawk, they saw the emergence of a prodigious talent. They aren't like the Wang family, wishing Wu Chun would fail utterly. Having no grudge with Wu Chun, they'd much rather try to pull him into their family fold. After all, Wu Chun is publicly known to be an orphan, so even if he succeeds in the future, it's unlikely he will start his own family. But for these smaller families without outstanding offspring, a potentially boundless powerful individual like Wu Chun is highly attractive. This means that if they could draw Wu Chun in, there's a chance they might leverage Wu Chun's strength to allow their families to rise again. To secure the talents of the future, the families don't mind lowering their status to extend invitations. It's not embarrassing at all. Instead, all the major families are scrambling. Just counting the invitations, Wu Chun received 8. Among them were the 4 great families of Green Hill Town, except the Wang family. This carries deep significance, and it's possible the other families also want to use this opportunity to kick the Wang family out. Chapter 35, Visitor. Wu Chun had no intention of aligning himself with any family. This was a decision he'd made long ago, as he was essentially already reserved for someone else. His father's friend, an influential figure in the Yen City major family, had been supporting him financially and paying attention to him for all these years, regardless of whether it was out of sincerity or merely obligation. Without the backing of this unseen elder, it was uncertain if Wu Chun and Wu Qingfeng would even have survived until today. They might have been captured as slaves during the Wang family's first encroachment on their Wu family estate. This was a privilege of the nobility. As long as they paid symbolic wages monthly, who could complain? Who would stand up for a group of lowly peasants? Thus, even if Wu Chun were to join a family faction, he would only consider whether this elder would accept him, rather than caring about a small Qingshan town family. Perhaps these families were courting him due to his connections with the Yen City forces behind him, hoping to gain some favor through him. With the system aiding Wu Chun, he didn't need anyone's deliberate favoritism. Given time, Wu Chun would certainly grow stronger, just a matter of how fast or slow. So, Wu Chun declined each offer, agreeing only to show leniency toward the juniors of these families when the big competition came around. Although his words seemed arrogant, the young talents from the great families were no pushovers. So could they truly be sure of losing to Wu Chun? Still, this was at least a signal of refusing to join any faction but maintaining neutrality towards each faction. One shouldn't go too far when doing things. Since Wu Chun wasn't willing to create benefits for others, he'd ensure not to interfere with others' interests. After all, Wu Chun had lived 2 lifetimes, and his mind wasn't rusted yet. At least in this way, by the time he eventually left Qingshan town, these families would likely assist in taking care of the Wu family estate. This was what it meant to know how to act. Wu Chen's actions pleased these families. As for those that hadn't invited Wu Chen, like the Wang family, either they lacked the face to invite, or they were overly confident, such as the family of the town mayor, Wu Yuan. Mayor Li admired Wu Chen but planned to wait until after observing the selection battles before making a decision. Besides, he himself was the only Silver Ring class spirit pet master in the town, naturally brimming with confidence in his own descendants. Silver Ring class is another categorization for spirit pet masters. It means the master has reached a level of mental force called spiritual mist. Both contracted spirit pets don't surpass the silver class, and all are classified as level 1 spirit pet masters. If a spirit pet strength falls between stages 3 to 5, one is deemed a Chuji spirit pet master, low-level spirit pet master. A spirit pet strength between levels 6 to 8 qualifies the master as a Dongji spirit pet master, mid-level spirit pet master. Only a pet strength reaching bronze 9 levels allows the master to be termed as a Gaoji spirit pet master, high-level spirit pet master, and the top among level 1 spirit pet masters. However, should the owner manage to tame a silver class spirit pet and break through spiritual mist to reach spirit essence mentally, the Empire Spirit Pet Association will issue a silver bracelet upon completion of relevant procedures, such as referred to as a level 2 spirit pet master or silver ring high-end. The Li family dominated Qingshan town solely because Li Yuanshan owned a silver class beast, Ironback Golden Demon Ape. One silver class beast can easily beat more than 5 bronze 9 class beasts, showing the vast disparity in power. Yen City only grants 5 spots per year to Qingshan town. These 5 spots attract over a dozen families, but despite the many competitors, as long as one is below 17 years old, possesses mental force reaching spirit mist, owns a spirit pet, satisfying the basic requirements of being a primary level spirit pet master, one may register to participate. Wu Chen had carefully calculated the timing. He took a quick look at Uncle Wu, who was recuperating at home now. One of his legs was broken, and there were signs of skin corrosion, but his spirits were high. When he saw Wu Chen, he became agitated and wanted to get up immediately to carry Wu Chen back down. Dust boy, you're fine. I thought you had been harmed. It's good you're safe. Wu Chen said seriously. Uncle, stop saying nonsense. If it weren't for your help leading Wang Hu away from me, I might have died already. An approving Wu Guang said, I heard what happened to you, Dust Boy. You're the pride of our Wu village, just like your father Wu Qiu back then. Tiger father, no dog son. The outside world is vast. We rural folks can only wish you well. Uncle believes you'll surely enter Yin City. Just remember us hunters of Wu village who watched you grow up. The selection contest was still 2 days away. Wu Chen registered at the town hall. By then, the selection would still take place on the beast fighting platform, with everyone from the whole town attending, including instructors from Yin City's primary academy overseeing the process. Wu Chen was full of self-confidence. Even though Little Firefox was still in its juvenile stage and at most possessed combat abilities equivalent to a stage 1 spirit beast, Wu Chen still believed, with blood rain, he could secure a spot. When Wu Chen arrived home, he found a massive avian beast standing at the entrance of his house, and a sense of recognition welled up within him. This was a broad-backed bird, a variant bird species. Like the antelope horse that Wu Chen had brought back earlier, it was not particularly strong in combat, but possessed a docile nature, making it an ideal mount for carrying people or transporting supplies. These birds usually do not surpass the 3rd stage in strength, yet their backs are quite broad, capable of accommodating around 10 people, while also allowing cargo to be strapped on, thanks to their considerable strength. Sure enough, Wu Chen spotted a middle-aged man with a beaming smile, someone he knew very well. Uncle Yang. The man addressed as Uncle Yang greeted Wu Chen with kindness and admiration etched across his face. He bowed hurriedly and said, Master Wu, please don't make this humble servant feel unworthy. The master has heard about your deeds, and he is extremely impressed. He gave you the test of becoming a spirit pet master by capturing a spirit pet using only your own power within a month, and you completed it brilliantly. Even a spirit pet master who owns a stage 3 spirit pet is no match for you. Seeing Uncle Yang's face filled with astonishment and envy, Wu Chen wanted to explain, but Uncle Yang interjected. Everyone has their secrets. The master is very pleased with your talent. Hence, he has decided to send me here to escort you to our family estate. At that time, under his adopted last name nephew's identity, we will secure you a place in the Yin City Junior Spirit Pet Academy. This opportunity is something many young masters and misses in our clan vie for, but can never obtain. Clearly, the master holds you in high regard. It was then that Wu Chen asked, what you're saying is that you've come to take me away? That's correct. The master says that he has already prepared a place for you to live. Though far from the main family residence, it's better than you enduring hardships here. There will even be special servants attending to you. For a wild boy like himself, to have everything prepared so meticulously, all he had to do was go and lead a comfortable life, perhaps even tying his fate to a prominent family. Such an offer would leave anyone feeling ecstatic, almost dreamlike. But Wu Chen shook his head in refusal. With a gentle smile, he replied, thank him for recognizing me. However, I do not wish to trouble him too much, nor do I want our joining because of a mere academy spot to cause his family any resentment towards me. My spot shall be earned through my own merit. When the time comes for me to enter Yin City, I shall meet with Uncle then. Chapter 36, Selection Competition. The servant left, indicating that they would inform the uncle. Lu family of Yinqing was the family standing behind Wu Chen. Yinqing was a broader world, unlike Qing Mountain Town. Yinqing was a true imperial stronghold, governing towns and small cities of various sizes within a radius of 2,000 li. The number of strong individuals there was astonishingly high. In Qing Mountain Town alone, there were fewer than 100 pet beast masters in a single town. However, in Yinqing, at least 1/3 of the people on the streets were pet beast masters from all over and locals. Added to this, Yinqing had an elementary pet beast master academy established by the empire, hence its prosperity and flourishing state. The families in Yinqing were as numerous as cattle hairs. Any randomly chosen family wouldn't be inferior to those in Qing Mountain Town. However, even in such a bustling place, 5 colossal families still stood tall. Unlike those small families with only 100 years of history, any one of these 5 families had a lineage surpassing 1,000 years. A 100-year-old household gate, a 1,000-year-old noble family. Any family whose history surpassed 1,000 years while remaining prosperous was called a 1,000-year noble family. A family like this was something Wu Chun could not provoke. Moreover, Wu Chun did not want to face resentment or hostility from some members of this family just for a single slot. Since he had the capability and confidence to obtain the spot from Qing Mountain Town, why consume someone's favor? After all, the most important reason was that Wu Chun held significant secrets. The existence of the system was what allowed his rapid advancement. Entering prematurely now would be akin to handing over his life to others. Would it feel good to have every move under surveillance? How would Wu Chun grow stronger under such circumstances? If his strength inexplicably increased, it would merely invite suspicion. Wu Chun couldn't confirm whether the uncle was certainly a good person. After all, entrusted by his father and not being kin, how could Wu Chun dare to expose everything? Thus, it was better to stay in Qing Mountain Town and develop low-key first. Once he gained the power not to fear others' envy, he could meet them without worry. Wu Chun spent an entire day successfully imprinting and condensing the ear to the ground spiritual secret technique. Afterward, he trained the 2 pet beasts. Xiaoyu's strength improved very quickly. Being a 4th-stage beast, it required little effort from Wu Chun. His focus was still on Xiaohua the fox, which he attained only recently. Xiaohua was running around on the ground, happily chasing a butterfly after being fed and drinking well. Its sharp little claws would try to swipe the butterfly but kept missing, yet the little fox enjoyed playing immensely. Wu Chun grabbed Xiaohua by the head, pinching its furry ears, and seriously said, "Little guy, starting today, we are going to begin our special training. You're my pet beast, so your strength must keep up. If you only follow your parents and don't experience hardships, you'll find it hard to become a powerful pet beast. Willing to do it? Then lift your little paw." Looking into Wu Chun's serious eyes, Xiaohua's tiny eyes showed curiosity and confusion but still lifted its red and white little paw. Good. Let's start our first lesson then. Xiaohua's paws were still tender. There was only one method to rapidly enhance a pet beast's strength. Let it continuously train or battle. Beasts gain experience from battles and training, thus improving their abilities. Wu Chun pointed at a massive boulder in the distance and ordered, "Xiaohua, use your claws." Xiaohua immediately sprinted forward, then suddenly struck its small paws against the enormous rock. But it only left a faint white scratch. There was no way out. Xiaohua had been born not long ago and was too young. Its strength was between that of a wild animal and a first-rank beast. To improve, it had to first make its attacks impactful. Again, Xiaohua clawed again, still leaving only a white mark. Again. After more than 10 tries, blood streaks began appearing on Xiaohua's paws. The painful little fox looked back pitifully at its master, full of grievance. Wu Chun sighed. "Take a break, but training today cannot slack off. You must learn to control your attack power properly." He applied some medicine on Xiaohua's paws. With the robust healing power of beasts, the wounds healed as if nothing had happened in about 10 minutes. Wu Chun promptly instructed Xiaohua to continue scratching the rock. "Come on, Xiaohua, you can do it," encouraged Wu Chun. Xiaohua encouraged itself. Thus, every time the claws bled, they stopped immediately, applied medicine, rested, and continued. All morning, master and servant engaged in such rigorous practice. Xiaohua's prowess grew stronger and larger with each wound healing, meaning its claws became tougher. Tri-yipe. As Xiaohua's double claws swiped across, 2 claw marks half a finger deep finally appeared on the rock, and Xiaohua's aura became increasingly stable, more spirited, and exuding a ferocity that it hadn't possessed just a few hours ago. "Great. You've really mastered the use of your claws. Come, have something to eat." Wu Chun immediately handed over the beast food he had exchanged for Xiaohua. As soon as it saw the meal, the little fox excitedly pounced on the food, swallowing it greedily and displaying an expression of bliss. It was truly exhausted. But the results of half a day's hard work were rewarding. Xiaohua finally transitioned from ignorance to mastering its innate combat instincts, with the power of its claws now fully reaching the level of a rank 1 beast. Although it might not help Wu Chun significantly at the moment, the progress was astonishing. In 2 days, Xiaohua could potentially grow into a qualified rank 1 battle pet. Xiaoyu stood leisurely on the treetop, watching Wu Chun train Xiaohua with a sympathetic look. The selection competition would be held the day after tomorrow, and unless it ventured deep into Phoenix Perch Mountain, there wouldn't be any opponent capable of challenging Xiaoyu. Naturally, Wu Chun didn't have time, so Xiaoyu had it easy for now. Still, Xiaoyu wasn't idle. It had been ordered by Wu Chun to venture alone to the edge of the Phoenix Perch Mountain nearest to the Wu family estate to hunt beast pets. It didn't matter what level the beasts were. All that mattered was killing them, since every pet kill earned Wu Chun exchange points. Ding! Your pet Iron Feather Hawk has killed a rank 2 beast, gaining *2 exchange points. Ding! Your beast Iron Feather Hawk has killed a rank 3 beast, gaining 3 exchange points. Wu Chun's strength was now leagues ahead of Wang Hu. With Blood Rain being a rank 4, slaughtering rank 3 beasts was effortless. Time passed swiftly, and the much-anticipated selection competition in Qing Mountain Town finally arrived. On this day, small and large families of Qing Mountain Town gathered again at the Greenstone Plaza with their offspring. However, unlike previous gatherings, the place was surrounded so tightly that water couldn't seep through. Family patriarchs sat below the arena, flanked by their respective family guards. The crowd was kept 10 meters away. What drew the most attention on the arena was the high platform behind it, where 3 figures slowly took their seats. One was Wu Yuan, the town mayor of Qing Mountain Town, sitting in the middle. To his left was the black-robed masked enforcer from Flame City, and to his right was a kind-faced elderly man with a thin frame but sharp gaze. An event as significant as the selection competition required not only the personal presence of the town mayor, but also full supervision from mentors sent by Flame City. Even if these family heads hoped their offspring could secure spots, they wouldn't dare make a single misstep. Besides them, nearly all pet masters from Qing Mountain Town were present, either hiding among the crowd or representing various family factions. Wu Chun naturally arrived as well. Standing beneath the stage, He surveyed the lineup of the families present. Participants in the selection competition were mostly young members of these smaller families. It was almost impossible for commoners to become pet masters. A single blood spirit talisman cost a hefty price even in the market, let alone in Qing Mountain Town, where it would be snatched up by the major families as soon as it became available. This resulted in very few young pet masters like Wu Chun who lacked substantial background or resources. Chapter 37, Wang Liang. Wu Chun was also observing the various family factions present, representing the power base of the entire Qingshan town. Among them, the four most influential families in Qingshan town, Li, Lin, Huang, and Su, all had smiling faces. The young descendants who were participating in the competition stood behind their elders, scanning their surrounding opponents with an air of arrogance. Wu Chun also recognized several of them, as he was well known in Qingshan town as a little ruffian. He had grown up mixing with various rich second-generation kids, and he knew most of the participants quite well. Family Li, that's Li Zhanchang's grandson, Li Wendy, right? He was already a tier 1 pet master before I even obtained my blood spirit symbol. Wu Chun fixed his gaze on a boy who was coldly surveying the crowd, obviously exuding an air of superiority. As a descendant of the Li family and the grandson of the town mayor, Li Wendy had abundant resources at his disposal. Pet masters can form a contract once they are 16 years old, and Wu Chun knew that Li Wendy was a few months older than him. So, 3 months ago, it was rumored that Mayor Li gave him a silver-rated growth potential beast pet for contracting. Now, after 3 months with the Li family's support, his pet must have at least reached tier 3. And it wasn't certain whether he had formed a second contract. In these selection competitions, pet masters who have contracted 2 pets often gain an advantage. Although only 1 pet is allowed to participate in each battle and double control isn't permitted, having 2 pets means they can switch off in battles if their strength levels are close. This not only conserves energy, but makes it harder for opponents to predict their strategies. Behind him was his younger brother, Li Wenqing, who had also been developed by the Li family into a pet master with extensive resources. Given the depth of the Li family's capabilities, their brother's resources and powers, though not the strongest, were certainly among the top contenders present. If everything went smoothly, they would surely reserve 2 slots. The remaining 8 or 9 families, including the Lin, Huang, and Su families, were undoubtedly the most competitive ones. As for the Wang family, Wu Chun glanced over. The participant was a rather timid-looking youth, the son of another pet master. With Wang who deceased, this youth now led the Wang family and naturally received the resources necessary to train their own son. However, it was estimated that due to haste, the beast pet's strength wouldn't exceed tier 1, merely a minor competitor. Just then, Wu Chun suddenly noticed an unusual man among the Wang family faction. Dressed in white, he sat calmly in a chair while that middle-aged Wang family pet master respectfully stood behind him. Who was he? Suddenly, the man turned as if sensing someone watching him and locked eyes with Wu Chun. His eyes showed confusion, but the pet master beside him saw Wu Chun and immediately cast a glare filled with anger and icy hostility, hurriedly muttering something into his ear. Soon, the man's expression shifted. His eyes gleamed like those of an eagle as he stared at Wu Chun with a smile devoid of any real joy. It was a grimace without any warmth. Wu Chun's heart quickened slightly, yet he maintained a calm demeanor and casually withdrew his gaze. But inside, he was deeply startled. If his guess was correct, this man should be Wang Liang, the prodigy from the Wang family who had left the area and gained fame elsewhere. He was back. Was it because Wang whose death had drawn him back? Wu Chun's heart sank to its depths. It was clear that this Wang Liang would never let him go after learning about Wang whose demise. He might already be planning how to kill Wu Chun once the selection process concluded. He probably hadn't visited that mountain cave yet, and even if he did, there was no way he'd find out about Wu Chun unless informed, because the map Wu Chun had made was carefully hidden from Wang Liang. Despite this, Wu Chun felt immense danger. Being targeted by what seemed to be an advanced pet master was far from ideal. Gentlemen, I am Mayor Li Yuanshan. It gives me great pleasure to see our promising young generation gathered here today. For a pet master to grow quickly, exposure, resources, and some networking assistance are crucial. Our Qingshan town may just be a small place, but thanks to the Empire's generosity, we received 5 yearly quotas allowing 5 exceptional individuals to attend the Junior Beastmaster Academy in Yen City. However, spots are limited. Only the very best youths will earn these spots. Today, through one-on-one matches, we will select the top 5 participants to fill these slots, all under the supervision of myself and Director Wang from the Yen City Junior Beastmaster Academy, responsible for admitting new students. If there are no objections, I declare the selection competition officially commenced. Please, all contestants, gather on the preparation platform. Finally, it begins. From the Lin family faction, a youth in a blue robe grinned broadly and strode forward. At the same moment, Wu Chun included, a total of 15 registered participants stepped out from the crowd amidst the curious and appreciative gazes of many spectators. Among these 14 participants, the Li, Lin, Huang, and Su families all had 2 fighters each. Some smaller families contributed only 1, and there were even a few from wealthy merchant families. Ordinary merchants, however affluent, were still inferior to Beastmaster families. Most likely, their fathers had spent all their fortune on purchasing bloodline spirit symbols and catching beast pets for them. Wu Chun was certainly the most unconventional of the group because he was the only one without any background. And his recent life or death battle with Wang who in public also allowed a large number of Qingshan town residents to recognize him. Immediately, a chorus of shock and sighs rippled through the audience, which attracted curious stares from others toward Wu Chun, whose aloofness contrasted sharply with his cold demeanor. So he's Wu Chun? Li Wendy looked at Wu Chun with an air of curiosity mixed with disdain. In his eyes, people like Wang who were no better than dogs. The Li family had countless beastmasters who could easily thrash such minor figures. A person relying on minor connections or events to draw attention, if he ever met Wu Chun, would let the latter know what true strength meant. Meanwhile, some immediately approached him with warm enthusiasm. So you're Wu Chun? I've heard about your exploits, impressive. I really admire how firm you are. If we end up competing, I'll surely go easy on you. The straightforward greeting came from Lin Dong, the eldest son of the Lin family, completely oblivious to the sudden sour expressions among the Wang family members from afar. Wang Liang's face remained calm, his smile unchanged as he casually turned to the head of the Lin family and said, "What an interesting young man you have here." The Lin family wasn't afraid of emerging smaller clans like the Wang family, yet Wang family itself feared Wang Liang immensely. Their laughter seemed forced. "Too kind. My son lacks tact. We apologize if anything bothers you." Their friendly demeanor belied the private judgments each side made against the other. Wu Chen couldn't help but feel a slight liking towards this enthusiastic individual despite possibly being opponents. The Lin family's clan head had once extended an invitation to him, and Lin Dong appeared genuinely open-hearted. Should both be selected, it would indeed be worthwhile to establish a bond. Standing together on the podium awaiting the announcement. The first round competitors, Su Lai from the Su family versus Ma Xing. Chapter 38, The Earth Magic Bear. Su Lai confidently stepped onto the beast fighting platform. Who was Ma Xing? He had never heard of him and figured that he must be an illegitimate child from some insignificant minor family. In fact, Ma Xing was the son of Ma Fuhu from Greenhill Town. Ma Fuhu was a wealthy merchant in the area who had gone all out to secure his son a bloodline talisman and purchased a pet beast for him to change their family's history. There were quite a number of merchants like Ma Fuhu who all longed for their sons to excel so they could rise high into the ranks of the elite families. Only a clan with a powerful beast master could gain respect. This was the ultimate dream for those merchants. Once both parties are ready, summon your pet beasts. The referee, also a beast master, deactivated the energy barrier around the fighting arena and slowly retreated. Su Lai glanced at Ma Xing on the opposite side who looked fearful and sneered in disdain as he called, "Chi leopard." A flash of light illuminated the summoning circle and a 3-meter-long, 1.8-meter-tall sleek, agile red leopard-like creature appeared. This was a bronze tier 2 Chi leopard. Upon its appearance, it immediately locked onto the human figure across from it. On the other hand, Ma Xing frantically summoned his pet by saying, Flo sand rat, come out." A fat rat, only as big as a rabbit, appeared on the ground and nervously stared at the leopard beast across from it. So scared was it that it instinctively tried to hide behind Ma Xing, drawing contemptuous laughter from the audience. Chi leopard extreme shadow rush. The Chi leopard quickly began running, so fast that before anyone could blink, it had reached Ma Xing's side. Ma Xing cried out in terror, "Flo sand rat, Flo sand hole." The rat frantically began digging, forming a 5-meter radius quicksand zone around the hole, softening the soil. Immediately, the Chi leopard's legs sank into it. Su Lai smirked coldly and ordered, "Chi leopard, tail whip." The Chi leopard nimbly adjusted its body, its long tail snapping like a whip striking directly onto the Flo sand rat, hurling it off and causing it to convulse violently as it hit the ground. Flo sand rat. Ma Xing was in utter chaos and became even more terrified. The referee stated helplessly, "Flo sand rat has lost its battle capability. Su Lai wins. Please contestant Ma Xing prepare your second pet." I don't have a second pet," Ma Xing muttered dejectedly. "Therefore, I announce the winner to be Su Lai. The victor will return to the podium. The loser please leave the field." Seeing Su Lai win so easily in the first match, cheers filled the venue for Su Lai while Ma Xing drew ridicule. His father, among the crowd, was almost overwhelmed with shame, looking at his son in disappointment. The next match, Li Wenqing versus Pang Guang. As Li Wenqing, a representative of the Li family, was no ordinary individual either, his pet beast caught Wu Chen's attention. Creature, Thunderwolf. Attribute, Beast, Lightning. Type, Unevolved. Skills, Thunderous Charge, Ripping Claw Bite. Potential, High Bronze. Bloodline, None. Level, Bronze 3. Status, Healthy. Truly deserving of being part of the Li family, the first beast chosen was not only a Bronze 3, but also an extremely rare Thunderwolf. Although the race potential between Thunderwolves and Snowwolves is similar, the explosive power of the Thunderwolf surpasses the Bloodwolf, and its electrical power has the effect of momentarily paralyzing enemies. Hence, it's one of the stronger beast choices at this stage for level 1 beast masters. Indeed, the Li family displayed great generosity. Unsurprisingly, although Pang Guang performed better than Ma Xing and managed to hold on through gritted teeth, his stage 2 wood monkey offered neither agility nor strength against this arena setting and ended up being eliminated quickly. He then summoned his second pet beast, another low-potential fire lynx, which suffered greatly in direct confrontation, utterly crushed by Li Wenqing. Wu Chun watched very carefully. He held the greatest advantage over others due to a kind of cheating system. Since the system could scan information about beast pets, he not only knew the strength of the opponent's pet, but also every skill it possessed, thus giving Wu Chun the upper hand. More importantly, he could see the growth potential of each beast. A beast's growth potential, aside from being fixed by race, also had much to do with good genetics. For instance, Wu Chen's little firefox normally would just have high bronze potential, but being the cub of a 3-tailed firefox gave it silver tier potential. However, externally, it wasn't distinguishable because little firefox would only grow to look like its father when older and develop 2 tails, making it a 3-tailed firefox. Ordinarily, one would only know after signing a contract or detecting using a special item capable of assessing the pet's bloodline talent requiring a drop of the pet's blood for testing. Hence, it was hard for most people to contract powerful pet beasts. Even if elders helped capture these creatures for their families, it was still difficult to differentiate the talents of the pet beasts. But Wu Chun could easily find highly talented beasts. The next match, Lin Dong versus Wu Chun. Instantly, many people focused their attention on these two individuals. The head of the Lin family revealed a hint of nervousness, as he still believed that Wu Chun was a significant threat to his son. Wu Chun, with such an unfamiliar and seemingly background-less name, naturally piqued the interest of the seated clan heads, including the black-clad enforcer on stage and the town mayor, Li Yuan. Their astonishment from Wu Chen's last performance where he had overpowered Wang Hu in rank still lingered, but now they wondered if this young man could hold his ground against the offspring of these deep-rooted families. Haha, Wu Chun, who would have thought we'd truly become opponents? This is good though. I've heard you're strong, But I, Lin Dong, am not one to fall short of others. I won't give up this spot easily. Wu Chen nodded, remaining silent. Both participants prepare. Release your beast pets. The referee glanced at both of them before swiftly stepping off the arena. I won't hold back for you. If I lose to you, I'll only have a chance in the substitutes round. Out of 15 competitors, there were only 5 spots available. After eliminating pairs in the first round, one lucky contestant would skip directly to the next round, then 7 would advance. However, since the number wouldn't meet the requirement for the next round, another would be selected among the losers, bringing the count to 8, battling down to 4. Finally, another would be chosen from the losers based on demonstrated strength to secure the last spot. This was the selection process. Unfortunately, neither of them had drawn the lucky buy. Lin Dong immediately started summoning. Come forth, Earth Magic Bear. It was a 3-meter-tall ferocious beast, as broad and formidable as a wall, with pitch-black fur and fierce eyes that radiated power and aggression. Roar! As the Earth Magic Bear stomped its paw, the ground trembled violently. The other qualified youth spectators showed expressions of concern, recognizing the immense strength of Lin Dong's beast. Even against a 4th-tier beast, it could compete through brute force alone. None wanted to face Lin Dong in a direct confrontation. Still, the onlookers gleefully watched the situation unfold on the stage. They hoped for both fighters to end up equally injured. It would make for a more exciting spectacle. Creature, Earth Magic Bear. Attribute, Beast. Type, Unevolved. Skills, Ground Fracture, Fury, Ripping Claw. Potential, High Bronze Tier. Bloodline, None. Level, Bronze 3. Status, Excited. Chapter 39, Victory. There's no need to mention the strength of the Earth Demon Bear. It was a terrifying giant beast. The stage shook as if responding to its massive limbs like water buckets in motion. Lin Dong looked at his Earth Demon Bear with great pride. This was an exceptionally rare kind of beast, personally seized by the head of the Lin family and a group of powerful warriors from the nest of an adult Earth Demon Bear. Wu Chun, although I admire how far you've come on your own, the quota for Flame City is also important to me. It is something my Lin family must obtain, so I won't hold back against you. Lin Dong gazed at Wu Chun with a serious expression. You don't have to. I won't hold back either. In an instant, Wu Chun summoned, and the summoning array disappeared swiftly, revealing a mighty eagle with black golden iron feathers appearing on the ground. At Blood Rain's appearance, a pair of sharp eagle eyes immediately locked onto the opposite Earth Demon Bear. Its formidable demonic energy at Bronze Rank 4 sent the Earth Demon Bear into a state of readiness as it roared threateningly. Bronze Rank 4. How could this be? Not only Lin Dong, but all the beast trainers watching around them were astonished. How much time had passed since Wu Chun defeated Wang Hu? Wu Chun's Iron Feather Eagle was already powerful and had openly advanced to the 3rd rank before everyone's eyes. However, it reached the 4th rank in just a few days, showing a terrifying growth speed that even these noble families would find hard to replicate, despite their massive investment in resources. How did this ruthless youth manage to achieve such success? Upon seeing this, Qingmu, the tutor from the Junior Beast Trainer Academy who came to recruit this time, immediately revealed a look of surprise. Impressive, very impressive. There's actually someone who has entered the ranks of the Senior Beast Trainers. I wonder what his name is. Li Yuanshan regained his composure and smiled. Wu Chun, he's quite extraordinary. I never expected that a young man without any background could possess such strength. And among the crowd below, there was none angrier than the Wang family. Besides anger, they were filled with fear as well. Just after a few days, this brat already had a 4th-rank beast pet. Perhaps their Wang family would find it difficult to handle him now. If they allowed him to grow further, when he becomes more powerful, it might also be the time when misfortune would come to the Wang family. Wang Liang friend, what do we do? This young scoundrel is growing far too fast. In my opinion, there must be secrets hidden about him that we don't know. Otherwise, how could he grow so quickly? If we don't remove him early, our Wang family will face a threat. Wang Liang squinted at Wu Chun, equally surprised. He hadn't thought that Wu Chun possessed such strength, so perhaps his younger brother died not in vain. Rest assured, he won't live long. My brother may not share the same mother with him, but outsiders shouldn't dare to bully us either. Once this matter concludes, I'll make him meet Wang Hu. Wang Hu is just a fool, nearly 30 years old, yet still merely a junior beast trainer, which was rather disgraceful. What Wang Liang was truly interested in was the secret Wu Chun carried on him. Initially, Wang Liang was a prodigy himself, but he knew better. There are no true geniuses. Everything comes down to resources and fortune. If it weren't for his chance discovery of that treasure map, spending half a year planning and finally finding the hidden cave behind the mountain, he'd just be an ordinary person too. So for a potential genius likely to have encountered some special fate, Wang Liang was absolutely determined not to let him go. Lin Dong's complexion turned slightly pale, Bronze Rank 4. So what? My Earth Demon Bear, unmatched in strength at the same rank, has torn apart several 4th-ranked beasts, and may not necessarily lose to yours. Lin Dong quickly adjusted his mindset, taking the initiative. Earth Demon Bear, ground split. Seeing Wu Chen's flight-type beast again, Lin Dong grew solemn. Even worse, Wu Chen's beast was higher ranked than the Earth Demon Bear. So, Lin Dong could only seize control to have a chance of winning. Before the Iron Feather Eagle took off, the Earth Demon Bear roared and struck its claws on the ground with a roar. A peculiar vibration caused the ground to crack rapidly, restricting the enemy's movements. However, Blood Rain reacted faster, flapping its wings. The characteristics of the wind treasure wings began to activate, creating slight wind spirals that accelerated the ascent of the Iron Feather Eagle, leaving the ground instantly, making the Earth Demon Bear's ground split ineffective against it. Blood Rain, Arrow of Feathers. Wu Chun remained expressionless. A flying-type beast must exploit its advantages. Even confined within the arena where flight height couldn't exceed 5 meters, Blood Rain still managed to swiftly ascend above the Earth Demon Bear. Steel-like feathers fell sharply from above like knives. Earth Demon Bear dodge. With a roll, the Earth Demon Bear evaded. Still, it got hit by the area attack Arrow of Feathers. However, due to the Earth Demon Bear's thick hide, the Arrow of Feathers only pierced through its thick fur, causing minor blood loss, but failing to strike any vital areas. At the sight of blood, the vicious nature of the earth demon bear was instantly provoked. With an enraged roar, its massive paw, the size of a gu fan, Chinese folding fan, struck towards the iron feather eagle in the sky, but was evaded by Blood Rain with a swift aerial roll. Good job, Blood Rain. Continue with Arrow of Feathers to wear it down. Blood Rain's speed was too fast, like a shadow darting rapidly across the field. The earth demon bear, with all its immense strength, could do nothing against Blood Rain. This left not only Lin Dong biting his teeth, but also other onlookers showing a hint of fear. This Wu Chun was truly formidable. Yet Lin Dong naturally wouldn't give up easily. He shouted aloud, "Earth demon bear, go berserk!" The eyes of the earth demon bear turned crimson immediately. The previous somewhat disheartened mood was now filled with bloodlust. This was the most effective enhancement skill for beast-based familiars, not only strengthening the power by 3/10, but also temporarily filling the pet with anger, eradicating any negative emotions, leading to a surge in combat. But this alone wasn't enough. The speed of the earth demon bear was still lacking, unable to catch up with the iron feather eagle. Thus, Lin Dong manipulated his thoughts and unleashed the secret art. Acceleration technique. Low-level secret art acceleration technique increases the speed of the targeted subject by 2/10 based on their inherent power, lasting 3 minutes. Under the effect of the acceleration technique and the berserk state enhancing its power, the earth demon bear finally closed the gap with Blood Rain. Each claw strike came close to landing, causing Blood Rain's evasions to become increasingly perilous. Wu Chun also attempted an attack, commanding Blood Rain to accelerate downward and use the Claw of Rip to attack the earth demon bear's chest. Alas, the beast was just too tough, resulting merely in a superficial wound, far from severe damage. There's no choice but to fight on endurance. Both the berserk state and acceleration technique last around 3 minutes. Once that time is up, the earth demon bear will fall into weakness, and victory will be certain then. Lin Dong evidently understood this reality as well, directing the earth demon bear coldly and resolutely to fight with all its might. The head of the Lin family looked pale, murmuring, "Donger has lost." Indeed, Blood Rain managed to endure beyond the 3-minute mark. As the earth demon bear weakened, Wu Chun swiftly issued the command, "Blood Rain, soaring eagle strike. Use Claw of Rip to attack its neck." Blood Rain surged forward with incredible speed, becoming a fleeting shadow. In an instant, its claws ripped through the flesh of the earth demon bear's neck. However, Wu Chun was also aware of showing mercy. He instructed Blood Rain to withhold 3/10 of its force, leaving the earth demon bear severely injured but still alive, needing timely treatment to avoid any mortal danger. The referee gazed at Wu Chun with amazement, announcing, "Wu Chun wins." Wu Chun's triumph unsettled the hearts of all the participants. Chapter 40, The Rock Giant. However, Wu Chun did not win directly, because the competition rules stated that all of the contestants' beast pets must be defeated until they no longer had the ability to fight. If the opponent did not have a second beast pet, then naturally there would be a direct victory. Lin Dong, however, was contracted with a second beast pet. Lin Dong disappointedly retracted the earth demon bear. As for the iron-feathered eagle, he had already given up hope. It was merely going through the motions when even the main pet couldn't match the secondary one. Lin Dong's second beast pet was a plant-type pet, the toxic thorn vine. It was similar to the poison thorns, also a plant-type pet that specialized in control. Once unleashed, it quickly grew dozens of thin, thorny vines. But at only level 2, the toxic thorn vines were utterly powerless and were sliced into pieces by Blood Rain's array of feather arrows. The battle concluded. Lin Dong disappointingly retracted his beast pet, but still politely smiled at Wu Chun before stepping off the stage. The crowd immediately erupted with cheers for Wu Chun. "Big brother, this Wu Chun is so strong. I fear I am no match for him. I sincerely hope I don't meet him in the competition." Li Wenqing estimated his own strength, especially seeing the imposing and ruthless flight of Wu Chun's iron-feathered eagle, and stammered as he spoke. Li Wendian sneered and scolded him. "Useless. Our Li family has never been inferior to anyone. He's just a wild kid. What's there to boast about? Don't build up others' morale while lowering your own dignity. When Big Brother meets him, I will make sure his iron-feathered eagle suffers." Hearing his brother's reprimand, Li Wenqing remained silent awkwardly. Yes, Big Brother was the strongest among these people. Though Li Wendian mocked Wu Chun, he watched Wu Chun closely with great vigilance. Lin Dong's strength, as expected, made it highly likely for him to advance to the top 4. It was not just for nothing. His earth demon bear, in terms of both power and defense, was impeccable, and even Li Wendian had struggled to defeat it. The second round began. 8 competitors would now be narrowed down to 4. The first matchup was Su Yang versus Huang Zhiyong of the Huang family. Both were formidable contestants. Su Yang's beast pet was a third-stage sunset bird, a rare fire attribute bird beast pet. Though the Su family wasn't prominent in the Green Mountain town, they had still gone all out in cultivating Su Yang. Huang Zhiyong's beast pet was truly powerful, a 100-foot centipede with earth attributes. This centipede exceeded 4 meters in length and was extremely venomous. Just a touch could prove fatal. To battle against such a toxic beast pet, unless you could defend against its venom and destroy it quickly, you would surely lose if the fight dragged on. Despite the sunset bird's high speed, it lacked sufficient attack power and could hardly leave any marks on the body of the 100-foot centipede. In contrast, the sunset bird fell victim to the poisonous liquid spewed out by the centipede. Ultimately failing due to the spreading toxins, the second beast pet met the same fate. The second matchup featured Xu Lao, the second son of the Su family, versus Li Wenqing, the second younger brother of the Li family. Both hailed from 4 major families and possessed comparable abilities. Li Wenqing's beast pet was a third-stage stone armor ape, a defensive and agile monkey-type beast pet. It fought its opponent's beast pet to mutual destruction but emerged victorious due to its superior defenses. Finally, it was Wu Chun's turn to take the stage. "Wu Chun, you are to face Li Wendian." When this pairing was announced, the last 2 participants sighed in relief, their faces revealing expressions of malicious glee directed towards Wu Chun. The families behind them also broke into smiles, as if saying, "Steady, As long as they didn't encounter Li Wendian, the semifinals would be assured. Li Yuanshan looked upon Li Wendian with gratified anticipation, confident in his grandson's capabilities. Even though Wu Qin's iron-feathered eagle was indeed powerful, it couldn't hold a candle to the strength of his grandson's pets in his eyes. After all, both of his grandson's beasts weren't ordinary. They had been personally selected by him. As for Wu Chun, he only possessed the iron-feathered eagle as a notable pet. As long as the iron-feathered eagle was eliminated at all costs, he wouldn't pose a significant threat anymore. There was even a possibility that Wu Chun didn't have a second beast pet. Li Wendian smiled arrogantly, pretending to feel sorry. Alas, running into me counts as your bad luck. Your iron-feathered eagle is quite formidable, but here it ends. One of the top 4 spots is bound to be mine. It's our Li family tradition. No matter how many people try to break it, none succeeded. You're no different. Wu Chun, you are indeed outstanding. You've achieved so much without any support. I, Li Wendian, admire you deeply. But the world works like this, strength prevails, and there's no place for you in this slot. Wu Chun let out a scornful laugh. I seem to hear barking dogs. Do you think you're who? Li Wendian's face turned livid in an instant. Publicly provoking Li Wendian made the audience sigh in amazement. He was after all the eldest son of the Li family. Although a certain amount of taunting was a part of pre-match tactics, openly disdaining Li Wendian could not help but suggest that Wu Chun was bold and overconfident. Contrary to expectations, Li Yuanshan did not show the slightest irritation that his grandson had been mocked. After all, as a silver ring level powerhouse, he possessed extraordinary demeanor. In his eyes, Qing Mountain Town was not solely owned by the Lis. Moreover, he also admired Wu Chun. His grandson had become overly arrogant. If he could defeat Wu Chun, well and good. Even if he lost, it would serve as a good lesson for the boy. As for the competition slot, it wasn't as though there was only one route through recommendations. With Li Yuanshan's years of connections and influence, even with some sacrifices, sending his grandson to enroll wouldn't be an impossible task. With a darkened face, Li Wendian spat out a menacing sentence. I hope you can still remain so arrogant after I pluck the feathers from your bird. Wu Chun stayed silent, waiting coldly for the referee to announce the start. Begin. Both summoned their beast pets in an instant. Naturally, Wu Chun summoned Blood Rain. He had enough confidence to secure his spot without needing to rely on a second pet. Blood Rain alone was sufficient. However, Li Wendian's pet was quite peculiar. Come forth, Rock Giant. Large rocks began appearing on the field. The rocks spun around, quickly piecing together to form an enormous humanoid giant standing 4 meters tall. Its muscular rock arms and the large single eye embedded into its rocky head looked incredibly bizarre. This sight caused numerous families to exclaim in disbelief. It's actually a rare rock-type beast pet. Beast pets were evolved from ordinary wild animals, but this world also had many other strange creatures. Some could transform from rocks or form from flowing water. Their very existence was incredible, yet they somehow managed to procreate and develop unique races. These beasts formed by natural forces were categorized into a special classification, nature type. When it came to wielding natural forces, no other category could rival the nature type. They controlled the purest essence of nature's energy. Creature, Rock Giant. Attribute, nature type, rock. Type, can evolve. Skills, Stone Fist, Rock Cannon, Earthquake Wave. Potential, silver. Lineage, none. Level, Bronze Stage 4. Status, healthy. Upon seeing the details of the Rock Giant, Wu Chun couldn't help but marvel. Indeed worthy of being a rare pet of the nature type. Its abilities were certainly impressive and remarkably comprehensive. Chapter 41, Mockery. The rock attribute has long been renowned for its versatility. Creatures of the rock attribute possess formidable offensive power, alongside an almost impenetrable defense. More importantly, unlike ordinary beasts, these creatures are almost immortal. As long as their beast core isn't destroyed, they can continue fighting indefinitely. In this arena contest, they are undoubtedly one of the strongest existences, because the rock attribute is akin to a perpetual motion machine, unless its own energy runs out. Apart from their shortcoming of slow speed, they are incredibly powerful. This flaw is naturally something that beastmasters strive to compensate for. Learning a method to enhance a beast's speed or equipping them with a treasure that increases speed can significantly reduce this weakness. Wu Chun believed that, as the grandson of the mayor, Li Wendian must have such treasures and even more secret arts at his disposal than Wang Hu. He should possess at least 1 or 2 methods. Wu Chun revealed a grave expression for the first time. This rock giant was truly formidable. Blood Rain's attacks would likely have little effect on it. Additionally, Blood Rain's aerial advantage seemed trivial against it since the confined space of the arena restricted Blood Rain's flight maneuverability. With its immense size and long-range attack capabilities, it was difficult to break through its defenses in direct combat. Comparing stamina, Blood Rain would exhaust itself to death before the rock giant would even feel fatigued. At equal strength, rock attribute beasts were undeniably the epitome of endurance. Thus, Wu Chun's objective was clear, to destroy its beast core. Although the rules of the arena prohibit killing an opponent's beast outright, the rock attribute was an exception, as it could not easily die. Even if you shatter it into pieces, it can reassemble as long as its beast core remains intact. Without the core, it will lose all energy and become nothing more than a pile of discarded stones. Moreover, once the core is separated from the body for more than 3 minutes, the beast dies completely. In previous tournaments, there have been rock attribute creatures appearing, hence the establishment of this rule. Otherwise, the selection competition would never allow rock attribute beasts to participate. Blood Rain ascend. Wu Chun followed his usual tactics, ensuring control of the airspace first, hoping for any chance to strike it down. Haha, it's our turn to perform. Let's give that poor little bird a lesson. Rock Giant, catch that bird. The massive rock giant stepped forward, shaking the arena ground. The platform, made entirely of compacted earth, adhered strictly to convention, allowing earth-type beasts to demonstrate their full potential. However, every step the rock giant took left a large crater, covering over 2 meters with each stride. Its colossal arm struck toward Iron Feather Hawk. Blood Rain, Feather Arrow. Wu Chun tried again, without losing hope. The result was merely a barrage of feathers hitting the rock giant, like scratching an itch, only fragmenting small bits of stone. Compared to the sheer mass of the rock giant, it was equivalent to tickling it. Other contestants watched in awe. Wu Chun was bound to lose without question. How could such a powerful rock giant possibly have a weakness? Any competitor facing it would only despair. It was worthy of being called Master Li Wendi of the illustrious Li family. Li Wendi burst into maniacal laughter, sneering. Rock giant, unleash the rock cannon and knock that annoying bird down. Simultaneously, he cast a finger technique towards the rock giant. Low-grade acceleration spell. The speed of the rock giant increased dramatically. One of its arms locked onto blood rain and swiftly aimed. A piece of rock the size of a fist detached from its body and broke through the air with a whistling sound, heading directly for blood rain. The power behind it was terrifying, possessing enough force to crush Iron Feather Hawk's bones and send it plummeting to the ground. Blood rain, soar through the sky and evade. Wu Chun remained composed. He knew he couldn't afford to be rash. Dealing with such a behemoth wouldn't work with impatience. Instead, he needed to make Li Wendi complacent and let his guard down while secretly positioning Blood Rain closer to the rock giant without revealing his true intent. Blood Rain had a deep connection with Wu Chun. A week-long training session in Fengqi Mountain battling various powerful demon beasts had certainly borne fruit. Blood Rain was extraordinarily sensitive to danger and could respond flexibly even without Wu Chun's orders. Scream. Even the tenacious Blood Rain grew weary of continuously being chased around, signaling to Wu Chun that it had the confidence to defeat this giant. Fire. Aim precisely with the rock cannon. Repeatedly using high-powered weaponry to hit mosquitoes wasted energy and yielded no results, which greatly annoyed Li Wendi, who was usually used to wiping out opponents effortlessly. His tone grew increasingly impatient. However, the clumsy rock giant, despite the boost from the acceleration spell, still couldn't compare to Blood Rain's speed, and Blood Rain proved to be far more agile. Though Li Wendi felt both fury and helplessness, it had never encountered an Iron Feather Hawk as nimble as this. Other flying beast pets would eventually grow tired or make mistakes under constant bombardment from the rock giant. Yet, this Iron Feather Hawk seemed indefatigable, maintaining its speed without slowing down. Occasional decelerations were mere feints to attract fire, allowing it to evade with greater ease. Now, Blood Rain, aim for the rock giant's lower back and use Eagle Strike and Iron Claw to shatter that piece of rock. After prolonged observation, Wu Chun had discovered that the rock giant placed great importance on protecting its waist, caring less even if Blood Rain hit its head. Therefore, Wu Chun guessed that its crystal core must be hidden at the waist. Screech. Blood Rain suddenly turned into a dive, the airflow around its body drastically increasing its speed, reaching the rock giant in an instant. The rock giant's large hand swung down, but was effortlessly evaded by Blood Rain, which then struck powerfully at the lower back with a claw. A loud crack echoed as rocks shattered, revealing a corner of a gray rock about the size of a fist embedded within, indeed the demon core. Li Wendi was greatly shocked that his tactics had been seen through, hastily shouting, "Rock giant, drive it away." However, during the activation of Eagle Strike, Blood Rain's speed kept increasing, tripling at its highest point and maintaining this for 3 minutes. In this period, to Blood Rain, the rock giant's movements were lethally slow, all attacks being easily avoided like swatting mosquitoes around the waist, occasionally landing a claw strike, with the fallen rocks taking time to rejoin the body's surface, time that Blood Rain simply didn't grant. Soon, Blood Rain fiercely grabbed hold of the gray rock, akin to seizing Li Wendi's heart, causing him to reveal a look of panic, cursing, "Damn it." But it was too late to say anything now. As Blood Rain tore violently, the rock fractured, directly yanking out the crystalline core. In the audience stands, Li Yuan revealed a disappointed expression, while the crowd below grew wildly excited, yelling Wu Chun's name. The rock giant's massive hand about to strike halted mid-motion, the entire body shattering into pieces, turning into a pile of stones scattered on the ground. "My rock giant!" Li Wendi cried out in utter despair, unable to believe he had lost. The referee hurriedly announced, "Rock giant has lost its fighting ability. Wu Chun wins. Please, Li Wendi, replace with your next demon pet." No matter how reluctant Li Wendi was, he glared daggers at Wu Chun and shouted between gritted teeth, "Give me back my core." Wu Chun shrugged nonchalantly. Blood Rain tossed the crystal core in a parabolic arc towards Li Wendi, who promptly scrambled to catch it, completely disregarding his dignity like a ravenous dog pouncing. Then Li Wendi urgently began reciting incantations over the heap of rocks, aware that exceeding 3 minutes would mean complete doom for the rock giant. Chapter 42, Grassvine Snake. Wu Chun crossed his arms and mocked Li Wendi as he dejectedly recalled his rock giant back into his familiar space after reassembling it. Without saying a single word, Li Wendi glanced around at the spectators, seeing the disappointed look on his grandfather's face, Lin Don's mocking laughter, and the frightened expression on his younger brother's face made him feel anxious, especially when Wu Chun gave an eerie smile that made him almost mad with shame. As the eldest son of the Li family, he had always enjoyed the best resources, the powerful familiars personally captured by his grandfather. Everywhere he went, people praised and envied him. How could he endure the humiliation of today, to be laughed at by so many people? "Wu Chun, I will never forgive you." With clenched teeth and flushed cheeks, Li Wendi roared furiously, utterly losing his composure. He was determined to make Wu Chun or that filthy bird pay. What he didn't realize was that this frantic behavior was exactly what disappointed his grandfather, Li Yuan. "Come out, Grassvine Snake." No one expected that Li Wendi's second familiar would actually be a plant-type creature. Actually, it wasn't unexpected. It was just unimaginable that his second familiar seemed no weaker than his prime familiar. Most people have their prime familiar stronger than their secondary ones. The Grassvine Snake is a large serpentine beast, yet its body is entirely composed of a water bucket-thick purple vine, looking indistinguishable from other snake familiars but adorned with leaves and covered in thorns. It measures 13 meters in length, coiled up like a real snake, standing upright with a pair of tiny energy eyes glaring venomously at Wu Chun's iron plume eagle. Creature, Grassvine Snake. Attribute, plant type. Category, unevolved. Skills, entangle, toxic spike shot, split body. Potential, silver rank. Bloodline, none. Level, bronze tier 4. Status, healthy. Even Li Yuanshan showed a hint of a smile at the sight of this grass vine snake. Plant-based familiars were already rare, and this grass vine snake had been purchased at great expense, costing over 1,000 soul crystals. Of course, its power far exceeded the norm for most plant types. This kind of plant grows near snake nests, mimicking the shape of a snake, while combining both beast-like agility and plant-based tenacity. It's a rare plant type familiar that can move freely. Rising on its hind portion, the grass vine snake stretched its long body, reaching the top of the protective barrier, effectively blocking the path of the iron plume eagle. Li Wendian laughed loudly. Haha, Wu Chun, let's see how you escape now. Grass vine snake, use toxic spike shot. A myriad of tiny spikes burst forth from the grass vine snake's body like a torrential rainstorm, resembling countless arrows shooting simultaneously. A magnificent scene indeed. Though small, these spikes possessed significant force and carried weak poison. The more hits scored, the deeper the poisoning, capable of rapidly paralyzing the body and even causing blood clots. Seeing this, Wu Chen's expression changed drastically. This attack was impossible to dodge, almost covering the entire arena. However, the strength of this technique wasn't overwhelming. As long as the poison didn't accumulate too much, there wouldn't be serious consequences. Thus, Blood Rain had no choice but to endure the assault with its wings. Countless toxic spikes bounced off the iron plume eagle, but some managed to pierce the flesh. Blood Rain felt certain parts of its skin growing numb, though it still didn't affect its flight capability. Feeling this discomfort, Wu Chen immediately knew they couldn't drag this battle out. It needed to end quickly. So, following the round of spikes, he directly commanded Blood Rain to charge forward. With no visible roots to target, Blood Rain's claws struck the head of the grass vine snake. Its head exploded into grass pulp, but regrew soon afterward. Li Wendian, sensing danger, promptly ordered the grass vine snake to use split body, as this snake differed from ordinary plant types. It could grow roots wherever needed, and also move without roots, just like the rock giant, requiring removal of its spirit core to perish. In an instant, the grass vine snake split into 5 pieces. After wriggling, it transformed into 5 identical grass vine snakes, each about 3 meters long, but still fully capable of attacking. These segments dispersed, making it hard for Blood Rain to distinguish which segment concealed the spirit core. Attacking one would only result in being swarmed by the others. What an extraordinary ability. Even Wu Chun had to admit the tenacity of the grass vine snake, surpassing even standard plant familiars. If this could hinder Blood Rain, it would underestimate its abilities too much. Blood Rain, shower of arrows. Tear them apart. The segment hiding the spirit core must regenerate faster due to being the source of energy supply. After all, it's merely employing deceptive tactics. Circling once, Blood Rain began unleashing the shower of arrows in a frenzied barrage. The arrows pierced the bodies of these grass vine snakes, green liquid oozing out, yet not a single real damage was dealt. However, Blood Rain kept firing the arrows incessantly, as if there was no plan to stop. Haha, is this iron plume eagle stupid? Its attacks are utterly useless against the grass vine snake, and it's wasting its strength for nothing. This iron plume eagle has finally met its match. The grass vine snake is indeed powerful. Such an outstanding familiar. No wonder Li Wendian dared to claim first place. I don't have any confidence in beating it. Even if both of my familiars take turns fighting, I will surely be the one who ends up exhausted. Everyone had lost hope for Wu Chun. Such a tenacious plant-type familiar, coupled with the fact that Wu Chen's iron plume eagle had already been in continuous battle for quite some time, leaving little strength left. Continuing like this, Wu Chun would certainly lose. Li Wendian sneered smugly. What's the point of struggling? Your damn bird is done for. Grass vine snake, another round of toxic spike shot. Blood Rain was flying unsteadily now. Though the poison spikes were small, accumulated over time, the toxin caused Blood Rain's body to feel heavy. Most of its skin had lost sensation entirely, but Blood Rain continued gritting its teeth in endurance without making a sound. Blood Rain, hold on. We're about to eliminate it. Through Blood Rain's hawk-like eyes, Wu Chun had already identified which segment concealed the spirit core, and immediately gave his order. Eagle dive. Tear that vine snake apart. Blood Rain swiftly dived down, creating a stunning storm. Its iron claws aimed directly at the segment containing the spirit core. How is this possible? He saw through it again. Li Wendian was utterly shocked and shouted loudly. Dodge. Dodge quickly. But how could the speed of the grass vine snake compare to that of Blood Rain? As Blood Rain's slashing claw grabbed the segment containing the spirit core and soared skyward, despite its struggles, it was completely helpless and was about to be torn apart by the iron claw. No! Li Wendian screamed in misery and terror. I concede, please don't kill it. Li Wendian fell prostrate onto the ground, pleading with utmost fear and shock towards Wu Chun. Even Li Yuanshan abruptly stood up, for once Wu Chun crushed this grass vine snake, the familiar would be completely finished. Blood Rain let it go. Of course, Blood Rain didn't truly tear it apart, instead shaking it off and then gracefully flying back to Wu Chen's side, enjoying the stroking of his head from Wu Chen's approval. Li Wendian concedes. The semi-finalists are Wu Chun. Chapter 43, Court of Determination. Li Wendi's face was ashen, and suffering such a blow, he had already fallen into deep regret and pain. While Wu Chun officially entered the semifinals, Li Wendi wasn't without a chance. If he could win against everyone else in the remaining losers' matches, he would secure the 5th spot. However, his 2 beast pets had been nearly incapacitated by Wu Chun, and even if they were released, they wouldn't be much use. So, he dragged his exhausted body away under the eyes of people who either ridiculed or shook their heads at him. Li Yuanshan also deeply empathized with his grandson, but unlike the other members of the Li family, who glared maliciously at Wu Chun, Li Yuanshan gave Wu Chun a look of respect. He had provided his grandson with the best cultivation resources, and his failure was his own fault. Arrogant soldiers are bound to lose. Moreover, his opponent was Wu Chun. This young man, who rose step by step through his own efforts, was characterized by a resilient spirit, cunning and versatile means, as well as a calm and composed mindset, which made even the astute old man Li Yuanshan marvel inwardly. Only someone like this has the potential to go further and become a true powerhouse. The Wang family's boy with the second stage beast pet was no exception, as his opponent was Su Lai, who had won effortlessly in the first round. Creature, Fire Rock Rat. Attribute, Beast, Fire. Type, Unevolved. Skills, Stone Rolling, Flame Wheel, Tunneling. Potential, High Bronze Stage. Bloodline, None. Level, Bronze Second Stage. Condition, Healthy. The Fire Rock Rat is a rather rare type of beast pet, and it's unclear how the Wang family managed to acquire one. Despite its small size, the Fire Rock Rat's strength is not to be underestimated. It's highly agile, and its Flame Wheel skill is an effective fire-based offensive ability. Wang Bo, come on, don't panic. No matter how fiercely the Wang family shouted, Wang Bo, due to having a low compatibility with his beast pet, he must have recently contracted with it, lacked any experience as a beast master. Just after giving the order, Fire Rock Rat, unleash the Flame Wheel. Before he could act further, the Fire Rock Rat's Flame Wheel was easily dodged by the Red Leopard. The moment it stopped, a swift claw flung the Fire Rock Rat to the ground. Su Lai, not letting up when in the right, excitedly commanded, Red Leopard, Ultimate Shadow Charge. The Red Leopard sprinted quickly, creating several afterimages, and with one powerful swipe, completely sent the Fire Rock Rat flying before it could react, leaving Wang Bo dumbfounded and the Wang family gritting their teeth. Thus, the four finalists were determined: Huang Zhiyong, Li Wenqing, Wu Chun, and Su Lai. After an intense elimination battle lasting half a day, Lin Dong was the last one standing. With determination, he smiled at Wu Chun, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. The 5 quota spots for Qing Mountain Town were finally settled. Originally, it was thought that both Li family brothers would secure 2 of the spots, but only Li Wenqing made it through, while Li Wendy, regarded as the strongest, unexpectedly lost to Wu Chun, the biggest dark horse. This year turned out to be the most disappointing one for the Li family. Even Li Yuanshan couldn't help but mask his inner gloom with forced smiles as he congratulated the 5 talented youths on securing the recommendation spots for Qing Mountain Town. He then asked the Mentor Qingmu from the Flame City Junior Beastmaster Academy to say a few words. Amid thunderous applause, Mentor Qingmu looked approvingly at the 5, including Wu Chun, and said with satisfaction, "Very good, I am extremely pleased. This year's Qing Mountain Town contest has truly broadened my horizons. These 5 young men are all worthy leaders among men. The contest was so spectacular that even I applauded enthusiastically. If nothing unexpected happens, you 5 will become the new students of the Flame City Junior Beastmaster Academy. On behalf of the Academy, I welcome your arrival." Everyone in the group broke into smiles regardless of who they were. Being admitted to the Junior Beastmaster Academy meant having the foundation to survive and thrive in Flame City, where powerhouses gathered, and ensuring a bright future. How could this not make the children of lesser families ecstatic? Wu Chun felt internally satisfied too. He relied on his own abilities to earn his place in Qing Mountain Town. He believed that once inside the academy, with sufficient time, he would rise swiftly. By then, neither the Wang family nor anyone else would be an obstacle to Wu Chun. Once the quotas were confirmed, all participants stood on stage to receive their student qualification orders from the mayor, Li Yuanshan. When it came to Wu Chen's turn, the elder couldn't help but stop momentarily and smile at Wu Chen. Indeed, a hero emerges in youth. Even at such a young age, Wu Chun has countless fighting techniques and flexible thinking. Truly, there's much to admire. Wu Chun hurriedly responded. Mayor Li, you're being overly complimentary. I merely got lucky. Wu Chun didn't want to offend the Li family. After all, the entire Qing Mountain Town was under their jurisdiction. Offending them would bring no benefits to either him or his entire Wu family village. Don't feel that defeating Wendy is a disservice to me. You have done very well, and I must thank you. Li Yuanshan sighed. When he has been spoiled and always thinks highly of himself, looking down on everyone, this arrogance will inevitably lead to heavy losses sooner or later. Suffering now is actually a blessing. I only hope that friend Wu can overlook his behavior, and I apologize on his behalf. As the town mayor, Li Yuanshan lowering his stance so significantly towards Wu Chun was something the latter had not expected at all. Hastily, Wu Chun responded, Mayor, do not embarrass your humble junior. I am not petty, and if Li Wendy can change, then naturally, he will remain my fellow townsman without any further animosity. Please rest assured, Mayor. Wu Chen's words pleased Li Yuanshan greatly, who then calmly walked away. Drop your blood onto the jade token to create your unique admission order. Even if someone else steals it, they won't be able to use it. Wu Chun and others immediately followed the instruction. Indeed, once the blood touched the jade, it quickly formed a special pattern and aura unique to each individual, preventing any impersonation. Finally, Mentor Qingmu gave some encouraging words. The academy begins in 10 days. We hope all of you can resolve your matters promptly and come as soon as possible. I'll be waiting for you all in Flame City. Thank you, Mentor Qingmu. As they watched Mentor Qingmu, the mayor, and the enforcer official leave, the families gradually dispersed with the crowd. Just as Wu Chun was about to go, Lin Dong patted him on the shoulder. Brother Wu Chun, Flame City is far from here, and we need to travel there ourselves. If you're planning to go alone, why not join us from the Lin family? My uncle will ride the clear wind bird to take both of us to Flame City. This doesn't seem appropriate. Wu Chun was about to refuse. Lin Dong laughed loudly. This is what my father asked me to tell you. What's inappropriate about it? Wu Chun, I admire people like you. You did an excellent job teaching that arrogant brat Li Wendy a lesson. You don't know how much trouble his stone giant caused me. He would even dare to snatch my prey in the wild thanks to having that stone giant. It's good that he got his just deserts. Wu Chun, I'm leaving now. Remember this, in 10 days, we'll depart together. I've decided to consider you a sworn brother, and with your greatness, I'm counting on you to protect me after entering the academy. Wu Chun could only laugh wryly. Although he knew that the Lin family was cleverly trying to gain favor with him, wanting their son to form a good relationship, he couldn't help but feel a touch of warmth in his heart. The Lin family. I remember this. Chapter 44, Training Pet Beasts. During these 10 days, Wu Chun did not intend to waste time. He planned to continue his training of Xiuyu and Little Huahu in the Funqi Mountain, hoping to quickly upgrade Xiuyu to the bronze rank 5th tier and to train Little Huahu to become a true and powerful pet beast that could aid him. The temporary sign-in function of the system has been cancelled. If I want to get the system reward, I either wait for the system to issue a new task, or I must break through my own mental power to the advanced level of Spirit Mist as soon as possible. After weighing the options, Wu Chun decided cultivation and breakthrough was more reliable. Indeed, the everlasting Nirvana Lotus method was a top-tier method for cultivating mental energy. Wu Chun had already realized this because, whether it be Li Wendy who practiced for longer than him or Lin Dong, who was on the same spiritual realm as him, they all had limits on the quantity and duration of secret techniques they could use during battles. Li Wendy's mental power seemed higher than Wu Chen's, having reached the advanced level of Spirit Mist. This was probably due to the abundant resources of the Li family, which could always purchase treasures to enhance the cultivation of mental power. But even so, Wu Chun was able to continuously release the low-level secret technique Mental Shock 4 times, restraining Li Wendy's pet beast from attacking Xiuyu at a crucial moment. Meanwhile, Li Wendy could only manage 5 releases, just one more than Wu Chun. The high-level mental power of Spirit Mist could simultaneously cast 2 intermediate secret techniques or 1 advanced secret technique. If we were to divide mental power into shares, an ordinary person's Spirit Mist beginner soul consciousness might be 3, the intermediate level is 5, and the advanced level is 7. Wu Chun, however, was at 4 for the beginner level, 6 for the intermediate level, and should reach 8 at the advanced level. At each stage, his mental power was always a notch stronger than that of opponents at the same stage, allowing him to perform 1 more low-level secret technique or 1 intermediate secret technique. At first glance, it may not seem like much help, but this was the difference at the Spirit Mist level. If in the future Wu Chun broke through to the 2nd tier of Beast Tamer, reaching the level of spiritual essence mental power, then it would be terrifying. Perhaps every increase in stage would allow Wu Chun to perform 1 more advanced secret technique, or even a stronger one than others. In battle, performing a secret technique more often could significantly boost his pet beast's strength and tilt the battlefield. Therefore, the everlasting Nirvana Lotus method was absolutely considered a top-tier method for cultivating mental power. Realizing the strength of this secret technique, Wu Chun instead trained even harder. In the day, he would train the attacks and evasions of his 2 pet beasts or search for wild beasts for real combat practice. While at night Wu Chun would not sleep, because mental cultivation was sufficient to replace sleeping. Practicing all night not only would make him not feel sleepy, but also feel more energetic, because the essence of sleeping was to replenish physical and mental strength. Cultivation, however, satisfied both aspects, and naturally, Wu Chun would not miss out on any opportunity. In his previous life, when preparing for the college entrance exam, Wu Chun believed in one phrase: why sleep more before death, when after death there will be plenty of rest? Extra sleep doesn't necessarily mean the body will have more energy. Rather, always sleeping too much might develop a laziness habit in the body. Wu Chun was strict with his pet beasts, but he was equally hard on himself. Hiding in a dense patch of grass, Wu Chun laid sprawled out on the ground like a squashed toad, shapeless, unmoving. Yet upon close inspection, one would find that a terrifying meaty tentacle, resembling an octopus tentacle, had magically grown on one of Wu Chun's ears, looking incredibly frightening. This tentacle-like worm moved according to Wu Chun's will, extending from his ear to the ground, its tip forming something akin to a suction cup attached to the earth. This was Wu Chun practicing the intermediate secret technique, ground listening art. The ground listening art was an extremely sophisticated detection and surveillance secret technique. Especially in the wilderness, Wu Chun used this technique to detect any movements around him and monitor the traces of his prey, then mentally link with Xiuyu, accurately locking onto the target. There seems to be no danger. There are sounds of chewing about 90 meters away, likely a herbivorous mystical beast. Little Huahu, you've trained your tier claw quite a bit now, and your power is close to the 2nd rank. Handle this mystical beast. Its power shouldn't exceed the 2nd rank. Little Huahu jumped down obediently from Wu Chen's shoulder. After several days of training and feeding, Little Huahu had grown rapidly. What once was a tender little cub was now 50 centimeters tall, with beautiful bright red feathers and adorable white downy fur. Its white and red ears twitched constantly, and its small eyes carefully observed its surroundings. It made an woo-woo sound toward Wu Chun, indicating it had no problem. Xiuyu, ascend and keep an eye on that mystical beast. Cover for Little Huahu. This is his first encounter with a 2nd-rank mystical beast. As the older brother, you must take care of him. Wu Chun patted Xiuyu's increasingly large body and steel-like feathers, cautioning him. Xiuyu listened very well, lightly pecked Wu Chen's palm, and swiftly ascended into the sky. Wu Chun also headed towards the target location with Little Huahu. Soon, a large and robust wild boar appeared in front of them, lazily foraging for wild vegetables on the grass. This was no ordinary boar. Its pair of tusks were truly terrifying, reaching about 70 centimeters in length. They were curved, bending upwards. Its body was covered in dark gray bristles. Even as it munched on wild vegetables, its ears were sharply erect, and its tail flicked constantly. It seemed this seemingly naive creature wasn't entirely stupid. It too knew to remain vigilant against any possible ambush. Creature, Earth Fong Boar. Attribute, Beast, Earth. Type, Unevolved. Skills, Tusk Charge, 1000-pound might, Trample. Potential, Low Bronze rank. Bloodline, None. Level, Bronze rank 2nd tier. Status, Healthy. Seeing the Earth Fong Boar's seemingly unguarded state, Wu Chun signaled for Little Huahu to begin the attack. Little Huahu's small size was actually an advantage. In a flash, it darted forward. After all, being a beast with silver tier potential, its father being the 3-tailed fire fox, it had nothing to fear. With no hesitation, it stared down the Earth Fong Boar, its tail bristling, teeth bared, challenging the opponent provocatively. The Earth Fong Boar initially panicked upon noticing Little Huahu, and almost fled. However, when it saw that its opponent was a tiny cub barely 1/3 of its height, it dismissed the threat with disdain. Twisting its rear end slightly, it continued to root around and chew on wild vegetables, completely ignoring little Huahu. Little Huahu grew enraged. How dare it look down on him? There was no way he would stand for that. So little Huahu immediately charged at the Earthfang boar. But at a critical moment, the Earthfang boar swiftly turned around, raised its enormous tusks, then lifted its big pig hooves and stomped down hard toward little Huahu. Little Huahu dodged. Wu Chun shouted a warning. After days of training, little Huahu had already made agility its primary focus in combat, quickly sidestepping out of harm's way. Chapter 45, Flametail. The simple-minded earth-toothed boar couldn't stop itself, and its enormous tusks pierced deeply into the thick trunk of a tree. It wildly twisted its head, but with its tiny brain capacity, it seemed clueless about its situation, still obstinately trying to wrestle against the tree. Little Firefox looked disdainfully at this large creature. Without Wu Chun giving any orders, a rending claw swiftly slashed through the earth-toothed boar's thick layer of fat, leaving behind a wound neither too deep nor shallow, as blood flowed along the pig's fur. Overwhelmed by severe pain, the earth-toothed boar fell into complete fury. In a fit of rage, it violently pulled out its tusks, turned around, and launched another furious charge. Its terrifying weight and momentum created a strong gust of wind directed straight toward Little Firefox. Compared to the earth-toothed boar, Little Firefox, small like a puppy, looked incredibly delicate. Yet, this didn't faze Little Firefox. Keeping its eyes firmly fixed on the boar, it seized its opportunity. Just when the enemy was closing in, it performed an agile leap, easily vaulting over the boar. The boar came to a sudden halt, but much like an unstoppable freight train heading towards collision, stopping wasn't an easy task. It took 2 more breaths to get reoriented, yet Little Firefox wasn't about to give it that chance. Little Firefox, rending claw, aim for its head. Wu Chun gave his order. Instantly, Little Firefox put away its playful demeanor and became all business, ready to show its strength. As soon as the boar turned its head around, it met with a slashing blow from Little Firefox's claw. Weeks of intense rending practice had hardened the young fox's claws into steel-like weapons, matching even the explosive force of an adult firefox. A shrill howl of pain erupted from the boar. Blood gushed as its head was severely mauled. However, despite the devastating strike, Little Firefox ultimately failed to pierce through the boar's tough skull, largely due to its small frame and disparity in strength between it and the boar. Though sharp, its body couldn't generate enough power to penetrate the hard bone. Even so, the wounded earth-toothed boar staggered painfully, its eyes glowing red with hatred, trampling fiercely everything in its vicinity. Calmly, Little Firefox continued probing for opportunities. At present, it possessed only the well-trained rending claw and a set of steel teeth drilled into perfection by Wu Chun. Yet, instead of going brute force, it skillfully adopted rending claw plus dodge, carefully wearing down the boar till it bled profusely, collapsing exhausted. Then Little Firefox delivered a fatal blow to its head effortlessly. Well done, Little Firefox. Little Firefox leapt joyously into Wu Chun's embrace, rubbing against him affectionately, pride beaming from its face as though seeking further praise from Wu Chun. Currently, you are still too young and small. Before you acquire more powerful skills, your weak point is your offensive abilities, while your strengths lie in your diminutive size and nimble evasions. You must utilize your strengths, and remain vigilant regardless of how weak your enemies appear. This caution may one day save your life. Wu Chun patted Little Firefox's head seriously, imparting combat wisdom. Woof woof. Little Firefox nodded in understanding, playing around by grabbing onto Wu Chun's collar with its little paws. Wu Chun believed that Little Firefox's combat ability was already sufficient to battle ordinary second-rank beasts. Further honing its fighting techniques and enhancing its application of different parts of its body would likely result in its acquisition of new skills upon advancing to the next level. Of course, what Wu Chun valued most was training Shueyu's combat prowess. After all, Shueyu was his main pet companion ensuring his growth. Thus, he intended to venture deeper into the Fengqi mountain range. If the mountain could be divided into 3 sections, the outer rim, the in-depth region, and the core area, Wu Chun was still lingering at the edge of the in-depth zone within the deepest part of the outer rim. Most beast encounters here were 2nd to 4th rank, with 4th being rare. The predominant types were generally 2nd or 3rd rank creatures. His purpose was mainly to train Little Firefox. Going too deep would cause accidents. Moreover, Shueyu ruled supreme in the outer rim. With Shueyu patrolling above, Little Firefox's training went smoothly without the threat of mortal danger. Wu Chun decided to push a bit further and aimed to elevate Little Firefox to the 2nd bronze rank within these 2 days before heading deeper with Shueyu. There, 4th rank creatures dominated, and appearances of 7th or even 8th rank beasts weren't uncommon. A place truly suitable for tempering Shueyu's fighting spirit. Wild beasts need to keep their primal nature active while preventing stagnation in their growth. The best method was to constantly keep them engaged in fights teetering on the brink of death, nurturing fierce and astute fighting willpower similar to wild wolves. No matter how they are fed, once provoked, they will instantly lash out. Still, Wu Chun felt an ominous sense. Danger seemed ever present, yet even using his earth listening skill meticulously probing around, he couldn't detect the slightest anomaly. Not only did Wu Chun not relax his vigilance, but he became even more worried. He roughly knew why he had such a feeling, but he didn't intend to be a timid bird and flee. Acting should always be done to the fullest. Fortunately, as Wu Chun expected, Little Firefox finally broke through to the 2nd bronze rank amidst fatigue and high morale after 2 days of about a dozen life and death battles, arranged deliberately by Wu Chun, and it successfully grasped a new skill. Creature, Firefox. Attribute, Beast, Fire, Innate Evil Fire. Type, Evolvable. Skills, Bite, Rending Claw, Flametail. Potential, Silver Class. Bloodline, Nine-Tailed Fox, Sparse. Rank, Bronze 2nd Stage. Condition, Healthy. Flametail. The fiery tail burns with scorching heat, bursting forth with tripled force, dealing damage and burn effects to enemies. Burn effects derive from the evil fire, Little Firefox's congenital anomalous flames that are hotter than ordinary flames. It also causes sustained pain upon scorching enemies. This was excellent, a powerful burst-type fire attack skill. It didn't disappoint the painstaking efforts Wu Chun invested in training Little Firefox's agility and explosive power. This skill fit perfectly with its dexterous and versatile fighting style. As for this innate evil fire, it marked Little Firefox's uniqueness. Not only did it inherit an excellent bloodline, but it seemed there was some mutation in the fire attribute, obviously developing toward becoming stronger, which was great. As for whether there would be stronger changes in the future, that remained unclear. After the peripheral area offered no more value for Little Firefox's training, Wu Chun decisively ventured into the Fengqi Mountains' deeper region. Shortly after Wu Chun left, a small black shadow gradually appeared on the rock where he had passed, resembling a bat-like creature. Its eyes coldly followed the back of Wu Chun as he disappeared, before vanishing once again. Though Wu Chun's steps seemed lighthearted and cheerful as he moved forward, his eyes were icy cold like the 9-heaven frozen spring. He had figured it out long ago. The Wang family bore a deep grudge against him, with Wang Liang returning, giving them backbone. How could they let this opportunity slip away? Even though after identity recognition via the Academy token, no one could impersonate him, perhaps the Wang family didn't care about his spot at all. They merely wanted to use this valuable time before he left Green Hills Town to make him vanish from the world quietly under some plausible pretext. Chapter 46, Mutual Calculation. Ding. Detected potential danger to the host. Issuing new mission. Escape from hell. Escape from hell. Successfully escaping from Phoenix Roost Mountain Range completes the mission. Mission reward. Random. In the past, whenever the system issued a new mission, Wu Chun was always especially happy. But now, there wasn't a trace of smile on his face, and he appeared very serious because he also had no confidence in walking out alive. Or rather, from the moment he decided to step into the Phoenix Roost Mountain, he stepped onto a narrow plank bridge, never knowing when a big wave would come to swallow him up. There must be something following me. It's not a person. It should be some kind of pet monster. This monster's strength is very strong, at least stronger than Shuiyu, and skilled at concealing its tracks. Otherwise, Shuiyu wouldn't have noticed a thing all the way. The more he analyzed, the heavier Wu Chun's heart became. This pet monster's ability was enough for him to die under an unknown attack at any time. It went without saying that this was surely Wang Liang's pet monster. The strength of another waste of a pet monster master from the Wang family was far less competent than Wu Chun and could absolutely not achieve such expertise. Wang Liang must have come, perhaps sending a pet monster to follow me while he himself waits in the distance with his family, waiting for me to delve deeper into the Phoenix Roost Mountain. Because the deeper I go, the better the conditions become for their action. Actions taken at the outskirts might draw suspicion. After all, with the power of the iron-feathered eagle, dangers at the outskirts were minimal. Even if they existed, escape was still feasible. Thus, it wouldn't raise doubts about murder. However, actions deep within didn't pose problems. The power of monsters in this region was formidable, many comparable to or stronger than the iron-feathered eagle. Losing track here could easily pass as an accidental event if anyone suspected foul play, thanks to an excuse of Wu Chun's overconfidence in venturing deeper. It seemed that Wang Liang had been cautious in investigating Wu Chun's background and learned of Yinqing Lu family being this significant force behind Wu Chun. The Lu family was one Wang Liang couldn't provoke. When he likely discovered this news, he must have hesitated, finally devising this method. Conveniently, Wu Chun himself foolishly entered the Phoenix Roost Mountain training grounds. As long as Wu Chun's body was fed to the pet monsters, no one could investigate the Wang family further. Even though aware that there was certainly a tail closely tracking him all the time, Wu Chun instead became increasingly calm. After experiencing the desperation of life and death crises, Wu Chun understood perseverance. Anything short of the worst possible scenario held great chances of turning things around. Moreover, what did he fear? He still had the death replacement puppet and Pokemon Pokeball awarded by the system. If nothing else, faking death once at the cost of a puppet could spare him, allowing the Wang family to believe themselves successful but return empty-handed. However, this was a suboptimal strategy. The death replacement puppet was crucial, and indeed, rewards during the initial stage of the system were extremely precious. Wu Chun was uncertain if he'd have a chance again, so he preferred saving them where possible. Besides, rage simmered within his heart, perpetually monitored and pursued by the Wang family. Anyone would feel immense anger. Wu Chun already deeply loathed this clan thoroughly. Given the opportunity, he would mercilessly obliterate it completely. But for now, a win-win plan needed consideration. On the other side, Wang Liang in his white attire, looking grimly composed, and another pet monster master from the Wang family walked through the forest, followed by 7 robust, yet trembling Wang family men. Wang Liang's eyes gleamed with a cold laugh. Choosing the path of death, daring to approach there makes it seem like my hands don't even need to get dirty for your end. The nearby pet monster master immediately looked curiously at this legendary cousin, called Wang Lei, born to one of the old patriarch's concubines. Having multiple wives and concubines was normal for wealthy families, but since his mother was the most disliked concubine of the old patriarch, Wang Lei's status wasn't high. His half-brother Wang Hu and Wang Liang were closer, making Wang Hu's position higher with greater strength, controlling the majority of the Wang family affairs. After Wang Hu's death, there was no suitable successor in the smaller Wang family. Only then could Wang Lei ascend. Wang Liang remarked leisurely. Up ahead is Thousand Trees Forest, where 5th-stage pet monsters are not uncommon, and a bronze 7th-stage purple fire lion king even lives there. Wang Lei agreed. That really is suicidal. A bronze 7th-stage pet monster. Even you, cousin Wang Liang, wouldn't have much confidence in dealing with it, right? Shaking his head, Wang Liang replied. Not exactly. My 9-eyed weasel has already approached the strength of a bronze 8th stage. Besides, Shadow Bat is also 6th stage. You all probably can't guess why it's called Thousand Trees Forest, right? The most formidable creature there isn't that purple fire lion king. That thing, if I saw it, I'd turn tail and run too. Startled, Wang Lei firmly stated, that guy's dead for sure. Don't be so absolute. Follow him. When we get closer, I'll have the Shadow Bat continue trailing him. With its strength, it's hard to be detected. Even if it is found out, it doesn't matter since it can always retreat. What I want is a sure kill when that kid isn't dead yet. Dying in the Thousand Trees forest, now no one will suspect it's our doing. He's only blaming himself for being too foolish and rushing in without studying the terrain properly. We just need to wait here. Wu Yuan knew exactly what he was doing. As he walked, he continuously used the earth listening technique while monitoring his surroundings. He also noticed the group of people trailing behind him, but realized they had no intention of following him any further, giving him an understanding. This area must be where even they feared to tread. Wu Yuan has already detected numerous high-tier beast presences in the forest ahead. However, the strongest one seems to reside in a cave. It might be a potentially 7th-stage or higher beast. No wonder Wang Liang dared not come here. Even his shadow bat may not stand a chance against this beast. Although Wu Yuan did not know the exact lineup of Wang Liang's pet monsters, he could use the system to scan the shadow bat trailing behind. The shadow bat was indeed hiding skillfully, but it never occurred to Wang Liang in his wildest dreams that Wu Yuan possessed the system and had already scanned the shadow bat, discovering its presence long ago. Biological entity, shadow bat. Attribute, beast. Type, evolvable. Skills, shadow concealment, blood sucking, shadow splitting. Potential, high bronze tier. Bloodline, none. Rank, bronze 6th stage. Condition, healthy. A 6th stage shadow bat was far beyond Wu Yuan's capability to deal with. Wu Yuan, even with artifact enhancements, remained at the 4th stage. Despite having the ability to engage with 5th stage entities, facing the shadow bat would inevitably lead to certain defeat. As for Little Fire Fox, which was merely 2nd stage, stepping into battle would result in instant annihilation. The gap between the 4th stage and the 6th stage resembled the difference between a giant and an infant. There was absolutely no suspense involved. No matter how great the talent, growth was necessary first. At present, they were still too weak, and under such formidable enemies, they were powerless. Now that things have come to this point, there's no option but to press forward. But don't celebrate too early. Though Wu Yuan could not defeat the shadow bat, he could leverage the power of the 7th stage beast. If everything was set up appropriately, there was a chance to hurt Wang Liang. He wanted Wang Liang to understand the consequences of underestimating him. After finalizing his strategy, Wu Yuan proceeded deeper into the dense forest. However, as if intentionally or unintentionally, a blood-soaked, hole-riddled shirt was discarded by Wu Yuan amidst the thickets before he continued on his way. Chapter 47. Enraged Wang Liang. Go and see what he dropped. Upon receiving Wang Liang's order, the shadow bat immediately flew carefully to that piece of clothing, pawing at it slightly. It turned out to be just a tattered garment stained with blood, seemingly from some demon beast, possibly killed by Wu Yuan's demon beast. There were claw marks on it as well, indicating that Wu Yuan had likely discarded this worn-out clothing in favor of a new one before continuing. But Wang Liang was highly suspicious. Leaving a piece of clothing with his scent outdoors would undoubtedly be a foolish act. This Wu Yuan was supposedly a hunter from the countryside. How could he make such an amateurish mistake? No matter how much he thought about it, Wang Liang couldn't figure out why Wu Yuan would discard that piece of clothing. Nevertheless, still wary, he instructed the shadow bat to keep its distance and continue following. What he did not know was, starting from when the shadow bat went over to inspect that tattered garment, he had already fallen into Wu Yuan's trap. Wu Yuan smiled while walking. He guessed correctly that Wang Liang wouldn't take any chances regarding his traces along the way, so he had deliberately thrown away this clothing in a somewhat secretive manner, predicting that Wang Liang would surely let the shadow bat examine it. But guessing Wu Yuan's plan would be difficult for him. It didn't matter, though. He would soon find out. Wu Yuan was calm inside. Wu Yuan stood on his shoulder, vigilant, keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. At this place, any sudden danger might cost the lives of master and servant. They dared not recklessly throw their lives away before taking Wang Liang down. Xiaohuahua had already been placed into the demon pet space by Wu Yuan. Here, Xiaohuahua was utterly useless and would only increase the allure of them being preyed upon by surrounding demon beasts. Oh, the duo, Wu Yuan and Wu Yuan, finally made some demon beasts unable to hold back their urges. With fierce and greedy eyes, they lurked everywhere. Hungry and famished, they wanted nothing more than to devour these two seemingly weaker-looking targets. Wu Yuan let out a sharp warning cry, informing Su Yun about the demon beasts nearby and how many she felt confident in dealing with. When it came to life or death, Wu Yuan would never show off but instead focus her energy entirely on safeguarding her master. Suddenly, a hurricane-like wind burst forth from some bushes as a dark green-colored hunter pounced on them in a long-planned attack. Wu Yuan, Iron Claws. Wu Yuan's reaction was faster because he had been carefully using ground-listening techniques after entering here to detect demon beasts hidden around them. Their subtlest movements and even their stillness could not escape his detection through the pulse of the earth vein. Even the slightest breathing and the quietest standing bodies, as long as their hearts continued beating, he could always sense signs of their presence. So, Wu Yuan had anticipated the ambush, and Wu Yu's iron claws grabbed fiercely towards the attacker's head. The ambusher reacted even quicker, surprisingly changing direction mid-air, twisting its body like a pretzel, dodging Wu Yu's iron claws with a sideways movement, and rolling to land far away, quickly springing up again. The demon beast then coldly and cautiously stared at Wu Yuan. Biological organism, Gale Wind Leopard. Attribute, beast. Type, can evolve. Skills, Gale Sprint, Ripping Claw, Tail Whip, Iron Teeth. Potential, high bronze tier. Bloodline, none. Level, bronze tier 4th stage. Status, healthy. One single strike revealed a demon beast of bronze tier 4th stage, but without a doubt, Wu Yuan was more powerful. A single blow repelled the Gale Wind Leopard. Being a type of demon beast that values hunting opportunities, once its hunt failed and no opportunity was given to it, it decisively gave up. Indeed, observing the reluctant retreat of the Gale Wind Leopard, which finally disappeared into the dense grass, Wu Yuan slightly relaxed his tense heart and continued his journey. The Gale Wind Leopard was merely a test, as the creatures lurking around, including the ones jumping between the trees, refused to give up. They continued to follow closely, and continuously, other demon beasts like the Gale Wind Leopard suddenly attacked, each time repelled by Wu Yuan. The fiercest encounter occurred when a concealed bamboo-patterned snake was caught precisely by Xue Yu's iron claws, who ferociously bit off its head and swallowed it. After they passed, the remaining body of the bamboo-patterned snake was immediately divided among various organisms rushing forward, with faint sounds of the demon beast's struggles and growls arising in the background. Blood covered Xue Yu and Wu Chen's clothes and faces, blood from the snake earlier and other demon beasts, making them appear extremely fierce and sinister. However, Wu Chun did not stop moving forward. He was advancing toward his destination. These demon beasts were far from enough. They wouldn't last even for one round of Shadow Bat's killing spree. Only the creature hiding in the great hole beneath the stout tree trunk far away was Wu Chen's target. Ho! As Wu Chen approached, the demon beast hiding within seemed to have sensed his presence and let out a muffled roar from deep inside the cave. The surrounding demon beasts could no longer contain themselves. They revealed their positions one by one and pounced at master and servant. Run! Drenched in cold sweat, Wu Chen bellowed, then took off at full speed. The blood rain scattered above Wu Chen's head with furious whistles. Arrows shot like throwing knives backward, injuring many demon beasts, including a relentless monkey that fell from a tree. Suddenly, Wu Chen's face changed drastically as he shouted, "Xue Yu, eagle strike the sky, above." Blood rain was a bit slow in dodging an order, getting its head hit hard by a rock as large as a fist. It wobbled precariously. Seizing this chance, the demon monkey dangled its tail on the tree and swung its sharp claw toward Blood Rain's head with the force of the branch swaying. Mind shock, Wu Chun accurately activated the talisman, sending a wave of mental force striking the demon monkey, making it scream before losing its grip on the tree branch and falling from the treetop, landing on the ground, disoriented and dazed. Before the monkey could rise, an iron claw struck mercilessly downward, and its small monkey brain exploded like a watermelon, white and red brain matter mixed with blood flowing all over the ground. Blood Rain stabilized itself, now no longer careless. Its body circled rapidly around Wu Chun, its eagle eyes ferocious and glaring at everything around. Finally, the strongest demon beast leaped out. It was a purple lion covered in purple-red fur, swirling wildly like flames. With cold and ruthless eyes, it swept across the chaos happening in its territory, but its gaze immediately focused on Wu Chun and Iron Feathers, knowing them as the root cause of all the ruckus in its domain. Roar! A single lion roar silenced all living creatures nearby, the terrifying beast mightiness enough to make people's legs go limp. Many demon beasts cowered in fear. Even the monkeys high up in the trees tumbled down like rolling rocks, letting out screams of pain as they hit the ground. Here, it was the absolute king. Blood Rain was also terrified. The pressure from the life rank made it afraid too. But still, it didn't retreat. It defiantly squawked, though its cries sounded so feeble compared to the lion's authority. Wu Chun forced himself to stay calm, even releasing a sigh of relief as he abruptly threw a handful of powder on himself and Blood Rain. An unbearable stench erupted from both their bodies. But Wu Chun was excited, saying, "Blood Rain, let's go." Wu Chun rolled onto the ground, hiding in a thicket and feigning death while he swiftly summoned Blood Rain into the demon pet space. Just as expected, the lion shook its head and suddenly had bloodshot eyes. In an instant, it locked its attention on a barren tree, charging forward with a roar faster than the wind. A jet of flames spewed from its mouth, landing beneath the tree, triggering a piercing shriek. Suddenly, an enormous black bat appeared from the shadows, shaking its wings as it rose unsteadily, its wings ablaze with fire. From afar, Wang Liang suddenly went pale, shouting angrily without caring about exposing himself. "Damn you! I'll kill you!" Instantly, the lion charged madly at the shadow bat. The other demon beasts reacted the same way, their eyes turning blood red, abandoning Wu Chun altogether and rushing towards that unrelated massive bat instead. No need to ask why, they targeted the ugliest one first. Wang Liang's rage and panic-filled cries shocked everyone from the Wang family, leaving them bewildered about what just happened earlier, but Wu Chun smirked through the smell, secretly adjusting his position. Originally planning to leave, Wu Chun couldn't help but sneak a glance at the underground tree hole. Chapter 48, Exploring the Purple Fire Lion King's Cave. Speaking of what Wu Chun did that made the Purple Fire Lion King and all the beasts go mad at once, lunging toward the shadow bat, it was actually quite simple. There was a secret in the piece of clothing Wu Chun had thrown. There is an herb called earthroot, which is a very common medicinal herb for treating cold-induced deficiencies. Basically, you can find it in deep mountains. Its function is simple. When consumed, it raises the body temperature, causing profuse sweating and making people feel as if they have swallowed several pounds of chili peppers, leading to an unbearable burning sensation and uncontrollable emotions. However, if the dosage is small, it won't work much on beasts, so during these past few days, while Wu Chun trained his pet beasts, he also searched for this herb intentionally and unintentionally. In sufficient quantity, it could affect the beasts too. That alone wasn't enough. Wu Chun also possessed the illusion powder from the flower demon, which has helped Su Yun greatly after its death. The effect of the illusion powder is hallucinatory and numbing to the spirit. Under normal circumstances, high-grade beasts wouldn't be much affected by it, but under the condition where the beast's body temperature rises, feeling uncomfortable all over their bodies and losing rationality, this powder becomes a catalyst. It drives them into madness. Perhaps in their consciousness, they think they are on fire, being scorched both inside and out. The powder sprinkled on the clothing by Wu Chun was none other than bait powder, something sweet-smelling, treated with spices and processed meat chunks. Normally used as bait to entice hungry beasts, but in this case, it was like an 800-year-old virgin seeing a beautiful celestial maiden or a thirsty person seeing a spring. The only result was that all the beasts viewed that shadow bat as the most exquisite prey, all going crazy to fight for it. Poor shadow bat didn't even have time to fly away before it was hit by countless energy attacks, tragically plummeting down. Following were mouths full of fangs from various beasts tearing it apart wildly. Even the Purple Fire Lion King battled furiously against the other beasts just for this, spewing purple flames and scorching several beasts until their skin split open. Some beasts seized the opportunity to greedily tear off a huge chunk of the shadow bat's wing and chewed furiously, then getting killed by other frenzied beasts. Wang Liang's face was already pale as paper. How could the shadow bat resist such terrifying assault? Especially since there was the purple fire lion king, a powerful beast at the 7th bronze rank, and 2 blood wolves at the 6th rank emerging from nowhere. Within less than 10 breaths, the shadow bat was torn to pieces. With the death of his familiar, Wang Liang immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, fell to his knees, his eyes filled with bloodshot red veins, roaring lowly like a crazed ghost. "You little bastard, I'm going to kill you, kill you." From the moment Wu Chun scattered the powder, till a few seconds later when the powder took effect, and he fled, the entire process lasted no more than 2 minutes. Initially stunned, Wang Liang couldn't comprehend what Wu Chun had done, but by the time he reacted, when all the beasts focused their blood-red stares on his shadow bat, it was already too late. Missing the best chance to escape, within less than 2 minutes, Wang Liang helplessly watched his pet be dismembered amidst the thickets 100 meters away, unable to rescue it. "Big brother, what's wrong with you, big brother?" In his ears rang the frantic cries of Wang's family members. Clenching his teeth, Wang Liang summoned a small, cunning creature, roaring, "Kill them all." After speaking, he fell unconscious directly. Unlike many who focus on cultivating their main familiars, Wang Liang lacked foundation. From the start, he couldn't get stronger familiars despite obtaining inheritances, so that seemingly weaker shadow bat was actually his main familiar. The nine-eyed weasel was a secondary familiar obtained through coincidence later, with high talent, and thus extensively cultivated by him. Now that his main familiar died, the blood contract backlash caused severe mental damage. Wu Chun might not know that his meticulously planned revenge trap, aimed at killing Wang Liang's secondary familiar, ended up eliminating his main familiar instead. Taking advantage of all the beast's distraction due to the chaotic battle outside, he smoothly sneaked into the purple fire lion king's den. His purpose was simple, to see if he could find offspring of such a powerful familiar. He possessed Pokemon Pokeballs, which allowed him to acquire another familiar without occupying his own space, allowing almost the same summoning convenience. Although the familiar cannot be summoned anytime, the Pokeball still proved extremely convenient to use. After subduing it, it could be raised as a trump card. Wu Chun quickly glanced at the purple fire lion king, very satisfied. Creature, purple fire lion king. Attribute, beast, fire. Type, second evolution, little fire lion, purple fire lion king. Skills, flame spray, intimidate, crush claw, fire shield. Potential, silver level. Bloodline, 9-headed fire lion diluted. Level, bronze 7 rank. Status, mental confusion. The purple fire lion king is the evolved form of the little fire lion. Generally speaking, demonic beasts rarely undergo a second evolution, which requires that they inherently possess extremely powerful high-level bloodline forces. Additionally, the precious materials needed to promote a demonic beast's bloodline evolution are exceedingly rare and highly valuable, making them unattainable even for second-tier or third-tier beast tamers. However, once a demonic beast evolves, it almost always evolves into a stronger form. The little fire lion isn't too rare, but the baby purple fire lion who is the descendant of the purple fire lion king is very precious. Moreover, based on Wu Chun's systematic observation, this purple fire lion king's bloodline was not inferior to his own little fire fox. It might even be higher. Therefore, as long as Wu Chun could sign a pact with a young purple fire lion, this trip would have been immensely profitable for him. In the pitch-black tree hollow, one couldn't see their fingers in front of their eyes. This forest area was secluded, and over the years, its temperature had become a few degrees lower than the surface. To be honest, Wu Chun didn't understand why the fire attribute purple fire lion king would choose to build its nest here. However, the priority at hand was to search through its nest before the purple fire lion king woke up. Wu Chun entered cautiously, still vividly remembering the painful experience from the three-tailed fire fox's lair. It was precisely because he hadn't anticipated there being a female fox in the nest that he had almost failed miserably, costing him dearly. Fortunately, there were no female foxes in the purple fire lion king's cave, nor were there any cubs. This purple fire lion king ruled this region, but since purple fire lions were rare, it was unable to find companions and hence could not reproduce. Nevertheless, Wu Chun wasn't completely empty-handed. At the very least, he found some good things in the purple fire lion king's den. Fire young flower and blazing fire vines. Both of these are excellent fire-based herbs, grown from the natural dispersion of the fire attributes of demonic beasts themselves, though they're of little use. Wu Chun discovered a new and fascinating item. It was a small jade pendant, radiating such intense heat that this corner of the cave felt like a furnace. A treasure of the fire attribute. Wu Chun was delighted. Chapter 49, The Thousand Vine Ghost Tree. Wu Chun truly hadn't expected to find a treasure artifact in the lair of the purple fire lion king. There was no need to explain how precious treasure artifacts were. Even a first-tier pet master rarely had the resources to outfit their pets with one. A low-level treasure artifact supposedly could be sold for 400 to 600 soul crystals in the pet market. A mid-level treasure artifact cost 3 times as much, at least 1,000 to 2,000 soul crystals. An average pet master simply didn't have the capital to equip such things. The reward Wu Chun gained from killing Wang, who was just over 400 soul crystals. However, the advantages of treasure artifacts were astonishingly great. Take Shuyu for example. Without equipping the wind-type treasure artifact, Wind Manipulating Wings, his strength would only slightly exceed that of an ordinary same-rank beast. But to engage in battles above his rank would almost be impossible. With a mid-level treasure artifact enhancing 60% of one's power, it demonstrated the significance of such items. Fire Spirit Jade, low-level fire treasure artifact, wearable to increase the potency of fire skills by 20%, with the attached artifact's special effect, Blaze, accelerating the absorption rate of fire energy by 10%. Acquiring a fire element treasure artifact was definitely an unexpected gain. Without hesitation, Wu Chun equipped Xiaofox with it, boosting her capabilities. Moreover, not far from the Fire Spirit Jade, Wu Chun discovered the skeleton of a human being. It was undoubtedly that of a pet master. This unfortunate individual must have become food for the purple fire lion king due to some unknown reason. Most pet masters likely had storage spaces, and sure enough, Wu Chun quickly found a low-level storage ring. However, this ring space was similar to Wang Hu's, and there weren't many good things within it. Only around 200 or so soul crystals. Regardless, this trip had already been highly fruitful. Not only did Wu Chun escape Wang Liang's pursuit, but he also turned the tables on him. Wu Chun wasn't ungrateful. Estimating that the purple fire lion king was starting to regain consciousness, he hurriedly crawled out of the cave and swiftly followed the escape route he had planned earlier. The people from House Wang had disappeared. It seemed that Wang Liang lost one of his secondary pets and was thoroughly frightened out of his wits. First-tier pet masters could make contracts with a maximum of 2 beasts. To train a pet to reach the 6th tier required immense time and resources. By killing one of his pets, Wu Chun had heavily damaged his essence. Raising another shadow bat would take at least half a year, during which his soul would be harmed and difficult to mend. He'd require drugs that nourish the soul to heal and wouldn't be able to cultivate until his spirit recovered. For pet masters, losing a year of cultivation was a painful experience, effectively widening the gap with their peers. Cutting someone's roots was akin to murdering their parents. At this moment, Wang Liang was utterly furious and would only think about ways to eliminate Wu Chun. But Wu Chun wasn't concerned. Once he entered Yin City, he was confident he'd match Wang Liang's strength within half a year, naturally no longer fearing him. As Wu Chun thought this, before running too far, he suddenly realized something was off. Even if the purple fire lion king had regained its sanity, why was everything so tranquil? This jungle had strangely grown silent since who knows when. It was so quiet that it seemed like Wu Chun was the only person left. He hadn't heard the sound of a single beast. This made Wu Chun's skin crawl instead. An unusual occurrence meant trouble was imminent. Wu Chun dared not release Shuyu yet. Instead, he carefully concealed himself in the grass. On one of his ears, peculiar fleshy tendrils extended, touching the ground to probe any movements within 100 meters radius. Rustle. Sounds resembling slow-moving objects made Wu Chun's heart leap anxiously. He hadn't sensed any presence of a beast. What kind of noise was this? Before Wu Chun could further contemplate, suddenly one of his legs was entangled by a tree vine as thick as a finger, and his whole body lost balance, lifted upside down. After feeling dizzy for a moment, Wu Chun was horrified to discover that his head was dangling downwards from a height of several dozen meters atop a tall tree, hanging there like a wrapped rice dumpling. What's going on? Why am I hanging from the tree? In a panic, Wu Chun looked around and then noticed deep, hoarse sounds emanating, a mix of struggles and anger, but utterly weak. He saw several feet away, hanging like bells, countless meat dumplings bound in tree vines. On closer inspection, they were none other than those previously fighting beasts. Tree spirit, definitely a tree spirit, and a very strong one. At this realization, Wu Chun's heart sank into the abyss. He had calculated that Wang Liang feared the purple fire lion king, but he never imagined that what Wang Liang truly feared might be something even more terrifying. Organism, Thousand Vine Ghost Tree. Attributes, plant-based. Type, second evolution, Ghost Face Tree, Thousand Vine Ghost Tree. Skills, Thousand Vines Entangle, Poison Injection, Vine Whip Dance. Potential, low silver rank. Bloodline, Eternal Heaven Vine, diluted. Level, Bronze 8th tier. Condition, healthy. Wu Chun's heart quaked in fear. A stage 8 plant-based spirit beast. This was truly the end. No wonder Wang Liang, that wretch, had preferred to watch his shadow bat die without even dispatching his own beast for a rescue. It seemed he'd known all along that this forest concealed such a terrifying tree spirit. Miscalculation. A trace of bitterness flickered at the corner of Wu Chun's mouth. Had he known this forest harbored a bronze 8th tier tree spirit, no matter what, he wouldn't have ventured into these woods, preferring to face Wang Liang head-on rather than meet such an end. But still, Wu Chun wasn't entirely without chances of escape. He possessed a sacrificial puppet. It could negate any attack against him or activate it on his own accord, teleporting him instantly 100 meters away. If Blood Rain acted fast enough, there would be a good chance of survival. Alert. Detecting sudden danger. Activating triggered quest, survive from death, escape the Thousand Vine Ghost Tree. Reward. Low-grade invisibility charm *1. Wu Chun wanted to swear up and down. For Pete's sake, did I need a new task right now? My life is on the line, and all you can do is assign tasks without helping me escape. Having no other choice, Wu Chun decided to save himself. Hold on, the Thousand Vine Ghost Tree. Despite its formidable binding power, it's quite fragile. As long as its main body stays hidden, it will be hard to target its roots. But once exposed, it might be killed swiftly. Summoning Blood Rain could sever the vines, but this would undoubtedly invite focused attacks from the Thousand Vine Ghost Tree. With an 8th tier spirit beast, escaping is impossible unless I stir things up. Wu Chun's eyes shifted to the enormous purple fire lion king suspended not too far off, as well as 3 or 4 6th tier beasts around it, giving him an idea. System, exchange primary healing spring for me. Select the object to apply. Suffering the loss of exchange points silently, Wu Chun glared daggers at the half-dead purple fire lion king and gritted his teeth. The healing spring was a basic system function, capable of simultaneously restoring vitality and healing injuries. Only this purple fire lion king had the strength to contend with the Thousand Vine Ghost Tree at the moment. A small light array materialized 5 meters above the head of the purple fire lion king, instantly showering it with a mist of water. Instantly, its vitality and wounds recovered visibly before Wu Chun's eyes. Before long, the lion slowly opened its eyes. Chapter 50, Escape from Death. The purple fire lion king successfully awakened, and Wu Chun instantly felt that the 10 evolution points he had spent were worth it. Nothing matters more than life. Smelly lion, rely on you. When the purple fire lion king awoke, it found itself hanging in midair. What's holding it up is none other than the tree spirit that has been rooted in its territory for so long, leaving it helpless. The purple fire lion king was extremely angry upon realizing this. It couldn't do anything to the tree spirit which was much stronger than it, but that didn't mean it was afraid of it. Fire-based abilities are precisely the nemesis of plant-based creatures. Even if it couldn't kill this tree spirit, it could still give it quite a struggle. Normally, it avoided this neighbor, yet it never expected that the accursed tree spirit would take advantage of its weakness and try to swallow it as prey. How could this be tolerated? Roar! A roar of anger from the purple fire lion king shook the mountains and forests, waking many of the beast spirits that were anesthetized by the tree spirit. They struggled furiously after realizing their predicament, causing all the vines to tremble. SSS. The purple fire lion king was the first to break free from the bonds. Though the Chuji healing spring couldn't fully heal his wounds, it did awaken him from the anesthesia, restoring some strength to his body. Immediately, purple flames ignited on its body, burning through the vines that held it. Its muscular body plummeted downwards, but as a 7th-tier beast spirit, the mere 15-meter fall wouldn't injure it. It naturally curled up in midair, rotating to dissipate the force, before landing unsteadily on the ground. The Thousand Vines ghost tree, sensing its prey escape, quickly extended dozens of vines from all sides to lash at the purple fire lion king, only further igniting the fighting rage of this proud male lion. Without dodging, one powerful claw tore apart each vine, breaking and ripping them into shreds. Vines are equivalent to arms. The Thousand Vines ghost tree was injured and also enraged. Now hundreds of vines danced around, forming a dense net covering the sky, aiming to recapture the purple fire lion king, but with fiery waves surging over its whole body. A flame-tier claw shattered every vine in one blow. Well done, Flame King. As the Flame King drew most of the attention and attacks from the Thousand Vines ghost tree, Wu Chun immediately summoned Blood Rain. The moment Blood Rain appeared in the air, one iron claw grabbed Wu Chun, while another claw grabbed the vines binding Wu Chun and ripped hard. Instantly, the vines were torn apart. Wu Chun was then securely held by the other iron claw, hovering steadily in the air with Blood Rain. Wu Chun laughed heartily. Blood Rain, let's go fast. Blood Rain was attuned to Wu Chun's intentions. It could also sense the terror radiating from the tree covered with countless vines. Instinctively, it flapped its wings furiously and rushed toward the distant forest. Another prey slipped away unnoticed, causing the Thousand Vines ghost tree to erupt in anger. Its massive trunk swayed, and instantly more than 200 vines extended, swiftly blocking all paths ahead for Blood Rain. Simultaneously, dozens of vines whipped fiercely from behind, striking both Blood Rain and Wu Chun, sending them flying through the air. In midair, Wu Chun spat out a huge mouthful of blood, several ribs cracked. Blood Rain was in even greater pain, having endured the majority of the damage. One of its wings was broken as it rolled together with Wu Chun and fell into the distant bushes. With a twisted face in anguish, Wu Chun could feel the excruciating pain across his entire body, nearly debilitating him. Beside him, Blood Rain lay with disheveled feathers, bloody marks all over its body, blood flowing down its wings, lying listlessly beside Wu Chun, frightening him, as this was the first time Blood Rain suffered such serious injuries. And Wu Chun himself had never been in such a sorry state, almost losing his life. Blood Rain, hold on. At this moment, Wu Chun no longer cared about exchange points. He swapped out 2 items from the basic mall's recommended column, low-level injury medicine and primary healing spring, using them both. First, he threw a lump-like wound-healing pill into Blood Rain's mouth, and then quickly applied the effects of the healing spring on Blood Rain. Healing spring water transformed into mist, sprinkling on Blood Rain's body, alleviating its wounds significantly, and rapidly mending the broken wing bones. However, time was running out. In the distance, dozens of vines attacked once again. Having no choice, Wu Chun promptly unleashed the Earth-like cage, forming a 2-meter-wide earth-yellow prison around himself and Blood Rain. The power of the earth continuously surged upwards from beneath. The vines struck against the glowing barrier but proved entirely useless. At least, not until Wu Chun's spirit energy was depleted could they hope to breach the defense. However, Wu Chun's complexion grew increasingly pale. Despite this, he didn't hesitate, exchanging another healing spring, providing additional hope for Blood Rain's recovery. This way, after roughly 2 minutes, Blood Rain's bones were mostly healed, just barely able to flap its wings again. Blood Rain's eyes were filled with anxiety. With one wing shielding Wu Chun, it showed both concern and revealed its anger at being hurt so badly by the tree spirit. Blood Rain, can you still fly? Good, let's go quickly. After another round of vine attacks, Wu Chun rapidly dismantled the earth-like cage, slumping onto Blood Rain's back as if he'd used all his strength. Blood Rain let out a loud cry, angrily and resolutely flapping its wings to take off. A hurricane surged up, the gust wind wings effect allowing it to use the airflow more effectively to ascend. Then they sped off into the distance without looking back. Even though the Thousand Vines ghost tree had long arms, its reach couldn't extend beyond 100 meters. Being more than 200 meters away from its territory ensured absolute safety. Several more vines struck fiercely against Blood Rain's shoulders, nearly causing the iron-feathered hawk to fall, but Blood Rain held on and continued its strenuous flight. Finally, they staggeringly broke through the encirclement. Behind them, dozens of vines danced furiously in an attempt to chase, yet had no choice but to retract due to distance limitations, leaving their prey to escape. The weakened Wu Chun faintly saw a massive explosion of flames below from midair. Apparently, the Purple Fire Lion King was also giving it everything, seeking revenge against the Thousand Vines ghost tree for a fierce battle. The fiery nature made the Thousand Vines ghost tree extremely uncomfortable, focusing most of its energy on dealing with the Purple Fire Lion King. This allowed Wu Chun and Blood Rain, these small fry, to narrowly escape with their lives. Blood Rain was utterly exhausted. If not for the worry about its master's safety, disregarding the tearing of its wounds and wildly flapping its wings, perhaps it wouldn't even have the strength to move. Upon just flying out 300 meters or so, Blood Rain gradually descended, finally landing on an open plain, collapsing helplessly onto the ground. Its enormous wings stretched out slightly, exposing newly reopened bloodstains. Wu Chun was also suffering intolerable bone pain. After swiftly retrieving healing medicine from his spatial ring for himself and swallowing it,
he immediately bandaged Blood Rain's wounds. Then, he purchased another healing spring to bathe Blood Rain before returning it to the beast pet space. This was truly too dangerous. Wu Chun almost didn't make it back. It would likely take Blood Rain at least 3 days to recover from this injury, and the same went for Wu Chun himself. Anyway, after the incident involving Wang Liang's scheming, Wu Chun didn't dare to linger alone in remote areas anymore. Who knew how crazily Wang Liang, having lost a beast pet, might seek revenge? So, for both his own safety and that of Wu family village, Wu Chun planned to stay put over the next few days without going anywhere, simply waiting to head to Flame City. Chapter 51 Storm Gigantic Eagle. Ding. Escape from the clutches of death. Mission completed. Obtained random reward. Low-grade demon spirit pill *1. Random mission. Strive for survival. Completed. Received reward. Low-grade invisibility charm *1. The consecutive notifications of mission completion finally allowed Su Yuan to shake off the shadow of life and death, and he broke into a broad, exhilarated smile. As long as the rewards were generous, even if asked again from the beginning, he would still resolutely accept the missions. Low-grade demon spirit pill. Can elevate a bronze-level beast by 1 minor stage. No usage restrictions. This short sentence exposed limitless allure. Any bronze realm beast could unconditionally ascend 1 minor stage, which was simply divine medicine for pet trainers. After all, countless pet trainers got stuck at some checkpoint, unable to progress either themselves or their pets, leaving them desperate. The materials capable of aiding in such breakthroughs were nothing short of extraordinary treasures of heaven and earth, things that ordinary people had probably never even heard about. A single demon spirit pill, if it were to leak out, would certainly cause countless pet trainers to covet and envy it greatly. Not just the demon spirit pill, items produced by the system like Pokemon balls, sacrificial puppets. None of these weren't treasures. At the very moment Wu Chun saw the low-grade demon spirit pill, he decided who its recipient would be. The little firefox is still too weak, and it has just broken through to the 2nd rank. Even if it advances to the 3rd rank, its assistance to me wouldn't be significant. But since the demon spirit pill can allow unconditional breakthroughs for all below the bronze level, naturally, I'll let Xiuyu have it first. Wu Chun immediately extracted the low-grade demon spirit pill and summoned Xiuyu whose wounds hadn't completely healed yet. Xiuyu eat it. Xiuyu wasn't unfamiliar with the low-grade demon spirit pill. It had already consumed one before, thus advancing in power, so it was well aware of the value of this pill and its miraculous effects. Despite this, Xiuyu curbed its greed, obediently waiting for Su Yun's command. Su Yun threw the demon spirit pill, and in an instant, it was swallowed by Xiuyu. Soon after, not even half a minute passed, and Xiuyu underwent another transformation. Its body surged again to over 2 meters tall, almost like a massive eagle. What surprised Wu Chun though, was that if it was just an advancement, it would have finished swiftly. However, Xiuyu's strength started wavering between a breakthrough and stagnation. Moreover, its feathers were no longer purely black, but began showing faint green hues. Most astonishingly, a tiny sharp horn grew on its head, looking rather peculiar. Right at the instant the horn emerged, Xiuyu emitted a cry that seemed both painful and relieved, making Su Yun's heart instantly clench up, and simultaneously left him thoroughly baffled. What was happening? Could it be a failed breakthrough? But when an even more terrifying and ferocious aura erupted before him, and the now giant light green-horned bird excitedly called out to Su Yun, Wu Chun became entirely discomposed. Xiuyu's current size was quite intimidating. Standing in front of Xiuyu, Wu Chun himself looked incredibly small. Its wings were stronger, the black feathers sharper, and its energy significantly enhanced. Xiuyu's present strength and size had already reached the point where it could effortlessly carry Su Yun and freely soar through the skies. Wu Chun hurriedly checked Xiuyu's information. Creature, Storm Gigantic Eagle, evolved from Iron Feathered Hawk. Attribute, Beast. Type, Unevolved. Skills, Shredding Claw, Strike Above the Clouds, Feather Arrow, Wind Blade. Potential, Silver. Bloodline, Storm Gigantic Eagle, activated. Level, Bronze 5th rank. Condition, healthy. Wu Chun was astonished beyond measure. During the breakthrough, Xiuyu not only advanced in realm, but also activated the bloodline of the Storm Hawk, successfully evolving into a Storm Gigantic Eagle. Chapter 52, Departure from Home. It was an outcome Wu Chun had long foreseen, that Blood Rain would evolve into a Storm Eagle, but he certainly never imagined good fortune arriving so soon. The Storm Eagle far surpasses the Iron-Winged Eagle both in racial growth potential and overall strength. One is of the Bronze race, while the other belongs to the Silver race. Their power cannot even be compared. Wu Chun truly did not expect Blood Rain to undergo such an evolution coinciding with its ascension at this point. Each time a creature evolves racially, it's a leap in quality of life. However, opportunities like this are unattainable dreams for most people throughout their entire lifetime. Wu Chun suspected it was still due to his Iron-Winged Eagle absorbing the bloodline essence of the Storm Eagle from the Blood Fruit, containing superior genes because of it. Without that Blood Fruit, Wu Chun would find improving Blood Rain's talents as difficult as ascending to heaven unless, perhaps, future upgrades to the system included selling these super elixirs to enhance beast pets races. Scree. The moment Blood Rain opened its eyes, a powerful aura emerged, accompanied by a violent gale forming, which tossed all sorts of furniture around wildly inside Wu Chun's house. Blood Rain hastily retracted its presence, and Wu Chun wiped his cold sweat, helplessly shaking his head at the thoroughly disordered room, realizing he'd have to train his beast pet outside in the wilderness from now on. Blood Rain's whirlwind wings already had the artifact effect of generating wind vortexes as support. Adding on to this, the Storm Eagle's inherent ability to control winds, Blood Rain's speed would absolutely be more than double what it was when it was merely an Iron-Winged Eagle. Blood Rain was also excited, the increase in strength granting it boundless confidence. As a race mainly defined by wind attributes, speed is the strongest advantage, so after evolving, Blood Rain's speed increased by at least twice, rivaling some 6th-tier beast pets specializing in speed. Wu Chun believed that if Blood Rain had evolved into a Storm Eagle at that time, they could easily utilize their speed to outdistance plant-type beast pets like Thousand Vine Demon Trees, which were slow-moving and weak in attack, thus avoiding a sorry end. Blood Rain reaching the 5th tier of the bronze stage left Wu Chun very satisfied. Now, even if he ventured into the unknown and powerful Flame City, he would not lack the means to ensure his own safety. Blood Rain had been leveling up too fast and too frequently during this period. Currently, at least, it seemed quite unaccustomed to the strength of its new body post-evolution and its much lighter speed. It would need some time to settle in and refine its abilities. Thus, Wu Chen's next focus would be shifting towards Little Firefox, aiming to make it replace Blood Rain as his main battle beast pet and at least break through to the 3rd rank. Numerous influential families in Flame City surely harbored many of the younger generation who owned dual beast pets, both being exceedingly strong. Wu Chen couldn't afford to have one strong leg and one weak one. The massive disparity between Blood Rain and Little Firefox provided no benefits at all to him. Moving forward simultaneously was the most stable strategy. To Wu Chen's surprise, the following days passed without any trouble from the Wang family. Even Wang Liang seemed to have vanished. Wu Chen secretly investigated the Wu family estate and discovered Wang Liang might not be there. Upon reflection, he guessed that Wang Liang must have taken this opportunity to head toward the rock caves at the rear mountain. Thinking about this, Wu Chen couldn't help but smirk, imagining how Wang Liang would feel upon discovering that the 2nd stage fruit had already been picked. Thinking of this made his mood improve significantly. Time flew by quickly, and 10 days had already passed. Wu Chen dedicated himself to serious cultivation during this time, using the Eternal Nirvana Lotus technique, but still remained a ways off from breaking through to the Advanced Spirit Mist level. It would take at least over a month. A servant from the Lin family specially came to invite Wu Chen over. The Lin family didn't arrive late, rather quite early, setting out 3 days ahead of schedule. Wu Chen bid farewell to the villagers of Wu family village. He clasped hands with the village elder, Mr. Wu Qingfeng, with reluctance in his heart. The old man's face was filled with excitement and reluctance, his eyes dampening. Carefully turning around to wipe away his tears, he then solemnly said, "Once you get there, be cautious in everything you do. You possess your father's talent, but remember, stay grounded. Old me lacks ability, so I can only wait for your return here. Thank you, Grandpa, for raising me. By the time I come back, I will definitely bring a change in destiny not just for you, elder, but for the entire Wu family village." With firm determination, Wu Chun respectfully bowed to the elder before decisively turning around and walking away. Behind him were the farewells of his fellow townsfolk from Wu family village. Chapter 53, Flame City. It wasn't without pain. Wu Chun, leaving the homeland where he was born and raised for the first time in this world, felt fear and confusion about the unknown as well as reluctance to leave this land behind. But one must walk their own path. Wu Chun quickly concealed his emotions, revealing an aura of cunning and ambition like a wild wolf. Flame City, I've come. Wu Chen's arrival even made the head of the Lin family personally come out to greet him. This was a 7-foot-tall, elegant man, exuding intelligence with bright and thoughtful eyes. Actually, Wu Chen felt somewhat embarrassed riding someone else's flying mount, but there was no other way. Xiaoyu could certainly serve as Wu Chen's flying mount, with its 5th-tier speed being extremely fast. However, Flame City was very far away. For long-distance travel, speed isn't everything. Thick-furred birds are most suitable. This 2nd-tier flying beast has low combat strength but great stamina, able to cover 600 miles a day. It is gentle, has a large body, and generally small families would keep one despite the high cost of feeding it since beasts eat meat. But the Lin family wasn't a small household either. In Green Mountain Town, their century-old foundation was quite solid, with no less than 5 pet masters in the clan. Nephew Wu Chun, I hope you can accompany my son on this journey. At the junior academy, you can help each other. With your abilities and character, Uncle believes that Dong will definitely not be bullied. As a father, Uncle thanks you beforehand. Lin Tianyu was astute. Since confirming that Wu Chun was no ordinary person, he firmly sought to pull this young man into his circle, willing to humble himself. Wu Chen naturally responded earnestly. Uncle, you're too formal. Lin Dong has good strength and talent. Being from the same hometown, we should support each other. There might even be places where I need Lin Dong's help. Lin Dong, straightforward by nature, laughed heartily. Wu Chun, if there's anything you want me to help with, just say so. I, Lin Dong, sincerely want to be your friend. For friends, if not going through life and death together, I will absolutely support my brothers fully. Lin Tianyu shook his head. Don't chatter. Once in Flame City, take care of yourselves. Without me around, remember to be modest. Don't offend people unnecessarily, and don't look down on others. Understood, old man. Stop nagging. I'll be back anyway. With that, Lin Dong leaped onto the back of a sturdy, thick-furred bird. Beside him stood 2 middle-aged men, both pet masters of the Lin family. On this trip were Lin Dong's 2nd uncle and 3rd uncle, each possessing iron feather eagle pets. The entire route involved switching between 2 iron feather eagles, which would allow them to reach Flame City at great speed. Wu Chun, hurry up and get on. Wu Chun didn't refuse and leaped onto the back of the thick-furred bird with ease, immediately feeling intrigued. The thick-furred bird indeed had its merits. Although its strength was weak, its size equaled 3 Zeus, reaching 4 meters in height. Its wide spine could carry 5 people comfortably, and its soft feathers acted like a natural blanket, making sitting on it very pleasant. You two, sit tight, we're taking off. At the command of Lin's 2nd uncle, the thick-furred bird immediately flapped its wings and took to the skies, swiftly heading toward Flame City. Though its speed was far from matching Xiaoyu, hardly reaching half its velocity, it excelled in stability, offering a smooth ride free of turbulence and extreme comfort. Moreover, the thick-furred bird had been enchanted with a micro-wind-resistant shield. It consumed little soul crystal to activate, creating a layer of energy that blocked strong winds, ensuring stability and calm inside, allowing for better rest and cultivation. After chatting briefly with Lin Dong, Wu Chun grew initially excited, then bored by the aerial views before turning his attention to meditation. 2 days later, a magnificent and colossal city emerged in the distance on a vast landscape, waking Wu Chun up. We've arrived at Flame City. Chapter 54, Separation. Yin City, This is an ancient city with a long history and also the largest city nearby. The Tianyu Empire is divided into 16 counties, each of which has jurisdiction over 7 cities. And Yin City is the closest city to Qingshan Town among the 7 cities of Nanyang County, and it is also the direct jurisdiction city of Qingshan Town. Yin City is located in the southwestern territory of the Tianyu Empire, close to the largest forest of the Tianyu Empire, the Chaoyang Forest, and backed by the largest volcanic wasteland of the Tianyu Empire, the Flame Territory. Therefore, it is named Yin City. Yin City also produces fire tribute beast monsters. There are many rare fire-type pet monsters within the empire here, attracting pet trainers from other counties who travel thousands of miles to purchase one good fire-type pet in Yin City, or personally lead their pet monster trainers to capture and search in the Flame Territory. Wu Chen stood in the air, and the entirety of the massive Yin City came into view. It was truly enormous. Looking down from the air, the whole Yin City resembles a huge beast lying on the ground. The tall, thick walls and the dense array of countless beautiful pavilions, the vast forest areas and private mansions in the city make it difficult to see the end even from the air. Thinking about how this place would be his new world from now on, Wu Chen couldn't help but feel excited. Flying pet beasts are prohibited from flying in the airspace above Yin City. There are many powerful flying beast monsters patrolling the sky, one of which Wu Chen identified at a glance as a bronze tier 7 flying pet, which made him open his eyes wide in surprise. This Yin City truly had deep resources. In Qingshan Town, there were less than 5 pet trainers who had beast monsters of 7th tier and above, whereas here in Yin City, it was just a damn aerial city guard. 2 thick-haired birds landed at a large designated area for flying pets outside the city. After retracting the 2 thick-haired birds, the group walked toward the towering and ancient black gate of the city. Registration of names and residence is required to enter the city, along with a 1 soul crystal entrance tax. One of the armored guards looked at them indifferently and said. The group hastily paid the soul crystals and presented their identity documents indicating they were from Qingshan Town before entering the city. After entering the city, Lin Dong approached with a somewhat embarrassed look and said, Wu Chen, I'm sorry, I still need to go downtown with my uncles to check out a batch of goods for our family. Otherwise, you can just find a place to settle down for the next 2 days. We'll meet up again in 2 days at the entrance of the Junior Pet Trainer Academy in Yin City. No problem. Wu Chen didn't hesitate to agree, because separation was exactly what he hoped for, allowing more freedom. He also wanted to take the opportunity to understand Yin City well and deal with the resources in his hands, hoping to exchange them all for something useful for Blood Rain and Little Fire Fox. He had planned for a long time, but Qingshan Town was too small, and many things were scarce due to being controlled by those families and limited vendors. Yin City must not be lacking in anything. Thus they parted ways. Wu Chen first wandered around with the crowd for quite a while, discovering that the prosperity of Yin City was beyond imagination. Every street was built very flat and beautiful, with various kinds of shops on both sides. However, the broad main roads generally catered to the needs of ordinary people, such as ironware shops and grain stores. Wu Chen's target was very clear. Yin City's large specialized trading market where pet trainers buy and sell resources. This kind of large trading market covers everything, all specifically provided for pet trainers. Here, almost any goods related to one's pet could be purchased, ranging from food to physical enhancement items, or even treasures. Of course, the premise is that you must have money. Chapter 55. Another ingenious use of the scanning feature. Among mortals, the commonly circulated coins are those minted by the Empire, copper, silver, and gold coins, with an exchange rate of 1 to 10. However, pet masters simply don't abide by this system. Pet masters use a special currency designated by the Empire. That's right, it's soul crystals. Soul crystals are energy-rich crystalline minerals, which after being mined, are manufactured according to the Empire's standards into blocks of soul crystals used as currency. Soul crystals can be used for cultivation or shopping, making them indispensable possessions for pet masters. In transactions among pet masters, whether they be beast trading or treasure material trading, apart from some private requests for bartering goods, soul crystals are irreplaceable. Of course, there are also demon cores, which are absolute hard currencies. Demon cores can also be bought and sold. A first-rank demon core is usually valued at around 10 soul crystals. Wu Chen's journey this time was precisely to clear out the various attribute demon cores he had accumulated over this period while hunting beasts for blood points and experience. Among these demon cores, the wind attribute ones and part of the fire attribute ones had naturally been selected by Wu Chen as the best rations and cultivation energy for the blood ring. There were approximately 71 demon cores remaining. Wu Chen stepped into the pet master market, located in a rather unique area. At least along the way, Wu Chen did not see a single commoner here, a place where commoners have no right to enter. Not long after becoming a pet master, the city lord's mansion had issued him a badge, a yellow feather badge, a special certification for imperial pet masters, facilitating their records and easy passage throughout the empire. Wu Chen noticed people ahead entering this street unconsciously sticking out their chests to display their badges hanging above, indicating them toward the empty street. A trace of energy would instantly flash past, seemingly a mental scan before proceeding peacefully. This was Wu Chen's first visit to an official pet master market, naturally brimming with curiosity as his eyes roved among various stalls near the entrance. His gaze immediately fell on a pile of light blue dry grass in front of a vendor, with a sign reading, "Selling spirit blue grass, suitable for feeding herbivorous pet beasts, worth 1 soul crystal per 10 pounds. This kind of grass is quite common, containing faint spiritual energy, often found in large areas where certain herbivorous pet beasts gather. It is not particularly valuable, only a very ordinary commodity. Additionally, there were residues of energy stones for rock-type pet beasts to consume. And there were weapons designed specifically for harming pets, with attached crystal cores to create energy stones. The prices were not trivial, almost all marked around dozens of soul crystals. However, these weapons could barely cut through the fur of second-rank beasts, rendering them useless to Wu Chen. Wait, what am I seeing? Wu Chun had instinctively activated the scanning function of the system, which immediately revealed the introduction of a weapon he scanned. Inferior spirit weapon black iron blade. Average quality. Capable of breaking through third-rank beast fur at most. Broken spirit war boots. Can enhance the agility of pet masters, with an energy boosting effect, slightly improving running speed. My goodness, I can detect detailed information about any item. Am I dreaming? Wu Chun was almost dumbfounded. He knew that the super evolution system's scanning function could skin beasts, but had no idea it could also skin objects like the previous spirit war boots. Damn black-hearted merchants claiming the boots were perfectly crafted, promising a 10% speed boost if intact, but actually they were broken and dared to sell for 80 soul crystals. A flame grass resembling sungrass was shamelessly put up for sale by this guy, priced at 130 soul crystals. Whoever buys it must be blind. Having this super cheating tool, Wu Chun was thrilled, his eyes darting everywhere, examining stall after stall. Chapter 56. Shopping. Apart from selling various types of pet food, Wu Chun saw many stalls offering spiritual energy weapons, or so-called rare treasures. Among these items, only a small portion were genuine, with many being fake. However, Wu Chun could understand. He was in the outermost area of the pet master market, commonly known as the ground stall street. This was where weaker pet masters sold fragmented pet supplies, pet foods, special knives used for hunting beast pets, insect repellents, lures, and traps needed for outdoor survival. You wouldn't find much good stuff in the outer area, but if you were looking for some small, essential items that pet masters need, it was easy to gather them here at reasonable prices. Unfortunately, since Wu Chun had discovered the system's functionality, he eagerly came looking for bargains. Initially uninterested, he had planned to walk through this section directly to the upscale merchant district inside, which offered well-guaranteed goods. However, now he began carefully inspecting each stall. Blood vein stone, a common natural mineral, often used for weapon decoration. Blood spirit stone, a peculiar mineral containing the essence blood spilled by beasts, infused with unknown beast blood. It enhances the power of blood-sucking beasts. The contained essence blood is ghost shadow spider blood. Absorbing it has a 1% chance of granting bloodline powers to spider-type beasts, and bat-like creatures can grow stronger by absorbing it. This was a piece of valuable material Wu Chun successfully uncovered. Its market price should have been 50 soul crystals per piece. Since beast blood spills in many places, such stones might occasionally form under the ground there, though they didn't have significant uses. Still, compared to piles of junk priced at 5 soul crystals, Wu Chun directly bought it generously, completely ignoring the seller's eyes that looked at him like a father. Despite his persistence in searching further, the occasional finds were all things not worth much money, making Wu Chun quite disinterested and without any intention of purchasing anything. That's soul-gathering fruit. Consuming it helps calm the spirit, increasing mental sharpness, and adding 3/10 to one's mental energy. Only effective for spirit fog realm practitioners. This was a fruit enhancing mental strength by 30%, useful only for those within the spirit fog realm, yet it brought immense joy to Wu Chun. A 30% boost in mental energy meant cutting down on a third of his practice time. Originally needing 2 weeks to break through to the advanced level of the spirit fog realm, saving a third meant just a few days reduction. He could break through within 10 days. Breaking through earlier was always better. Wu Chun quietly purchased the fruit along with a pile of other mountain fruits. After storing the soul-gathering fruit safely, he gave most of the rest to Wu Yuan and munched on them himself while walking. Finally, Wu Chun left the chaotic open stall area and entered a clearly luxurious and orderly shop alley. At first glance, Wu Chun noticed a huge store selling precious artifacts. Heaven Treasure Pavilion. This was an all-encompassing store catering specifically to pet masters, not just selling precious artifacts but also buying soul cores and specific parts such as pelts, bones, and blood of certain beast pets. Wu Chun happened to need to offload excess goods in order to gather enough soul crystals, aiming to see if he could purchase a good artifact. If nothing else, even buying something useful would be sufficient. Chapter 57. Exchange of Demon Cores. Welcome to our shop. This is one of the most renowned long-established shops in Flame City, absolutely offering great value for money. I wonder what you would like to buy. Our first floor sells low-grade spirit energy weapons and lower-tier treasure artifacts, while the second floor offers mid-grade spirit energy weapons and mid-tier treasure artifacts. At the moment, we also have a collection of extremely rare mid-tier treasure artifacts. If you are interested, take a look. Wu Chun stroked his chin and asked, "Does this place buy demon beast soul crystals and demon beast corpses?" The apprentice's face shifted instantly and replied, "Certainly. Our main business is weapon sales and artifact selling. We also purchase demon beast soul cores at fair prices. May I know how many you intend to sell?" Wu Chun calculated quickly and then stated the number of demon cores he had, 71. These were mostly from demon beasts killed by Wu Yuan during its growth, removing wind and fire elemental ones that could enhance his own beast's power. The rest held no use for Wu Chun. 71 soul cores. The apprentice was greatly surprised, especially after tallying the quality of the cores inside Wu Chun's bag, which left him overjoyed. Among them were approximately 50 third-rank demon cores below, 3 fourth-rank demon cores, and even more importantly, 1 fifth-rank demon core. This one was something Wu Chun had casually retrieved from the head of a 5th-rank purple lynx during a chaotic battle. The apprentice immediately stepped back, and the shopkeeper smiled, recalculating everything again. First-rank demon cores were worth 10 soul crystals each. Second-rank demon cores were worth 20 soul crystals each. However, starting from third rank, the price doubled. After all, a soul core isn't just about higher rank equating to slightly more energy. Third-rank demon beasts could match several second-rank demons, so the qualitative difference meant the higher the rank, the higher the price. Total of 1,200 soul crystals for all third-rank and lower cores. 3 fourth-rank cores valued at 60 soul crystals each total 180 soul crystals. The final 5th-rank core at 100 soul crystals, totaling 1,480 soul crystals. After meticulous calculation, the shopkeeper informed Wu Chun of the result, leaving Wu Chun somewhat surprised. He hadn't anticipated the cores could fetch so much. Apparently, his perception of the exchange rate was off. It wasn't that a higher rank merely added 10 soul crystals. A first rank core cost 10, second rank 20, but the third rank jumped to 40, fourth rank 60 soul crystals, and fifth rank 100. Wu Chun was satisfied. The core's value far exceeded his original budget. Subsequently, Wu Chun also sold parts of some third-rank demon beasts such as claws, teeth, tendons, and bones, including the flower sac of the flower demon. These items were essential ingredients for certain medicinal pills. While beast tamers were a major trend, there were also alchemists who enjoyed even greater respect than tamers, albeit in fewer numbers, making them absolute gold diggers. There were also blood spirit stones that Wu Chun scavenged. Altogether, they exchanged for over 200 additional soul crystals. Combined with the savings obtained from Wang Hu, his wealth surged to 2,000 soul crystals instantly. In the ranks of first-tier beast tamers, this definitely put him in the richer class. Only now did Wu Chun begin examining the treasure artifacts in the store. How could the shopkeeper let this big fish slip away? He eagerly smiled, saying, "Sir, please feel free to browse. All our treasure artifacts are meticulously crafted by specialized artificers, extremely effective. Honest trade for everyone, young and old. And our store offers a discount card for single purchases exceeding 1,000 soul crystals, allowing 10% off next time." Ignoring the shopkeeper's incessant chatter, Wu Chun picked up an item on the shelf. A battle axe-type spirit energy weapon specifically designed for beast tamers, used to tear open demon beast skins for easier extraction of soul cores and organs. It could also serve as their personal attack weapon. It was worth noting that some beast tamers themselves were quite skilled. Chapter 58, Treasured Artifact. Wu Chun was also very interested in spiritual energy weapons. After all, if one encountered beasts in the wild, it wouldn't be wise to fight barehanded. At least having a weapon was crucial. It could also serve as an important tool for dissecting demon beasts. With a single scan of Wu Chun's system scanning function, the most specific names and functions of each spiritual energy weapon were displayed in full detail. The quality of these spiritual energy weapons is too low here. Even the treasured artifacts aren't impressive. Wu Chun was now facing demon beasts of the 4th rank and above. Low-level spiritual energy treasures offered almost no significant advantage. They struggled to cut through the skin and flesh of 3rd-rank demon beasts or higher. There weren't many treasures here, only about 17 pieces, yet given the rarity of treasured artifacts, their prices were quite astonishing. Sea Jelly Pearl, a water-based low-grade treasured artifact, ranked as inferior grade. When worn by water-type demon beasts, it can increase the effectiveness of water-based skills by 10%. Price, 490 soul crystals. Lightning Silver Bracelet, a thunder-based low-grade treasured artifact, ranked as medium grade. When equipped by thunder-type demon beasts, it increases their lightning abilities by 10%. Price, 690 soul crystals. Fire Cloud Ring, a fire-based low-grade treasured artifact, ranked as superior grade. When equipped by fire-type demon beasts, it increases the intensity of flames by 30%. Price, 990 soul crystals. Even among the lower-ranked treasures, their quality and capability were further divided into inferior, medium, and superior grades. The price difference was immense. Treasured artifacts with a 30% enhancement effect could cost nearly 1,000 soul crystals. For comparison, ordinary residents' yearly earnings converted into soul crystals would only amount to 1 or 2 at most. As for typical beast masters who possessed 3rd-rank demon beasts, their savings likely fell far short of 1,000 since demon beasts weren't so easily hunted. Not everyone had Wu Chun's perseverance and unique rewards from the system. The first floor didn't have anything that caught Wu Chun's eye. He decided he must go check out the second floor. Indeed, the second floor was much more luxurious. The counters, made entirely of pure silver, immediately signaled this place wasn't meant for commoners. On display here were far fewer items, less than 1/3 compared to the first floor, with only over 20 items scattered across the room. More than half were mid-grade spiritual energy treasured artifacts. Spiritual energy treasured artifacts used beast cores as their driving energy source and were immensely powerful. They could be wielded as strong weapons against demon beasts or even used as defensive armor capable of blocking attacks. However, the equipment prices for beast masters paled in comparison to the ones specifically designed to enhance the abilities of demon beasts, which were typically 8 to 9 times cheaper. After all, a beast master's foundation still rested on their spirit pets. Humans themselves were fragile. Owning strong weapons alone wouldn't make it easy to face mighty demon beasts. Only when demon beasts grew stronger did the beast masters truly become stronger. Crafting treasured artifacts was not simple either, requiring precise materials, techniques, and mastery in refining. Moreover, alchemists were rare, hence the high prices being inevitable. If I can, buying just one mid-grade treasured artifact would be good enough, preferably a fire-based one. That way, the Fire Cloud Jade Pendant could be directly sold to the store. The enhancement provided by low-grade treasured artifacts is simply too minimal. The little fire fox was Wu Chun's upcoming second strongest pet, and its gear and strength must keep up accordingly. A quick glance brought various kinds of information flooding into his mind. In the end, Wu Chun picked up a claw-shaped dark red jade. It was exquisitely crafted, akin to an artwork. But upon removal from the counter, it instantly emitted an intense wave of scorching heat, hot enough to burn ordinary hands. Only by wrapping his hand with spiritual power could Wu Chun dare to take it out and examine it. Chapter 59, The Fire Claw Jade. Fire Claw Jade, intermediate middle rank treasure, can amplify fire-type skills of fire-based demonic beasts by 50%. Comes with a special effect, Flame Split, which enhances the fire-type claw attacks after initiation, causing wounds to split open and burn. Price, 1,500 soul crystals. This piece of Fire Claw Jade was not the best here, but it was the most suitable among the rare intermediate treasures for Xiaohoxiu, Little Fire Fox. The price was within Wu Chun's acceptable range. With gritted teeth, Wu Chun called over the shopkeeper and indifferently said under the latter's surprised gaze, "Wrap it up." Also, that intermediate spiritual energy treasure, the Bone-Breaking Jade Dagger. The Bone-Breaking Jade Dagger was much more delicate. Its handle was made from a special type of jade, feeling icy cool and very comfortable to touch. Its seemingly crystal clear and dark blue blade was actually incredibly sharp, capable of slicing through the skin and flesh of demonic beasts below the 6th rank, making it convenient for Wu Chun to protect himself and gather materials. One cost 1,500 soul crystals, while the other only required 400 soul crystals, thus showing the gap between treasures and spiritual energy weapons. After emptying his storage ring of 1,900 soul crystals, Wu Chun became a pauper once again, with only just over 100 soul crystals left on him. But Wu Chun didn't care. He wasn't a miser. In his view, resources were only useful when they enhanced one's strength, which in turn allowed better hunting of demonic beasts and gathering of resources. This was a virtuous cycle. Wu Chun took the discount membership card offered by the shopkeeper absent-mindedly and continued strolling down the street. However, because of his lack of funds, even when he saw a herbal medicine shop that somewhat caught his interest, he held back and returned along the original path. The evolution point purchasable items in the system's basic recommendation panel had become less useful for Shuyu. Wu Chun knew the true shopping mall function of the system hadn't been fully activated yet. It was simply that his own mental energy progression was too slow. Only if he could reach the high stage of spiritual mist realm as soon as possible might he activate new functions of system items. To Wu Chun, the medicines and healing arts sold by the system far surpassed those available in any common herbal medicine shop. Furthermore, purchasing from the system allowed Wu Chun to directly apply them on desired targets at any moment solely using mental power, which gave him an edge in battle. He could even quietly heal Shuyu without others knowing. Thus, accumulating blood points and cultivation were Wu Chun's top priorities. So this is the Junior Demon Tamer Academy? Wu Chun gazed curiously at the grand pavilions and low mountains shrouded in mist located in the busiest area of Flame City. The imposing and tall threshold deterred many people. 2 guards were sitting on either side of the stone benches at the entrance. A giant dark green panther-like beast lazily sprawled on the ground, while a lion-shaped demon beast that looked even fiercer sat coldly, grooming its fur. Common passers-by dared not approach this area and merely watched reverently from afar on the streets toward this magnificent academy. It wasn't the time for the school to start sessions yet, so there weren't many people coming here for previews. Wu Chun glanced for a few moments before leaving. He originally planned to rent a room near the Junior Demon Tamer Academy, but due to the arrival of freshmen recommended by various towns and city factions, all nearby rooms were fully occupied. Even if some remained, their prices were inflated to the shocking figure of 30 soul crystals per night. This forced Wu Chun to sulk around 3 neighboring streets until he finally found a relatively normal inn, costing only 10 soul crystals per night. Chapter 60. Chuji Yaocheng Shiyan of Flame City. The accommodation pavilion exclusively for pet trainers was naturally impressive. Wu Chun found that each room had a miniature prohibition set up, which could block the mental force intrusion of other pet trainers, and also had an excellent soundproofing effect. Wu Chun was satisfied with this. After finding his room, he immediately activated the prohibition and took out the treasure item. The Fire Claw Jade was indeed stronger than the Fire Spirit Jade. Increasing the absorption speed of fire attribute energy by 10% was actually quite trivial, and in terms of enhancing one's power, its cost effectiveness was low. However, Wu Chun didn't sell it because each pet had 2 treasure spaces. More strength was always better. Wu Chun immediately equipped the Fire Claw Jade to the treasure space for Little Fire Fox. He also placed food for both his pets into the pet space, the corpse of a 3rd stage wood ape. Besides eating spirit cores to supplement their energy, allowing pets to appropriately consume beast corpses was beneficial. It could maintain their carnivorous nature, and the blood and flesh of beasts contained extremely strong energy, not inferior even to spirit cores. For beast creatures, although it was not as good as specifically adjusted beast grain, it wasn't far off either. Meanwhile, Wu Chun began his regular daily cultivation. The eternal Nirvana Lotus Law circulated as spiritual force flowed from the 100 pivots within his body, cycling through all his organs. This served to attract surrounding floating heavenly energies while reinforcing his tendons and bones. Then, it entered the dim consciousness sea within his brain, where threads of energy were absorbed and purified by the tiny lotus seed, converting them into compressed, pure spiritual force. Cultivating spiritual force was not exhausting. On the contrary, it had a restorative effect. The eternal Nirvana Lotus Law was vast and profound, requiring the attraction of large amounts of natural energies. After being purified by the lotus seed produced by the secret method, these became the unique spiritual force of the eternal Nirvana Lotus Law, thicker and stronger. And the speed and range at which the eternal Nirvana Lotus Law attracted natural energy were quite fast. Within 100 meters around Wu Chun, almost all natural energies converged around him. Sensing it with his consciousness, he was like watching fireflies shining. However, ordinary people only possessed sparse quantities of natural energy factors, meaning their cultivation would inevitably be much slower compared to Wu Chun's within the same period. Their generated spiritual forces were also less refined and durable than Wu Chun's. Once Wu Chun entered a state of cultivation, he became extraordinarily calm and focused. Over and over again, he utilized the suction force of the lotus seed to swallow and purify energy, during which process the lotus seed grew slowly. The surrounding energy mist also deepened, even showing signs of condensing into tiny droplets. Wu Chun then swallowed the gathering soul fruit. Instantly, a thick surge of spiritual force rushed into Wu Chun's consciousness sea, instantly strengthening the mist by 3/10. However, these spiritual forces still needed to be condensed once more by being exhaled and inhaled through the lotus seed. Even so, Wu Chun saved himself a week's worth of hard work. At this rate, he would break through to the advanced stage of the Lingwu realm in about 8 days at most. Finally, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Today was the official opening day of the Junior Pet Trainer Academy, and Wu Chun came early to the academy gate as agreed upon, waiting for the arrival of the Lin family. However, he hadn't been there long when he saw a scene of confrontation. A dandy dressed rather flamboyantly was mocking another well-dressed handsome youth. It seemed they were sworn enemies. Upon seeing each other, they directly burst into mutual cursing and insults. Chapter 61. Lu Xiaohua. Lu Xiaohua, You son of a bitch, I didn't expect to run into you here today. Aren't you going to explain what happened in Chaoyang Forest? A richly dressed young master with a shadow of gloom on his face roughly pushed aside the beautiful maidservant at his side and coldly stared at the opposite direction. The youth being stared at also seemed extraordinary, wearing a sleek leather jacket and expensive boots that seemed to be made from some kind of crocodile beast, with two sword-bearing guards standing behind him. Upon hearing the young master's questioning, he disdainfully showed a slight smirk. How about it? Was it really my fault that you wet your pants in fear? Upon hearing this, the lavishly dressed young man immediately turned red-faced in anger and bellowed lowly. Say that again. Lu Xiaohua, stop pretending to be so impressive. You're nothing more than the illegitimate child born from an affair between the head of the Lu family when he was younger and a maid. Though they gave you the title of third young master, do you actually think yourself something important? If Lu Xiaoban were here, naturally I would have nothing to say. As for you, humph, how could an illegitimate child of a concubine be worthy of arguing with me? As soon as the young master of the Hua household mentioned Lu Xiaohua's background, his attitude became lofty and proud, sneering in satisfaction. Lu Xiaohua's face turned pale. Being humiliated over one's past before a crowd was certainly disgraceful, especially for the third young master of one of Yinqing's four great families, the Lu family. Instantly, those who gathered around, either pet trainers from minor families or locals from Yinqing's smaller clans, began to whisper among themselves, like they had heard a huge scoop. Their gazes toward Lu Xiaohua shifted from reverence to contemptuous looks. Only their fear of the Lu families might keep them from laughing out loud. However, the amused curiosity in their eyes filled Lu Xiaohua with intense inner fury and pain. But very quickly, he suppressed his anger. His eyes calmed again, instead replying lightly. Since young Master Bai has been so candid, I, Lu Xiaohua, won't hold back either. Do you know who 3 days ago was swaggering around with a horde of house guards heading off to Chaoyang Forest to hunt beasts for training? And ended up being babied everywhere like a little kid, even finally chased by a mighty desolate flame tiger until falling into a hunter's trap, scaring him so bad that he shit himself. TSK. I wonder if young Master Bai still remembers that scene clearly, the smell too? In an instant, Bai Yuanfei's face flushed red with shame and anger, ready to burst. He instantly yelled loudly and cursed furiously. You bastard son of a dog, don't bullshit me. When did I ever go to Chaoyang Forest? If you dare slander me, damn cur, do you think I'm scared of you? Have the guts to duel me one-on-one then. Lu Xiaohua wasn't angered but rather smiled. His face looked chillingly cold as he said, this was your own suggestion, a one-on-one fight. I assume Lord Bai wouldn't be so dishonorable as to deny this later or call for help from your retainers, right? One-on-one all present here have heard. One sentence caused Bai Yuanfei's eyes to suddenly panic again. Feeling dizzy, he realized that the words he spat out in anger just now were being stubbornly seized upon by this scoundrel. It was undoubtedly a scheme to provoke him. As for fighting Lu Xiaohua, Bai Yuanfei suddenly shivered. He truly dared not. It was true that Lu Xiaohua came from humble beginnings, but this guy was a crazy practitioner, extraordinarily hardworking. Moreover, the resources given to him by the Lu family, though less than those given to the other two young masters, were still sufficiently abundant. Although they were the same age, if it came to one-on-one, Bai Yuanfei would be utterly annihilated. Lu Xiaohua suddenly mocked with icy disdain. If you don't dare, don't talk nonsense. I remember this challenge of yours. In the future, whenever I feel like it, I'll call you out for a one-on-one fight. I hope you wash your neck clean and wait patiently. After saying that, he coldly ignored Bai Yuanfei, who was fuming with frustration after being caught red-handed, and walked away to wait on the side. You damned mongrel, just wait. Bai Yuanfei spit viciously. However, shortly after, a glimmer in his eye seemed to suggest he had thought of a way to vent his anger, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Chapter 62, Wu Chen's Calculation. Master Lu Xiaohua, the third young master of the Lu family, and Master Bai Yuanfei, the fourth young master of the Bai family, were in conflict, a situation that Wu Chun observed fully. The Bai family, the Lu family, the Zheng family, and the Wang family were the four top families in this city of Yin. It could even be said that half of the entire Yin city's industries were divided among these four families. Their clans produced a plethora of geniuses under their resource-rich conditions, and many famous powerful figures have emerged from these families. Without mentioning anything else, almost every previous Yin city governor has been selected from one of these four families. The stronger the family's power, the more likely they would be chosen by the Yintang dynasty's appointed official to take on the role. Whoever became governor naturally had a very significant enhancement in both the family's prestige and strength. Thus, the four major families were not usually cooperative with each other, wary of each other. Both the elders and the general family atmosphere fostered such sentiments, which naturally extended to the younger generation of the families, who did not generally have good relationships with one another. They understood that they were all competitors. Some of the older ones knew how to use smiles to subtly insult others, while these young lords, still full of youthful vigor and impatience, tended to resort to lower-level insults, sarcasm, or physical fights. Wu Chun was uninterested in their familial relationships or in the small enmity between Lu Xiaohua and Bai Yuanfei. What interested him was Lu Xiaohua himself. The Lu family would, without any surprises, become Wu Chen's temporary host family in the future. Given the help the Lu family had given him, regardless of whether he becomes strong or not in the future, his connection with the Lu family cannot be severed. Therefore, appropriately understanding some internal structures and disputes within the Lu family seemed quite necessary to Wu Chun. This Lu Xiaohua was particularly worthy of attention. Since his mother is of low birth, Lu Xiaohua's position in the Lu family must not be high. That explains why he seems so mature and tolerant towards Bai Yuanfei, who is younger than him. People like this often possess great perseverance and potential. If there's an opportunity, it wouldn't hurt to try befriending him. What Wu Chun admired most were people with perseverance. Even though he himself was a tragic reincarnated soul, this body's current identity was incredibly pitiful. His father was a remarkable beastmaster who left the remote village but disappeared without a trace. For decades, his father's friends managed only to provide meager care for him. Since his relationship with the Liu family was unavoidable, interacting more with Liu Xiaohua could be beneficial for Wu Chen's closeness to the Liu family. However, now was obviously not the time. Wu Chen casually found a place to sit down, closing his eyes and resting as he stared at the tightly shut gate. Today was the start of the Junior Beastmaster Academy term, and people overflowed everywhere. This street was nearly occupied by horse-drawn carriages pulled by magnificent magical beasts from various families, yet everyone had to wait. The Junior Beastmaster Academy does not open before its set time. This rule is unchangeable even by the noble families, since the academy is directly overseen by the empire as a cradle for cultivating strong individuals. Those coming here are either selected from rural towns like Wu Chun, recommended by smaller city family quotas, or triumphed through the competitive preliminary selection held by the Beastmaster Academy in Yen City, primarily open to pet masters of humble origins. In short, anyone with talent and strength can enter the Junior Beastmaster Academy. Of course, Yen City region wasn't limited to just one such academy. There were several similar Beastmaster Academies scattered around, though their reputations weren't as illustrious as that of the Junior Beastmaster Academy. All were part of the Imperial system. Pet masters who couldn't get into the Junior Beastmaster Academy were warmly welcomed by the other pet master academies. Finally, as the sunlight brightened on Saman Street, the heavy copper gates slowly opened. An elderly gentleman wearing white robes, with a benevolent demeanor, stepped out, accompanied by two slightly younger adults. Chapter 63, Pet Academy Test. All eyes immediately turned to the three individuals. The elder showed no signs of distress despite being the center of attention and smiled. Greetings, students gathered from all corners. I am Emil Hai, a first-year mentor of the academy. I'm delighted that you've chosen our Flame City Junior Pet Master Academy. I won't beat around the bush. All of you are elites from various regions and possess student tokens for the academy. However, I must clarify that having a token doesn't guarantee your admission. We will conduct a spirit energy test shortly. Those who fail to meet the standards will not be accepted by the academy. Their tokens will be reclaimed, and they will be encouraged to pursue other opportunities. Now, please line up in an orderly fashion and enter. The two young mentors promptly positioned themselves grandly at either side of the stairway leading into the gates, smiling at the crowd. Please follow us inside. Wu Chen anxiously scanned the surroundings, wondering where Lin Dong was. Hey! His shoulder was suddenly slapped, prompting Wu Chen, reacting out of reflex from his days in the wilderness, to instinctively draw his dagger from his waist and lunge toward whoever stood behind him, startling them into jumping back. Cursing, they shouted, "Damn it, Wu Chen! Is this how you treat a friend? Were you trying to chop me up?" Hastily sheathing his dagger, Wu Chen chuckled awkwardly. Why did you come so late? Lin Dong sighed. There were some issues with the goods back home. I almost didn't make it on time. Never mind that. Let's hurry inside. Seeing Lin Dong had no intention of further elaborating, Wu Chen wisely chose not to pry. The two entered the gate together with the throng. As soon as Wu Chen crossed the threshold, he immediately felt something different. A rich flow of spiritual energy enveloped him, its density at least twice that outside the gate. It was hard to imagine that only a towering wall separated such vastly different realms. There must be a colossal restriction encompassing the entire academy, which, according to Wu Chen's knowledge, could only be arranged by an array master well-versed in formations. These individuals being even rarer than alchemists or medicinal refiners. Wide bluestone paths stretched before them, brimming with a unique charm. Lush and verdant woods on both sides exuded vitality, making for a pleasant environment. Under the guidance and arrangement of the two mentors, they were divided into 6 formations and guided to a 1,000-meter wide square of slate gray rock. Mentor Mo Hai stood in the center of the square, smiling benignly. Though you've earned your place at our Junior Pet Master Academy, as an officially recognized top institution supported by the Empire, the Flame City Junior Pet Master Academy does not admit just anyone. Please allow all irrelevant individuals to leave the area. Mentor Su Ning on my left will measure the soul strength of each candidate. Only those who meet the requirements in terms of soul power will become official members of our academy. Mentor Su Ning appeared very kind-hearted as he produced a white crystal stone, saying, "This is the soul crystal, capable of displaying the strength of your souls. We'll begin with the first row, one at a time. You first." The youth who was called upon clearly looked nervous but excitedly placed his hand on the crystal. As long as his soul power reached the preliminary stage of Spirit Mist Realm, he would have met the academy's baseline standard, which virtually every pet master could reach. This might seem somewhat redundant. However, it was necessary. Though the soul contract required one soul strength to reach the Spirit Mist Realm design, not everyone possessed an intact soul. In fact, 90% of ordinary people, even if given methods to cultivate soul strength, struggled to perceive the energy of heaven and earth. This is why the backbone of the empire remains the countless martial arts armies composed of commoners. Humanity is weak, and in a world teeming with ferocious beasts and cruel natural laws, resources must be allocated effectively to rapidly enhance the capabilities of those who need them most. Chapter 64, Wang Yu. The Soul Force test was extremely simple, with almost no surprises as everyone passed. Most people were at the initial stage of the Spirit Fog Realm in terms of mental strength. At the age of 16, the human body naturally generates acupoints, also known as familiar space. Hence, for the majority, the starting point is 16 years old. Wu Chun was fortunate. At the very least, his talent and soul force were quite sensitive, preventing him from being like most ordinary people who had no hope of ever becoming a familiar master. Of course, some peculiar cultivation systems, such as the heavenly demon physical refinement flow or some deviant and strange cultivation methods, don't emphasize aptitude but can still make humans powerful warriors. However, those sects are ancient and rare. Since they haven't spread widely, they must have significant flaws. In this world, the mainstay remains pet masters who control familiars, focusing on cultivating soul force. There were very few who could reach the middle stage of the Spirit Fog Realm in soul force at this age, less than 50 individuals. Keep in mind, the total number was 423, and naturally, Wu Chun was one of these 50. When Wu Chen's mental strength detection results came out, Lin Dong, who was behind him, widened his eyes as if it were hard to believe that Wu Qin's mental strength was so high. Lin Dong himself was also at the middle stage of the spirit fog realm, but he had only broken through after being fed refined soul flower porridge for a month by his father. Wu Qin didn't need anything, and his soul force intensity seemed even higher. Wu Qin's soul force was indeed astonishing. Though just at the middle stage of the spirit fog realm, the brightness of his light ball rivaled that of the advanced stage. This caused the three mentors to take notice of Wu Chun and carefully remember this young man's face. Of course, Wu Chun wasn't the top, as 6 individuals had reached the late stage of the spirit fog realm in soul force. These 6 youths naturally drew the attention of everyone. That seems to be a member of the Yin City 4 great families. Look at the person on the far left. Isn't that Lu Xiaohua, the 3rd young master of the Lu family, who was arguing with Bai Yuanfei at the entrance earlier? Upon hearing the discussion around him, Wu Chun hurriedly looked over and indeed saw Lu Xiaohua. He still had that aloof demeanor, while next to him stood a beautifully dressed girl. Even though she was a teenager, she carried herself with great grace, bright eyes and white teeth resembling a little beauty. Wearing a light pink dress, she smiled gently as she spoke to Lu Xiaohua about something. It was only when looking at the girl that Lu Xiaohua revealed a look of extreme kindness and affection. Sister Miaoying, I didn't expect you to come to the Junior Familiar Master Academy this year. Another spirited youth walked over, revealing unabashed admiration towards the girl and giving Lu Xiaohua a polite nod. This person is Wang Yu, the 5th son of the Wang family, quite well known in the Wang family's direct line. Dust, why are you paying so much attention to those few people? Let me tell you honestly, all 6 of them come from the Yin City 4 great families. Only these families have such abundant resources to allow their younger generations to quickly break through to the late stages of the spirit fog realm. Jealousy won't do any good. Lin Dong thought Wu Chun was feeling dejected because he couldn't match those 6 people and kindly explained. Out of curiosity, Wu Chun asked, how do you know that? With pride, Lin Dong replied, didn't I say? Our family has done a bit of business in Yin City in recent years. My second uncle is in charge of Yin City, so getting some insider news from him isn't a problem. Wu Chun was instantly amazed. Yin City was more than 1,000 miles away from Green Mountain Town. The Lin family was merely one of the 4 fairly strong families in Green Mountain Town, yet they had managed to extend their influence all the way to Yin City. Chapter 65, The Newcomers. This is nothing, Wu Chun. You underestimate our clans a bit. Without mentioning others, we have 300 people in the Lin family. Every year, at least one young beast master is sent to Flame City. After decades, there are naturally a few extremely talented and highly successful clan brothers among us whose cultivation strength is no less than the elders of the clan. They manage the family businesses here in Flame City. The other families are the same. Even the Wang family with whom you have a feud, although Wang who appears weaker, he's only the second in command of the Wang family. The real leader is Wang Liang, not him. Wang Liang has reportedly obtained a position as a team leader in the city guard in Flame City and has built connections with the local Wang family, which allows them to maintain their status. Lin Dong is truly righteous. He is very open when talking to Wu Chun, revealing everything he knows. Since he knew Wu Chun doesn't get along well with the Wang family, he specifically mentioned Wang Liang. Wang Liang, how is it that he managed to connect with the Flame City Wang family? Are they related? Not really. There are many Wang families, but Wang Liang seems to be skilled in social climbing. It's said that he intends to lead the Green Mountain Town Wang family into an alliance with the Flame City Wang family to bind them closely together. Wu Chun glanced several times at Wang Yu. He also learned that the girl Wang Yu had been fawning over was none other than Miss Lu Miaoying, the 6th miss of the Lu family. She comes from the legitimate main line and holds a much higher status compared to Lu Xiaohua, who has a more complicated lineage. It seems that Lu Miaoying and her cousin Lu Xiaohua have a good relationship. Among the others, one person caught his attention, Bai Yuanfei, the 4th son of the Bai family, who was rather arrogant. Another came from the Zheng family, one of the 4 major families, while the last was a genius from a family within the city. Wu Chun did not feel dissatisfied about his lower spiritual power compared to others because the cultivation speed of the imperishable Nirvana Lotus technique was indeed very fast. The reason why he hasn't yet advanced to the late stage of Spirit Mist realm is simply because he started cultivating later than these individuals. Just a month ago, he was still a common teenager who hadn't even reached the Spirit Mist realm. How could he possibly compare to these top geniuses from various noble families across Flame City who've already been cultivating for half a year? These 423 people had all successfully passed the selection exams, making them this year's confirmed freshmen. What surprised Wu Chun even more was that he saw some familiar faces from Green Mountain Town, such as Huang Jiong of the Huang family, Su Lai from the Su family, and Li Wenqing from the Li family. Their appearance at the Junior Beastmaster Academy was almost certain. Wu Chun was astonished, however, to see Li Wendy. Hadn't this guy been eliminated? Lin Dong laughed. Wu Chun, aren't you underestimating the Li family too much? Although the quota for each township is fixed, the Junior Beastmaster Academy is organized by the Empire to cultivate talents and will never limit itself to only selecting a few individuals. In reality, one can directly purchase additional quotas by paying a large price. Do you think these 400 people were all nominated by different regions? There are barely more than 10 towns near Flame City, and most quotas have actually gone to the Flame City families. Upon hearing this, Wu Chun immediately felt speechless. He remembered how a kindly uncle from the Lu family had told his house servants to reserve a place for him. Afraid of causing trouble for the Lu family, he decided to compete himself. Now he realized that getting a spot wasn't a big deal for such influential families. Wu Chun didn't regret his decision, though. He dislikes owing debts to others, whether it's money or favors, since favors are the hardest ones to repay. Besides, apart from the care shown by that particular uncle of the Lu family, Wu Chun has no actual connection to the Lu family whatsoever. Chapter 66, Class 7, Grade 1. Wu Chun and Lin Dong did not approach the others from Green Mountain Town to greet them, as a mentor had already arrived to distribute the official student tokens according to their names and retrieve the temporary identity jade badges. They were then led by a teacher to the spacious, junior-level Beast Pet Academy dormitory. This was a large cluster of wooden pavilions connected together beside a lake, decorated in quite an ornate manner. with carved beams and painted rafters. The dormitory was naturally separated from males and females. The girls' pavilion was on the opposite side of the lake. Each person would be allocated a single wooden room, exquisitely and elegantly designed. The most remarkable feature was that this academy had strong confidentiality measures. Every room actually had a layer of micro-restriction. Although the micro-restrictions were not expensive, costing only 3 soul crystals per room, it was still impressive considering the number of students. They were just new students entering the school, classified as grade 1, while there were second-year and third-year students who had been attending for 1 or 2 years already. This was sufficient evidence of the junior academy's immense wealth and power. Naturally, Wu Chun and Lin Dong's rooms were not together. According to their room numbers, Wu Chun was room 24, and Lin Dong was room 47, not far apart. After confirming his room, Wu Chun received a set of the junior academy's student uniforms delivered by servants employed by the academy. He also received a thin copy of the institute rules and regulations. The mentors announced that the first day would give them time to familiarize themselves with the academy and handle arrangements. In the afternoon, their respective class assignments would be published, and formal classes would begin the next day. Grade 1, Class 7. Wu Chun wasn't concerned about which class he was assigned to. At that moment, he was highly focused on observing the specially prepared meat stew he had made for Little Fire Fox. It seemed the little guy had become inflamed after eating the flesh of firebirds for several days, leading to constipation. With a pitiful expression, Little Fire Fox lay on Wu Chun's bed, indicating its discomfort. Wu Chun decided against feeding the small creature raw meat, and instead gave it beast cores or cold grass, mixed with cooked meat stew to alleviate the heat. The other master, Blood Rain, was no easier to manage. Honest though he might be, since Wu Chun had let him loose for training in the Phoenix Roost Mountains, Blood Rain had developed a killing aura and enjoyed hunting freely. He was reluctant to stay inside the beast pet space, so Wu Chun arranged a huge circular hanging iron bar in his spacious room specifically for Blood Rain to rest on. Lin Dong immediately came to find Wu Chun after settling his own affairs. He said that the few people from Green Mountain Town, being unfamiliar with this part of Flame City, should stick together for mutual support and suggested they gather. He asked if Wu Chun wanted to join. Wu Chun firmly declined. Instead of wasting time overreading and drinking with them, he preferred to focus on cultivating his abilities. However, he did not refuse the proposal to form a small team with the other 3. He was well aware of the benefits of leveraging other strength. Acting alone in Flame City would make many things difficult, but improving relations with Lin Dong and the others would be beneficial to Wu Chun without any harm. Although Wu Chun disliked meaningless socializing, this didn't mean he lacked sense. He certainly wouldn't pass up anything that could benefit him. After sending Lin Dong off with the promise of catching up another time, Wu Chun once again began his cultivation of the eternal Nirvana Lotus technique, as if in deep meditation. Early the next morning, Wu Chun found his classroom on the 3rd floor of the luxurious mansion among the crowd. The wooden desks and chairs held 50 seats, more than half of which were already occupied. Most of the people around him were strangers. Of course, there were a couple of familiar faces, such as Bai Yuanfei whom he had seen yesterday. Surprisingly, Bai Yuanfei was indeed in this very class. Bai Yuanfei sat smugly, surrounded by a group of freshmen fawning over him, behaving like servile lackeys. Wu Chun naturally ignored these people, quietly finding his seat to wait patiently. Chapter 67, Lu Miaoyin. Just before class started, Wu Chun noticed some commotion up ahead. The reason was that a shy yet charming and beautiful girl had gracefully walked into the classroom. None other than Miss Lu Miaoyin, the palm pearl of the Lu family, one of the 4 major clans, whose spiritual power had broken through to the late Ling Wu stage. Bai Yuanfei couldn't sit still as soon as he saw Lu Miaoyin. Excitedly stepping forward with an air of righteousness, he greeted her. Sister Miaoyin. Who would have thought? We're in the same class. I didn't even ask my family to change my schedule. It seems we're truly destined. Lu Miaoyin seemed to greatly dislike Bai Yuanfei, wrinkling her brows while responding with a soft and polite voice. Bai Yuanfei, you very well know I don't like you. Why do you persistently chase after me? Haha, I can't hide anything from Sister Miaoyin's discerning eyes. Although I may have used a little trickery, it was all for your care. That hypocrite Wang Yu irritates me just by looking at him. Brother has especially kept this seat for you. Bai Yuanfei flaunted his gold-plated white bird fan flamboyantly, still shamelessly inviting Lu Miaoyin with the airs of a gentleman. Naturally, Lu Miaoyin bypassed him directly. As someone also from one of the 4 major clans, she fully understood Bai Yuanfei's true nature. Besides, given their competitive relationship with Lu Xiaohua, Bai Yuanfei constantly looked down on her elder brother Lu San, humiliating him obnoxiously. Of course, she had no good feelings for Bai Yuanfei. Seeing the graceful lady bypass him without uttering a word, Bai Yuanfei became visibly embarrassed. A flicker of anger flashed in his eyes, darkening his gaze, but he did not continue to pester her shamelessly. Can I sit here? Wu Chun was studying the academy's student code when he suddenly raised his head and met the smile of a young woman wearing a gentle expression. Of course, though quite surprised that Lu Miaoyin had chosen to sit beside him, Wu Chun felt no particular emotional reaction. However, the unique profound aroma wafting from her, along with her refined posture, gave Wu Chun a favorable impression. It was far better than having a sweaty, foot-scratching teenager sitting beside him. Admittedly, Lu Miaoyin was undeniably pretty, exquisitely beautiful. Her skin was exceptionally white, not pale, but rather a healthy creamy hue, complemented by her jet black hair neatly coiled into a waist-length bun. Willow leaf eyebrows, rosy yet petite lips, a small button nose, and clear eyes always radiating a calm and lucid aura. Her presence was refreshing like a clear spring during summer, soothing and invigorating. Moreover, she wasn't overly talkative and lacked the arrogance and self-righteousness characteristic of Bai Yuanfei or similar nobility offspring. Those who sought to flatter her were unceremoniously rebuffed. By sitting together, Wu Chun, equally quiet, became an anomaly in the class. Both shared the same minimal speech and serene demeanor, though there was a notable contrast. A boy dressed not only plainly but somewhat shabbily, while she looked elegant and carried an unparalleled charm. She was like a blooming violet, drawing much attention. She calmly turned away the boys who fawned over her, But poor Wu Chun now drew hostile and envious stares from almost every male freshman around him. The air seemed thick with tension, and they perceived Wu Chun as exceedingly lucky, seated next to this elite beauty from the top family, both breathtakingly attractive and exceptionally talented. To add fuel to the fire, this guy acted completely disinterested, maintaining an aloof demeanor. How could that not make them gnash their teeth in resentment? All Wu Chun could do was inwardly sigh. Initially intending to remain low profile, his plans to stay unnoticed had flown out the window. From now on, keeping a low profile would be impossible. Chapter 68, Mentor Qian Feng. Lu Miaoyin, who was also quite curious, sneaked a peek at the youth beside her. She had suddenly realized how extraordinary his demeanor was. Unlike others who either directly or subtly cast glances of prying and ardor towards her, he remained fully absorbed in his own affairs. Driven by curiosity as the daughter of privilege and pride in her allure, she deliberately took this seat. Unexpectedly, this guy turned out to be a true gentleman. From start to finish, Lu Miaoyin did not notice him peeking at her even once. Instead, he diligently read through the entire student code of conduct. Aren't men supposed to look differently at beautiful women? At least most of those around her were like that. What a strange person. Soon, a middle-aged man dressed in a seven-stair gown with an elegant demeanor walked into the classroom. He smiled at everyone, brushing a lock of white eyebrow aside, and said, "You've waited long. I am your direct mentor responsible for teaching and managing you all, Qian Feng. You can come to me if you have any questions. Our mission at the Junior Beast Tamer Academy is to nurture exceptional talent. You come from all parts of Flame City, and in the future, you should get to know each other better, showing mutual tolerance. Everyone knows that our world is a place where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, cold-blooded and merciless. Powerful beast creatures exist nearly everywhere, with demon beasts lurking in every corner. Our human race is a fragile one, and the Tianyu Empire is merely a small country within the vast expanse of the human domain. We are even smaller. But for a race to survive, it requires countless efforts. Though our positions may differ, here in the academy, we are colleagues, schoolmates. The 3 years of primary education here aim to cultivate tamer masters who will serve the nation and possess firm resolve. In the future, some of you might become the backbone of a family, while others might be part of the grand imperial cause. These are future matters. What I want to say is that since you've entered class 7 and fallen under my care, henceforth, you must all abide by my rules. Otherwise, I don't care which family you're from, or who your elders are." Speaking leisurely till the end, the gaze of Mentor Qian Feng suddenly turned cold, as a powerful spiritual aura erupted, making every student feel their soul shake violently. Spirited Essences level spiritual power. And not just an ordinary newcomer to the Spirited Essences, but at least at the peak of the Spirited Essences level. Such a person would be considered an elder-level figure in the great families of Flame City. Even the Yuan Shan would likely not be able to create any ripples in front of this Qian Feng. This is what absolute strength looks like. Do not underestimate the difference between Spirit Mist Realm and Spirited Essences, which is only one level apart. However, the cultivation of spirit energy gets harder the deeper one goes. The Spirit Mist Realm is easy to break through, but breaking through to the Spirited Essences level requires much more time and resources than it does in the Spirit Mist, difficult by many folds. Moreover, even after breaking through to the Spirited Essences level, further improvement is incredibly slow. This was a second-stage peak beast tamer, capable of having an additional pet slot at the Spirited Essences level. With Mentor Qian Feng's abilities, he would have at least 3 silver level or higher beast pets. Moreover, this mentor was known for being stern. Even someone as arrogant as Bai Yuanfei now dared not make a sound. Offending the mentor would mean even his origin from the Bai family wouldn't save him. After all, the Junior Beast Tamer Academy was one of the key pillars of Flame City, the reason why so many strong individuals arose. It benefited the 4 great houses and was a pivotal link through which the empire sought alliances with the houses and young elites. Anyone who dared to go against the mentor would face repercussions even from the family elders. They would not let such trouble jeopardize their descendants' futures. And they still depended on the academy. Furthermore, it was rumored that the principal of this academy was not an ordinary figure either, possessing powers and origins so remarkable that even the city lord showed him respect. A prominent figure from a neighboring province. Chapter 69. The news of competing for class committee. Mentor Qian Feng's imposing presence had a great effect. At least those who were laughing and joking around immediately became serious and looked at their mentor with respect. Wu Chun, from start to finish, was entirely focused. Mentor Qian Feng was satisfied and began the class. In the first lesson, the most fundamental topics about pet trainers' origins and pets cultivation were discussed, teaching how to train effectively and raise pet companions while giving examples of different pet habits. Wu Chun listened very attentively during this class. Although he had been in this world for 16 years, due to his humble origins, he barely came into contact with the noble profession of being a pet trainer. Having never left the small green mountain town for 16 years, naturally, he had countless questions about this vast continent. Common knowledge that some prestigious families would teach their children from a young age was foreign to Wu Chun. While self-studying had given him much gain, hearing it systematically explained by a professional mentor naturally proved more accurate and detailed. Thus, Wu Chun stayed fully engaged throughout the session, not even sparing a glance at the regal and ethereal beautiful girl sitting beside him. Lu Miaoyin became even more curious, appreciating this young man's unusual seriousness and rigor. However, there was also a tiny bit of dissatisfaction inside her. After all, she considered herself quite a famous beauty, yet this guy didn't even spare her a glance. Am I really so lacking in charm? For the first time, Lu Miaoyin began doubting her own allure and spent the entire class frowning in deep thought. Meanwhile, Bai Yuanfei looked at Wu Chen's solemn expression next to the girl he had long admired, Lu Jia, filling his heart with jealousy. Who is this guy? Does he actually dare to outshine me? Bai Yuanfei? After class, I'll give him a proper lesson. If he knows what's good for him, he'll just roll over quietly. As long as Bai Yuanfei is in this class, no one will dare approach Miaoyin. I'll make sure of it. As long as no one dares sit with Miaoyin, then I'll seize my chance. Bai Yuanfei's mind was already busy scheming on ways to get rid of Wu Chun. When the class ended, Mentor Chinfeng left with his hands behind his back, casually stating before leaving, "There will be 2 classes every day. The Spirit Foundations in the morning and Practical Simulation in the afternoon. Your practical training instructor is Tutor Wu Yuan, and I will monitor your performance in practical classes. This week is a trial period, and after the week ends, I will select the class president for our Grade 1 Class 7 based on each student's overall performances. So do as you wish." With that, he swept away gracefully and left. However, the previously peaceful classroom exploded instantly, selecting a class president. This position, without doubt, was something every outstanding student entering the academy strived for. Being the leader of a class might seem insignificant, but it represented strength and honor, and it also was the role leading all the students of the class. Every individual here was nothing less than talented geniuses selected from various regions, filled with arrogance. And at this spirited and impetuous age, competitiveness and rivalry were inherently present in many students. Immediately, the eyes of several students gleamed with excitement and anticipation. Naturally, Bai Yuanfei was no exception. He, such a proud person, wouldn't stand for anyone surpassing him. Opening his feather fan lightly and swaying it elegantly, Bai Yuanfei declared with presumed grace, "The position of class president rightfully belongs to me. I, Bai Yuanfei, am not an arrogant man. Fellow classmates, let me tell you, in the practical class this afternoon, I, Bai Yuanfei, welcome any challenge." While some appeared unperturbed outwardly, inwardly they snickered with disdain. A role as important as class president, which caught the attention of tutors, would anyone willingly concede it? Chapter 70, Lu Miao Yin's Curiosity. Wu Chun was also very surprised. The class committee election was coming. Wu Chun, who had been a member of the class committee from childhood in his previous life, naturally knew how important this position was. Although in his past life, the class committee members were often associated with negative labels like free labor, little informants of class leaders, and traitors, in the pet master world where strength was supreme, in the institute founded by pet masters and the empire to cultivate talent, being on the class committee represented the essence of one's class, as well as a symbol of power and potential. It should be noted that, apart from lectures, the institute would provide students with a large amount of cultivation resources based on their performance, all of which had to be strived for through achievement. Furthermore, graduates from primary institutes had always been highly sought after by major families in Yin City. With identity and power, it would be easier to associate with more powerful Yin City factions in the future and build better relationships with mentors. There were so many benefits. Only a fool wouldn't compete. While Wu Chun was calculating these things, Lu Miao Yin, next to him, couldn't help but laughingly ask, "Are you planning to run for class leader too?" Wu Chun didn't conceal his intentions. Nodding, he then curiously asked, "As Miss of the Lu family, your strength should be among the best in our class, right? Aren't you going to try?" Lu Miao Yin shook her head and replied, "I know my capabilities. I may practice hard myself, but I'm not good at commanding or leading others. However, I don't want Bai Yuanfei to become the class leader either." Seeing her somewhat worried and conflicted expression, Wu Chun chuckled and said, "If you don't want him to be the leader, you must surpass him." Lu Miao Yin smiled coyly and replied, "Are you trying to encourage me to participate so you can have a stronger competitor?" Wu Chun only gave a faint smile, shaking his head and said, "If you could surpass me, the position is yours." After saying that, he ignored the astonished looks from Lu Miao Yin and the rest of the classmates and left the classroom directly. So confident, Lu Miao Yin became even more curious. What was his background? He seemed to feel no pressure about competing for the class committee at all. Bai Yuanfei might boast a lot, but his strength wasn't weak. His family's resources weren't given for nothing. Could it be that he really had something special? What an enigmatic person. Such an arrogant brat. Deserves a lesson. You dare boast in front of Sister Miao Yin? We'll see how badly I beat you up this afternoon. Just as Wu Chun left, Bai Yuanfei, looking extremely grim-faced, coldly glared at Wu Chun's back before walking over to Wu Chun's seat and smiling at Lu Miao Yin. "Sister Miao Yin, today is such a joyous occasion. How about letting brother treat you to dinner at the Delicacies Pavilion?" No time. When it came to Bai Yuanfei, Lu Miao Yin's pretty, gentle face returned to its usual neutral demeanor. She held a golden notebook and gracefully walked away. "Hey, Sister Miao Yin." Bai Yuanfei watched Lu Miao Yin leave, and his excitement quickly turned to disappointment and anger. His face once again darkened like a pot bottom as he muttered curses under his breath. Damn broad pretending to be superior. Even if we add together the number of women I've slept with, it exceeds twice her age. Disdainful face in front of me. TCH. Just wait and see. I'll show you soon enough. Regarding the election for the class committee, Wu Chun didn't feel much pressure. Blood Ring, with its bronze rank 5 level of strength, Wu Chun believed was absolutely sufficient to outperform everyone. Even though Wu Chun guessed that Bai Yuanfei, originating from one of the 4 major families, and Lu Miao Yin's pet talents and abilities shouldn't be ordinary, they still couldn't be too far advanced. Being able to reach bronze rank 5 was already considered top tier. Among first-year students, there were still plenty who were in the early stages of Spirit Mist, and only a small portion were in the middle stages. There were just a few in the later stages. A pet master's soul force is high, so it was entirely possible to enhance one's pet to the maximum range within one's control using resources. For instance, someone with later stage Spirit Mist spiritual force could already control a bronze rank 7 level beast. After establishing a soul contract, the pet's strength was restricted by the pet master, capable of being maximally enhanced only up to the pet master's spiritual force limit. Given the substantial resources of noble families, although it would be impossible in the short term to elevate all their beasts to rank 7, achieving rank 5 was definitely feasible. Bronze rank 5 pet. That was already more than enough to sweep through the entire pool of first-year students. Chapter 71, Dual Treasure Little Fire Fox. Of course, it was impossible to say there was no pressure at all. Wu Chun wasn't arrogant enough to disregard the direct heir prince types from the 4 major families of Flame City. As the top 4,000-year-old families in Flame City, any one of them is a monstrous giant tens or hundreds of times larger than families like the Leaf family of Green Mountain Town. After 1,000 years of reproduction, they long ago became entrenched powers within Flame City, with many powerful pet masters. Naturally, they also possess abundant mental cultivation techniques, soul secrets, and rich cultivation resources. This is far beyond what Wu Qin's modest resources could compare with. Moreover, even a lion attacking a rabbit must use its full force, let alone the fact that Wu Chun was an extremely cautious person by nature. Wu Chun was confident in Blood Rain, but had little confidence in Little Fire Fox. He only had Blood Rain who could be brought out officially. Comparatively, Little Fire Fox's cultivation level was too weak against those 6 individuals. Wu Chun estimated that even by Yuan Fei's secondary pet would likely surpass Little Fire Fox in strength. Bronze rank 2 among the freshmen of this beginner pet school could only be considered ordinary. Thus, Wu Chun decided he would focus next on refining Little Fire Fox's combat skills, nurturing its battle awareness and strategies for attacking enemies. Little Fire Fox's quality was exceptional, possessing silver rank potential, which was even stronger than Blood Rain. It carried the bloodline of the three-tailed fox, evolving into a three-tailed fox in the future almost guaranteed. Additionally, it had comprehended the flame tail skill, significantly enhancing its attack repertoire. Combined with its petite form, agile posture, and a harmless-looking appearance, Little Fire Fox could be considered quite balanced. Only, Wu Chun never had the opportunity to test Little Fire Fox's explosive fighting capacity fully, especially after equipping it with 2 treasure items, the Fire Spirit Jade and the Fire Claw Jade. With these upgrades, Little Fire Fox's power greatly increased. The treasure space is a personal cavity space that pets can carry treasure items within. However, each pet can carry at most 2 treasures. If there are some legendary items that can open up more treasure spaces, the number could potentially increase. The Fire Spirit Jade increased Little Fire Fox's fire elemental force condensation speed by 10%, while the Fire Claw Jade boosted the effectiveness of its fire element skills by 50%, along with the added effect of secondary burns from the Flame Split skill. In addition, Wu Chun continuously trained Little Fire Fox through the harshest and wildest battles in the wilderness, regardless of its young age. He was resolute as he watched it fiercely struggle against venomous wolves, getting thrown around time and again, having its flesh and fur bitten off. Only by igniting the beast's innermost savage and resilient desire for survival, cultivating calm judgment amidst life and death, and training its fighting style and attack rhythm could Wu Chun become an excellent and qualified pet master. Don't talk about cold-bloodedness or not treating pets as companions. Because Wu Chun will later share hardships and dangers with his pets, going through life and death together, they will have the closest relationship in the world. To avoid future accidents involving the pets, Wu Chun had to mercilessly sharpen their wills. The pets were equally resilient. Blood Rain, inherently tough, remained diligent and willing to endure hardship. Once they recognized their master, Iron Feather's Eagle swore eternal loyalty, a source of pride and steadfast commitment that couldn't be shaken. Little Fire Fox depended heavily on Wu Chun. After being taken by Wu Chun from its confusion, it was raised and nurtured by him. Even though Wu Chun subjected it to arduous and severe training, he would always massage its injured paws and wounds with medicine every night, preparing the tastiest food possible, rubbing its sinews until it fell asleep. The relationship between pets and masters should be exactly this way. In a dark and icy world, they depend on and entangle with each other, and protect each other, thus making their long life journey more meaningful. After slicing the last corpse of a beast brought back from Phoenix Roosting Mountain into pieces, and roasting them over a stove mixed with various herbal clay into meat blocks to feed Little Fire Fox and Blood Rain, Wu Chun sighed. If we have time, we still need to think of ways to go out and hunt beasts, otherwise we won't be able to sustain them. Chapter 72, Practical Combat Class. In the afternoon, instead of going to the classroom, Wu Chun arrived at the grand arena located in the huge basin of the first-year zone. Around it were massive stone pillars erected from giant rocks, dividing this vast arena area into several sections. Each class had its unique, designated area. The arena was a large stretch of grass, flat like a plain, with tremendous energy restrictions. However, these were usually not activated during regular times. Wu Chun officially met their outdoor simulation combat course instructor, Wu Yuan. Judging by her name, he had initially assumed that she would be an incredibly majestic male mentor. Instead, when a stunning female mentor dressed in silver clothes-fitting soft armor appeared in the arena, all the students were dumbfounded. Their simulation combat teacher turned out to be a woman. Being openly scrutinized by a group of male students caused this female mentor to immediately furrow her brows and glare coldly, saying, "You little bastards, what are you looking at? Keep staring. Do you believe me if I break your legs and hang them on those stone pillars?" A bunch of students who had been thinking of teasing this female mentor felt a tangible, murderous aura come over them when they caught her gaze, causing a cold sweat to run down their backs. She wasn't just a woman. She was a tigress, with a formidable presence. Slightly more solemn, the female mentor sternly said, "Let me introduce myself. I am your combat mentor Wu Yuan. You may call me Mentor Yu. Before class begins, let's make one thing clear. In my class, I am the boss. If anyone dares to cause trouble in my class, I will flay you alive." Mentor Yu's serious eyes seemed as if they wanted to slice every student present apart just with her gaze. Her eyes were like knives. Thus, as soon as the class began, everyone behaved themselves, finding Wu Yuan even scarier than Qianfeng. "What rotten luck to have been assigned to this class." Mentor Yu said, "My class lasts 2 periods. Generally, I teach you various combat skills and methods for different wild or special environments, as well as the most essential abilities for survival in the wilderness, a pet master's primary abilities. Today, we will start by observing each other's battle spirits and strength levels, gaining some understanding. I imagine you must have been curious about one another already, right?" Mentor Yu took a glance at Bai Yuan Fei and others who were eagerly rubbing their hands together, making Bai Yuan Fei extremely embarrassed. "Next, 10 of you need to step forward. Later, I will let these 10 people practice sparring with each other and explain in detail based on their combat situations." As soon as they heard about battling, some eager to show off individuals immediately started shouting, "I'll go. I'll go. I'll also go." Bai Yuan Fei, in his arrogant manner, shook his head while scanning the crowd with a proud demeanor, and mockingly opened his folding fan, saying, "I'll take up one spot. Does anyone else have any objections?" And who could object? Bai Yuanfei was after all at the late Lingwu stage of mental power cultivation. As for his pet spirit, there was no doubt about that either. Even though there had been no previous competitions, most people present did not have the courage to challenge him, so naturally the noise quickly subsided. However, as Bai Yuanfei scanned the area, he fixed his stare provocatively on Wu Chun, who stood still without reacting. He taunted, "Kid, I've been irritated by you for quite some time now. Is sitting next to Sister Miaoyin very comfortable?" Lu Miaoyin's face instantly changed, and she replied coldly, "Bai Yuanfei, is my choice of seating arrangements related to you in any way? Why are you making things difficult for others?" Bai Yuanfei immediately laughed. "Haha, Sister Miaoyin, you're joking. Actually, I really want to spar with this fellow. And I've heard that this person wants to compete for the position of class monitor. I wonder if he knows his own limits." Seeing Bai Yuanfei with such a confrontational air, the surrounding crowd felt sympathy for Wu Chun. Yet Wu Chun smiled faintly. "Since young Master Bai has graciously invited me, then I might embarrass myself. But..." Chapter 73, Duel with Bai Yuanfei. Wu Chun suddenly changed the subject and said, "Master Bai seems to have absolute confidence in defeating me. Isn't this too disrespectful? Where's that talk? This is merely a friendly sparring match. I am quite eager to see how you fight. Could it be that you're afraid?" Bai Yuanfei kept his smile as he continued to press Wu Chun step by step. Wu Chun shook his head and replied, "Since we are going to duel, there must be something at stake. I have a habit of taking small advantages wherever I can. But as you know, I don't come from such a wealthy family like Master Bai, so I have no cultivation resources. I need to make some profit somehow." "Haha, what you mean is that you still plan on winning, right?" Bai Yuanfei immediately burst into a sarcastic smile. Then he added, "If you want stakes, sure. I have one low-grade soul condensing pill. It's a resource provided by my family. Will this suffice as our bet?" Low-grade soul condensing pill. Upon hearing this, the students immediately became short of breath. This was truly an excellent thing. Pills were inherently very valuable items. Everyday pills for healing wounds and detoxifying were already worth a fortune, let alone a soul condensing pill that could accelerate the cultivation of soul power. This pill was capable of rapidly condensing soul force, tripling the normal speed of cultivation. A single low-grade soul condensing pill was worth at least 500 soul crystals, which most people couldn't afford. Only a top-notch family like the Bai clan, which dominated Yin City with numerous strong individuals, could be so extravagant as to use a pill as an award for their young members. Wu Chen's eyes lit up instantly, and he agreed. "Of course, no problem. Kid, don't get too excited yet. Only victory will make this pill yours." Bai Yuanfei didn't believe for a second that he would lose, even offering this precious pill that he had reserved for his own practice. He intended to humiliate this greedy person in front of everyone and show just how formidable Bai Yuanfei was. Wu Chen simply smiled without responding. Seeing that these two college students had quickly set up a wager, Instructor Yu not only wasn't upset, but found it rather entertaining. The competitiveness between the students was beneficial and harmless to the academy. "You two go first." The two named individuals promptly moved to either side of the beast fighting platform. Upon Yu Guan's signal, they summoned their beast companions. They both called out bronze second stage beast companions, who fought each other equally matched since neither had much fighting experience. Finally, both their beast companions were severely injured, covered in blood, before Yu Guan stopped them just as they were about to suffer serious harm. Subsequently, several matches took place with varying outcomes, some victorious, others defeated, but none of the beast companions involved exceeded the strength of a bronze fourth stage beast companion. The most powerful among them belonged to two bronze third stage beast companions that engaged in a fierce battle, nearly impossible to resolve. They were the Shadow Leopard and Blood Wolf. In the end, due to the Blood Wolf's ferocity and persistence, it barely emerged victorious. Next came the fight between Wu Chun and Bai Yuanfei. This, naturally, became the main focus of everyone's attention. Even Lu Miaoyin couldn't help but watch this battle closely. Although she wanted to witness Wu Chen's strength, she secretly hoped that Wu Chun could beat Bai Yuanfei for bringing her into everything and causing trouble for him. But she knew full well that this was almost impossible. How could Wu Chun possibly defeat Bai Yuanfei? After all, Bai Yuanfei's two beast companions were extremely strong, especially that beast. "Humph, it's finally our turn. Little boy, I've been looking for an opportunity to teach you a lesson, and I didn't expect you to deliver yourself so soon. Don't you know that Miaoyin is the woman I've chosen? And yet, you dare to stay so close to her? From your attitude, it seems you lack respect for me, young Master Bai. I absolutely love beating people like you, arrogant commoners. Quickly summon your little beasts to entertain my wind demon wolf." Bai Yuanfei looked down on Wu Chen arrogantly, hands behind his back, practically spelling out arrogance on his face. Chapter 74, Tempest Demon Wolf. Wu Chen smiled and said, "No rush." Then he turned to ask Mentor Yueguan, "Teacher, is it true that in a fight we must not injure our opponent's spirit pet?" Mentor Yueguan glanced at him coldly and replied, "Of course. Even causing serious injury is forbidden. Once a side spirit pet loses the ability to act, there shall be no more attacks. If anyone dares to break the rules, I won't forgive them. What if during the battle, the opponent's spirit pet dies accidentally?" Mentor Yueguan didn't say anything, just stared intently at Wu Chun and answered, "Then you probably will face the anger of their family, and you'll be expelled. The school won't interfere in your subsequent fate. Why do you ask these questions?" Bai Yuanfei sneered coldly. "Are you afraid your spirit pet will be killed by me, so you're keeping your escape route clear? Don't worry, this young master won't take your little pet's life. Stop delaying, my spirit pet can't wait to meet you." Wu Chun gestured with his hand as an invitation. Without being polite, Bai Yuanfei immediately formed a hand seal and grinned. "Come out, Tempest Demon Wolf." A large wolf-like creature with a black body and lush fur emerged from a brief summoning array. It had a towering height of 3 meters and brought an incomparable pressure. With a pair of gold eyes filled with ferocity and bloodlust, as soon as it appeared, it locked its gaze coldly on Wu Chun, licking its lips as if eager to taste what flavor Wu Chun was. A sudden gust began swirling over the green grass, blowing painfully against everyone's faces. Startled, the group of students hurried to retreat several hundred meters to watch from afar. Wu Chen's gaze sharpened instantly. It's actually a wind attribute beast-type spirit beast, a tempest demon wolf. This is a very high-ranking bloodline within the Wind Wolf clan. The system quickly began scanning. Creature, Tempest Demon Wolf. Attribute, Beast, Wind. Type, Secondary Evolution, Wind Wolf, Tempest Demon Wolf. Skills, Tear Claw, Wind Speed, Tempest Slash, Steel Fangs. Potential, High Rank Silver. Bloodline, Three-Headed Demon Wolf, Dilute. Level, Bronze Rank 4. Status, Healthy. This Tempest Demon Wolf was still within Wu Chen's expectations. It hadn't broken through to Bronze Rank 5 yet, remaining only at Bronze Rank 4. Even so, it was already powerful enough to sweep away a large portion of the freshmen. Moreover, this surely wasn't Bai Yuanfei's main pet. It was likely just a secondary one. The secondary pet alone was already at Bronze Rank 4, and with its growth potential reaching High Rank Silver, the Tempest Demon Wolf was undoubtedly a rare spirit pet. Clearly, the Bai family had invested no small amount into Bai Yuanfei. At the very least, this Tempest Demon Wolf was the highest potential spirit pet Wu Chun had ever seen. Since Bai Yuanfei hadn't unleashed his main pet, naturally Wu Chun wouldn't need to use Blood Rain either. Since both are of the Wind attribute, having advanced to Bronze Rank 5 and evolved into the Storm Giant Eagle, a form whose bloodline and talent aren't inferior to the Tempest Demon Wolf. Once it showed up, it would certainly secure a crushing victory, without any doubt. However, doing so would completely expose Wu Chen's strength in public, inviting unnecessary trouble for being too outstanding. Besides, since this was just a sparring session, without any risk to life, Wu Chun was quite willing to use this opportunity to train Little Fire Fox. After all, Little Fire Fox's power was also strong. Although it was estimated that there would be about an 80% chance it wouldn't match this Tempest Demon Wolf, Wu Chun wasn't overly concerned about winning or losing. Winning would be great, and he'd earn a pill effortlessly. Losing? That was fine too. After all, he didn't have to lose anything, let alone fame. As long as Wu Chun continuously improved his skills, he would prove himself eventually. He wasn't in a hurry over this. Chapter 75, The Battle Begins. When the Bronze Tier 4 Swift Wind Magic Wolf made its appearance, it immediately drew exclamations of surprise from all the students. They had only heard of this rare demonic beast which possessed extraordinary speed and terrifying attacking power, ranking among the best in the Silver Tier beasts. Unexpectedly, Bai Yuanfei had managed to cultivate a Swift Wind Magic Wolf, even though it was currently at the Bronze Tier 4 level. However, given the natural talent and potential of the Swift Wind Magic Wolf, along with the 1,000-year-old heritage of the Bai family, it would undoubtedly make Bai Yuanfei a second-rank beast master in the future. Some people instantly began to worry. The Swift Wind Magic Wolf is a demonic beast that excels in speed, and it's already at the Bronze Tier 4. How many of us in the class have a Bronze Tier 4 beast? Wu Chen's really in for some bad luck this time. Deserved it, without any foresight. Whether it be Lu Miaoyin or Bai Yuanfei, who among them could he, as someone from a commoner's background, possibly antagonize? I think this is Bai Yuanfei deliberately wanting to teach Wu Chen a lesson. While unable to kill the other's beast, if the pet were heavily injured, the cultivation progress would surely be hindered, and it will cost a lot of resources to heal the pet. Bai Yuanfei declared arrogantly, "It's your turn now." Wu Chen did not say much, and immediately summoned, "Little Fire Fox, you go." In a flash of the teleportation array, a mini fox completely covered in fiery red fur, fluffy yet small and cute, landed lightly on the ground. With a glance at Wu Chun from her big eyes, she signified her determination to give it her all. She then stared coldly at the enormous fierce magic wolf across from her, which was several times larger than her. Ah, so it's just such a little thing. Little Fire Fox, TSK, it's merely a high-tier bronze beast, and besides, it seems like its strength hasn't even reached 3rd tier yet. Upon sensing the strength of Little Fire Fox, even Mentor Yu Guan frowned, speculating silently about what his student intended to do, sending out such a weak beast against such a formidable foe, inviting a beating. Remember, the greater the disparity in strength, the harder it gets. If the Swift Wind Magic Wolf accidentally overpowers and kills Little Fire Fox, it would deliver an unforeseeable blow to Wu Chen's future. A soul injury requires a long period of recuperation, and we don't need to mention how much time it would take to cultivate another demonic beast. Was he truly a reckless fool? Wu Chen wasn't a reckless fool. Even though Little Fire Fox's strength was merely at the 2nd rank, the enhancement provided by 2 precious artifacts allowed her individual strength and destructive power to rival that of 3rd-ranked beasts. Though directly still no match for a 4th-ranked one, Wu Chun trained her adaptability when facing powerful opponents. After all, in the wilds, one wouldn't always be fortunate enough to encounter opponents within the pet's capability range. For Wu Chen's beast pet, fighting above their rank and being brave enough to challenge higher-ranked foes were essential courses. Bai Yuanfei chuckled coldly. Interesting, Swift Wind Magic Wolf. Entertain it for a bit, go. The Swift Wind Magic Wolf had been observing the Little Fire Fox, and towards this little thing, the attitude of the Swift Wind Magic Wolf was the same as its masters, proud and disdainful. It was a high species of the mighty Wind Wolf clan, and it had to deal with such a weakling. The Swift Wind Magic Wolf moved quickly, and as soon as its lithe figure started dashing towards Little Fire Fox, its entire body almost became a shadow. A strong hurricane instantly rushed forth, forming a severe wind field that whipped clothes into loud flutters. Within the distance of 100 meters, it took merely 2 breaths of time for the Swift Wind Magic Wolf to reach before the Little Fire Fox. Without any mercy, it raised its enormous paw, almost as large as Little Fire Fox's head, and struck down forcefully. Chapter 76, An Outstanding Little Fire Fox. Of course, the Little Fire Fox would not just sit there and wait to die. It could sense that its opponent was more powerful than any it had faced before, but the Little Fire Fox did not back down. From training with Wu Chun and repeatedly defeating stronger demonic beasts, it learned to maintain a heart that was neither arrogant nor restless, yet brave and fearless. Just watch if my little paws can't smash you, big dog. Little Firefox, pay attention to the timing dodge. Wu Chen's eyes were intently focused on the battlefield. At the moment the Howling Wind Magic Wolf's claws swooped down towards it, the little Firefox nimbly leapt toward the Howling Wind Magic Wolf's abdomen to evade, jumping beneath it. Its small size was an advantage. For the Howling Wind Magic Wolf, its 4 robust legs, each over a meter tall, seemed like pillars but could be easily utilized. The little Firefox understood the principle of using darkness to its advantage. One claw swung and missed, even allowing this crafty little thing to exploit an opening. Quickly, the Howling Wind Magic Wolf leaped 3 meters high, slashing once again with its 4 claws, creating a cutting claw energy blade aimed at the exposed little Firefox, but it was once again hurriedly, yet awkwardly evaded. Still, it was evading quite messily. After all, the little Firefox was not a speed-oriented demonic beast, and the disparity in cultivation made it hard for it to achieve much. Yet despite all this, the little Firefox, thought by everyone to last only a few rounds, stubbornly managed to evade while running around, teasing the immense Howling Wind Magic Wolf for more than 10 rounds. Running, waiting for the right opportunity to suddenly dodge, feints. The battle style of this small little Firefox flowed as smooth as water. Though being chased by the colossal Howling Wind Magic Wolf like a cat playing with a mouse, it always managed to evade capture. Bai Yuanfei angrily said, "Howling Wind Magic Wolf, what are you doing? Don't you dare to quickly kill it? Use your cleaving claw. Let's knock it flying." Huge claw marks crisscrossed, almost sealing off all the little Firefox's possible escape routes. Wu Chen remained calm, quietly saying, "Little Firefox, Flametail." The little Firefox angrily let out a scream, its delicate red figure leaping up defiantly towards the approaching claw. In midair, it slightly adjusted its posture, aligning its fiery red, smooth tail with the incoming claw. Simultaneously, its tail ignited with dark red flames, colliding powerfully with the claw. The hardest and strongest part of the little Firefox's body wasn't its claws or teeth, but its tail. Having inherited bloodlines from its father, the 3-tailed Firefox, though covered in soft fur, the little Firefox's tail was, in fact, the most flexible area. The mutated evil fire burning on its tail, carrying extreme heat augmented by precious treasure effects for continuous inflammation fissure impacts, would cause significant pain to its opponents upon contact. Moreover, the flexible tail served as the best tool to disperse force. As the terrifying strength of the Howling Wind Magic Wolf's claw passed through it, half of its force was instantaneously dissipated, while its claws were scorched by the flames. The Howling Wind Magic Wolf howled in pain, as its fur on its paws was instantly burned off. Despite its best effort to absorb the impact, the blow still sent the little Firefox flying like a soccer ball, rolling several times before finally standing up unsteadily. But looking at the foolish brood it had tricked during their first encounter, it showed its cute little white teeth, unafraid. My goodness, this second-rank little Firefox actually withstood the assault of a 4th-rank Howling Wind Magic Wolf, and even retaliated. What reaction speed and combat awareness is this? This little Firefox is far too strong. Yes indeed, that's a 4th-rank demonic beast. I thought the fight would end in a blink, but it's been nearly half a minute now. Everyone in Class 7 marveled at the little Firefox's exceptional combat awareness and unflappable willpower under threat, recognizing the extraordinary nature of Wu Chen's pet little Firefox. And Bai Yuanfei, overhearing these discussions, grew even darker in complexion. Damn it, he had underestimated this little Firefox and prolonged the battle, being unable to swiftly conclude a fight while wielding overwhelming strength. Where was he supposed to put his face? Chapter 77 The Indomitable Little Firefox. Swift Wind Wolf. With the power of wind speed, there's no way I can't handle a pet with an inferior bloodline. Wind speed is Swift Wind Wolf's natural wind talent skill, similar to Shueyu's Eagle Strike Sky. Both skills instantly increase speed, but Eagle Strike Sky uses the momentum from an aerial dive to triple its speed, whereas wind speed harnesses the power of wind around the body, forming a layer of wind force, causing feet to move swiftly. It is an instant acceleration skill that can immediately double one's own speed. After activating this skill, Swift Wind Wolf's body became impossibly fast, nearly appearing before the little Firefox in the blink of an eye, fiercely swatting it away with one claw as the little Firefox was too slow to react. Before the little Firefox even landed, Swift Wind Wolf appeared under it once more, its sharp claws raised high, and it launched the little Firefox into the air again. Like playing catch, within a short time, the little Firefox had been hit thrice, lingering in midair for 3 whole seconds. Without any time to react, it was struck again, letting out cries of anger and defiance. It looked both pitiful and tragic. Haha. So what do you think, Wu Chen? Your little Firefox truly crumbles at the first strike. Forget it, I won't toy with you anymore. Otherwise, I might end up killing your little Firefox by mistake and have to compensate with another pet from my allowance. It's just not worth the effort. Bai Yuanfei was beaming with pride, his face all laughter, barely restraining himself from breaking into mad laughter to showcase his arrogance. The others watching Wu Chen's little Firefox showed a glimmer of pity on their faces. At this rate, this little Firefox would either die or be left gravely injured. Even Wu Chun sighed inwardly. Indeed, the gap in strength was far too great. Even treasure-grade equipment could not bridge the gap between 2 realms. Clearly, the little Firefox could only match 3rd-rank demon beasts and hold its ground against 4th-rank ones. But when faced with the likes of a Swift Wind Wolf, who excels in speed among 4th-rank demon beasts, it was no match at all. Woo! The little Firefox cried out, its strong sense of dignity and pride heavily wounded. Because of this, the arrogant fox became infuriated beyond measure, falling into a rage never seen before. Flames of evil intent almost spread across its entire body. Even the Swift Wind Wolf dared not toy with it anymore, preparing to swipe it aside and end the battle. Suddenly, in Wu Chen's Sea of Souls, his soul force surged dramatically. The sphere of consciousness connecting him to the little Firefox shone brightly, making Wu Chen pause in astonishment before descending into disbelief and wild joy. The little Firefox had actually activated a trace of the 3-tailed fox bloodline at this moment, breaking through to the bronze 3rd stage. Moreover, its three-tailed fox bloodline awakened prematurely before reaching adulthood. Ding! The little fire fox completes its bloodline awakening and successfully evolves into a three-tailed fire fox. On landing, the little fire fox found itself encased in a dark red flame. Its eyes were fierce and unruly. Within the firelight, two new tails sprouted at an incredible visible speed. This strange and astonishing transformation shocked even Director Wu Yuan, who was prepared to declare Wu Chen's defeat. Stunned, he muttered, it's growing new tails. This little fire fox has the bloodline of a three-tailed fox and successfully activated its bloodline to evolve into a three-tailed fox. Truly incredible. Creature, three-tailed fire fox. Attributes, beast, fire, innate evil fire. Type, evolvable. Skills, bite, claw tier, flame tail, triple tail attack. Potential, silver level. Bloodline, nine-tailed fox diluted. Rank, bronze 3rd stage. Status, healthy. New skill, triple tail attack. A natural skill of the three-tailed fire fox, with three tails that can attack and defend. When this move is used, the tail's strength increases twofold. Chapter 78, Counterattack. Bloodline evolution. This is a term with a very low probability. Many exceptionally talented beasts possess powerful bloodlines inherited from close relatives of ancient advanced races, such as some exotic beasts whose strength is terrifying, and each one can be a king among 10,000 beasts. However, the chance for beasts to inherit the extremely powerful bloodlines of ancient beings is very small, and as for this bloodline being activated, evolving into such a beast, the probability is even smaller, almost 1 in 10,000. And Wu Chen's little fire fox obviously belongs to such a rare category. Although a three-tailed fox isn't an exotic species, just a higher-order fox relative of the little red fox, it was still fortunate to undergo mutation into a three-tailed fox, making all the students who witnessed this gape in astonishment and jealousy almost to the point of madness. The little fire fox was merely a high-tier bronze potential beast, but the three-tailed fox is truly a silver potential beast. In terms of power and rarity, it rivals the wind magic wolf. This Wu Chun, his luck is just too good. Bai Yuanfei was dumbfounded. How could this garbage beast have evolved bloodline? What kind of crap luck is this? Even Lu Miaoyin showed admiration, looking at the seemingly calm Wu Chun, then at the little red fox, becoming more interested in this phoenix rising from the ashes beast pet and its owner. Wu Chun was only surprised that the little fire fox underwent bloodline mutation after being angry, but he wasn't shocked because the little fire fox was originally something he risked his life taking from an adult three-tailed fire fox. The little fire fox directly inherited the bloodline of the three-tailed fire fox, and absolutely could evolve into a three-tailed fire fox, not some variation due to collateral bloodline mutation. Originally, the little fire fox naturally couldn't match the wind magic wolf, but after evolving into a three-tailed fire fox and increasing in strength, the little fire fox seemed reborn. Now, Wu Chen's eyes were full of confidence. Little fire would definitely trample this wind magic wolf easily. After evolution, the little fire fox, obviously still enraged, glared at the wind magic wolf, causing the once composed and proud wind magic wolf to show some fear and take hesitant steps backward. Wu Chun smiled and said, "Teacher Yu, my beast pet having a mutation should not count as me breaking the rules, right?" Yu Guan's beautiful eyes still carried a sense of amazement and surprise as she looked at this student who appeared calm, nodding and saying, "Of course it doesn't break the rules. Your battle can continue." Wu Chun turned his gaze to Bai Yuanfei, whose face was now unpleasant, smiling sweetly. "Young Master Bai, shall we continue? This shouldn't be considered rule-breaking, right?" Of course we will continue. Even if it has evolved into a three-tailed fire fox, so what? Lucky you, but my wind magic wolf is still much stronger than your beast pet. Who wins or loses depends on power. Bai Yuanfei tried hard to maintain an indifferent look despite growing nervousness inside. He feared losing a pill more than anything else, but worse still, if he lost to Wu Chun, it would be humiliating for him. Wu Chun smiled. "Great, let's continue." The two beast pets in the arena were ready to engage in combat. After the evolution, Blood Rain radiated an even more imposing aura, far more confident and intimidating. Before evolving, it had no fear of the large wind magic wolf. Now, with a surge in strength, it was on par with its opponent, hence much more arrogant. It immediately transformed into a fiery shadow rushing forward to retaliate against the earlier humiliation. Blood Rain, whatever way it bullied you earlier, return the favor. Wu Chun encouraged Blood Rain. The wind magic wolf was startled and wanted to evade. However, due to the increase in power difference, Blood Rain's speed had greatly improved. Knowing it would be difficult to stop the wind magic wolf from fleeing, just as it lunged forward, the three fiery red tails at its back danced with the wind, unleashing a terrifying force striking toward the wind magic wolf. Bang! The wind magic wolf didn't escape in time, emitting a mournful cry as it was brutally struck down, falling to the ground and rolling over. Before it could stand up, Blood Rain, burning with flames, unleashed another fierce blow. Chapter 79, Victory. Bai Yuanfei, seeing his Jifeng magic wolf instantly being suppressed, immediately lost his calm composure. His face turned red with anger as he roared, "Idiot! If you can't win in close combat, why don't you run? Quickly use wind speed to increase the distance and shake it off." As soon as the Jifeng magic wolf got up, it fled in panic. The three-tailed fire fox chasing it, despite its body having grown much larger, was still only a little over a meter tall and remained petite. However, it chased the Jifeng magic wolf desperately. With wind speed activated, the Jifeng magic wolf moved faster, quickly increasing the distance from the three-tailed fire fox. "Windblade, take it down." Bai Yuanfei, no longer caring about appearances, angrily shouted at the three-tailed fire fox. The Jifeng magic wolf, after making several sharp turns, swiftly raised its paws and slashed toward the small fire fox behind. A concentrated green light on its paw transforming into a half-meter-long crescent-shaped wind blade slicing everything in its path, aiming to cut the small fire fox into two halves. However, the small fire fox was extremely alert and didn't slow down at all. At the last moment before the wind blade arrived, it lightly leaped over the wind blade and continued pursuing. Everyone watching this battle now was mesmerized by the spectacle. This was a true expert-level duel. Bai Yuanfei's Jifeng Magic Wolf had unparalleled speed, and its wind blades were destructively powerful. Just a brush could be fatal or grievously injure. And Wu Chen's small firefox was even more incredible. After evolving into a three-tailed firefox, its astonishing fighting awareness and responsiveness, along with its agile movements, made it effortlessly dodge the wind blades multiple times, closing the distance each time. Moreover, the three beautiful tails filled with dark red flames represented both power and beauty, exciting the boys present while making the girls envious. With an appearance both enchanting and athletic, the small firefox was now everyone's ideal pet demon. Now, it was just a matter of who would be the final victor. Damn it, I can't hit it. Bai Yuanfei was still lamenting and anxious when his expression drastically changed. The acceleration skill has ended. It's horrible, it's jumping on me. Suddenly, the three burning fiery tails wrapped around the waist and both hind legs of the Jifeng Magic Wolf. Unable to stop its forward momentum, the Jifeng Magic Wolf let out a miserable cry as it stumbled and fell. But that wasn't the end. The flames from the small firefox scorched the fur of the Jifeng Magic Wolf, causing immense pain and frenzied struggle. Then, with a sudden burst of force from its tail, despite its small frame, the small firefox lifted the Jifeng Magic Wolf high using its long and robust tails. This sight was absolutely stunning. Subsequently, under the shocked gaze of the audience, the small firefox hurled the Jifeng Magic Wolf hard onto the ground, creating a depression in the grassy field. Letting out a pitiful howl, accompanied by the crack of broken bones, the Jifeng Magic Wolf trembled on the soil. Jifeng Magic Wolf, Bai Yuanfei's voice quivered with disbelief as he slumped dejectedly. That's enough. Wu Chun and Tutor, you almost simultaneously shouted this sentence. Tutor, you glanced at Wu Chun and coldly said, any further attack will severely wound the Jifeng Magic Wolf. This match, Wu Chun wins. Wu Chun also sighed in relief, his heart filling with sincere joy. Not only because he had bested Bai Yuanfei, but also for the successful transformation of the small firefox, which could now fight against fourth-tier beasts. Only then did the small firefox officially become the second major source of strength under Wu Chun's command. And Wu Chun, owning both Blood Rain and the small firefox, now had absolute confidence to be ranked among the top new students in this academy. Still angry, the small firefox danced its three dazzling and beautiful tails and prepared to continue attacking. But Wu Chun stopped it sternly, saying, that's enough. Small firefox, come back. Daring not to disobey Wu Chun's orders, the small firefox arrogantly left the pit, where the defeated Jifeng Magic Wolf lay pathetic. Returning to Wu Chun's side, it whimpered softly twice while shrinking to its original small size. Then it nimbly leapt onto Wu Chun's right shoulder and licked his face. Despite wanting to scold the small firefox, Wu Chun found himself unable to speak and could only helplessly stroke its head. Chapter 80, Showing Talent. How could I lose? Lose to some unknown guy. On what grounds? I am Bai family's third young master. Bai Yuanfei's eyes were filled with bloodshot as he gritted his teeth and glared at Wu Chun with utmost hatred. Where did this damned kid come from? If it weren't for the fact that his damn fox actually underwent a bloodline mutation and became significantly stronger, how would he have lost? Damn, already having a small heart, Bai Yuanfei was almost driven mad by anger when looking around at the Class 7 classmates who now admired Wu Chun with respect and looked at him with sneers. The respect once belonged to him, but he had to bury his grievances inside, maintaining a cold face without saying anything. However, Bai Yuanfei's silence didn't mean that Wu Chun wouldn't speak up either. After all, he hadn't forgotten the prize of victory. Wu Chun grinned at Bai Yuanfei and said, seems like young Master Bai has forgotten something? Bai Yuanfei's face turned dark as if covered in soot. He wanted nothing more than to strangle this person in front of him. Still, he feigned generosity and responded, of course, gambling must follow rules, and this junior master isn't afraid to lose. Here you go. With a throw, a jade bottle was tossed toward Wu Chun and caught firmly. Opening it, Wu Chun found a dragon-eyed-sized black pill releasing a peculiar fragrance. Upon smelling it, Wu Chun felt comfort spread through his soul space, and his spirit greatly invigorated. With this soul-condensing pill, Wu Chun gained confidence to reduce 8 days to about 3 days. Within 3 days, he could break through the advanced spirit mist stage and unlock new functions in the system mall. Professor Yu ignored the petty quarrel between the two individuals and beamed at Wu Chun, saying, not bad at all. This year, I unexpectedly find such a promising talent among my Class 7 students. Your command over familiar pets and judgment in battle situations are extremely precise. Your strength is indeed remarkable, possibly 1 or 2 out of these 50 people here. Oh, you're Wu Chun, right? Yes. Wu Chun respectfully bowed. I'm very optimistic about you. Work hard on your cultivation. I expect our Class 7 to bring out a few truly outstanding students in this year's Academy Grand Competition. Without reservation, Tutor Yu praised Wu Chun highly. In this lesson, Wu Chun thoroughly established his name through his duel with Bai Yuanfei, emerging officially as a prominent figure in Class 7. To his knowledge, in Class 7, fewer than 10 people owned 4th-rank beast spirits. Excepting Bai Yuanfei, whom Wu Chun had already defeated, and Lu Miaoyin of unknown capability, Wu Chun was undoubtedly invincible. As soon as class ended, Bai Yuanfei left with an unpleasant look on his face. On the other hand, Wu Chun was surrounded by many students seeking friendship. Lately, Brother Wu Chun's strength truly makes me look at you differently. Can we become friends? Brother Wu Chun, would you have time to share a meal later? My family owns many enterprises in Flame City. I want to follow in Brother Wu Chun's footsteps. Hehe. Though Wu Chun wasn't particularly social, amidst all the chaos, he treated everyone kindly because they had seen Wu Chun's potential and most likely aimed to cultivate relationships should he become the class leader. After politely declining multiple invitations, Wu Chun left the classroom, ready to return to his dormitory to practice. Many people on the second day of school were busy forming factions, but Wu Chun had no such intentions due to the numerous secrets he carried. He preferred not to get too close to strangers. But right outside his dormitory door stood Lin Dong, who seemed to have been waiting for quite some time. Startled, Wu Chun asked, Lin Dong, Why are you here? Haha, Wu Chun, you're really talented. I heard you might become the #1 person in your class 7. Lin Dong still held that lively and active personality, raising his eyebrows and adding, I just saw that third son of the Bai family walking away with a look of someone who'd eaten dog excrement. So nasty. You should be careful. I've heard this guy is notoriously stingy and vengeful. Don't let him ruin you later. I'd even worry about finding your grave if I needed to build one for you. Go take your nonsense somewhere else. Wu Chun shot back, yet revealed a smile. You must need something, right? Chapter 81, The Plan for Alliance. Lin Dong said seriously. Wu Chun, I'm sure you felt it too. In Yinqing, this small area is dominated by many powerful families. We are from a small place, with limited influence. Most of the time, we don't dare to compete against the offspring of these local families. Today, I mainly came to tell you something and ask for your opinion. What is it? Seeing Lin Dong so serious, Wu Chun also became more attentive. Lin Dong sighed. Do you know that Li Jia's second young master from our Qingshan town has also come to the Junior Pet Master Academy? Wu Chun nodded. Being from the same town, he naturally hadn't forgotten about the two brothers, Li Wendy and Li Wenqing. Both brothers were quite strong, stronger than at least half of the freshmen in this year. He was even surprised when he learned that Li Wendy could get into the academy. Lin Dong continued. Li Wendy was assigned to class 3 of grade 1. But last night, Li Wendy had a conflict with the son of one of the prestigious families, leading to an arranged duel. When this person couldn't beat Li Wendy one-on-one, he started cheating by calling in several helpers. They injured Li Wendy, who is still recovering now. And after reporting it to the academy, they seem unwilling to handle such issues. All they did was give the guy a warning. Nothing happened to him. Lin Dong sighed again. This world really relies on oneself. The academy doesn't want to offend any powerful families. Moreover, this situation promotes competition among us. All this happened for nothing. Wu Chun frowned instantly. There's actually such a thing? Out of the 6 people from Qingshan town, he didn't expect someone would be bullied on the very first day of school. Although Wu Chun had no particular liking for these children of Qingshan's elite families, they used to oppress or even bully commoners like himself before he obtained the system. He wouldn't let that past stand in his way now. If he had entered the Pet Master's world and joined them in Yancheng, then their past grievances should not count anymore. Being isolated wasn't necessarily good. Wu Chun could act alone, but it didn't mean he was foolish enough to ignore making friends. Even if an individual's strength was overwhelming, there's always the saying, 2 fists can't defeat 4 hands. So, you're suggesting that I join your alliance? Lin Dong laughed heartily. That's just an idea of mine. The alliance hasn't been formed yet, but I believe Li Wendy probably had this thought already. What we lack is a strong and influential leader. Li Wendy certainly isn't suitable to take the lead since he lost to you and got in through backdoor connections. Therefore, it must be you taking the lead. Wu Chun, you're the strongest. As long as you agree to take the lead, I believe Li Jia's brothers and Su Lai won't have any objections. Wu Chun was rather tempted. Indeed, fighting alone was hard. With an alliance, they could help each other out. Wu Chun could offer appropriate care for Lin Dong and others. When he needed to buy something or solve difficult problems, he could delegate these tasks to them. After all, they all had family backing, which made dealing with certain matters much easier. It's settled then. Lin Dong, when you have time, try to gather them up for a chat. Lin Dong smiled gently. No problem. He had decided to cling tightly to Wu Chun. His father was right. Wu Chun's strength and cultivation speed far surpassed theirs. He understood himself clearly. His talent was not high, and it would be difficult to achieve much in the Pet Academy. Rather than struggle alone, it was better to follow Wu Chun around. Judging by recent days, though Wu Chun might not be exactly kind-hearted, he was certainly not a bad person either, and treated friends quite well. Chapter 82, Step by Step. After Lin Dong left, Wu Chun began to carefully review the knowledge points of the day. He read through the notes he had taken meticulously to ensure he had memorized them before starting his formal cultivation. Wu Chun was always very organized and meticulous in everything he did. Little Fox, your performance today was amazing. Being able to evolve into a 3-tailed fire fox in a critical moment is completely unexpected. As a reward, your dinner tonight will be a portion of low-grade demon food. The little fox excitedly hopped off Wu Chun's shoulder, happily jumping around on the ground. This little creature was becoming increasingly refined. Xiuyu was the most down-to-earth. She would eat whatever Wu Chun gave her without complaint. But this little guy seemed to have grown tired of tearing into bloody meat chunks with brute force. It now preferred eating the fine and fragrant low-grade demon food, which wouldn't dirty its fur and tasted delicious, although low-grade demon food no longer contributed much to enhancing its power. The little one elegantly nibbled at the low-grade demon food placed on the plate by Wu Chun. After licking it twice with its little tongue, it gave Xiuyu, who was voraciously chewing on a piece of large horned deer meat perched on the bamboo, a look of superiority while making an woo-woo sound. Jealous? Xiuyu simply cast a cold glance at the little guy before continuing to enjoy her own meal, tearing off a chunk of meat and swallowing it. Being companions under the same master, Xiuyu, with her steady and honest nature, wouldn't let this over-month-old child provoke her into anger. After dinner, Wu Chun also fed each of them a second-tier wind attribute demon core and a second-tier fire attribute demon core respectively. Demon cores can provide immense energy. Consuming the same attribute demon core every 1 or 2 days might not yield obvious results, but over time, it will make the energy attributes of Xiuyu and Little Fox even purer, accelerating their growth rate. The accumulated energy would serve as their source for advancing levels. Only then did Wu Chun take out the low-grade spirit Ninger pill. Don't underestimate this single pill. Such medicinal pills are extremely precious cultivation resources. Ordinary small families probably don't keep them in stock. Only influential families like the Bai family could generously purchase large quantities of beneficial cultivation pills regularly to distribute among their outstanding family members and younger generations as resources. Such a pill is worth at least 500 soul crystals, which equates to Wu Chun winning 500 soul crystals from Bai Yuanfei. For Bai Yuanfei, this amount represents more than half a month's salary from his family, surely causing him great pain. Bai Yuanfei lost the bet today, forfeited the pill, and had his reputation ruined, all contributing to enhancing Wu Chun's prestige. By now, Bai Yuanfei must be boiling mad. With a smile, Wu Chun pinched the pill between his fingers, satisfied, saying, "Great, this saves me a few days of hard practice." Inhaling the pill, within just half a minute, the efficacy spread, transforming the low-grade spirit Yu pill into a powerful, pure spiritual force that entered Wu Chen's spirit seed and was absorbed by the tiny seed. The seed had already sprouted a delicate green bud, signaling that the indestructible nirvana technique was about to enter the next level. Lotus bud. It's going to happen in the next couple of days. At the same time, at Lu family, in a pavilion beside a beautiful bamboo forest, a middle-aged man with white hair at his temples sat in a reclining chair. His eyes were slightly closed, feeling the gentle breeze brushing against his cheeks and bamboo leaves fluttering around. Calm as a sculpture, he sat there. He was tall and imposing, yet his face carried signs of much weariness, revealing an indescribable indifference. This indifference wasn't easily noticeable during daily activities, but when he was alone, one could see the perpetual trace of worry in his eyebrows. Often, he would gaze vacantly into the distance. Chapter 83, Planning. A middle-aged man dressed as a butler walked to the pavilion, bent over, and said humbly, "Elder, you asked me to keep an eye on that young Wu fellow. I have learned about him. He not only got into the Junior Familiar Academy through his own abilities, but it's also rumored that yesterday in the first combat class, he defeated the third young master of the Bai family. His talent for cultivation and growth speed are truly beyond imagination. If it weren't for your specific instructions for me to follow his developments, I wouldn't have thought that this lad could reach this point within merely 2 months. It's simply unbelievable." He was almost defeated, but right before everyone's eyes, his inferior little fire fox somehow underwent bloodline evolution and became a silver-ranked three-tailed fire fox with great potential. This person was none other than Uncle Yang, who had been regularly delivering money to Wu village for Wu Chen over the years. He had been continuously observing Wu Chen's progress, and even now, couldn't help but feel emotional. After listening to old Yang's description, the stoic face of the middle-aged man betrayed a hint of rare surprise, a faint smile crossing his lips. Truly worthy of being his child, his character is indeed extraordinary. He has some of his father's bearing. Unfortunately, if it hadn't been for that incident, Brother Wu, how would you have died? And Yunxiu, sigh, though we were rivals in love back then, in the end, I'm still raising your child. But, what can I do since I owe you? Old Yang, continue to keep an eye on him. Now that he has come to Flame City, we will likely meet soon. If his talent proves solid, then let's recruit him into our Lu family. Elder brother would be very pleased to see such good potential join the family. Yes. Old Yang bowed respectfully and withdrew slowly. The middle-aged man continued to sit quietly, closing his eyes, reminiscing about something. His fingers began tapping on the stone table, though his expression remained calm at first. However, if anyone were present, they'd notice that he was missing a finger, his right hand's third middle finger. But after tapping rhythmically for a while, he suddenly stopped, gripping his fist tightly. A murderous look crossed his face before disappearing again, leaving him expressionless once more. Damn bastard. In a fit of rage, Bai Yuanfei kicked the table apart, causing the guards behind him to look alarmed. Wu Chun, don't get too cocky just because you won. The Swift Wind Demon Wolf was only my secondary familiar. Let you gloat for now. With my real power, the title of class leader is definitely mine. When I become the class leader, wait and see what I'll do to you. Bai Yuanfei sneered disdainfully. And Lu Miaoyin, stop wearing that haughty face. You may think yourself too high and mighty, but you're nothing but a pretty-faced temptress posing as a pure girl. I'll make sure to get you onto my bed eventually. There's also that Lu Xiaohua. Turning around, he coldly demanded from the guard, how's the plan going? The guard flattered, young master, rest assured. Young second master Lu also dislikes this illegitimate younger brother of his. He says if we manage to set up a trap and cripple Lu Xiaohua, they'll ensure Lu Xiaohua loses all influence. Bai Yuanfei smiled slightly. Excellent. Anyone who dares cross me, I will make them know just how terrible the consequences can be. Bai Yuanfei thought darkly. He was naturally a petty individual who took revenge against anyone who opposed him. Of course, it wasn't without reason that he targeted Lu Xiaohua. Lu Xiaohua and Lu Miaoyin shared the best sibling relationship, like close siblings despite not being related by blood. It was common knowledge in the Lu family. As long as he held the life of Lu Xiaohua in his hands, there was no way Lu Miaoyin, that vile woman, would refuse to obey. Chapter 84, Class Leader Election. Wu Chun had noticed over the past few days that Lu Miaoyin seemed to be looking at him more often, likely out of curiosity about his strength. However, Wu Chun wasn't particularly interested in her. What worried him now was how to obtain demon beast corpses. He was almost out of food. After all, how many could fit into his storage ring? Besides, little Foxfire and Shuyu may look small, but after growing stronger, they were huge eaters. The two of them devoured around 50 pounds of flesh every day, plus 2 second-tier demon cores. That equated to at least 50 soul crystals in value. 50 soul crystals a day. No matter how wealthy Wu Chun was, he couldn't keep up with that kind of consumption. Demon tamer was an extremely expensive profession. Food for the demon pets, the cores used to feed them, mental cultivation techniques for himself, even powerful magical treasures, all required large amounts of soul crystals. No wonder most demon tamers came from wealthy merchant families or clans. It was simply too costly for a common family to support such expenses. Forget about being able to afford bloodline spirit talismans. One talisman cost about 200 soul crystals. Even if someone could afford it, chances were they wouldn't be able to maintain it either, unless they wandered mountains full of demon beasts daily or had enough money to buy demon beast corpses in the market. Wu Chun realized alone how expensive living could be once he had to manage things himself, and his face grew solemn. It looked like he had to think of ways to earn soul crystals and find a stable source to supply food for his demon pets. Otherwise, within 3 days, he and his 2 demon pets would have nothing to eat. Recalling how wealth from defeating Wang Hu alone sustained him until today, Wu Chun couldn't help but sigh that robbery was indeed the fastest way to make money. Not only do I need food for the demon beasts, but also evolution points. I can no longer afford the beginner level recommendations on the system interface. I'll have to go into the wilds, hunt enough demon beasts, gather their crystal cores, and perhaps accumulate some evolution points. The closest place to Flame City was the boundless and vast Dusk Forest. Beginner Demon Tamer Academy didn't restrict student activities, but one couldn't leave Flame City without permission from a mentor. Missing even a single day of class was considered truancy, and punishments could include fines and soul crystals, or worse, expulsion in severe cases. However, the academy's schedule allowed 3 days of class followed by a rest day. Thus, Wu Yuan planned to leave tomorrow morning and visit the Dusk Forest, aiming to gather resources needed for recent cultivation in a day's time. As soon as Wu Yuan entered the classroom, he inevitably saw Bai Yuanfei's grim face again. Since losing to Wu Yuan, this guy finally stopped gloating and always glared darkly whenever seeing Wu Yuan, ignoring him completely. Expecting reconciliation from him was impossible. Wu Yuan was certain this guy was petty, probably plotting something quietly. It's Wu Yuan. Today should be the day of the class leader election. I wonder how Mentor Qianfeng plans to select the leader. The students chattered excitedly. Suddenly, one student approached Wu Yuan, grinning, and said, Wu Yuan, do you think you have what it takes to become the class leader? Wu Yuan smiled. I have confidence, sure. But until we know how the teacher selects the leader, who can easily predict the outcome? Lu Feng blurted out. In our class's election for class leader, there are just 4 people. You, Bai Yuanfei, Su Hu, and Lu Miaoying. People like us know our limitations, so no matter who becomes the leader, what does it have to do with us? We won't lose any meat. Bai Yuanfei running for the position was inevitable. With his arrogant demeanor, how could he tolerate anyone above him? Lu Miaoying running for the role did not surprise Wu Yuan. This girl was intelligent and deep down proud. Naturally, she would want to fight for the spot. As for someone called Su Hu, Wu Yuan hadn't heard of him. Chapter 85, Gunpowder Scent. The strength of Lu Miaoying was unknown, so Wu Yuan maintained a vigilant attitude. Bai Yuanfei's secondary pet had already been exposed. A little fire fox could suppress it. Wu Yuan was even more confident in Yu, who had reached the 5th stage of bronze. Yu was Wu Yuan's biggest trump card. With the enhancement of a high-level treasure weapon, Yu's strength could even rival a 6th stage bronze beast. In this place where most people's main pets were 4th stage bronze beasts, Wu Yuan was absolutely certain he could stand undefeated. Since he had no fear, Wu Yuan's attitude naturally became more calm. He also believed that Dean Qianfeng's methods for electing the class president would be extremely fair and not inclined towards these aristocratic children. Through several days of attending classes, he came to understand that Qianfeng was an extremely responsible, meticulous person with no tolerance for injustice. So much so that any minor actions during class would earn severe reprimands from him. Not to mention resolving conflicts right under his nose. Compared to the strong woman Yu Guan who might let students fight out their differences openly, Qianfeng was definitely all about fairness and justice. Otherwise, if just a simple vote decided everything, Wu Yuan would be finished. These noble offspring held great power within the families of Yan City, intertwined like deep roots forming countless connections. Bai Yuanfei could simply raise his voice, and half the class might respect the Bai family enough to side with him. What kind of election is that? Finally, it was time for class. As Wu Yuan passed by Bai Yuanfei, the guy finally broke his silence with a cold face and declared, Wu Yuan, today I will make you bow down to me. I will also make you understand who the real leader of this class is. Wu Yuan showed no expression on his face and completely ignored him, enraging Bai Yuanfei once again. Just as Wu Yuan sat in his seat, Lu Miaoying, dressed in a light green close-fitting long dress, breathtakingly beautiful, turned around and smiled at him, saying, Wu Yuan, we are competitors now. Looking forward to the competition. Wu Yuan replied with a smile, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Lu Miaoying looked puzzled and asked, don't you have a sense of crisis? Do I look that weak? You look very elegant. Wu Yuan straightforwardly complimented her, causing her face to turn red instantly. Even though she was highly confident in her own beauty, confidence was one thing, and being openly praised directly was another. Especially when such a usually wooden man earnestly expressed admiration for her beauty. Lu Miaoying felt a slight bashfulness and a small pride emerging inside. You're just full of smooth talk. Looking at how honest you seem, I didn't think you'd be one of those guys who spout flowery words either. You probably aren't upright inside. Lu Miaoying accused playfully. Wu Yuan merely scratched his nose awkwardly. But what Lu Miaoying herself may not have realized was that her attitude toward Wu Yuan had become slightly more gentle and friendly than before. And seeing the two talking and joking around with each other, many people envied them naturally. Bai Yuanfei clenched his fists hard, his knuckles cracking, and silently roared in his heart. Damn Wu Yuan, you better wait for me. Dean Qianfeng finally arrived after a delay. After scanning the room with a glance, he smiled and said, after 3 days of observation, I found quite a few students among you with excellent character. That's good. When he spoke these words, his eyes involuntarily flickered toward Wu Yuan and Lu Miaoying, as well as a few other students who listened intently during class, igniting Bai Yuanfei's anger once more. However, we are after all beast tamers. To dominate as a beast tamer means relying on the strength of your own beast and your mental cultivation. Therefore, the position of class president can only be decided through a beast duel. Soon, I'll bring you to teacher Yu Guan, who will witness and judge the contest. Below, anyone volunteering to run for class president, please raise your hand. Chapter 86, Drawing Lots. Swish swish, several hands went up one after another. There were 8 people who decided to compete for the crucial position of class monitor instead of giving it up willingly. Among them naturally included Wu Yuan, Lu Miaoying, and Bai Yuanfei, who had already been seething with anger. The 3 glanced at each other. Bai Yuanfei looked at Wu Yuan with a gaze full of provocation, coldness, and a hint of disdain. But Wu Yuan just chuckled. Having lived 2 lifetimes, his cultivation was already comparable to that of an old monster. So he didn't even bother to argue with this arrogant, hot-headed fool. Good job, Su Hu, Wu Yuan, Bai Yuanfei, Lu Miaoying, Li Guang, Meng Xian, Ji Ran. All 7 of you have great courage. As expected, the position of class monitor is something to be fought over, and I also want to see who is the most outstanding student in my class. Mentor Qianfeng smiled, and his eyes seemed to linger meaningfully on Wu Yuan, Lu Miaoying, and Bai Yuanfei. Follow me. The rest of you will go to observe as well. As beast tamers, observing others' combat methods and techniques is also a required course for you. Yes, Minter. A group of students quickly followed Teacher Qian to the vast arena for practical simulation classes. There, Instructor Wu Yuan, wearing a set of dark silver close-fitting armor and carrying a longsword, stood waiting with a dignified and serious aura. Upon seeing Wu Yuan, Qianfeng greeted him with a smile. Minter Wu Yuan, the battle ahead will be witnessed by both of us. Alright, Wu Yuan gave a glance at the children, particularly stopping on Wu Chun for 2 seconds before turning around to activate the energy barrier of the arena, isolating the inner fighting area from the outside. Since there are 7 of you, we'll decide who fights one-on-one through a draw. Minter Qianfeng brought out a lottery cylinder filled with black, yellow, and white balls, asking the 7 participants to pick. I'll go first. Bai Yuanfei had already been unable to wait. He roughly shoved aside a few others and began grabbing a ball. Black ball. Staring at Wu Chun, Bai Yuanfei grinned. You'd better pray you don't end up against me. Last time I lost because I was careless, but this time, you won't have any chances. Wu Chun didn't care for his babbling and reached forward to grab a ball. White ball. Not bad. Estimatedly there's no chance he'd meet Bai Yuanfei in the first round. Seeing that Wu Chun got a white ball, Bai Yuanfei immediately showed a trace of disappointment, sneering. Hope you're not eliminated too early. TSK. Did someone eat their own waste today? So much talk. Looks like they have diarrhea, otherwise why does so much always slip out? Wu Chun looked up at the sky, furrowing his brows in mock reflection. Isn't this guy saying Bai Yuanfei ate shit? Several people burst out laughing uncontrollably, while the 2 mentors looked at Wu Chun with strange expressions. Even Lu Miaoyin couldn't help but press her lips together, finding it hard to believe what she was seeing. This person either doesn't speak or, once he does, it's devastating. Bai Yuanfei turned bright red with rage, growling furiously. Who are you talking about? Have the guts to say it again. Wu Chun stared at him curiously. What did I say? I don't know. Don't pretend. Aren't you calling me a shit-eater? Wu Chun pondered. Oh, so I called you a shit-eater? How do I not know? Or rather, do you remember it so clearly because you actually did it? This was obviously leading Bai Yuanfei into his trap, yet Bai Yuanfei stupidly confirmed he ate shit himself. Bai Yuanfei was nearly spitting blood in anger, his eyeballs filled with blood vessels, looking ready to fight desperately. Enough. Stop fooling around. Chapter 87. Iron Armor Savage Ape. In order to prevent the 2 little guys from really getting angry and fighting, Teacher Qianfeng gave a stern cough, immediately quieting the scene. Even though Bai Yuanfei didn't dare to misbehave again, he still clenched his fists tightly and glared coldly at Wu Chun. The rest of them moved forward to draw lots. Finally, Wu Chun obtained a yellow bead. And when another person who also drew a yellow bead saw Wu Chun's bead, they revealed a startled expression. It turned out that Wu Chun's opponent would, by coincidence, be Lu Miaoyin. Wu Chun chuckled. He didn't fear Lu Miaoyin in the slightest. Since he had already decided to compete for the class leader position, he knew he'd eventually have to face either Lu Miaoyin or Bai Yuanfei. Lu Miaoyin wore an intriguing expression with a flicker of spirit in her beautiful eyes. I didn't expect to run into you so soon. Wu Chun smiled faintly. Teacher Yu glanced at the 3 pairs of confirmed opponents and revealed an interested expression. 7 people in total. Bai Yuanfei versus Li Guang, Suhu versus Meng Xian, while Ji Ran was lucky enough to receive a bye. Wu Chun would fight against Lu Miaoyin. This was the result of the draw. Teacher Qianfeng stroked his beard, his old face full of composed amusement as he looked forward to seeing the skills of these young students. The first match will be between Bai Yuanfei and Li Guang. Please step onto the beast arena. Teacher Yu Guan opened a gap in the seal to let the 2 enter. Bai Yuanfei looked at his opponent with disdain all over his face, so much so that he didn't even bother lifting his energy. All he could think about right now was how to torture Wu Chun. As for the others, since he'd encountered them during his bad mood, it was just perfect to use them to vent some anger. Li Guang, upon realizing his opponent was Bai Yuanfei, instantly became timid. His bid for class president was partly based on luck, but facing Bai Yuanfei now was sheer misfortune. Regardless of mental strength intensity or beast capability, Li Guang paled greatly in comparison to Bai Yuanfei. He was utterly outmatched. However, anyone capable of entering the beginner academy wasn't exactly a nobody. Even knowing that he wouldn't win, he'd still give it a try. Begin. Bai Yuanfei lazily scratched his ear, coolly saying to his opponent, will you leave on your own, or do I need to beat you down? Bai Xiaoya, don't be too arrogant. Even if I'm not as good as you, I'm still not an easy target. Li Guang quickly summoned his beast. Tisk, seems quite spirited, huh? Bai Yuanfei, however, smirked wickedly. Then I'll play along a bit. Swift Wind Demon Wolf. 3 minutes. Bai Yuanfei was arrogantly confident, claiming he'd finish the battle within 3 minutes. The Swift Wind Demon Wolf, naturally obeying its master's orders strictly, fixed its gaze on Li Guang's Iron Armor Savage Ape with bared fangs and snarls. The Iron Armor Savage Ape is a beast extremely skilled in direct confrontation, being one of the most combative among the bronze-level ape beasts. This Iron Armor Savage Ape had reached the peak of the 3rd stage in cultivation, nearly about to break through to the 4th stage. Yet, under the terrifying speed of the Swift Wind Demon Wolf, it had absolutely no opportunity to utilize its strengths. Its attacks couldn't even touch a single hair on the Swift Wind Demon Wolf, which instead continuously circled around and launched surprise assaults. Each claw struck viciously on vulnerable parts such as the neck, legs, and lower abdomen whenever the ape least expected it. Before long, the Iron Armor Savage Ape was completely covered in blood and regrettably defeated. As for Li Guang's second beast, there was no need to mention. It was merely a second-stage Mad Snake, which practically got smashed instantly onto the ground by the arrogant Swift Wind Demon Wolf. Bai Yuanfei achieved victory without any competition. TCH, truly uninteresting. I'm waiting for you. Bai Yuanfei sneered at Wu Chun. Chapter 88. Suhu. The battle between Suhu and Meng Xian drew some interest from the crowd, as this Suhu's strength was indeed quite impressive. Suhu was a robust youth with an unremarkable appearance. He wore a black beast skin armor and looked rather quiet. Normally, he didn't have much presence in class and would always sit quietly in a corner. His first pet was also quite ordinary. It was a 3-stage, strength-type silver armor rhinoceros. This silver armor rhinoceros defeated the opponent's first pet, but eventually got taken down by their second pet, forcing Suhu to release his second one. And his second pet turned out to be a bronze 4th-stage magical beast, Moonshadow Wolf Demon. This was a very rare type of wolf magical beast. Creature, Moonshadow Wolf Demon. Attributes, Beast Moonlight. Type, Second Evolution. Skills, Moonlight Blessing, Shadow Claw, Bite, Shadow Assault. Potential, Silver Rank. Bloodline, Moon Magic Wolf God, Diluted. Level, Bronze 4th Stage. Status, Healthy. Wu Chun was astonished too. Suhu's strength must not be underestimated. He probably wouldn't be able to rival Bai Yuanfei himself, but within this class, he was definitely the strongest other than the three of them. The Moonshadow Wolf Demon is a peculiar breed of wolves, belonging to the Demon Wolf series, Moonshadow Wolf Clan. Although the bite strength and combat ability of the Moonshadow Wolf Demon don't lag far behind the Blood Wolf, which excels at explosive power, its talent and potential are much higher than that of the bronze-level Blood Wolves due to their unique racial power, Moonlight. On nights when the moon shines brightly, the Moonshadow Wolf Demon can merge into the darkness, concealing its presence, making it a tenacious killer. Moreover, its racial skill Moonlight Blessing is a pretty powerful technique. Moonlight Blessing, a unique ability of Moonlight attribute magical beasts. In moonlit nights, it can harness the moonlight power to double its speed and strength and gradually heal wounds. This magical beast's strength and talent were absolutely no weaker than Bai Yuanfei's Wind Demon Wolf. Sure enough, as soon as Suhu's opponent saw the Moonshadow Wolf Demon, they felt utterly hopeless. Damn it, he actually has a 4th-stage magical beast. His family must have kept this well hidden. A group of students began discussing Suhu. Meng Xian had no choice but to grit his teeth and command his own pet, the Crimson Flame Bird, to quickly ascend, attempting to utilize the aerial advantage for hit-and-run tactics. Suhu's face remained expressionless. Of course, he could see through his opponent's intention. Moonshadow Wolf Demon, use Shadow Assault and Shadow Claw to wear it out. The Moonshadow Wolf Demon moved around below. Although it lacked long-range attack methods, the height of the beast fighting arena was restricted, as well as the attack range of flying magical beasts. The Crimson Flame Bird needed to approach within at least 5 meters from the ground to attack the Moonshadow Wolf Demon, while any distance within 7 meters fell within the Moonshadow Wolf Demon's reach. It wasn't in a rush at all, relying on its agile body to constantly dodge attacks, but stubbornly stayed beneath the Crimson Flame Bird, waiting for it to run out of stamina. Without options, the Crimson Flame Bird had to take a desperate risk and swoop down rapidly, shooting out a fireball towards the Moonshadow Wolf Demon. However, just before the fireball struck its target, the Moonshadow Wolf Demon swiftly used Shadow Assault to dodge, reappearing beneath the Crimson Flame Bird in the next moment and striking it down with a single claw. Even without the enhancement of the Moonlight power, the Moonshadow Wolf Demon's strength was still comparable to regular wolf demons. Yet, Suhu managed to seize the fleeting opportunity with his patience and keen insight, defeating his opponent. He was truly a thoughtful and capable youth. Wu Chun secretly took note of this Suhu in his heart. If they could become friends, it would be ideal. People like him often have deep intentions and great potential. Chapter 89. The Alluring Female Flower Demon. It's our turn. Lu Miaoyin walked onto the grassy battlefield, standing about 100 meters away from Wu Chun in a safe distance. The two gazed at each other with great interest, but were not yet friends. Lu Miaoyin, looking at that exceptionally calm youth, thought to herself, his little fire fox is very powerful, but I am not without ways to deal with it. However, for some reason, I feel uneasy inside. Wu Chun always gives me this mysterious and hard-to-provoke vibe. I really don't understand how this guy managed to grow so quickly from such a small place. Wu Chun observed the ice-clear and jade-pure girl who was as beautiful as a budding flower. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Lu Miaoyin was indeed stunningly beautiful, like a finely crafted gemstone. Her smile could enchant an entire city. Despite her tranquil demeanor, Wu Chun felt she was a kind-hearted and independent young woman. Even though she came from a noble background, she wasn't arrogant or condescending, and she cared deeply about her brother, Lu Xiaohua, truly worthy of being called a well-bred lady. However, Wu Chun was serious about his position as the class monitor. In any world, one had to have a certain status to better showcase their talent and draw attention from higher-ups. Although he might remain low profile on ordinary days, he didn't hesitate when it was time to show off. Miss Lu Miaoyin, you are a miss of a prestigious family. There should be no need for you to compete with a poor fellow like me over a position. Lu Miaoyin smiled and said, so what if I'm a lady from a prestigious family? Now we're competitors. Wu Chun, whether it's you or Bai Yuanfei, anyone who wants to become the class monitor has to go through me. Wu Chun replied with a smile. Alright then, let's go. Lu Miaoyin began summoning her pet demon. The summoning array flashed briefly, followed by a streak of green light appearing on the grass before rapidly expanding. It turned out to be a massive flower. Its huge stem stood tall, while countless fine roots dug deep into the earth. The appearance of the flower caused some astonishment. Two arm-like leaves extended gracefully, and its head resembled a bud, mimicking a little girl's face, quite adorable. Teacher Yu's eyes showed a hint of surprise as she explained, this is a form of a humanoid demon flower among flower demons, the alluring female flower demon. Wu Chun also looked surprised at this beautiful flower-type demon beast. Humanoid demon beasts were extremely rare, but not non-existent. This flower demon resembled a delicately carved little girl. As her petals moved, the girl-like petal face was full of smiles. System scan. Creature, the alluring female flower demon. Attribute, plant type. Category, unevolved. Skills, seductive floral speech, root tangle, poison powder, drain. Potential, silver tier. Bloodline, charismatic queen. Level, bronze 4th rank. Condition, healthy. Plant-type demon beasts are the hardest to deal with, especially flower types which are infamous for causing negative effects through their powders and for possessing abilities to confuse the spirits of demon pets. Even tree demon types, known for their ferocious combat prowess and brute attack power, can at least be guarded against. But with flower demons, one easily falls prey to their airborne pollen attacks, making them nearly impossible to guard against since who can avoid breathing? Still, plant-type demons do have their greatest flaw. Most are afraid of fire-type demons and cannot move, making them sitting ducks. Although Wu Yuan didn't understand why Lu Miaoyin would summon a flower-type demon pet despite knowing he had a three-tailed fire fox, he still summoned his little fire fox. Chapter 90. Calculation. Although it had evolved into a three-tailed fire fox, the fox tribe was adept at transformation techniques, and little fox could shrink its own size. Thus, it still looked petite on a daily basis. If not for the three conspicuous fiery red, fluffy tails behind its back, no one would have guessed that this was a powerful three-tailed fire fox. Some might even think it was a pet fox. As soon as little fox appeared, it immediately emitted an excited woo-woo sound, bouncing joyfully around Wu Yuan, looking utterly adorable. Little fox, it's your turn to perform. The flower demon over there is your opponent. Little fox looked at the huge and beautiful flower demon rooting itself into the ground with roots extending 5 meters around it. Not only did it show no signs of cowardice, but it also became quite excited, licking its lips. Its small ears folded down all at once, yet it then merrily wagged its tail, assuring Su Yun that there was no problem. Lu Miaoyin, upon seeing little fox, revealed a hint of solemnity. However, since she had released the enchantress flower demon, she naturally had confidence in her enchantress flower demon. The enchantress flower demon excelled at beguiling opponents and spreading pollen. In such a confined location, flower-type spirit pets generally had an absolute advantage. As long as they spread their pollen everywhere, except for rock-type and some elemental-type spirit pets that can fully resist, beast-type spirit beasts were sure to suffer a great loss. Wu Yuan, I won't hold back, you know. Lu Miaoyin, full of vitality, ordered. Enchantress flower demon, spread toxic powder. The adorable enchantress flower demon's flower bud had started to bloom slowly right away. It also showed a cheerful expression, and a cloud of yellow powder was ejected from the flower bud, quickly dispersing into the air. Trouble. She's already spreading the toxic powder at the start. Wu Yuan instantly realized Lu Miaoyin's intention. Even if little fox was strong, it would need time to defeat the enchantress flower demon. All it needed was to seize the initiative, allowing little fox to inhale the toxic powder. As the battle went on, little fox would surely be poisoned. At that point, before even defeating the enchantress flower demon, it might fall down by itself. It seems like we have to finish this quickly, Wu Yuan coldly said. Little fox, charge forward and directly attack its flower bud. Little fox immediately fluffed up all its hair and began sprinting rapidly. Meanwhile, its body grew slightly bigger during the dash, becoming more than half a meter tall. A single leap covered a distance of 5 meters. It took just 2 seconds for little fox to reach the side of the enchantress flower demon. But Lu Miaoyin didn't appear disconcerted at all. As the 7th young miss of the Lu family, she was also extremely diligent in her cultivation, so her battle awareness wasn't bad either. Immediately, she commanded, Enchantress flower demon, use your root tendrils to entangle and prevent it from approaching. The grassland swiftly cracked open, and hundreds of root tendrils extended from underground. They densely wove into a net of roots, blocking little fox's path forward. Use Flametail to break through this defense. Little fox leapt upward, spinning toward the root net like a top. Its 3 tails, ablaze with dark red flames, made little fox transform into a fiery wheel, instantly rolling over the root tendrils. Almost instantly, the malevolent fire ignited the roots, crashing through the defensive line with a thunderous roar. Little fox, tear claw. Little fox sprang again, claws smashing towards the human-faced flower bud. The 2 mentors watched approvingly. Wu Yuan's command was rather conventional and straightforward. But was it truly that simple? A cunning look flashed across Lu Miaoyin's pretty face as she grinned mischievously at Wu Yuan. You fell for it. Enchantress flower demon, capture it. Instantly, another pre-prepared root net surged out from beneath the ground. It had been hidden until now, solely to deceive little fox. Just like trapping a fish in a jar, the root net ensnared little fox tightly. Even as its flames continuously burned through the roots, new ones quickly covered the gaps. At the same time, a puff of smoke was sprayed from the flower bud toward little fox. That was the poison powder. Chapter 91. Violent little firefox. Wu Yuan, however, remained perfectly calm and smiled as he said, Hey, do I look that easy to fool? Lu Miaoyin instinctively felt something was off, but she couldn't quite put her finger on what. She looked suspiciously at Wu Yuan, a trace of doubt in her beautiful eyes. Could it be that he had another move up his sleeve? That didn't make sense. Little Firefox had already been controlled by her enchantress flower demon. Even if Little Firefox wanted to fight back, it wouldn't have the strength to do so. What else could he possibly do? Wu Yuan said indifferently. Little Firefox, triple tail strike plus flame tail. Flame tail involves covering the tail with fiery energy for a spinning, explosive attack, while triple tail strike is an enhancement skill that doubles the strength of the tails. The enchantress flower demon would never be able to contain Little Firefox. Why? Suddenly, Little Firefox's 3 tails extended dramatically, reaching 3 meters long and burning fiercely like 3 fiery whips. With an instant burst of power, it severed the plant roots surrounding it, wrapping itself like a fiery wheel, and smashed through the net of roots trapping it. The roots were caught completely off guard, and they couldn't recover in time, allowing Little Firefox to break free from the control of the enchantress flower demon, landing right in front of the flower. Infuriated, Little Firefox shot out its flaming tails, tightly wrapping around the enchantress flower demon, then pulled with all its might, dragging the creature toward the ground violently. The searing flames scorched the enchantress flower demon's body and burned the root system red hot. The flower's previous smirk of mockery quickly transformed into pain and rage, but even so, it remained powerless. It had been overpowered by Little Firefox. As soon as Little Firefox ripped its roots clean out of the ground, this plant-based beast became nothing more than meat on a chopping block. Enchantress flower demon. Lu Miaoyin gasped in shock. She hadn't anticipated that Little Firefox would be so forceful. Somehow, Wu Yuan saw through her schemes again. How could he be so shrewd? As the enchantress flower demon was entirely pulled out of the ground, it naturally lost its ability to fight. With no other choice, Lu Miaoyin could only stare at Wu Chun, a deep sense of defeat washing over her. She, Lu Miaoyin, had earned respect within the Lu family and held high status not because of her beauty. Instead, it was due to her remarkable talent and cultivation. At just 16, she had reached the late spirit stage of Lingwu and was renowned for her clever thinking. Yet, here she was, unexpectedly defeated by Wu Chun. After all, Bai Yuanfei probably wasn't even a match for her either. You've allowed me to win. Wu Chun grinned happily at Lu Miaoyin, and strangely enough, it instantly diffused any irritation she might have felt. Instead, she couldn't help giving him a glare. This glance carried immense significance. In the eyes of the other students, the always pure, aloof, and celestial young lady, Lu Miaoyin, had never acted like this. Whether she won or lost in the past, she'd always remained composed. But after losing to Wu Chun, she actually rolled her eyes at him. It appeared that this eye roll subtly expressed a bit of scolding directed toward Wu Chun. Their interaction seemed almost flirtatious, as if their gazes carried bantering tones. Noticing the way others were looking at her, Lu Miaoyin began to feel slightly embarrassed about her own behavior. She herself wasn't sure why. In that fleeting moment, she had been irritated, but when her irritation subsided, she couldn't help glaring at him upon seeing his sincere expression tinged with an apologetic yet endearing innocence. And now, these guys are probably going to misinterpret things between us, and we have absolutely no relationship whatsoever. What she hadn't noticed, though, was that without realizing it, she was beginning to worry unconsciously about being misunderstood concerning her connection with Wu Chun, something she had never cared about in the past, how others perceived her. Chapter 92, Lu Miaoyin's Bu Fu Cheat. However, although the little fire fox had overwhelmingly defeated the bewitching flower demon, it had also inhaled a lot of poison powder. If it hadn't defeated the bewitching flower demon at an extremely fast speed, it wouldn't have lasted until now. Even so, when the little fire fox came to Wu Chen's side, it was as if it were drunk, swaying unsteadily like it was dizzy and disoriented. This was the toxicity taking effect, which would endanger the little fire fox's life if prolonged. I'll detoxify it. Lu Miaoyin immediately summoned the bewitching flower demon again, stretching several roots into the little fire fox's blood to absorb the toxins. Soon, the little fire fox returned to normal, looking at the bewitching flower demon with a face that resembled a bitter gourd before haughtily wagging its small tail, seemingly saying, "Who asked you to save me?" But Wu Chun had only won one round, and pet master battles generally continued until all the pets of one party lost their fighting ability. Lu Miaoyin smiled and said, "It seems the position of class president must certainly be yours. Your little fire fox still has combat power, but I only have one pet left." Wu Chun smiled gently and said, "No one can say for sure until the end. Although the little fire fox still has combat power, it was because you helped remove the toxins for it. I wouldn't disgrace myself by continuing to send it out." Seeing Wu Chun win the first round, all the students became even more admiring of Wu Chun. Everyone had witnessed the battle between the two. Wu Chen's three-tailed fire fox indeed possessed fierce combat power, reversing the situation purely through its formidable strength. And the strength Lu Miaoyin displayed was even more astonishing. Although everyone had heard faintly about this stunning beauty and her outstanding abilities in cultivation, personally witnessing it made them feel as if they had seen celestial beings descend. She truly was Miss Lu 7. If not for Wu Chen's quick wit, he probably would have suffered a setback. The male students who originally admired Lu Miaoyin were greatly regretful, and some even cast envious glances at Wu Chun. Anyone could see that Wu Chun and Lu Miaoyin spent too much time together, making their relationship seem unusual. In the past, Miss Lu never acknowledged anyone but laughed and conversed easily with Wu Chun. While watching all this unfold on the side, Bai Yuanfei's face twisted in rage. "Damn, you both are already cozying up in front of me. Lu Miaoyin, how am I not good enough for you? And Wu Chun, you bastard from the backwater, repeatedly stealing my limelight and humiliating me. The leader of class 7 should have absolutely been me, but it's because of you that I've fallen to this state. Just wait, humph, I'll make you pay later." As Bai Yuanfei thought about soon being able to confront Wu Chun, his eyes flashed with a hint of malice. When everyone saw Wu Chun actually putting away the little fire fox, their brains momentarily froze. Huh, what is Wu Chun doing? The little fire fox wasn't injured. Why doesn't he continue the fight? Although there is a rule for pet masters to switch pets, the little fire fox is his signature pet. As far as they know, Lu Miaoyin's bewitching flower demon should just be a secondary pet. Without the bewitching flower demon, how can Wu Chun contend with Miss Lu? Lu Miaoyin immediately felt curious. Is the little fire fox not participating anymore? Isn't this supposed to be Wu Chun's strongest pet? Could it be? She had always misunderstood, and the little fire fox is actually Wu Chun's secondary pet? That's why he acts so confident, because he has an even stronger main pet. At this realization, and seeing the calmness in Wu Chun's eyes, Lu Miaoyin felt that her conjecture might be right. This Wu Chun, his real strength wouldn't possibly be far beyond hers, would it? Pouting slightly, Lu Miaoyin suddenly felt a surge of Bu Fu Cheat and wanted to challenge him right away. She was very confident in her own abilities. Why does Bai Yuanfei dare act so arrogantly, but not dare to mess with her? It's not just because of her identity, but also due to her strong capabilities. After a previous encounter with Bai Yuanfei where she beat him soundly and silenced him, this led to his persistent yet cautious behavior towards her, refraining from crossing any lines. In fact, among talents, Lu Miaoyin is the strongest direct line member of the Lu family except for the eldest son, Lu Xiaoyun. Thus, she is valued by her father and the clan elders. Otherwise, as the seventh daughter, Lu Miaoyin's status wouldn't be much higher than her third brother, Lu Xiaohua. Chapter 93. Myself. Wu Chun, I hope you can give it your all. I don't need you to hold back from me. Lu Miaoyin frowned and said. Wu Chun couldn't help but laugh and said with a strange expression. Don't worry, I haven't held back. Defeat my current beast first if you can. Upon hearing Wu Chun say this, Lu Miaoyin immediately became certain to 7 or 8 out of 10 that Wu Chun indeed had a stronger pet. Lu Miaoyin's first battle failed. Please replace your pet. Wu Chun, are you sure you want to change pets? Yu Guan, the mentor who had been closely observing the battle, was naturally well aware of Wu Chen's displayed strength and quite satisfied. In her view, Wu Chun, whether in terms of character or combat awareness, was undoubtedly the best in this class. Naturally, Wu Yuan, as the mentor, took a special liking to excellent students, but she did not forget her responsibilities. Yes, mentor. Good. Then both sides released their pets. Lu Miaoyin looked somewhat solemn as she thought silently. A summoning array appeared on the ground momentarily, and then an extremely cold energy began leaking through it, making Wu Chun on the opposite side shiver slightly. Come out, Ice-Elf. A vivid blue icy force quickly condensed, transforming into a somewhat ethereal ice blue girl. This girl looked just like Lu Miaoyin herself, equally beautiful, and since she was encircled by hovering ice spikes, her hollow, lifeless eyes made her appear more dreamlike and icy. An elemental spirit pet. Wu Chen's pupils contracted sharply, greatly astonished. Pets are divided into three main categories: beast, plant, and nature. The beast category is undoubtedly the most common type. Many beast-type demons carry certain elemental attributes talents, which explains why they are mainstream pets for the majority of people. Actually, pets combining the power of beast type and element types become progressively more powerful at higher stages. However, this does not mean pure nature series pets aren't strong. Their strength lies in their purely elemental manipulation capability and damage far surpassing those of beast types. For instance, a fire attribute beast will inevitably be completely overwhelmed by a fire element elf pet in the same realm when wielding fire. Purely elemental-based pets often act as the strongest mages on the battlefield, possessing extraordinary elemental control abilities that frequently play crucial roles in turning the tide in team battles. Lu Miaoyin's elemental pet falls under one of the most balanced silver stage ice controlling capabilities in the entire ice series, the Ice Elf clan. Ice elves are powerful pets. Being elemental pets, they share the same quality as the rock giant Wu Chun encountered, immortality. No matter how many times it is destroyed, as long as the core remains undamaged, the ice elf won't perish. However, the drawback is clear. Ice elves are overwhelmingly strong below the silver stage, but once they exceed the silver level, they have limited use because their racial potential mostly caps at silver, rarely advancing beyond it. Nevertheless, in Yinxing, second-rank pet trainers already belong to the rank of elder figures within various families. Additionally, owning an ice elf almost guarantees Lu Miaoyin's eventual rise to become a second-rank pet trainer. For a moment, thoughts raced in Wu Chen's mind. Satisfied, Lu Miaoyin glanced at her ice elf that bore her features, looking even more striking than herself with formidable strength. She confidently smiled at Wu Chun and said, "Your turn." Chapter 94, The First Battle of Storm Eagle. Creature, Ice Sprite. Attribute, Elemental Ice. Type, Unevolved. Skills, Ice Spike Shooting, Frost Armor, Freeze Ray. Potential, Silver Tier. Bloodline, None. Level, Bronze 5th rank. Status, Healthy. An ice sprite at the Bronze 5th rank with nearly all skills being freeze-type restrictions combined with its almost immortal body made it a very difficult opponent. Wu Chun seemed to understand why Lu Miaoyin was so happy when he put away Little Fire Fox. At least fire countered ice somewhat. Without Little Fire Fox, Wu Chun would be restrained using any other beast pet against an ice elemental's freeze skills. However, Wu Chun still smiled and immediately summoned Blood Rain. Perfect timing, as Blood Rain had not yet experienced an evenly matched battle since transforming into the Storm Eagle. The previous ice sprite had already shocked the entire crowd. Even mentors Yu Guan and Qian Feng were full of admiration for that beautiful ice sprite, silently marveling at the Lu's reputation as one of the 4 great families and their deep resources. With the ice sprite, as long as Lu Miaoyin had sufficient resources, becoming a second-rank beast pet trainer was practically assured. Even more, if she contracts a higher racial level beast pet at the second stage, she might even strive to become a third-rank beast pet trainer. Once a contract between trainer and pet is established, they are bound together. The trainer's advancement will promote the pet's progress, while the pet's high potential and quick cultivation speed will accelerate the trainer's cultivation process. But ultimately, the trainer leads. If the trainer cannot break through the spiritual power bottleneck, the beast pet can reach no further than its highest potential. However, once the trainer successfully breaks through, they can elevate the pet's potential and allow them to cultivate to even higher realms. Precisely because of this mutual cultivation characteristic, every beast pet trainer selects their pets with extreme caution. Once selected, trainers do not spare resources on their pets, because enhancing the pet's strength essentially increases the trainer's own cultivation speed and growth potential. Hey, look, Wu Chen's second beast pet. What is it? It seems like the Iron Feather Hawk. But isn't the Iron Feather Hawk only a high bronze tier potential pet? Still, this particular one looks a bit unusual. Mentor Yu Guan's eyes suddenly brightened, revealing a trace of appreciation. He said to the students beside him who were curious about Wu Chen's second beast pet, "That's not an Iron Feather Hawk, but a Storm Eagle, a higher-blooded wind attribute beast pet compared to the Iron Feather Hawk. The Storm Eagle is a silver tier bloodline beast pet, much harder to capture than a swift wind magic wolf." What? It's actually a Storm Eagle. Bai Yuanfei's face immediately turned dark. He acknowledged that Lu Miaoyin was stronger than him. After all, he had never been her match from childhood. Although appearing gentle and likable on the outside, Lu Miaoyin was actually quite competitive and diligent internally, far surpassing Bai Yuanfei in cultivation. Otherwise, how could the 7th Miss Lu hold an equal position to Bai Yuanfei, the 4th young master of the Bai family, whose family is the City Lord's clan? Since this was his love interest, Bai Yuanfei was confident that with his skills and the Bai family's resources, he would eventually win Lu Miaoyin over. But Wu Chun, a mere country bumpkin, what was he? How could his beast pet also be stronger? This Bai Yuanfei could not tolerate. It seemed his proud lineage and pet potential were both surpassed by the damned Wu Chun. The two stood facing each other, poised. This time, Lu Miaoyin moved first. Ice Sprite, Ice Spike Shooting. The beautiful ice sprite spread its hands, resembling a proud little princess, with a hint of innocence and playfulness that was uniquely hers. Dozens of transparent, foot-long ice spikes quickly formed around her, within a 50-meter range, stirring up icy winds. In the next second, all the ice spikes shot forward with astonishing speed towards the ascending storm eagle. Blood Rain, dodge, use feather arrow. As the massive figure of Blood Rain stretched out its wings, it gracefully evaded each spike. Although some inevitably struck Blood Rain's iron feathers, leaving it cold all over, they did minimal damage. Chapter 95, Lu Miaoying's Cunning. As Shu Yu swept its massive wings, countless steel-like feathers shot towards the ground like swords with astonishing might. Little Bing, activate Ice Armor. Ice Armor was an excellent defensive skill, not only for protecting itself, but also capable of being bestowed upon others. After donning the Ice Armor, although Little Bing looked a bit flustered while floating in the air, Shu Yu's powerful and sharp feathers failed to penetrate through the armor, leaving only some pockmarked icy marks. Lu Miaoying calmly commanded, Ice Sprite, hit its beast pet with the freezing beam. Inning. The ice sprite emitted a cute sound, staring vacantly at Shu Yu with its large eyes, raising one hand. Instantly, a cobalt blue ray shot out, incredibly fast. If struck by this, Shu Yu would be frozen solid midair, shattering into pieces when falling down. Ice-based freezing skills were the natural nemesis of flying beast pets. Shu Yu started flapping its wings in panic, sensing danger. Shu Yu, don't worry. Quickly use Hawk Soars through skies and evade. It's enough to dodge. Wu Chun narrowed his eyes, using the system's scanning function that gave him foreknowledge of what the ice sprite was about to do, so he could avoid it in advance. This was the benefit of having a cheat mode. A wind current quickly enveloped Shu Yu, doubling its speed instantaneously as a cobalt blue shadow appeared close by. That's how quick it was. Lu Miaoying depended on the long range, high speed, and immediate freeze effect of her freezing beam. Back then, Bai Yuanfei's beast pet was instantly frozen before it could even launch an attack, later getting thoroughly crushed by the ice sprite's wide-area ice crystal bombardment. But this move was destined to be useless against Shu Yu, skilled in speed. In just a flash, Shu Yu became a black streak, preemptively swooping downward. The beam grazed over Shu Yu's upper air and landed on the energy shield, causing a 3-meter radius to freeze instantly. Even though dodged, Lu Miaoying's calm expression showed no frustration. Instead, she continued commanding the ice sprite to fire freezing beams. 2 more shots followed, all easily evaded by Shu Yu's miraculous speed. This allowed everyone watching to witness the unparalleled speed of Wu Chen's Storm Eagle. Not even the ice sprite could do anything about it. Lu Miaoying stayed silent, commanding the ice sprite to fire icicles to block Shu Yu's aerial retreat. Icicle Shower was the most effective way to intercept Shu Yu over a wide area, even if it didn't have the instantaneous results of a freezing beam. However, once hit, it was an extremely painful experience. Especially with hundreds of icicles raining densely from the sky, it was simply impossible to avoid them all. Wu Chun could only let Shu Yu rely on its agility to weave through the attacks, and where unavoidable, fall back on its strong feathers for defense, which wouldn't cause much damage anyway. However, at this point, Lu Miaoying suddenly wore an eerie smile. Wu Chun first felt puzzled, then immediately experienced a rapid heartbeat. He realized why. Shu Yu dodged. No matter how alert Wu Chun was, Shu Yu didn't have enough time to act. A hidden ray of light quietly snuck along with the icicles, undetected because of their density. Wu Chun initially thought this ability could be fired continuously, but then reconsidered. Such a powerful control skill wouldn't be spammable. It must have a cooldown period, probably around half a minute. During that time, Lu Miaoying had used icicles to confuse Wu Chun, buying time and ultimately catching him off guard with this underhanded maneuver. What a sharp person. But was Shu Yu so easily going to be frozen? At a critical moment, its innate combat instincts made it precisely unleash a massive energy blade, flashing between its hawk-like eyes. Wind blade. This wind blade broke through the incoming icicles. Unexpectedly, it collided with the freezing beam, exploding midair as the great energy blade and the freezing beam mutually canceled each other out. The resulting air currents threw Shu Yu off balance, struggling to stabilize in midair. And after failing to surprise attack, Lu Miaoying revealed a touch of disappointment, gazing at Wu Chun, whose eyes remained calm and unfazed. This guy had seen through it. Chapter 96, Second Round. The subsequent battle was all but a foregone conclusion. Wu Chun already knew that the Ice Elf's freeze ray had entered cooldown time, so he ordered Shu Yu Fengren, Blood Rain Wind Blade, to suppress the Ice Elf. Though the Wind Blade wasn't capable of rapid firing, its cooldown was only a few seconds. If Shu Yu could refine her skills more, her control over the wind element might become even more exquisite, possibly achieving continuous wind blades. Naturally, the Ice Elf, with slow movements and lacking acceleration abilities, became an easy target. Although Lu Miaoying quickly placed an intermediate mental secret art, Wind Speed spell, on the Ice Elf, increasing its movement speed by up to 60%. What difference did it make when it met Shu Yu, who excelled at speed? Moreover, Shu Yu possessed the advanced wind element acceleration artifact, Zanfeng Z, Wind Riding Wings, and was thus quickly caught up. Once the fragile body of the Ice Elf was approached, it was as good as dead. Although the thick ice armor might have improved its defense somewhat, it still couldn't withstand the consecutive strikes from Shu Yu's enormous claws. In the end, just as the Ice Elf's freeze ray skill was about to leave cool down, Wu Chun, having timed it perfectly, smiled and immediately ordered Shu Yu to grab the Ice Elf and soar into the high sky. While the Ice Elf could hover, it could not fly into the high altitudes. Hovering was its natural ability, which allowed it to stay 3 meters above a reference point, such as the ground. At greater heights, although the fall wouldn't be fatal, the Ice Elf's gravity confusion would make it difficult to stabilize itself, resulting in panicked eek-eek sounds as it helplessly flailed around in the sky. Seeing Wu Chun smile, Lu Miaoying helplessly said, "Do you think admitting defeat is enough? Wu Chun, you're despicable." Wu Chun curiously replied, "How is this despicable? This is strategy, okay?" Not bothering to argue with him, Lu Miaoying, extremely displeased, huffed and glared at Wu Chun before recalling her Ice Elf and stepping down from the stage with a swish of her long skirt. For some unknown reason, Lu Miaoying felt quite dissatisfied after losing to Wu Chun. With her intelligence, she usually only lost to absolute power rather than strategic manipulation like what happened today. People who enjoyed calculating battle situations hated encountering someone even better at strategizing than themselves. Everyone watched the entire fight play out. It was evident who won or lost. Wu Chun wins. Mentor Yu announced with a smile. To see these two equally talented students finally determine a winner was surprising, indicating that unless there were any unexpected incidents, Wu Chun would likely become the class president. Qian Feng was also satisfied, amazed by Wu Chun's talent. Lu Miaoyin was from no small family, the Lu family being a dominant force in Yin City, and naturally, cultivating her was no problem. However, Wu Chun originated from a remote town under Yin City's jurisdiction. His two beast pets were far from ordinary, extraordinarily powerful. One was a silver potential third-rank, three-tailed fire fox, and the other was a bronze fifth-rank storm giant eagle. Such strength probably placed him among the top 5 among this year's freshmen. Born commoner like Qian Feng, he couldn't help but look favorably upon Wu Chun. However, it was impossible for him to directly declare Wu Chun as the class leader at this moment. Everything would depend on the final outcome. Among the 3 rounds of duels, by Yuanfei, Wu Chun, and Su Hu emerged victorious. Ji Ran was skipped due to the round-robin format. In principle, Lu Miaoyin should have made it to the second round, considering her skills. Even Bai Yuanfei might not have defeated her. Alas, fate decreed her meeting Wu Chun. Lu Miaoyin was a smart and skilled girl, born as the pearl of the Lu family, possessing extraordinary talent, family background, and beauty. But in terms of fighting, who could match Wu Chun, someone who survived near-death situations and constantly pushed himself to higher limits, gaining survival experience in the wild? Wu Chun's judgments on battle tactics were refined little by little, interacting with hunters, dealing with various beasts since childhood, setting traps, and later becoming a beast master. His battle experiences were far richer than those of noble heirs practicing comfortably at home with light, sparring matches. You 4 will draw lots again. Bai Yuanfei snarled. Wu Chun, you shouldn't be able to escape this time, right? Wu Chun gave him a sidelong glance and mocked. Are you so eager to get beaten? Humph, keep talking big. Bai Yuanfei acted completely unconcerned as he began drawing the lots. Wu Chun crossed his arms and casually picked a ball. Chapter 97. The Mysterious Su Hu. Black Ball. Once again, Wu Chun's opponent was not Bai Yuanfei, but instead Ji Ran who had to face Bai Yuanfei. It was clear from Ji Ran's gloomy expression that he regretted not conserving his strength earlier. After witnessing the previous battles, he understood well that neither Bai Yuanfei nor Wu Chun were opponents he could defeat. Maybe if he encountered Su Hu, there would be a slim chance of victory, but even that wasn't certain. What if Su Hu also hid his true strength? Wu Chun's opponent was indeed Su Hu. Wu Chun looked at the boy in front of him with curiosity. This solidly built, yet unremarkable-faced youth. According to Wu Chun's understanding, this Su Hu should have come from a destitute family in some small place, just like himself. Though his starting point might be higher than Wu Chun's, it wasn't by much, and compared to Bai Yuanfei, they weren't even on the same level. Yet, Su Hu had managed to attain this level of strength, truly remarkable. But looking at Su Hu, he seemed to be a low-key person. Wu Chun presumed that perhaps he competed for the position of class president solely for the resources, as he'd already heard that every month the class president received 100 soul crystals from the academy. 4 by Yuanfei, or someone from an influential family in Flame City. These 100 soul crystals didn't mean much. Their families probably provided resources far surpassing 500 soul crystals monthly. But for people like Wu Chun, coming from a humble background or a small family, these 100 soul crystals were enough to support several months' worth of living expenses, with some even left over. So, upon further thought, it wasn't surprising that Su Hu vied for the position of class president. But Wu Chun wasn't after those 100 soul crystals. It wasn't nearly enough. He raised his beast pets following the widely known best methods for feeding: meat, soul crystals, and occasionally some herbs stewed into gruel for their nourishment. Each day required at least 20 or more soul crystals. 100 soul crystals? Not even a week's worth. Since Wu Chun came from humble origins, if he wanted his pets and his own strength not to fall behind those of noble families, he had to heavily invest in the resources needed to train them. Fortunately, Wu Chun wasn't just relying on purchasing items with soul crystals. Once he advanced levels quickly, the system store would undoubtedly prove to be quite satisfactory. Wu Chun, Su Hu, both exchanged a polite glance, clearly showing that although Su Hu didn't appear intimidated by Wu Chun, he remained deeply focused nonetheless. In the first round, Wu Chun sent out Little Fire Fox, and Su Hu countered with a water-type pet, a water spirit bird. This third-stage water spirit bird wasn't large, but it was agile and capable of shooting water projectiles with fast flying speed. However, both of Wu Chun's beasts were trained for quick combat and possessed impressive speed. Therefore, the water spirit bird was soon defeated by a swift-tail whip from Little Fire Fox. Without saying anything, Su Hu sent out his second pet, doubtlessly his Moon Shadow Wolf Demon. The Moon Shadow Wolf Demon was strongest only under the cover of night, so battling in daylight was quite disadvantageous for it. Still, Little Fire Fox eagerly continued its struggle against this Moon Shadow Wolf Demon. With a clever feint, the Moon Shadow Wolf Demon managed to deceive not only Wu Chun but Little Fire Fox as well, under Su Hu's command, using its sharp claw to send Little Fire Fox flying. This enraged Little Fire Fox. Its flame tail combined with a powerful three-tailed attack caused its tails, each burning brightly with fire, to furiously strike the Moon Shadow Wolf Demon. In the end, it was severely battered. Su Hu showed a hint of disappointment, then expressionless admitted defeat. As Su Hu was about to leave, Wu Chun smiled and said, "Are you very lacking in resources? You seem to be a reserved person, so why are you running for class president just for a reward of 100 soul crystals?" Surprised by Wu Chun's question, Su Hu glanced at him but remained silent before departing quietly. Wu Chun watched his back, feeling he was a strange individual. Chapter 98. Battle against Bai Yuanfei. Here comes the final round. Wu Chun versus Bai Yuanfei. You two are ready. Whoever wins will be the class leader of Class 7. Mentor Qian Feng was watching them seriously. Understood. Bai Yuanfei opened his fan with a flourish and shook it lightly. Unusually, he spoke warmly to Wu Chun. "Brother Wu, let's go all out. Brother Wu, please don't hold back. What's wrong with this guy acting so pretentious for? Wu Chun stepped directly towards the battle area. Bai Yuanfei was not bothered by the awkwardness. He smiled and muttered to himself. We'll see if you still act this arrogant soon. Both parties are ready. Release your beast pets. As the mentor announced the start, everyone's eyes immediately focused on these two individuals. Their thoughts varied. Wu Chun, come on, the class leader must be you. In all these years in junior academy, almost every class leader is from noble families. Why? Is it because our commoner background is humble, and we lack cultivation resources? That's right, Wu Chun, take down Bai Yuanfei, we support you. Just shut up already. Lord Bai comes from a prestigious family. How could he possibly lose? Wu Chun just had good luck last time with his beast pet bloodline evolution. But don't forget, that was only Lord Bai's secondary pet. As for Lord Bai's main pet, haha. Some people supported Wu Chun, others supported Bai Yuanfei. Those who supported Bai Yuanfei were naturally mostly from aristocratic families, while those loudly cheering for Wu Chun were almost entirely commoners. They have always been looked down upon by these noble academies. Now with Wu Chun, a rising figure among commoners, aiming for the position of class leader, they naturally gave him full support. Upon hearing someone discussing Bai Yuanfei's main pet, Lu Miaoyin became somewhat unsettled, even feeling concerned for Wu Chun. Why should I worry about him? It's like my brain has gone bad. We don't really have any connection. However, Bai Yuanfei's beast pet was personally caught for him by the city lord. It was captured from deep within a volcano, making it a high-blooded lineage. Wu Chun, you must be careful. The things happening outside the arena certainly didn't escape Wu Chun's notice as he calmly said, Bai Yuanfei, there's no grudge between us, past or present. You should also know that I've never intended to target you. You need to reflect on yourself. Why do people dislike you so much? Do people dislike me? Bai Yuanfei scoffed coldly. Wu Chun, you're the first person to dare say such words to me. The first doesn't mean the last. With that pompous, ugly face of yours, do you really think everyone will respect your Bai family? What does your Bai family have to do with me? Even without your Bai family, what do you compare to me? Or, rather, what do you have to compare with me? Wu Chen's cold gaze devoid of emotion immediately stirred up boundless anger in Bai Yuanfei. Upon hearing Wu Chen's total disregard and scorn, Bai Yuanfei's eyes grew colder with rage. Wu Chun, don't be too smug. Do you really think you're the strongest in our class now? Just winning one battle against this young master, and your ego has shot up to the sky. Don't even know east from west anymore. Have you ever considered, in this entire flame city, who's calling the shots? Today, this young master will kindly teach you a lesson in behalf of your parents. Let you know that you need to open your dog eyes and understand who you should provoke, and who you shouldn't. Bai Yuanfei glared at Wu Chun with an overbearing attitude and summoned Swiftwind Demon Wolf. Despite his arrogant tone, Bai Yuanfei was extremely cautious. He knew his Swiftwind Demon Wolf might not stand a chance against the little fire fox, especially since Wu Chun had concealed his real strength so deeply, having a bronze rank 5 storm giant eagle. Wu Chun could tell exactly what he was planning and decided to play along, allowing the little fire fox to enter the battlefield. Because he sensed it, Bai Yuanfei's main pet might far surpass the Swiftwind Demon Wolf. Chapter 99. Qian Flying Dragon. Facing its defeated rival again, Xiaohua the fox couldn't hide its pride, showing nothing but disdain for Jifeng Demon Wolf, which was much taller and stronger than it. Jifeng Demon Wolf also snarled angrily at this little critter, wishing to tear it apart. Though Xiaohua had significantly grown in strength, Wu Chun didn't think it could take on Bai Yuanfei's main pet. Therefore, he gave Xiaohua the order to merely cripple this Jifeng Demon Wolf. Wu Chun, do you think I haven't improved at all? This time, I will definitely let you know what happens when you offend me. Bai Yuanfei stared deeply at Wu Chun, arrogantly shouting, Jifeng Demon Wolf, win quickly. Use acceleration skill. The Jifeng Demon Wolf immediately began running toward Xiaohua, while Bai Yuanfei cast a medium acceleration spell on the wolf. Instantly, the Jifeng Demon Wolf's speed skyrocketed, far exceeding that of their previous encounter. Xiaohua dodged, but with an astonishing speed, the Jifeng Demon Wolf struck Xiaohua before it fully evaded, slamming it hard and throwing Xiaohua flying out. It rolled a few times on the ground, letting out an angry whine as it glared furiously at Jifeng Demon Wolf. Meanwhile, its 3 tails ignited into blazing flames. Keep attacking. Take him down. Hating Wu Chun with every bone in his body, Bai Yuanfei eagerly commanded Jifeng Demon Wolf to launch ferocious attacks. However, Xiaohua was not so easily defeated. Flames surged as Xiaohua swiftly transformed into a fiery wheel, spinning and striking towards the Jifeng Demon Wolf. The 3 tails viciously lashed onto the body of Jifeng Demon Wolf, eliciting a painful howl from it. A large patch of fur was burned black under the flames. Wu Chun smirked faintly. He had absolute confidence in the strength of his magical creature. Xiaohua's power was more than enough to deal with Jifeng Demon Wolf, especially in close combat. If Jifeng Demon Wolf could not use its speed to drain Xiaohua's stamina, once they engaged up close, Jifeng Demon Wolf would have no choice but to face Xiaohua's storm-like continuous assault. Damn it! Jifeng Demon Wolf, dodge. Quick, keep your distance. Bai Yuanfei wasn't completely dumb. Seeing things weren't going well, he quickly ordered Jifeng Demon Wolf to retreat. However, having finally closed the distance, Xiaohua wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. 3 tails strike plus flame tail. It ruthlessly hammered into Jifeng Demon Wolf, claws tearing through its fur. In pain, Jifeng Demon Wolf wildly swung, trying to crush Xiaohua into mincemeat. But Xiaohua was too agile, its small body allowing it to effortlessly evade, only to unleash wave after wave of fierce assaults. How is this possible? I've lost again. Bai Yuanfei was completely shocked. He couldn't believe that he'd lost yet again. Bai Yuanfei has been defeated, Wu Chun wins. The loser must change their magical pet. The winner may decide whether or not to switch pets. Seeing Bai Yuanfei's Jifeng Demon Wolf utterly overpowered by the valiant Xiaohua, the 2 mentors immediately shot Wu Chun satisfied smiles. This student, clearly talented, surely meant their 7th class would shine brilliantly in this year's academy competition. Useless trash. Enraged, Bai Yuanfei harshly cursed the Jifeng Demon Wolf and immediately recalled it into the magical pet space, then coldly warned Wu Chun. Wu Chun, do you think this means you've already won? Come forth. Qi-Yin Flying Dragon. With by Yuanfei's summoning cry, a terrifying aura instantly spread from the summoning array. Roar! A deep and solemn dragon roar echoed across the entire area, carrying an intimidating and fierce authority, like a primordial beast, making the students instinctively widen their eyes in unease. What kind of magical beast is this? A giant crimson creature appeared on the land, standing nearly 5 meters tall, and most striking were its huge leathery wings, and its enormous body like red rock, exuding terrifying strength. This was by Yuanfei's main pet, a magical pet with draconic bloodline, the Qi-Yin Flying Dragon. Chapter 100, Stalemate. It turned out to be the demon beast Qi-Yin Flying Dragon. The aura of this demon beast made even Wu Yuan feel uneasy. That faint dignity inherited from the dragon lineage was a power that left people awestruck. Creature, Qi-Yin Flying Dragon. Attribute, Beast, Fire. Type, Unevolved. Skills, Dragon Breath, Dragon Claw Strike, Fireball, Dragon Aura. Natural pressure from dragon lineage. Weak dragon aura which suppresses the opponent's combat effectiveness by 10% upon entering the field. Potential, High Silver. Bloodline, Red Dragon, Concentrated. Level, Bronze Rank 5. Status, Healthy. This is actually a demon beast of a subdragon race possessing dragon lineage blood. No matter in which world, dragons are without a doubt the most powerful among the races of demon beasts. And in this vast myriad Yuan world, countless races survive and thrive. Humans are merely one of these infinite races, let alone the fact that Tianyuan Empire is just a small human empire located in a corner of the Tianyuan continent. True dragons are one of the world's top-tier races, but they mostly reside far away from the Tianyuan continent, making them nearly impossible to encounter. Once dragons reach adulthood, they are at least diamond-level creatures of legend. However, due to their promiscuous nature, many beings intermingle with dragons, giving birth to numerous subdragon races. Even though these subdragons are hard to find, carrying traces of dragon essence makes them exceptional within the ranks of spirit pets. This Qi-Yin Flying Dragon is merely one of the lowest types among subdragon races, its racial potential capped at only growing to the gold level at most. But this does not diminish its strength. Possessing dragon lineage means its offensive and defensive capabilities are extremely formidable. Additionally, it boasts the hallmark skill of dragons, Dragon Breath, an extraordinarily terrifying attack ability. Wu Yuan frowned deeply. No wonder by Yuanfei was so arrogant. Owning a spirit pet with dragon lineage gave him good reason for his haughtiness. Haha, Wu Yuan, you're still so smug? At the 4th rank, my Qi-Yin Flying Dragon shattered the defenses of a 5th rank Great Earth Savage Bear, gutting it open. Let's see how hard your iron-feathered eagle really is, whether it's even enough for my Qi-Yin Flying Dragon to play with. Wu Yuan remained silent, as this Qi-Yin Flying Dragon was indeed formidable, perhaps even a fierce battle for Shuyu. Bai Yuanfei was brimming with confidence as he commanded the Qi-Yin Flying Dragon. Qi-Yin Flying Dragon, unleash your dragon breath. Qi-Yin Flying Dragon immediately opened its mouth filled with sharp teeth, shooting a fiery column towards Shuyu who hovered in the sky. A terrifying force. Shuyu barely avoided it, almost being hit. But it seemed like the dragon breath skill had no cooldown period. Qi-Yin Flying Dragon quickly continued spraying its dragon breath onto Shuyu, forcing Shuyu to fly erratically through the skies. Do you think just flying high means Qi-Yin Flying Dragon can't touch you? Qi-Yin Flying Dragon, ascend into the air, bring it down for me. A sense of pride and satisfaction graced by Yuanfei's face. The Qi-Yin Flying Dragon was an exceptionally excellent spirit pet, powerful both on land and in the air thanks to its dragon wings, truly a dual elemental terrestrial and aerial combatant. Moreover, its flight speed was no slouch compared to Shuyu, while continuously aiming its terrifying dragon breath, with a range of up to 5 meters. Just one hit would melt Shuyu's feathers instantly with the horrifying high temperature, bringing it crashing down. Shuyu continually relied on its agility to dodge attacks. However, this was not a viable long-term strategy. The space was limited. Under Wu Yuan's command, Shuyu tried attacking, striking against the thick scales of the Qi-Yin Flying Dragon. Not only did it fail to break through its defense, but it only left behind faint white scratches. Chapter 101, the cheating method of the system mall. No, this can't go on. Shuyu's strength is not as good as Qi-Yin Flying Dragon's, and his stamina cannot match the dragon lineage either. Wu Yuan felt a bit frustrated inside. A pet with high-grade beast bloodline was indeed that difficult to deal with. Dragons were especially renowned for their formidable physical strength and almost perfect all-round combat capabilities. Against such tough and strong opponents, Wu Yuan could only choose to let Shuyu attack with the strongest wind blade. Only the wind blade could tear apart the skin of the Qi-Yin Flying Dragon. Wu Yuan had to end the battle quickly if he wanted to win. And seeing how Qi-Yin Flying Dragon had been pressing Wu Yuan's iron-feathered eagle right from the start, the students below who supported Bai Yuanfei immediately cheered loudly. In their view, Bai Yuanfei's strength was indeed strong enough. No wonder he was the most favored young master of the strongest by family among the 4 major families of Flame City. Just this Qi-Yin Flying Dragon alone, it was estimated that it could fight against a 6th-ranked beast across ranks. Although Wu Yuan's Storm Gigantic Eagle had good bloodlines, how could it compare with the Qi-Yin Flying Dragon? This guy's Qi-Yin Flying Dragon is already so powerful. Even Lu Miaoyin sighed when she saw the terrifying combat ability of this 5th-ranked Qi-Yin Flying Dragon. When she defeated Bai Yuanfei, this Qi-Yin Flying Dragon was only at the 3rd rank and hadn't yet learned the Dragon Breath talent skill characteristic of dragons. Now at the 5th rank, even she wouldn't have much confidence in defeating it. Wu Yuan was likely to face more difficulties than benefits. Anyway, I still hope you can win, Wu Yuan. Lu Miaoyin didn't know why, maybe due to her dislike towards Bai Yuanfei, but at this moment, she just hoped Wu Yuan would win. Spiritual impact. When Qi-Yin Flying Dragon approached Shuyu again, Wu Yuan suddenly launched a mental attack. Qi-Yin Flying Dragon instantly lost its concentration, its wings swaying unsteadily, almost falling out of the air. Trifling skills. No matter how hard you struggle, Wu Yuan, you can never defeat me. I will not give you any chance. Bai Yuanfei sneered and decisively cast another spiritual secret art onto the Qi-Yin Flying Dragon. Rage spell. There are many types of spiritual arts, but there's no doubt that the ones that explore, enhance, and attack are most crucial for pet masters. The rage spell made the Qiyang flying dragon's eyes turn bright red in an instant, its breath skyrocketing twice as before, and then it entered a state of madness, crazily chasing after the storm gigantic eagle. Wu Chen's heart sank slightly. This indicated they did not intend for the Qiyang flying dragon to be interfered by his spiritual secret arts before defeating his pet. But, do you really think I can't deal with you like this? Wu Chen gave a mysterious smile. First, he directly opened the system mall in exchange for a portion of beginner healing spring. He could completely heal his pet while fighting. Enduring is enduring. Who fears who? The next second, the injuries on Yu that were previously attacked by the Qiyang flying dragon quickly healed under the glow of an energy light. What's going on? How is that iron-feathered eagle's wound healing? The iron-feathered eagle can't possibly have healing skills, right? Mentor Yuan, who had been paying attention to the battle situation, looked perplexed. Could it be the spirit's secret art, healing art? But isn't that an intermediate-level healing secret art? Of course, they would never imagine that it was something Wu Chun bought from the illusory system. The coolest part about buying things from the system was that you could directly use them on your pet without anyone noticing. What's going on? What means did Wu Chun use? The wounds of that big bird have completely healed. Bai Yuanfei was stunned. He could only conclude that Wu Chun had mastered a healing spirit secret art. This was an extremely rare secret art, even within the Bai family, and they didn't allow learning it easily. However, Shuyu's wounds were fully healed by the cleansing of the healing spring, his aura greatly rejuvenated. He made a sudden turn and charged at the Qiyang flying dragon with the wind blade. Although the Qiyang flying dragon performed the rage spell, which greatly increased its strength, it also affected its rationality. It lost flexibility and became aggressive, thus getting hit by the wind blade solidly, causing it to roar in anger, half of its wings muscles shredded with blood flying everywhere. It nearly fell down. That's right, Shuyu, maneuver around and keep attacking it with the wind blade. Shuyu continuously inflicted injuries on the Qiyang flying dragon. Chapter 102, the final winner. With the situation dragging on, Wu Chen wasn't anxious at all, but Bai Yuanfei was. Even with its immense physical strength, Qiyan flying dragon's stamina was still limited. The high-intensity pursuit and dragon breath attacks had already made it quite exhausted. If it couldn't resolve the issue of that nasty bird within 2 minutes, then it would be Bai Yuanfei who might end up in trouble. Damn it, Qiyan flying dragon, go after it, and use your dragon claws. Taking advantage of the closing distance with Shuyu, Qiyan flying dragon swiftly flapped its wings, and one of its sharp talons fiercely swiped toward Shuyu. Shuyu soared through the sky. Deal him a head-on blow. Shuyu's speed suddenly surged, allowing it to dodge this attack, before gracefully turning around, its eagle-like eyes coldly focusing on its opponent. Wind blade. Wu Chen revealed a smile that had been waiting for some time. At this moment, Qiyan flying dragon's claw had just come down, leaving it unable to adjust its form quickly enough. Shuyu's massive wind blade brutally struck Qiyan flying dragon's neck, causing blood to flow freely. The neck was among Qiyan flying dragon's few weak spots, and with this strike, Qiyan flying dragon was severely injured. Aerofort. Qiyan flying dragon emitted a reluctant and painful roar, its colossal body falling directly from the sky. Bai Yuanfei immediately became frantic, shouting, Qiyan flying dragon, hold on, get back into the air. Hearing its master's enraged cry, Qiyan flying dragon struggled, despite its fatigue, and awkwardly flapped its wings, attempting to stabilize its descending form. However, Wu Chen wouldn't allow such a reprieve. Shuyu ripping claw. Blood rain appeared instantly in front of the falling Qiyan flying dragon, with lightning speed, using its sharp claws to unleash another fierce assault on the dragon's neck. This time, it nearly snapped Qiyan flying dragon's neck. Blood splashed across the skies as Qiyan flying dragon let out a wail of grief, eventually collapsing helplessly onto the ground, losing its ability to fight. Qiyan flying dragon. Wu Chun, if you dare kill my pet, I will never forgive you. Seeing Qiyan flying dragon suffering consecutive severe blows, Bai Yuanfei's face turned utterly pale. He had failed completely. Wu Chen merely gave a cold smirk, saying, Don't worry, it isn't dead yet. I know my limits. However, if you don't treat it soon, dying from excessive blood loss will be your responsibility, not mine. Upon hearing Wu Chen's mockery, Bai Yuanfei gritted his teeth with rage, glaring vengefully and saying, You just wait. He was compelled to anxiously rush over to inspect his pet's injuries. Qiyan flying dragon was the foundation of his power. If Qiyan flying dragon were to die, he'd truly be done for. We won. The many students immediately burst into cheers, applauding Wu Chun. The powerful speed and abilities of Storm Eagle were evident to all, making Wu Chen's leadership of the class well-deserved. Conversely, those who supported Bai Yuanfei began looking disapproving upon seeing Qiyan flying dragon injured. In their view, how could they, from noble birth, tolerate being governed by someone of humble origins like Wu Chun? Everyone has seen it. Wu Chun achieved ultimate victory. Through my assessment of him, I found Wu Chun to be very diligent in study. Now that he is the class leader, does anyone have any objections? Qian Feng was greatly satisfied with Wu Chen's capabilities, appreciating him more and more. Of the 3 top talents in their current batch, Wu Chun, Bai Yuanfei, and Lu Miaoyin, all possessed extraordinary talent. At their age, there probably weren't more than 10 people in the entire academy capable of owning a 5th-tier beast. Yet their 7th class alone held 3 such individuals. Remember, the better the class students perform, the more resources rewards are allocated to their mentors. Qian Feng also genuinely admired these talented children. Nevertheless, compared to Bai Yuanfei, born of nobility and stubborn, Qian Feng naturally favored Wu Chun for his honesty, humility, and hard work. In his opinion, only someone like Wu Chun could achieve long-lasting success. Chapter 103, Seeds of Hatred. Of course, no one dared to object. Even if someone did, who would dare to voice it? Wu Chun had publicly beaten Bai Yuanfei right in front of them. Their strength was far inferior to Wu Chen's. Thus, Wu Chen smoothly became the class leader. Wu Chun, starting now, you are the class leader of our class 7. In my absence, All class matters will be uniformly arranged by you. Qian Feng then handed over a silver badge to Wu Chun and said kindly, "This is the class leader's token. Every month, each class leader can collect 100 soul crystals from the Academy Finance Office as a reward with this token." "Thank you, Mentor." Wu Chun respectfully took the badge with a smile, glanced at it casually, and put it away immediately. He wasn't really concerned about resources, but the level this position could access was crucial. "I also want to congratulate you, Wu Chun. Your talent is good, and you need to train hard. At such a young age, your on-site judgment ability and beast companion technique training are both excellent. You can come here more often to practice when you have time." Yu Guan, the usually cold and distant strong female mentor, rarely showed a smile towards Wu Chun. "Yes, thank you for your concern, mentor." The matter was settled. Wu Chun was now the class leader of Class 7. After retrieving his beast pet, Bai Yuanfei wore a grim expression on his face and remained silent for the entire morning. Occasionally, the look he cast at Wu Chun was full of hatred and coldness. It seemed he was not going to let this go easily. However, it didn't matter. Wu Chun wasn't worried about Bai Yuanfei. He had the confidence to leave Bai Yuanfei far behind soon. The gap between the two would widen quickly. Lu Miaoyin also revealed a captivating smile at Wu Chun and said, "Congratulations to you, Wu Chun." "Oh no, it should be Wu class leader." Wu Chun smiled wryly and asked, "Is this supposed to be praise?" "Of course it is praise. Wu Chun, how do you manage to train? The battle consciousness of your beast companion is so strong, and despite not having my family background or resources, you've managed to surpass us and get this far. I really admire you." For once, Lu Miaoyin spoke very seriously to Wu Chun. Looking at her beautiful face and sincere big eyes, Wu Chun deliberately feigned mystery and said, "Do you really want to know?" Lu Miaoyin nodded unconsciously, truly wanting to understand how Wu Chun had reached this level. Though she too trained diligently, due to her natural talents and strengths, combined with the fact that her mother was her father's most beloved wife, her status stood solidly as the third potential successor to the Lu family after the eldest heir, Lu Xiaoyan, and the second eldest heir, Lu Xiaobin. However, she wanted to help her down on his luck third brother. Due to her superior talent and being deeply favored by their father, the eldest son and second son born to the first lady never liked this naturally charming and intelligent seventh sister, even becoming somewhat hostile, fearing that she might threaten their status as heirs. Her relationship with Lu Xiaohua was particularly close, which only provided further reason for them to exclude and suppress her. All of this required her to gain more strength so that more elders in the Lu family would pay attention to her, thus granting her greater say. Wu Chun teased knowingly, laughing. "You guess." Lu Miaoyin instantly felt infuriated, glaring furiously at Wu Chun. She pouted and muttered, "Humph, if you don't want to tell, fine, you're just teasing me." Wu Chun sighed meaningfully, saying, "Speaking of which, my achievements today are inseparable from your Lu family." Inseparable from our Lu family? What does that mean? Lu Miaoyin couldn't figure it out. Clearly, Wu Chun didn't plan to explain either, so she had to suppress her doubts. After school, Wu Chun received many congratulations from classmates. Of course, there was also Bai Yuanfei's meaningful smirk, but Wu Chun completely ignored it. Wu Chun knew that, given Bai Yuanfei's vengeful nature, he had already crossed swords with this fourth young master of the Bai family. He wondered what tricks the guy might use against him. Tonight, it seemed to be a small gathering with Lin Dong and a few others from Qingshan Town. It concerned future interest development, so Wu Chun saw no harm in going once. Chapter 104, Gathering Support. When Wu Chun arrived, Lin Dong and the others were already waiting for him at the tavern. "Wu Chun, you're finally here." Lin Dong laughed heartily and ran over to put an arm around Wu Chun's shoulder, asking, "How did the class leader election go?" Wu Chun also flashed a slight smile. "It went pretty smoothly. I'm now the class leader of Class 7. Lin Dong immediately widened his eyes and exclaimed exaggeratedly, "You're really amazing, Wu Chun. I knew it would be a piece of cake for you with your abilities to become the leader of Class 7. That stinky Bai Yuanfei must have been beaten up badly by you, right?" Wu Chun smiled but didn't say anything. At that moment, he caught sight of a few familiar faces from Green Mountain Town beyond Lin Dong. Among them was Li Wendian, who sat there looking sullen. Wu Chun instantly went over and greeted everyone. "Wu Chun, since we all come from Green Mountain Town, we naturally should look out for each other. But none of us think we have what it takes. However, I've heard that you're almost elected as the class leader of Class 7. That's a sweet gig where you get 100 soul crystals every month." Seeing the group look at him politely, Wu Chun deeply understood the importance of strength. Among all of them, only Wu Chun was doing the best. Just a few days after entering the academy, he became the class leader of Class 7. And with his capabilities, things could only get better in the future. The rest weren't as fortunate. Li Wenqing and Li Wenyan brothers were respectively placed into Class 3 and Class 4, Wu Zhiong and Su Lai in Class 6, Lin Dong in Class 8. There were only 8 classes for the new students. Though they received plenty of cultivation resources thanks to their elders' care when they entered school, competition within the academy was still fierce. Especially the local nobles from Flame City looked down on these cultivators from rural wealthy families and always joined forces to suppress them, making the common students understand that Flame City was still ruled by these great families, and the Junior Beast Familiar Academy was also run by their young masters. Wu Chun walked over to Li Wendian, who glanced at Wu Chun as well. His eyes carried both envy and a hint of awkwardness because he had been targeted from the start of the semester, mainly due to his strong personality, which made him want to compete against those noble descendants. The result was realizing that their power was far beyond his capability to contend with. Moreover, the noble disciple who bullied him would often send people to blockade outside his accommodation courtyard. Li Wendian, proud from childhood to old age, had been defeated by Wu Chun and suffered repeated setbacks at the Beast Familiar Academy, feeling tormented inside. But his pride made him die rather than let the family know he was being bullied outside. Asking for help from home meant he was a coward. If so, then Li Wendian would never be able to lift his head again in life. Li Wendian, if everyone is willing to unite, would you join our camp? At least within this Beast Familiar Academy, we can share happiness and difficulties together. Wu Chun took a glance at Su Lai and the others. These people saw Wu Chun, and hearing about Wu Chun's accomplishments, decided to rally behind him. They all said, "In the past, we failed to see your worth. In the future at the Beast Familiar Academy, we hope that Elder Wu will take good care of us." That's right, Elder Wu. These people were quick-witted indeed, calling him Elder one after another, apparently trying to place Wu Chun above them as the leader of this small group. Wu Chun gave a faint smile and didn't refuse. Li Wendian watched as those who once challenged him now preferred to support Wu Chun, leading to a complex expression on his face, yet he nodded anyway. Lin Dong was delighted, winking at Wu Chun, clearly congratulating him. Wu Chun wouldn't have been able to gain control over these individuals without Lin Dong's influence. Although these families from Green Mountain Town weren't big powers, they still couldn't be underestimated. For now, Wu Chun was relatively weak and very much wanted to maintain good relations with them. Since everyone trusts me, from now on, we will stick together like one string. If there are any difficulties in the academy later on, you can tell me, and I'll do my best to help. Wu Chun pondered carefully before speaking slowly. This counted as a solemn promise and gave the group some reassurance. Since Elder Wu has spoken, we cannot just enjoy Elder Wu's protection without offering anything in return. From now on, whenever Elder Wu needs help, feel free to find me. Our Lin family will be the first to support you. Lin Dong quickly declared loudly. Their support and the backing of their families carried completely different meanings. Lin Dong could represent his family, which prompted the group to seriously reconsider the relationship between Lin Dong and Wu Chun. Chapter 105 Zheng Hao. No matter what, this small group was considered to have been successfully established. Wu Chun looked at Li Wendy and asked, "What's the background of those who blocked you?" Li Wendy hesitated, his face turning red with obvious shame as if unable to bring himself to speak. Li Wenqing quickly intervened on behalf of her brother, indignantly saying, "It should be someone from the Zheng family. That person is merely a collateral line descendant of the Zheng family, but is already so arrogant. They just bully us because our Li family has no foothold in Yinqing, and we can only endure their bullying. It's outrageous." Zheng Hao was the person Li Wendy had offended. This man was the legitimate grandson from the line of the third elder of the Zheng family. The third elder wielded significant influence within the Zheng family, and was rumored to be a second-rank pet master, whose cultivation reached the silver ring level. His mental strength might very well already be in the late spiritual infusion realm. A figure like this would undoubtedly possess a terrifying pet with silver rank strength. That's why Li Wendy dared not utter a word even after being bullied. Grandfather Li Yuanshan was merely a silver ring level strongman, and his mental power was still inferior to that of the third elder. Moreover, the backing behind them was none other than the massive Zheng family in Yinqing, which counted no fewer than 8 elders among its ranks, and more than 22nd rank pet masters. How could the small Li family from Green Mountain Town dare to provoke them? Wu Chun smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, tonight we'll accompany you back home. I'd really like to see how outrageous this fellow is." Li Wenqing immediately brightened up and asked, "Brother Wu Chun, do you have the confidence to deal with him? He owns a bronze rank 4th stage dark claw bear. Another one of his pets is also of the 4th stage. 2 pets of bronze rank 4th stage? That wasn't worth worrying about." Wu Chun nodded and said, "There's absolutely no problem." With Wu Chun's assurance, everyone instantly felt confident and escorted Li Wendy, who appeared somewhat ashamed, back to his separate courtyard. "Wu Chun, I thank you." Li Wendy still expressed his thanks softly to Wu Chun, recalling how conceited he used to be, and yet still needed Wu Chun's help. Inside, Li Wendy felt quite helpless. Patting Li Wendy's shoulder, Wu Chun seriously said, "It's not disgraceful to rely on others' help. What's shameful is if you lose your courage forever and never reclaim your dignity. A setback is temporary. You need to depend on your own abilities to reclaim your dignity one day, and only then does it count as real skill." Li Wendy immediately regained his confidence and gave a firm nod. The housing areas of the junior pet college were all separated. Balcony-style corridors with individual wooden pavilions stood there. At Li Wendy's wooden pavilion, for students, led by a youth, were standing guard outside. "Hey, Chickenheart, I thought you wouldn't dare come back." Good for you. Looks like you went and brought reinforcements." As soon as that young man saw Li Wendy, he became sarcastic, noticing the group accompanying Li Wendy, including Wu Chun. He immediately adopted an even more overbearing demeanor, sneering mockingly. "So timid. Did you bring these many people just to keep watch over you tonight? Li Wendy, I guess I've overestimated you. You're nothing more than a complete coward." His words were extremely harsh, causing Li Wendy's fists to clench tightly, ready to fight. An arm held him back, and Wu Chun stepped forward, smiling mildly. "What's the meaning of this? Do my friends look like they're easily bullied? Does it warrant making them feel uncomfortable every day? What are you, some sort of nobody? Go away. I only beat up Li Wendy. I don't bother with punks like you guys." The youth cast a cold glance at Wu Chun, showing a threatening expression, whereupon the 4 surrounding students stepped forward and released their pet monsters at once. All were bronze rank 3rd stage. Neither Lin Dong's side nor Wu Chun's showed any signs of submission either, releasing their respective pet monsters one by one. For a time, the atmosphere became extremely tense. Seemingly also surprised that all these people actually possessed pet monsters of above the 3rd stage, and that their numbers exceeded their own. Zheng Hao couldn't help but have some hesitation. If they couldn't overpower the other side, he might get beaten up. Damn it, if only he'd known Wu Chun had brought reinforcements, he should have brought more people. However, outwardly, Zheng Hao quickly masked his panic and instead laughed heartily. "I only have grievances with Li Wendy. You fellows, though I'm unaware of your relationship with Li Wendy, let me tell you, my grandfather is the 3rd elder of the Zheng family. All of you better think carefully about the consequences. As long as all of you don't interfere with this matter, I, Zheng Hao, am willing to make friends with all of you. I'm always generous to my friends. Everyone will receive 100 soul crystals from me as a gift if each of you step back. What do you say?" Seeing Zheng Hao rapidly change his attitude and generously offer such rewards, Wu Chun couldn't help but silently admire. This Zheng Hao truly lived up to being a product of a prominent family. In terms of interpersonal relations, he was rather adept. Knowing how to entice with benefits ensured that, while he might not gain friends this way, at least they wouldn't become enemies. Chapter 106, Thunderfire Lion. However, since an alliance had already been formed, how could Wu Chun and his group possibly turn against each other over a bit of soul crystals? Master Zheng Hao is indeed generous, but if you want to be our friend, don't you think you should first consider whether you're worthy? Wu Chun smiled with a hint of sarcasm. I'll give you 1 minute. It's best if you quickly leave with your people, otherwise, I can't guarantee your outcome tonight. Zheng Hao's face turned instantly pale with rage, coldly staring at Wu Chun, and snorted. You really think I'm afraid of you? Since you refused my generosity, now taste my wrath. Dark Claw Bear. Zheng Hao immediately summoned his proud pet, the Dark Claw Bear. The Dark Claw Bear stood 4 meters tall, resembling a solid meaty mountain, with huge and terrifying claws along with a bloodthirsty mouth exuding astonishing energy. Upon seeing the impending confrontation, the other students observing secretly from the dormitory area of the academy all poked their heads out, excitedly discussing both sides while looking on for entertainment. Who fears whom? Zheng Hao, you have always been my underling. If it wasn't for your sneaky tactics and revengeful strikes, which injured my herb vine snake, would I fear you? Today, let's settle this once and for all. Li Wendy shouted in anger, swiftly summoning the herb vine snake. The rapidly growing giant vine snake was the most effective counter to the Dark Claw Bear among pets. Herb vine snake, vine whip. The enormous herb vine snake used its body as a whip and tail, striking fiercely. The Dark Claw Bear endured this strike fully but staggered back several steps, letting out an angry roar. Zheng Hao angrily commanded, Dark Claw Bear, tear it apart for me. The Dark Claw Bear waved its enormous claws and struck ferociously toward the herb vine snake. However, the herb vine snake split instantly into 4 segments, just like 4 snakes that entwined around the Dark Claw Bear's 2 legs. The venomous spines pierced deeply into its flesh, crazily absorbing energy. The loss of blood made the terror-clawed bear painfully mad, seizing the herb vine snake and viciously tearing it apart. Yet after being torn, new herb vine snakes continued to grow rapidly, as the segment concealing the soul core still adhered to its back, continuously drawing the blood energy from the Dark Claw Bear, with sharp spines piercing through the flesh. The Dark Claw Bear was in excruciating pain but couldn't reach its own back, roaring furiously and shaking the entire dormitory area of the academy. Damn! Seeing that the Dark Claw Bear was no match for the enemy, Zheng Hao became anxious, quickly summoning his second pet, Thunderfire Lion. Burn it for me. A massive lion enveloped by lightning appeared, yet its nostrils and mouth were faintly spitting out fiery flames. Creature, Thunderfire Lion. Attribute, Beast, Lightning, and Fire dual attribute. Type, Unevolved. Skills, Lightning Speed, Flame Claw, Lightning Explosion. Potential, Silver Tier. Lineage, Thunderfire Griffin, Sparse. Level, Bronze 4th Stage. Status, Healthy. It was actually the Thunderfire Lion, and it was a rare double attribute pet of both lightning and fire systems. Feeling the powerful aura of the Thunderfire Lion, Wu Chen's expression grew solemn. No wonder Li Wendy was severely injured by a sneak attack. This Thunderfire Lion was clearly stronger than the Rock Giant. The Rock Giant could only rely on its special rock-based undying body to match the Thunderfire Lion in endurance, but when it came to combat power, it fell short significantly. Moreover, this Thunderfire Lion actually had the lineage of the Thunderfire Griffin. The Thunderfire Griffin, that was a terrifying gold-tier beast only approachable by 3rd-stage warriors. But Wu Chen didn't fear him either. When Blood Rain appeared, a hurricane started brewing instantly. Those large black golden wings carried steel-like glints, its eagle eyes coldly observing these pet creatures. As the 5th-stage Blood Rain ascended into the air, the Thunderfire Lion immediately felt like a great adversary. This caused Zheng Hao's complexion to change drastically. He actually possesses a 5th-stage beast. How is this possible? Among those enrolled at this age, according to Zheng Hao's knowledge, there wouldn't be more than 5 who owned a 5th-stage beast. And owning a 5th-stage beast meant one's strength was at least among the top 5 in the freshman class. He never expected that Wu Chun concealed such a potent force. Chapter 107, Authority. Wu Chun said coldly, Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. I'll count to 3, and if you don't get out of here by then, today I'll make sure you and your Thunderfire Lion won't even be able to crawl back. Upon hearing Wu Chen's merciless threat, Zheng Hao's face turned as ugly as it could be. He was always the one threatening others. Never had he imagined being threatened himself today. Asshole. It seems like you're Bufu, not convinced, huh? Seeing that Zheng Hao remained silent, Wu Chun gave a cold laugh and commanded, Shiyu, use Wind Blade. Shiyu let out a sharp cry, swooping down like a streak of light, and slashing out a powerful wind blade. Never did Zheng Hao expect Wu Chun to suddenly launch an attack, and before he could scold or respond in panic, he shouted, Thunderfire Lion, use lightning speed to dodge. Although the Thunderfire Lion wasn't slow, compared to Shiyu who was purely speed-oriented, it already lacked advantage in speed. Moreover, Shiyu was stronger, so before the Thunderfire Lion could even deploy its lightning speed skill, it was struck hard on its tail by the massive wind blade. Ayo! The Thunderfire Lion let out a loud and painful howl. Its lower half was torn open with a terrifying blood gash, spurting out torrents of blood, and it narrowly escaped losing its privates, which would have been sliced off by the wind blade too. My Thunderfire Lion. Zheng Hao's face went green with fright, hastily begging for mercy. Big brother, I was wrong. Spare me. I promise I won't trouble Li Wenqing anymore. On the other side, the Dark Claw Bear had also been beaten up badly, covered in bloody scars, weak from losing too much blood. Li Wendu had never felt so good, just about to thoroughly beat up the Dark Claw Bear when Lin Dong stopped him. That's enough. Wu Chun ignored Zheng Hao, squinting his eyes and starting to count. 1. How could Zheng Hao dare to linger longer? Seeing that terrifying beast circling in the sky, he quickly gathered his group and fled like the wind, fearing that Wu Chun might really kill his Thunderfire Lion before counting to 3. All these were damn lunatics. 3. Wu Chun looked at Zheng Hao running far away, expressionless. He then turned around and nodded. No problem, he probably doesn't have the guts to come back here again. Big Brother Wu is truly formidable. Big Brother Wu, when did your Iron Feather Eagle grow so big? And it's so strong, already 5th stage. The youngest Li Wenqing stared at Wu Chun with admiration. Just now, Wu Chen's icy demeanor, with just a few words scaring Zhang Hao into fleeing with his pants wet, was undoubtedly quite showy and successfully attracted a certain young man. Wu Chen chuckled modestly. Just lucky, very lucky. Big brother Wu, do you have any secret techniques for training beast pets? Teach us. Immediately, a group of people surrounded him enthusiastically. After letting out a sigh of relief, Li Wendu regained confidence in his eyes and expressed gratitude to Wu Chun. Thank you. Wu Chun. Wu Chun waved his hand. In the future, we will all be in the same camp. Let's keep in touch. Even though we are in different classes, I believe no one will dare to provoke us in the future. Good. By rallying this group, led by Li Wendu, Wu Chun was rather satisfied. The talents of Li Wendu and others were indeed exceptionally high, each being outstanding figures among their respective tribes in Green Hill Town. Even if they couldn't match the children of several major families in Flame City in terms of resources, their achievements in the future were still limitless. A person needs a solid foundation to get by in any place. Of course, enhancing one's own strength still comes first for Wu Chun. Tomorrow was the day off, and Wu Chun prepared to enter the Sunset Forest to collect food for his beast pets, hunt beast cores, and better train his pets. Moreover, his spiritual energy was restless. Tonight, it should be able to advance to the late stage of the spirit fog realm. So after returning to the room, Wu Chun fed the remaining food and beast cores to his two generous backers and immediately sat cross-legged to start practicing. Chapter 108. Late Lingwu Stage. New changes in the mall. Mental cultivation methods are also categorized according to their respective cultivation levels as common, advanced, and supreme. Common cultivation methods, even if they are widespread, if complete, generally allow pet masters to cultivate at least up to the Lingyun stage. Advanced cultivation methods, however, are mostly in control of some families within the human territories. These mental secret techniques are the fundamental for family survival, and are more important than other secrets. They can at least help them cultivate up to a third-class pet master, or even higher. This is also the mainstream cultivation method among the human race. As for supreme cultivation methods, these only exist within some vast and top-tier pet master sects in the human territory. These sects have long-standing traditions, with many having histories spanning thousands of years, even older than the empires themselves. For even when dynasties change, they remain high above, being transcendent powers beyond imperial jurisdiction. Supreme secret methods can help pet masters cultivate all the way to the 5th-class pet master realm. As for what level the spirit power of a 5th-class pet master could reach, Wu Chun does not understand. It's still very far from him. And within the entire Flame City, there isn't a single 5th-class pet master. Perhaps only larger counties may possess one. Wu Chun guesses that although the exact rank of the imperishable Nirvana Lotus method is unknown, after practicing it for just one day, his progress is already enough to match several days of practice by Lin Dong and the others, with an even denser spirit power. Thus, Wu Chun supposes that this must be at least a top-tier cultivation secret technique. The mental power has been fully accumulated. Next step is breaking through to the late-stage spirit force. In Wu Chen's sea of consciousness, the mysterious lotus seed had now grown into a tender sprout and continued thriving. After entering the lotus sprout phase, Wu Chen's spirit force was struggling to provide any growth. Even when all of Wu Chen's dense mist-like spirit force was compressed bit by bit until it was swallowed by the lotus sprout, the tiny sprout merely shone a little brighter and grew just slightly, but it was still far from reaching the juvenile stage. However, Wu Chun had successfully refined the fog-like spirit force using the lotus seed and then released it again. This time, the spirit force wasn't in the form of fog anymore, but instead had transformed into a water droplet. This water droplet falling onto the tiny sprout of the lotus seed was seemingly insignificant. Nevertheless, Wu Chun distinctly felt that this minuscule droplet of spirit force contained an immense amount of purified spirit energy, which might even surpass the entirety of Wu Chen's spirit force during the middle Lingwu stage. Finally broken through to the late Lingwu stage. This is the preliminary stage of the Lingyun realm, so the fog-like spirit force starts to coagulate into a small water droplet. Once Wu Chun can cultivate this small water droplet sufficiently large, he will advance to the next stage. Lingyun level. Beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the late Lingwu stage. The system mall has been updated, daily recommended products have been refreshed, the expansion limit increases to 6. The system opens a new feature. Mall lottery interface. Optimizing the taskbar, adds daily tasks. Specific features please check on your own. Hearing the sequence of prompt tones in his mind, it was impossible not to feel excited. Wu Chun thought the system functions were too monotonous, longing for some sort of legendary artifact exchange function to dramatically boost his strength, but this system was just too laid back. Wu Chun has no idea when tasks will be posted or when the new features of the system will be initiated, and this uncertainty is the most tormenting. What new feature has opened? Wu Chun hurriedly opened the system interface. The main system interface hadn't changed, still divided into 3 sections: tasks, mall, and host. Chapter 109, lottery function. However, after opening the mall system, it looked like a book page. The first page's primary recommendation interface had been renamed to daily purchase recommendations, and familiar items such as the low-level healing medicine had all changed. Originally, there were only 4 items listed: low-level healing medicine, primary curing spring, low-level spirit food, and spiritual baptism. The first and third were item categories that could be retrieved, while the second and fourth were curative recovery spiritual force skills for familiars and pet masters. After purchase, these skills could be directly applied to the target, equivalent to secret spiritual techniques, ones that could be used without limits, as long as enough exchange points were available. But after the update, the 4 items turned into 6. High-level healing medicine, rapidly heals all wounds of the flesh. Works best on bronze-level familiars or lower. Exchange points *10. Advanced healing spring, restores stamina and wounds simultaneously, can recover fully within 3 minutes, excellent effect. Works best on bronze-level familiars or lower. Exchange points *20. High-grade familiar food, Consuming satisfies hunger and provides any energy required by a familiar, accelerating physical recovery and enhancing endurance. Only works best for bronze level familiars or lower. Exchange points *10. Spirit revitalization, energy restoration skill. Instantly restores the familiar master's spirit force to 100%. Effective for spirit fog realm familiar masters only. Exchange points *20. Advanced familiar spirit pill. After consuming, side effect free, enhances 1 minor rank in strength for bronze level familiars. Exchange points 100, maximum 1 pill per beast. Special refresh spot. Before interface updates, this spot refreshes with different items daily. 10 exchange points to refresh. Wu Chun was extremely satisfied. It turned out the update was to upgrade the previous skills and medicines by 1 level, allowing them to match his current abilities. Wu Chun had already felt that the primary recommendation interface was rather ineffective because low-level spirit food was no longer useful for Blood Rain and only worked slightly on Little Firefox's food. Also, those skills did not significantly boost Wu Chun's powers. He hadn't expected that just upgrading to the later Spirit Fog Realm would give him such a big surprise from the mall update. Especially this, the Advanced Familiar Spirit Pill. Wu Chun's eyes gleamed as he focused intently on the Advanced Familiar Spirit Pill. With this, he could buy unlimited amounts every day, meaning wouldn't he quickly be able to raise his familiars to silver level? Initially, Wu Chun thought so, but realizing each beast could consume only 1 pill, he understood that too many pills weren't good. They might even make the familiars lazy and think they didn't need to train to advanced levels, which would only hinder his future growth. Still, being able to increase 1 small level limitlessly pleased Wu Chun, who decided immediately upon seeing it that he must buy 2 advanced familiar spirit pills as soon as possible, so Blood Rain and Little Firefox could level up soon. Wu Chun's exchange points were now insufficient. A first-rank beast gave 1 exchange point, while a second rank provided 2. The system didn't collect exchange points based on the beast's power, so Wu Chun had never been interested in higher-ranked beasts. For him, slaughtering low-level beasts was far more cost-effective than spending extra effort killing a single high-level one. There's a next page? To his surprise, Wu Chun discovered another page of the book-like store interface. After flipping it mentally, an entirely new page appeared. There were 2 floating cards against a dark background, one white and the other blue. Below the white card read normal draw *5, and below the blue card 10 draws *50. The system had finally activated its lottery function. Wu Chun rubbed his hands together, thrilled. He loved the idea of lotteries, especially since the prizes were mysterious items from the system. Unknown pills, weapons, secret techniques, or even powerful artifacts. Heaven bless me. May I become lucky right away. Give me a top draw for my first pull. Wu Chun muttered silently in prayer. With 70 exchange points left, he was confident he could do 10 consecutive draws. But when he pressed, nothing happened. Ding. Host, using the drawing function requires Super God points. By defeating 7 opponents consecutively in a day at your familiars level, you can obtain 1 Super God point. Your current Super God points are 0. Please try again after obtaining some. Chapter 110, Tailgate. Wu Chun was feeling extremely frustrated. It turned out that what was needed were super points. No wonder. I thought there's no way I could so easily draw a system treasure. Although Wu Chun did not know why the system had the super point function, it must imply something about transcendence, and one must consecutively kill 7 opponents equal in strength to oneself. For example, if Shuiyu is at the 5th stage, then she must continuously slay 7 opponents with equal strength to earn super points. Shuiyu has always been killing targets beyond her rank. Even at the 2nd rank, she was slaughtering 3rd and 1st ranked beings, so it was hard for her to continuously kill 7 opponents exactly matching her power. Hence, she had never earned a single super point. To gain a super point, one must continuously slay 7 opponents of the same strength, and Wu Chun couldn't figure out why the system had set such a tricky rule for obtaining super points. But who can argue when it's the system? Damn it, no matter how tough the rule is, for the sake of drawing rewards and exchanging for demonic beast pills, Wu Chun could only reignite his fervent fighting spirit and prepare for a big battle tomorrow. The next morning, Wu Chun left the Junior Demon Beast Tamer Academy without disturbing Lin Dong and the others. This was Wu Chun's solo action. What Wu Chun didn't know was that as soon as he left the academy, 2 students immediately exchanged glances. One continued nonchalantly mixing into the street to tail Wu Chun, while the other quickly departed, as if to inform someone. Master Zheng, the boy who stood up for Li Wendy, seems like he is about to leave the city. Upon hearing the report from his subordinate, Zheng Hao's face darkened with a hint of ruthlessness. Wonderful, keep monitoring him. I'll send people over right away. Zheng Hao's eyes were full of anger. He had always been the one bullying others and had never, like yesterday, been threatened and intimidated by a commoner-born kid, running away meekly like a dog. By now, the entire academy must have heard. His face was lost entirely. That cursed Wu Chun, wanting to leave the city? Excellent. Once you're out of the city and free from the rules of the academy, watch me settle accounts with you. Suspiciously turning around, Wu Chun looked at the crowd behind him. He felt like those 2 seemed familiar. A moment later, Wu Chun instantly revealed a thoughtful expression but maintained an air of ignorance on his face. He crossed through the bustling streets towards the West City Gate. The 2 people cautiously watched Wu Chun disappear into the distance, whispering, "It seems like he's become more cautious? No worries, he doesn't know who we are. We withdraw now, but Sir Jing's people will continue trailing him ahead." The 2 quietly vanished among the crowds. Wu Chun felt a bit astonished inside. These major families truly had considerable influence. Even though Zheng Hao was just the son of an elder, he could mobilize so many Zheng family juniors within the academy and Zheng family guards to tail him. By now, he must already be being monitored by countless pairs of eyes, waiting until after I leave the city to take revenge on me. Wu Chun let out a slight smile, coldly saying, "Then come on." Wu Chun successfully exited the magnificent West City Gate. A group of people followed closely behind. Among them was Zheng Hao, accompanied by several strong guards. "Master, during our tracking of this kid, we found that people from other forces were also paying attention to him. However, they all retreated upon seeing us." Zheng Hao frowned. "Other factions are watching him too? How could this be? Did this kid offend a lot of people? Or has he joined a faction? Do we know which faction? No, but it appears that these people seem to be from the City Guard Army. City Guard Army. Zheng Hao was surprised. The City Guard Army is part of the Bai family's influence. Could it be that someone from the Bai family wants to deal with him too? My lord, should we follow or not? What nonsense, of course, we follow, but don't rush to make a move against him. Let's see what the people from the Bai family think of him. If they are also targeting him, then we will sit back and watch the show. But if they help him, then we have to let this kid go. After all, the Bai family is not easy to provoke. We can't get ourselves into trouble for the sake of a small fry. After a brief pause, Zheng Hao added. Chapter 111, Gathering. At this moment, Bai Yuanfei was also full of doubt. When he heard his subordinate report that another group of people had been secretly following Wu Chun before them, and they were from the Zheng family of the four great families, he suddenly became restless. Isn't this kid supposed to be a commoner? When did he hook up with the Zheng family? Although the Bai family is the lord family of Yan City and also the strongest family, ranking first among the four great families, the Zheng family is also no less powerful. Is it worth offending the Zheng family just for personal grudges? Bai Yuanfei isn't stupid. After hesitating for a while, Bai Yuanfei said, keep following. See how those people from the Zheng family react. We'll wait and see. Yes. Riding on a swift wind devil wolf with a grim face, Bai Yuanfei said, Wu Chun, don't think that because you've relied on the Zheng family, I can't do anything to you. Not only have you opposed me at every turn, but you've even taken my place as class leader and competed with me for Lu Miaoying. Humph, don't be smug. Let's see how I deal with you today. Thus, Wu Chun was rushing alone on the road, while two groups of opponents followed him secretly. Actually, Wu Chun envied those beast tamers riding their own beasts. Their pets might not necessarily be more powerful than Little Firefox and Bloodrain, but they had the advantage in size, allowing them to endure long journeys. Little Red Fox had strong explosive power, but its size was still too small. If it carried Wu Chun, this lazy guy would probably lie down on the ground pretending to be dead immediately. Bloodrain could now carry Wu Chun flying already. But since Wu Chun didn't know exactly when these two groups behind him would make a move, he naturally didn't dare to exhaust Bloodrain's stamina. Fortunately, the Sunset Forest was less than 30 miles away from Yan City, located in the northwest of Yan City. The endless ancient forest looked overwhelming just by sight. It was much vaster than Phoenix Roost Mountain, being one of the three major forests of the entire Tianyu Empire. Even if the stretch extending to Yan City was only less than a third of the total area, it was still thousands of kilometers vast, home to countless terrifying beast monsters. This won't work. They keep following me, making it impossible for me to train my pet beast. I guess I need to find a way to lead them away. Wu Chun decided to use the old trick again and give him something to do. He pressed his ear to the ground. Sinister-looking fleshy tendrils grew out of his ear, forming tiny suction cups that clung tightly to the earth. As Wu Chun walked, he used the earth-listening technique to detect the presence of nearby beast monsters. Roar! A gray-maned bull ambled leisurely through the woods with heavy steps, chewing lush green grass. After pondering for a moment, Wu Chun changed into another set of clothes, sprayed perfume on himself, and sprinkled some madness powder on the clothing. He then sent the seemingly harmless little firefox to saunter nonchalantly toward the big-maned bull. The big-maned bull was gentle by nature. Initially wary of this little creature, it relaxed once it saw the firefox hopping around it, and then leaping onto its back, giving it a gentle scratch. The maned bull lowered its guard and let this cute little thing play around. However, Firefox cleverly hung the piece of clothing on the bull's horn before swiftly jumping down and returning to Wu Chun's shoulder. Wu Chun smiled faintly. Let them search for it. Then he went deep into the dense forest with little Firefox. Not long after, the two groups arrived almost simultaneously in this area, spotting each other from afar. Bai Yuanfei suddenly recognized the person opposite. Isn't that Zheng Hao? Zheng Hao was also startled to see Bai Yuanfei. He then felt somewhat uneasy inwardly. It's actually Bai Yuanfei. He's the fourth young master of the Bai family. Though he was the son of an elder of the Zheng family, compared to Bai Yuanfei, he was incomparable. Within the Zheng family, he could only be considered an outsider. After turning his head for a moment, Zheng Hao grinned and took the initiative to lead his people forward, saying, It's actually young master Bai Yuanfei. Zheng Hao, what a coincidence to meet young master Bai here. Chapter 112. Delving deeper into the Sunset Forest. Bai Yuanfei, naturally arrogant towards insignificant individuals like Zheng Hao, narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Zheng Hao, what are you doing here? Did Zheng Tiangsai send you? Zheng Hao, trembling with apprehension, replied, Young master Bai, how could young master Zheng ever have time to bother with someone like me? Truthfully speaking, I've come to trail that guy. I didn't know he was associated with young master Bai. I've erred, please forgive me. Upon hearing Zheng Hao's quick admission of fault, Bai Yuanfei was instead perplexed for a moment, but then realized something, his eyes lighting up as he exclaimed, Could it be that you also came to teach that fellow a lesson? A lesson? Then that boy isn't affiliated with you, young master Bai? The tone in Bai Yuanfei's voice actually relaxed Zheng Hao somewhat. He'd cautiously probed just to confirm if Wu Chun was under Bai Yuanfei's command. Clearly, he wasn't. With this realization, their objectives no longer conflicted. Bai Yuanfei curiously questioned, Why were you tracking him? Did he offend you? Zheng Hao, without restraint now, showed an angered expression. That's right. There are some personal grudges that need resolving. He dared not mention how Wu Chun had intimidated him and scared him off earlier. Instead, he spoke ambiguously. Of course, Bai Yuanfei already knew full well that Zheng Hao had been thwarted by Wu Chun, and this only made his eyes brighter. They shared a common enemy. He laughed loudly, cordially hugging Zheng Hao, saying, Let's not keep secrets from each other, Zheng brother. I too bear resentment towards Wu Chun. My visit today is specifically aimed at giving him a thorough punishment. I want to cripple him. Since our goals align, as the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Would brother Zheng be willing to collaborate with me to seize him? Zheng Hao respectfully answered. It would be a great honor for Zheng Hao. Thank you for your assistance, young master Bai. Bai Yuanfei, even more confident, squinted his eyes and said, Good. Gather your people. Let's go after him. However, when their beast pets tracked the scent to a giant ox drinking water by a forest lake, Upon seeing the pants hanging from its horns, both by Yuan Fei and Zheng Hao turned green with anger. They'd been tricked. Wu Chun had long sensed their presence, intentionally luring them away, probably having escaped by now. Damn it, Zheng Hao was the most furious one. Confidently leading his men all morning, they still lost Wu Chun's trail. Of course, it was thanks to the mutual suspicions between both groups, which stopped them from following too closely, giving Wu Chun an opportunity. Otherwise, with such a large group chasing after him together, Wu Chun wouldn't stand a chance. We'll stay here at the entrance of the forest waiting for him. The road out of here towards Yinxing is only this one. I don't believe he won't emerge. By this point, Wu Chun had already ventured deep into the sunset forest along with Xiuyu. All around stretched immense trees several meters high with dense canopies, the waning sunlight filtering through gaps, leaving dappled shadows on the ground. The calls of bird-like demons echoed melodically within the forest, adding a tranquil yet vibrant atmosphere. Though calm, Wu Chun remained vigilant. Xiuyu beat her wings and soared overhead while simultaneously weaving deftly through the foliage alongside Wu Chun's movements. Thanks to Xiuyu's stage 5 strength intimidating any nearby demon beasts below stage 2, these creatures hastily fled far from the path. While Wu Chun wanted to reap exchange points, this trip needed to provide some hyper-god points as well. Demon beasts above bronze stage 5 should be dealt with by Xiuyu. Those below stage 4 can be handled by Little Red Fox. This way, Xiuyu can explore her maximum potential while providing training for Little Red Fox. The Sunset Forest harbored a multitude of demon beasts. Before long, Wu Chun encountered 4 or 5 demon beasts of approximately stage 3 power. Little Red Fox, it's your turn. Without showing any discontent, Little Red Fox gleefully leaped into action, embodying her predatory and combative nature. Equipped with 2 fire-type artifacts and already wielding stage 3 powers, Little Red Fox demonstrated formidable combat prowess. Her agility combined with the tremendous force of her 3 tails enabled her to swiftly dispatch any encountered demons. Wu Chun stood afar, observing silently, occasionally stepping in with mental shock whenever the tide shifted unfavorably against Little Red Fox. As the points for exchange continued climbing, they soon exceeded 100. Unpausing, Wu Chun moved further into the sunset forest with the 2 beast pets. In his wake, a strong scent of blood trailed behind. After swiftly extracting cores from slain demon beasts, he selected some bodies depending on size to store in a spatial ring as provisions for his 2 beast companions. Every place he passed reeked of intense blood. Chapter 113, Iron Blood Training. Wu Chun was also paying attention to the fixed daily tasks bar in the system's task function. In the future, Wu Chun would be able to collect at least 1 daily task issued by the system every day. The daily tasks were not difficult. In fact, they were quite simple, and as long as they were completed, there would be rewards. Today's task, engage in 3 pet battles. Simple level. Task reward, 50 soul crystals. Wu Chun did not expect that the reward for completing the daily task would actually be soul crystals. This was a good thing. Although Wu Chun had the system and could exchange as long as he had points, this did not mean that Wu Chun didn't need soul crystals. Quite the opposite, he needed them. For food, clothing, lodging at an inn, buying some trinkets, money was always needed. Soul crystals were still very important. Being able to have another source of soul crystals naturally made Wu Chun overjoyed. Cool. At this moment, Xiuyu suddenly issued a warning. Wu Chun revealed a smile. There is a 5th stage beast ahead. Great, Xiuyu, it's yours. Xiuyu was always action-oriented. After receiving Wu Chun's approval, his black golden wings flapped violently, instantly reaching the skies above the forest. There, a silver-white creature was greedily tearing into the corpse of a beast. This creature had silver-white fur, a robust build, and thick arms that allowed it to stand upright. Sensing the movement, its eyes immediately locked onto Xiuyu in the sky, revealing bloody fangs with a threatening low growl. This was an ape-like beast. A peculiar glow flashed in Wu Chun's eyes as the information about this beast immediately appeared in his mind. Creature, silver-haired long-armed ape. Attribute, beast. Type, unevolved. Skills, iron arm, hammer strike, rock-splitting claw. Potential, high bronze tier. Bloodline, none. Level, bronze 5th rank. Status, healthy. A 5th rank bronze level beast. Perfect practice for Xiuyu. Xiuyu feather arrow. Having extensive battle experience, Xiuyu spun low and suddenly shook his feathers, sending dozens of steel-like feather blades shooting down like arrows. In an instant, the silver-haired long-armed ape was struck, pierced flesh showing trails of blood. Annoyed at being interrupted during feeding, the silver-haired long-armed ape leaped up trees with several quick movements and launched itself toward Xiuyu. Its long arms swung with terrifying force, aiming directly for Xiuyu. But Xiuyu's keen perception obviously surpassed it. The moment it pounced, Xiuyu's speed increased, skillfully plummeting downward to evade the attack. Following this, Xiuyu unleashed the rending claw, fiercely clawing away a patch of flesh covered in fur from the silver-haired long-armed ape. The silver-haired long-armed ape howled in pain, falling back helplessly into the bushes, yet continued charging upward again, relentlessly striking toward Xiuyu. With each swing of its silver-colored arms came a dull sound, as though the air itself could explode beneath their force. However, no matter what, Xiuyu remained untouchable, continuously circling while unleashing windblade assaults from afar. These attacks continually shredded the silver-haired long-armed ape's flesh until finally exhausting it. Wu Chun collected the spirit core, also storing the body. The corpse of a 5th rank beast was quite valuable, with much richer energy in its blood and flesh. Then he moved forward again. Next, Xiuyu killed 3 more 5th rank beasts, while Xiaoxi eliminated 8 3rd rank ones and 2 4th ranks. Comparatively speaking, Xiaoxi clearly endured greater fatigue, but Xiuyu only needed a 20-minute rest at certain spots. He would then feed both pets some meat from other beasts along with a spirit core to quickly replenish their strength before continuing onward. When Xiuyu eventually killed the 7th 5th rank beast, the system emitted a prompt. Ding. First time achieving a 7 consecutive kill streak. Gained super god points *1. 1 super god point was far from enough. As Wu Chun prepared to continue searching, a shocking roar suddenly echoed from afar. Chapter 114, Life and Death. Any tree that the densely packed sharp blades touched was instantly sliced into several segments, crashing to the ground. On a massive white spider web spanning hundreds of meters between trees, a terrifyingly large spider moved swiftly as it chased two pale-faced humans who were desperately running below. These two were female human mercenaries. One wore tight-fitting dark gold armor, her slim yet powerful waist accentuating her exceptionally long legs wrapped in leather pants. She wore a pair of boots imbued with spirit energy which allowed her to evade the monstrous creature for so long. Beside her was a girl clad in a light blue dress, revealing a pair of irresistibly alluring, slender, and white legs. Her strange light blue hair was braided and hung on either side of her face, and at this moment she was drenched in sweat, her complexion deathly pale. Leah, hold on. I've already sent a signal to Captain. They'll be here soon. The woman clad in armor, appearing dignified and formidable, grabbed the hand of the girl named Leah, running wildly while cursing the beast behind them. The giant spider moved effortlessly over its web above the bushes, continually spitting out massive webs that descended from the sky. Once these sticky webs adhered to the trees, they became incredibly resilient. Even when the obese 3-meter-high monstrous spider swiftly moved across its legs, the web did not wobble. Leah's complexion grew increasingly pale as she weakly said, Sister Yun, I can't run anymore. You go first, don't mind me. I can still set up one more magic barrier. It will block it for a while. No, Leah, you must survive. Your magic shouldn't be used anymore. You've exhausted your magical essence dealing with Tutor, and your guardian beast is severely injured. If you stay, you'll surely die. Yunlan firmly gripped her hand, her expression resolute as she forced herself to run faster. Leah shook her head. It's useless, Sister Yun. The captain won't make it in time. Tutor didn't personally try to wipe us out because none of them dared to face off against the poisonous-eyed demon spider. If you leave now, at least one of us can live. Otherwise, we will both die. That's unacceptable. If I'm to die, then let's die together. Our captain is your sister, but I am also your sister. I've always considered you my own little sister. How could I ever show my face again if you die? If one of us is to die, it should be me before you. With that, Yunlan hardened her expression, threw Leah aside, turned around, drew her sword, and shouted, Beast, do you want to eat me? Come on then, I'm not afraid of you. Jungle Dragon, come with me. Fight it to the death. A dark green creature emerged summoned by her, comparable in size to the giant spider. Its body appeared as if pieced together by countless scales, with a back adorned with green spines. Its aura was obviously weakened, and a significant portion of its spines had been corroded away, exposing bloodied flesh beneath. But just like its owner, it revealed an unwavering and crazed look, its eyes glaring red and focused on the enormous spider. No, Sister Yun. Leah struggled to stand up, watching with horror as Yunlan leaped atop the jungle dragon's head, charging toward the gigantic spider. Filled with utter despair, Leah wasn't afraid of dying, but seeing her best sister about to perish like this caused her immense pain. And yet, there was nothing she could do. Chapter 115, Poison-Eye Demon Spider. Thorny Earth Dragon, Thorny Spines Attack. The thorny earth dragon roared in anger and leaped up high. The sharp spines on its back suddenly shot out like plants, aiming at the poison-eye demon spider, then quickly grew again and continued to fire repeatedly. This terrifying force far exceeded bronze level, reaching silver level. However, the poison-eye demon spider was even more powerful than they had imagined. Even after such a long battle, this poison-eye demon spider still had ample energy. Its 8 spider legs darted around on the web with ease, swiftly evading one attack of thorny spikes after another. Even when occasionally hit by a few spikes, it was difficult to penetrate its hard shell, and it instead swiftly cut them away with its legs. This poison-eye demon spider was truly so formidable. But how could Yunlan, who was courageous and never admitted defeat, be willing to lose so easily? With a cold snort, she continued to command. Thorny Earth Dragon, Earth Spike Thorn, tear down all these trees. The thorny Earth Dragon let out an angry roar as strange energy surged through its body. Suddenly, the ground cracked open, with stone spikes several meters high shooting skyward, uprooting and completely destroying the surrounding trees. As the trees collapsed, the webs that the poison-eyed demon spider had built based on the trees naturally fell apart, forcing the spider to land on the ground where it still moved with astonishing speed. Its 8 legs alternately climbed as it rapidly charged toward Yunlan and the thorny Earth Dragon. Boom! A huge web was once again sprayed out by the poison-eyed demon spider, trying to trap them all in one go. The thorny Earth Dragon skillfully jumped to dodge, then immediately used the Earth Spike Thorns again, attempting to impale the poison-eyed demon spider with the skyward stone spikes. However, the poison-eyed demon spider was too powerful. It was a bug-type creature extremely difficult to handle even within the silver level. The wounds it sustained continuously healed as time passed. Its 6 eerie eyes on its abdomen coldly stared at its opponent, suddenly opening a pair of fang-like mouthparts and spitting out a large clump of black liquid directly toward the thorny Earth Dragon. Yunlan's expression changed dramatically. Quick, evade! This was the most horrifying venom of the poison-eyed demon spider. The thorny Earth Dragon barely avoided being hit by the venom, rolling dangerously close, but ending up falling to the ground. As for Yunlan, she was directly thrown off, landing with great confusion. In the moment the venom touched the ground, it created an irregular pit half a foot deep due to corrosion. Among the 7 people hidden far away watching the battle, the leading man, a sullen individual, revealed a malicious smile. The poison-eyed demon spider is a rank 2 silver beast. There's no way these 2 can survive. We must also prepare to move at any time. Once Yunlan, that bothersome woman, is dead, we will act to attract the poison-eyed demon spider's attention and take that girl away. She is a rare mage. If we capture her, our mission will be complete. Yes. Just as it seemed the woman was about to be torn apart by the poison-eyed demon spider, Wu Chun, hiding in the bushes far away, hesitated deeply. Should he rescue her or not? He usually followed the principle of, it's better to stay out of trouble, but earlier the system had announced a new task. Otherwise, Wu Chun would have turned away long ago. Why should he bother risking being discovered by that fearsome beast just to watch from afar? Difficult task issued. Rescue Linya. Get her away from the clutches of the beast and escape the sunset forest. Reward, one mysterious weapon. In theory, with rewards on offer, Wu Chun should be willing to do his utmost to complete the task, except this time, it was almost impossible for him to succeed. Just consider this monster. Biological entity, poison-eye demon spider. Attributes, insect, poison. Type, unevolved. Skills, poison liquid spray, heaven entangling web, toxic blade. Potential, high silver rank. Bloodline, Tiansha ghost face spider, diluted. Rank, silver 2 stage. Condition, weak, burnt state. Silver level beasts. Even if Wu Chun were to engage, he'd only end up getting instantly killed. Chapter 116, taking action. However, giving up the mission was something Wu Chun hesitated to do. Besides, Wu Chun, in terms of mental age, was still a young teenager. Even though he usually followed the principle of minding his own business, he couldn't bring himself to watch these two girls be eaten by the beast without feeling remorse. What method could divert this poison-eye demon spider? This was the first time Wu Chun faced a silver-grade beast, and he had never been so nervous before. After all, his power disparity was too great. One little misstep would lead to his doom. Alright, let's take the risk. If it doesn't work out, I still have my sacrificial puppet to use. Once he made his decision, Wu Chun no longer hesitated. In an instant, he ordered Yu to target the poison-eye demon spider and unleash wind blades. The massive poison-eye demon spider ripped open the thorny earth dragon's flesh with one claw, throwing it far away violently. Afterwards, its spider spear was raised high, ready to pierce through the human lying on the ground. Boom. A breaking sound quickly rang out as a huge wind blade struck the head of the poison-eye demon spider, slicing open a wound. But because of the immense power difference, only the shell of its head was split. Still, green blood spurted out immediately, causing the poison-eye demon spider to jump back nervously, emitting angry hisses while being extremely alert. Scream. Yu hovered above the poison-eye demon spider at incredible speed, a hurricane arising from its flapping wings on the battleground, temporarily making the poison-eye demon spider ignore the humans on the ground. Its 6 eyes stared at the small bird in the sky, swiftly spraying out a giant web. Yu's job was to temporarily restrain the poison-eye demon spider. Although their power disparity was large, Yu had the advantage of the air, which the poison-eye demon spider could not follow into the sky. As long as it carefully avoided the attacks while continuously harassing the beast, that would suffice. Cloud's sister, Lia, ran to Yunlan's side fearfully. Yunlan painfully rose, covered in injuries, and weakly said, I'm fine. Then, both their gazes strangely turned toward the majestic eagle-like beast in the sky that was going head-to-head with the poison-eye demon spider. Yunlan exclaimed in surprise, someone is helping us. Lia questioned dubiously, could it be Tu Chang and the others who've arrived? It's impossible. Moreover, this iron feather eagle is only 5th rank and isn't part of our group. Don't mind us for now. Let's go. Yunlan retrieved her nearly dead thorny earth dragon and was limping away while supported by Lia, continuing to flee. Some individuals watching from the shadows noticed the bird-like beast distracting the situation, allowing the poison-eyed demon spider to lose track of the two women, engaging in a fight instead. Clenching their fists angrily, they thought, damn, who's messing things up? Wu Chun didn't care about these matters. When Yu attacked, Wu Chun clenched his teeth, directly dashing out of the dense forest where he had been hiding, reaching the sides of the two girls quickly. Who are you? Seeing the sudden stranger rush out, the somewhat fragile beautiful girl, Lia, instantly waved her staff, using her last ounce of strength to cast a skill. Fireball spell. A terrifying basketball-sized fireball appeared out of nowhere and charged straight at Wu Chun. Startled, Wu Chun immediately shouted loudly, don't attack me. I'm here to help you. Hearing those words, Lia paused in hesitation, the strange light in her palm disappearing, and the fireball vanished instantly. This left Wu Chun extremely frustrated, his entire body's hair standing on end, silently regretting his rash actions. Not only did he fail to save them, but he nearly lost his life in the process. Chapter 117, Special Refresh Items. Leah still looked somewhat skeptical, her beautiful and deep blue eyes sternly fixated on Wu Chun. Wu Chun pointed at the blood rain flying in the sky and bitterly smiled. That's my beast pet. Hurry up, he can't hold on for much longer either. Yunlan was covered in blood. Her leg bone seemed broken. Weak and out of breath, she glared at Wu Chun with a mix of suspicion and anger, but couldn't utter a word. Leah instantly believed him, and her face flushed with embarrassment as she said, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Her soft and sweet voice, coupled with her princess-like beautiful and delicate features, evoked such pity that Wu Chun couldn't stay mad at her. He said seriously, follow me if you don't want to die. With that, he grabbed Leah's hand and shouted, Little Fire Fox. The little fox with fiery red fur jumped out of the summoning array, looking confused at Wu Chun and the two strangers before him. Carry her, Little Fire Fox. The situation is critical. We need your help. The little fire fox could sense the seriousness in Wu Chun's words, as well as the intense battle between the blood rain and the terrifying beast far away. It quickly ran to the side of Yunlan, who appeared weak, and gestured for her to get on. I'll do it. Time was short. Wu Chun directly picked up Yunlan in his arms in a bridal carry, and gently placed her on the wide, soft back of Little Fire Fox, allowing one of its tails to wrap around her, so she wouldn't fall off. Being held this way by a man made Yunlan both angry and flustered as she huffed. Let go of me. I don't need you to carry me. We're almost done for, yet you're still being stubborn. I don't have to help you, but if I leave, both you and your companion will die. Wu Chun retorted coldly, while staring into her eyes. This proud woman immediately quieted down, and silently let Wu Chun set her down. Little Fire Fox, run that way. Wu Chun started sprinting after grabbing onto Leah's hand tightly. Being dragged forcibly, Leah experienced this for the first time. Her face showed a peculiar expression, but she had no more strength left, and could only rely on Wu Chun pulling her along. Seeing its prey about to escape, the poisonous-eyed demon spider sensed something wrong and immediately abandoned the fight with the blood rain, swiftly chasing after Wu Chun and his group. Squawk! The blood rain firmly followed Wu Chen's orders and would never allow it to approach its master, despite the immense fear and terror this beast brought upon the blood rain. Regardless, it continued to relentlessly unleash wind blades towards it. However, this time, the poisonous-eyed demon spider paid no attention to the blood rain. The wind blades striking its back only produced sparks, but were unable to break through its hard carapace. Wu Chen panicked desperately. Damn, it's catching up. While her fragile hand was tightly gripped by Wu Chun, Leah was also panting heavily. She couldn't help but scrutinize this young-looking and aloof youth, expressing gratitude and apologies. She hurriedly said, "Thank you for trying to save us, but you're no match for it. You should escape first. I've already exhausted all my strength. If you don't leave, you'll die with us." Wu Chen fell into doubt. Was there truly no other way? His consciousness kept scanning the 6 items available for exchange, until suddenly he noticed something on the special refresh position. Items like high-grade healing medicine were utterly useless for their escape. Refresh. Just give me something to save our lives. Wu Chun gritted his teeth and silently prayed. 10 exchange points disappeared, and the next second, the special refresh position refreshed. Wind Spirit Pill, after consumption, grants the consumer wind power, increasing speed threefold for 1 minute. 20 exchange points. Wu Chen's eyes brightened. This was exactly what he needed. Chapter 118, Wind Spirit Pills. A pill that could increase their speed was truly a life-saving elixir for their escape at this moment. Not daring to spare any evolution points, Wu Chun exchanged for 2 pills at once, because both he and Linya were human after all. The latter's stamina had already reached the point of collapse, compared to Yun Lan, who was carried by the little fire fox and shot ahead, leaving them hundreds of meters behind. If they didn't take some action soon, within half a minute, the large spider chasing them from behind would catch up and tear them apart. Eat it. Wu Chun swallowed the wind spirit pill himself, immediately feeling a strange wind power swirling around him, making his steps light as if walking on clouds, despite being physically exhausted. Without hesitation, he handed one to Linya. What is this? Linya looked at the pill in confusion. Wu Chun urgently said, if you don't want to die, eat it. It enhances speed. There are such pills? After a brief hesitation, Linya quickly placed it in her mouth. It melted upon contact. Almost instantly, she also felt a unique wind force wrapping around her, as if lifted by an air current under her feet. Her originally heavy body suddenly felt lighter, incredibly pleasant. As a rare magician, she dealt with and cultivated these elemental forces every day, using her powerful willpower to harness them like a beastmaster does, drawing on these element forces with intention while utilizing her flesh as a furnace. Therefore, Linya had deeper insights than Wu Chun. These wind element forces surged into her body uncontrollably. For a wind element magician, the effects and understanding brought about by this pill were simply unimaginable. Keep in mind, she had always painstakingly absorbed the various elemental powers from the world. Magicians were a group entirely different from pet masters. They were the extremely rare individuals with the strongest mental gifts, born with elemental affinity. Based on their highest compatibility with a certain element, they chose which type of magician to become. Unlike pet masters who sign numerous contracts, magicians would sign a contract with only one guardian beast throughout their life. Pet masters concentrated their spiritual power to break through and form a pet space, whereas magicians condensed their magical power to store elemental forces in a magic space. With the cultivation of spirit energy and absorption of elemental powers, the magic space expanded, meaning magicians could manipulate more and stronger elements. What an incredible pill! Linya was amazed. But clearly, now is not the time to think about this. The two people's speed actually caught up almost with the little fire fox. The 3 humans and 1 fox quickly entered the dense forest according to Wu Chen's plan. The harassment tactic of blood rain had completely failed. The enraged poison-eyed demon spider still pursued relentlessly, crazily spitting poison liquid at them. As Wu Chun recalled the blood rain and spoke seriously to Linya, wait for me behind that boulder. I'll draw its attention away. Hey, that's impossible. Linya became immediately anxious. Wu Chun had helped them escape until now, yet he planned to draw away the huge beast again? That would be akin to suicide. Seeing the worry on this kind-hearted girl's face, Wu Chun felt a bit of warmth and smiled, saying, Don't worry, I have a way to get out of this. Linya fell silent, looking at the severely injured Sister Yun. With gritted teeth, she said, I can cast the light magic one more time. She then radiated with sacred light. Her silk skirt danced gracefully, her appearance immaculate like a perfect goddess. A beam of golden light immediately descended upon Wu Chun. He instantly felt a warm sensation covering his whole body, while a faint shield formed around him. Linya's complexion grew even paler as she said, This is the Guardian Light Shield, capable of resisting one attack from the demon spider. Though I don't know why you're helping us. Thank you. After speaking, she fainted outright. Gently placing her down, Wu Chun tenderly looked at this girl, urging the little fire fox to quickly drag her away, while running swiftly into the demon spider's line of sight himself, and launching a mental shockwave directly at it. Although Wu Chen's mental shockwave had no effect on it, it successfully enraged the giant spider. It immediately swung its legs rapidly, sprinting towards Wu Chun. Wu Chun shuddered all over and bolted in another direction. Chapter 119, Diverting the tiger away from the mountain. Wu Chun must lure the poisonous-eyed demon spider far enough away to allow the 2 girls to escape danger, but the terror of this platinum-level spider in front of him was that it was too fast. At this moment, with no one restraining it, even after consuming the wind spirit pill, Wu Chun could feel the distance between it and himself constantly closing, and the effect of the wind spirit pill would only last another minute. Wu Chun once again unleashed a mental shockwave on it. However, the mental impact powered by Wu Chen's late-stage spirit fog level mental force caused the demon beast at the platinum level to merely experience 2 seconds of dizziness. It immediately regained consciousness and became even more enraged. But Wu Chen's mental power was limited. The intermediate mental secret technique, mental shockwave, could be cast a maximum of 5 times before depleting his mental force, and casting a single mental shockwave could only give him a 70-meter lead over the poisonous-eyed demon spider. But as the feeling of rushing steps gradually faded, Wu Chun was terrified to find that the distance between him and the poisonous-eyed demon spider had closed to less than 20 meters. The sudden spew of venom from this beast left Wu Chun fleeing awkwardly. He couldn't hold out much longer. Shit. Dead bug. Are we ever going to be done? Wu Chun was panting like a dog, his tongue practically lolling out. His eyes were bloodshot. This damn spider still had so much energy. I need to come up with some way to shake it off. Wu Chun finally spotted several colossal black bear beasts of bronze tier 6 resting among the trees. Not just one, but 4 or 5 of them. Judging by appearances, they formed a group of black bear demons, and there should be more around here. These were dominant bears, a kind of demonic beast renowned for their explosive power and physical strength. A single claw strike could rip through layers of mountain rocks, and their power absolutely surpassed ferocious tigers. Even bronze level 7 stage creatures which lacked brute strength would have to give these beasts some respect. With a glance, Wu Chun noticed 3 5th rank and 1 6th rank dominant bears. Though these dominant bears absolutely wouldn't be able to handle a platinum rank poisonous-eyed demon spider, and might be finished in an instant, they represented Wu Chun's best chance to break free now. He couldn't keep running anymore. Without hesitation, Wu Chun recklessly charged towards the cluster of dominant bears. Feeling the approach of a powerful demonic beast, the dominant bears were already uneasy. When they saw a puny human charging at them, they naturally became furious. They quickly surrounded Wu Chun. Wu Chun slammed on his brakes and turned back. The bears roared angrily and pursued him with terrifying speed, just as the enormous poisonous-eyed demon spider arrived and came racing towards Wu Chun. Let's do it. If your shield can block an attack like you said, then I might make it. Otherwise, I'm losing a life today. Wu Chun lamented internally but fearlessly charged towards the poisonous-eyed demon spider. Naturally, the poisonous-eyed demon spider attacked with its razor-sharp blades. Instead of dodging, Wu Chun charged directly into the path of the blade. Watching the monstrous body of the poisonous-eyed demon spider grow larger in front of him, and the sharp blade heading straight toward him, the sense of dread and helplessness froze his breath. In that moment, Wu Chun felt the overwhelming power. Bang! The next second, Wu Chun bounced backward like a rubber ball. Not only did he avoid being slashed by the blade, but the golden protective barrier around him erupted with astonishing defensive force. He was sent flying hundreds of meters away, rolling across the ground like a tumbleweed. Just as the sound of shattered glass reached his ears, the protective barrier outside disappeared. At this moment, the poisonous-eyed demon spider paid no attention to Wu Chun as it swung its claws again to attack the nearby dominant bears. Terrified by the poisonous-eyed demon spider's horrifying aura, the dominant bears panicked and fled in all directions, legs pumping furiously. However, the poisonous-eyed demon spider obviously wasn't about to let them go. Its sharp blade swept past, slicing a dominant bear clean in half, leaving its internal organs scattered all over the ground. Chapter 120, Escape. Good opportunity. When the venomous-eyed spider wasn't paying attention to him, Wu Chun knew he couldn't run far. He immediately retrieved the long-sealed invisibility talisman from the system warehouse. Use the invisibility talisman. Wu Chun placed the talisman on his body, and a flash of light made him instantly vanish from the spot. Even his presence completely disappeared. The invisibility talisman produced by the system was still pretty awesome. Wu Chun even held his breath. Even if it were a silver-rank venomous-eyed spider, unless it carefully perceived its surroundings, it would be hard for it to discover the hidden Wu Chun. Sure enough, after cleanly killing several unfortunate overlord bears, the strong smell of blood also covered up Wu Chun's scent. The venomous-eyed spider let out a screech, its 6 eyes turning while carefully perceiving its surroundings. Not finding any trace of that weak prey, it quickly returned along the way it came, heading back to its lair. Wu Chun finally sighed in relief, drenched in cold sweat at the terror of a silver-rank beast. Thankfully, this smelly bug left. Wu Chun remained motionless because he wasn't sure if this creature wouldn't track back his scent. However, within 2 minutes, several people swiftly ran over from afar. Looking at the corpses of the overlord bears on the ground, one leading man angrily said, "That damned brat has ruined our plan. The venomous-eyed spider has already returned to its nest. Just now, we didn't dare to get too close to the venomous-eyed spider, afraid it might consider us as targets as well. So we lost Yinla and that little girl. Now, that damn brat is also gone. What are we going to do, boss? Aren't we just wasting our efforts?" One of his subordinates anxiously said. Smack! The man fiercely slapped him across the face, yelling, "You idiot, do I need you to teach me?" Even with gritted teeth, the man could only mutter, "Back to the owner, I will explain there." A group of them quickly departed. What they didn't know was that Wu Chun was lying nearby, unmoving, holding his breath attentively observing them, astonished. This group of people has been following us for such a long time. Judging from their tone, this venomous-eyed spider must have been lured here by them. It appears these two girls have some enemies. Wu Chun's gaze flickered. It seemed like he had unknowingly gotten involved in some feud. No matter what, helping someone means doing it thoroughly, taking Buddha all the way to the west. Since I've accepted the mission, it doesn't matter which side's force it is. After waiting like a dead corpse for another 5 minutes, ensuring that even if the venomous-eyed spider hadn't returned to its nest, it was at least 5 kilometers away from him, and that group had definitely gone far as well. Wu Chun immediately jumped up, giving the 4 miserable bear corpses a glance, and decided not to waste them, digging out their monster cores. Then he cautiously returned. He kept sensing the little fox's aura safe and sound under the rock behind that hillock. Only then did Wu Chun let out a sigh of relief. The little fox sensed his arrival, immediately jumping down from the boulder, excitedly leaping towards Wu Chun. Wu Chun caught it in one hand, and the creature knew how to control its strength, landing lightly in Wu Chun's arms, albeit somewhat heavy. Wu Chun complained helplessly as the fox licked his face. "Xiaohua, you're so heavy. Trying to tire me out, huh?" The little fire fox shrunk in size slightly and nimbly hopped onto Wu Chun's shoulder, its favorite spot. Wu Chun rushed to the back of the rock, and sure enough, Linya, dressed in her blue dress, with an appearance so beautiful she could stun cities, was standing there, her large, watery blue eyes filled with surprise looking at Wu Chun. She didn't expect Wu Chun to escape so quickly. He truly lured away that venomous-eyed spider. Thank you for saving us. Linya expressed her gratitude full-heartedly, bowing deeply to Wu Chun. Wu Chun quickly supported her, saying, "It's nothing, no more pleasantries. How are your injuries?" Linya replied gently, "I've only overdrawn my spirit power and physical strength. Resting for a while will be fine." "Hey, boy, what's your purpose?" Wu Chun was still deep in thought when a rude question interrupted him. There stood Yunlan, who'd regained some strength. While carefully treating her wound with medicine, she looked at Wu Chun with evident animosity, resembling a cold-faced female knight. Chapter 121, The Magician Luya. Although Wu Chun had saved her, she still suspected that he was fighting for them for no reason. Her brash personality showed in her completely tactless words. Luya hurriedly said, "Sister Yunlan, how can you talk to others like this? If it weren't for him, we might have already died." She smiled apologetically at Wu Chun and said, "Don't mind her. That's just Sister Yunlan's personality. She has a good heart. I'm Luya. What's your name?" Wu Chun. Wu Chun actually felt quite fond of Luya. After all, the rescue target given by the system was precisely this girl with a mixed-race appearance reminiscent of someone from Earth in his past life. "By the way, the shield you cast on me earlier was amazing. Aren't you a pet master?" Wu Chun was very surprised by the shield Luya had placed on him. It was truly incredible. It absolutely wasn't a mental secret technique, as no such technique could last so long. Moreover, Wu Chun did indeed feel the mysterious elemental force surrounding himself. Pet masters enhance their spirit energy to train and control their pets for battle, but this power was undoubtedly from an entirely different system than that of pet masters. "I'm a magician, and what I gave you earlier was light magic." Luya laughed happily, showing her two little tiger teeth, adding a bit of playful cuteness to her beauty. A light magician. Wu Chun was deeply shocked. Magicians are a special group among humans, but their numbers are extremely rare. This is because magicians demand exceptionally high talent. Before the age of 5, innate spirit energy must reach the spirit mist level to become a magician. Furthermore, the magician's own affinity with corresponding elements determines their future development. Compared to Wu Chun and others who start cultivating spirit energy at the age of 16 to open the pet space, magicians not only start training early, but they are also more powerful. Magicians mainly cultivate spirit energy and magical cultivation. Although they start early, their practice is slow. In general, one can be at most a second-level magician by 16, meaning their magic power can rival a silver-level beast. "What level of magician are you?" Luya responded somewhat sheepishly. "Still in the ranks of first-stage magicians, but my magical spirit energy is about to break into the mage level." Wu Chun's heart fluttered again. The levels of magicians, from low to high, are apprentice, mage, archmage, and grand mage, which correspond to the pet master's first, second, third, and fourth levels. Luya was around the same age as him, yet her spirit energy seemed several times stronger than his, probably just a step away from reaching the spiritual realm. However, in terms of professions, although Wu Chun's spirit energy had reached the late spirit mist stage, he mainly relied on pet combat. His pet strength was only at the 5th rank, whereas Luya, a magician by origin, was able to learn and unleash magical skills comparable to those of beast techniques, and even without pets, could defeat bronze-level beasts up to 8th or 9th rank on her own. She was a true genius. It had to be admitted that Wu Chun's talent and starting point were considered exceedingly weak in this world. But Wu Chun didn't feel any jealousy or discouragement because he firmly believed that he would soon reach such a level of strength. "Why don't magicians tame beast pets?" Wu Chun asked out of curiosity. Luya shook her head and said, "Beast pet masters create their pet spaces through distributed spirit energy, forming storage spaces and accommodating beast souls for the purpose of subjugating beasts to serve them, favoring gang warfare. However, magician spirit energy is always used to nurture and upgrade their magical spirit space, storing elemental forces. Magicians themselves are inherently strong. Having learned certain advanced magical skills, they can face a crowd alone. One might say we each have our strengths." Only then did Wu Chun understand. Unfortunately, one can only choose one profession. I'm destined not to have a connection with the path of the magician. He still felt a small trace of regret. However, pet masters need to learn mental secret techniques, which, in a sense, are equivalent to the magic of magicians. It's just that later on, it would be impossible to perform the legendary top-tier magician's ability to destroy an entire city with a single skill. Chapter 122, The Magician Wu Chun. Seeing the two chatting happily, Yunlan, who had been thoroughly neglected, immediately glared at Wu Chun with dissatisfaction. "All right, kid, you saved us. Just say what reward you want, and I'll do my best to satisfy you." Wu Chun shook his head. "I don't want any reward. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Sister, I understand that. I don't like being saved for nothing. Once I meet up with Sister Rose, whatever reward you want, I can give it to you, be it demon crystals or magical artifacts." Yunlan was still deep in thought about what she should give Wu Chun as a reward. Wu Chun didn't even bother to look at her. However, the system's task given to him was to escort them out of the Sunset Forest. Since he hadn't yet completed the task, he hastily said, "Follow me. I'll take you out of the forest." But we're still injured. Although Yunlan's broken bones have been mended, she still can't walk, and her demonic pet is heavily wounded too. Leah looked troubled. It seemed she would have to make some sacrifices. Wu Chun directly purchased one portion of the system's advanced healing spring, frowning at Yunlan as he said, "Lie down. I'm going to treat you." "Lie down? Boy, what do you think you're trying to do?" Upon seeing Wu Chun ordering her to lie down so casually, the brash Yunlan suddenly seemed to realize something inappropriate and drew her sharp blade from beside her with caution. She grunted, "I knew you didn't have good intentions." Leah also looked suspiciously at Wu Chun. "If you're treating her, then just use medicine. Why does she need to lie down?" "What are you talking about?" Wu Chun replied in confusion. "I possess a healing technique that can cure your injuries. If you keep moving around while sitting like this, how will your bones heal properly?" Hurry up, behave yourself. Seeing Wu Chun unhesitatingly pressing his hands on her long legs covered by tight leather pants, Yunlan's face flushed red, but she muttered anyway. You can really use healing techniques? Aren't you supposed to be a mage, not a healer? Wu Chun raised an eyebrow. Girl, you're pretty defiant, aren't you? Slapping her thigh firmly. Shut up. Feeling the trembling flesh under his touch, and judging by Yunlan's expression filled with both shame and anger, she'd likely try to attack him if her leg weren't broken. Wu Chun felt internally satisfied. Nice elasticity. Then, Wu Chun waved his hand, and a peculiar flow of water formed into a sphere in his palm, which he pressed onto Yunlan's thigh. The healing spring penetrated through the skin and directly flowed into Yunlan's body, spreading from her leg throughout her entire frame. Instantly, a warm current spread all over her body, making Yunlan unable to hold back a comfortable moan. Her voice sounded sweet and soft, her entire face glowing red, looking like a fully ripened apple. No wonder Yunlan reacted this way. Healing springs were truly relaxing, like a gentle spring rain nurturing everything quietly. Every inch of her body was being healed by the warm flow. It was evident to her that the whole process tingled pleasantly, especially in her leg, where it felt as if her muscles and tissues were growing and moving again. This tingling sensation made her feel intoxicated, and her body went limp. Wu Chun stared at the woman with wide eyes. Moments ago, she looked fierce like a female demon, but now she displayed an enchanting expression so seductive that it would make any man lose control. The contrast between her ferocious nature and feminine charm was absolutely lethal. Damn, my nosebleed is unstoppable. Leah turned bright red in her little face, bashfully covering it. She couldn't believe that Cloud's sister, known in the team as the toughest, also had such a seductive side. As Yunlan realized her own awkwardness and noticed that a boy aged 16 or 17 was staring at her with fiery intensity, her face immediately burned red. Embarrassed and flustered, she looked like a shy young girl, wishing there was a crack in the ground to bury herself. But the next moment, she returned to her usual ferocious demeanor and shouted at Wu Chun. What are you staring at? Keep looking and I'll gouge out your eyes. Don't think I won't act just because you've saved me. Looking at this woman who had instantly reverted back to her fiendish form, Wu Chun sighed inwardly. What a unique way to show embarrassment. Still, the effect of the healing spring was remarkable. Within just 5 minutes, Yunlan's broken bones had regrown, and her strength and spirit power were astonishingly restored to their peak. He actually practices magic. Such an incredible healing technique. Now it was Leah who was shocked. She stared at Wu Chun with admiration in her eyes. I didn't expect you to also be a magician. A magic as powerful as this must be among the highest ranks of healing magic. You're actually the rarest kind of healer, the life healing type. Wow, Wu Chun, you've really been hiding your skills. Of course, Wu Chun couldn't say he wasn't a real magician, or how else could he explain knowing magic? He could only awkwardly nod. Let's go. Chapter 123, Background. A pet master isn't incapable of becoming a magician. Some roles can be converted among various professions. Both magicians and pet masters cultivate their spiritual power in similar ways. However, magicians solely focus on cultivating their spiritual force to support their magic space, so as to cast powerful spells, whereas pet masters need to carve out their spirit force into a pet space used to connect with pets, and use secret arts to assist them. It's rather simple for a magician to become a pet master. Just use a binding spirit talisman to open up a pet space, right? Yet, almost no magicians would do this, because creating a pet space entails dividing the spirit force invisibly, using it to nourish both the pet space and pets. This will severely impede the progress of one's own magic space cultivation. For magicians, as long as they cultivate themselves well enough, they'll unleash powerful magical attacks capable of solo battles against beastly foes. They prefer to believe that leveraging natural forces can make them stronger. Despite both borrowing powers, one relies on the strength of pets, while the other uses the might of nature. There are fundamentally different philosophies at play. Therefore, practicing two roles simultaneously is unprofitable for them. Of course, magicians can easily become pet masters, but pet masters find it hard to also become magicians. Magicians emphasize innate elemental affinity. Only those born with an affinity to elemental forces have the talent to absorb the elements and form within themselves a unique magical soul space that belongs exclusively to magicians. As for Wu Chun, who is both a pet master and appears to be an exceptionally talented healing magician, capable of performing high-level healing spells, Leah holds him in deep respect. She doesn't have such determination or the innate full elemental affinity of a healer mage. It's neither a good nor bad gift. On the positive side, healers can cultivate all sorts of elements naturally. Yet on the downside, it means no element resonates more strongly within them. One option is to choose one magical element and become a magician in that school, or they can become a healer, absorbing beneficial energies from the natural forces useful for all mages. As he communicated more with Leah, Wu Chun gradually grasped the knowledge about the magician community. He also learned why Leah and her companions were pursued. There aren't many magicians in the Tianyu Empire. In the capital of Tianyu, several extremely powerful magician families reside, along with a magician academy established by 3 grand magi. Within the magician academy, many students come from these families. Leah, due to her exceptional talent, was envied and targeted for elimination by someone. Even worse, this person is her own uncle. Wu Chun couldn't quite say anything. It was Leah's family matter. Still, she hadn't returned home for half a year. She clearly knew who had sent assassins after her, but didn't show any hatred. Of course, Leah herself didn't say this. It slipped out during Wu Chun's probing questions when Yunlan grew angry. You dare deceive me. Yunlan instantly flared up, raising her fists furiously. Wu Chun hastily said, if you hit me, I'll give you another healing. Leah immediately trembled, vividly recalling the comfortable sensation of the spring of healing. How her whole body went limp and relaxed upon being healed. Hissing coldly, she clenched her fists tightly and remained silent with indignation. We come from the Rose Mercenary Group, which my sister created. We've brought our team here to undergo trials at the unique Flame Mountain range of Yinqing. After all, this place is the most renowned origin site of fire-type beasts across the entire empire. My sister wishes to subdue a fire-type subdragon beast unique to the Flame Mountains, or perhaps even the legendary flame elf said to originate inside the Flame Mountain. Your sister. When talking about her sister, both Leah and Yun Lan filled with admiration. Is your sister really that formidable? How formidable is she? If she's so powerful, why were you two still chased around by a silver-ranked beast until near death? Yun Lan angrily responded. We were tricked. She then mockingly looked at Wu Chun. Stinky little brother. Do you know what kind of strength our leader possesses? Wu Chun certainly didn't know. Mercenary groups exist in every city, organizing teams for perilous journeys to acquire substantial resources. But apparently, most mercenary groups in Yinxing seemed founded by first-class pet masters possessing 7 or 8-stage beast pets. Yun Lan smiled and told Wu Chun. She's a second-stage pet master, and an ice school mage. Wu Chun nearly choked on his own saliva. There truly was someone skilled enough to practice both pet mastery and magecraft. Chapter 124, Extraordinary Identity. Mages are a much rarer profession than pet masters, with extremely high requirements for natural talent to even enter the field. They must also possess the full mage inheritance of various mid to high level magic spells and mind techniques. Wu Chun also became curious. Half a day later, the three left the forest. Along the way, Wu Chun continuously directed Shuyu and Little Firefox to kill beast pets to accumulate exchange points and super god points. After all, earlier, to let the two girls escape, Wu Chun had spent a large amount of exchange points to purchase wind spirit pills, yet he couldn't ask these two women to repay him, leaving him inwardly frustrated. Although the two women were curious why Wu Chun was so crazily hunting beast pets, they didn't ask any questions. On the contrary, Yun Lan showed contempt for Wu Chun's strength. 16 years old, late-stage spirit force in the misty phase, and your strongest beast pet is only at the bronze 4th rank. Kid, you're too weak, aren't you? Weak? Wu Chun almost couldn't believe his ears. With his level of power, he would be considered top-notch even in an entry-level beast pet master academy, right? Aren't you just a first-rank beast pet master yourself and older than me? Wu Chun silently criticized her in his mind. Leah seemed to sense Wu Chun's discomfort and gently said, Wu Chun, don't worry about it. Sister Yun Lan was just making a joke. Your abilities are already very strong. She's comparing you to those with exceptionally high talents. But it's alright. With your skills, I think you'll grow up quickly. Leah is also 16 years old, but her presence and calmness in facing danger, as well as her capabilities, are not on the same level as Wu Chun. Wu Chun's strongest point is Shuyu, but Leah's light magic in its prime state can fight against a 9th rank bronze beast pet, and even compete with a silver level 1. She's a top-tier genius. Kid, don't blame me for bringing you down. In the Heavenly Feather Royal City, there are probably kids your age who have 8th rank bronze beast pets. And Leah is even more talented. Her talent ranks among the best in our magic academy. Even the royal family members and the 6 major magic families can't compare with her. Yun Lan praised Leah's strength and talent wholeheartedly, filled with pride. Leah, on the other hand, appeared somewhat shy and lacked confidence. That's not true. Yun's sister, stop exaggerating about me. I'm just speaking the truth. The imperial capital. It turns out that Leah and Yun Lan were actually from the Heavenly Feather Empire's royal capital. There's a world of difference between the royal capital and the small flame city. Even if Wu Chun hasn't been to the royal capital, he has heard about it. There, it is the gathering place of powerful people throughout the entire Heavenly Feather Empire, where everyone is like a dragon. Regardless of countless noble families, each one pulled out at random has a history of over 1,000 years, and some hidden super families even boast over 5,000 years of history. Compared to the elites enjoying the most top-tier cultivation resources in this world, his achievements seem like nothing. Instead of being angry for being lectured, Wu Chun started reflecting seriously. Seeing his expression, Leah became even more interested in Wu Chun. Humble, calm, with decent talent, and ready to act justly, he possessed an unperturbed maturity akin to her father, truly a remarkable person. Suddenly, a terrifying aura of a beast pet descended upon the trees above the three, as if a dark cloud covered the sky, causing Wu Chun to break into a cold sweat when he looked up. In the sky, a giant flying beast pet with a wingspan of 5 meters flapped its wings, creating what felt like a typhoon-force wind that shook the trees. What is that thing? Wu Chun felt awestruck inside, simultaneously showing a trace of unresisting fear. It was too powerful. The giant bird had ice blue feathers, crystalline and translucent like crystal, looking as beautiful as an ice phoenix. But Yun Lan and Leah wore smiles. The captain's sister has arrived. Chapter 125, Liru. Could it be? Wu Chun took a closer look, and indeed, perched on the terrifying bird-like demonic beast was a statuesque woman. She had an impressive figure, her legs white and long, encased in black knee-high stockings and efficient custom boots. Just these legs were enough to catch any man's eye. Of course, due to the upward gaze, Wu Chun couldn't clearly see her face, but he could sense the calmness and arrogance she exuded as she looked down from above. This was a powerful master of pet beasts, and her pet was equally magnificent and formidable. Wu Chun had never seen one before. A wave of cold accompanied the storm whipped up by this pet, freezing the leaves below with frost, and also making Wu Chun shiver uncontrollably. Creature, Ice Kite. Attribute, Beast Ice. Type, Secondary Evolution, Freeze Bird, Ice Kite. Skills, Frost Storm, Celestial Ice Wing Slash, Freeze Ray, Blizzard, Self-Attribute. Potential, High Gold Class. Bloodline, Divine Beast Ice Phoenix, Concentrated. Level, Gold First Tier. Status, Healthy. Oh my gosh, what a load of nonsense. Wu Chun was at a loss for words to describe his astonishment. It was the first time he'd encountered a demon beast above the silver level. He hardly ever saw a silver level one. But now, right in front of him, was a super ferocious beast that had already reached gold level power. This woman was already a 3rd stage pet master. Possessing a bronze level beast makes one a 1st stage pet master. Owning a silver level 1 and having spirit energy reach Ling Yun makes one a 2nd stage pet master. To become a 3rd stage pet master, one spirit energy must break through to the Lingshu level. The city lord of Yin City was at this stage. When Wu Chun looked at the stern woman standing proudly atop the ice kite, she didn't appear much older than early 20s, yet she was already a fearsome third-stage pet master. Sister, you've finally arrived. Upon hearing her sister's call, Shuewu immediately turned her eyes downward and smiled, her already more enchanting and refined visage resembling the beauty of melting snow and reviving all things. The massive ice kite instantly disappeared from the sky, returned to the pet dimension within her grasp. Her elegant and lithe figure leapt down from midair. Falling from several dozen meters high, one should have been extremely unstable, but her descent speed was like that of a feather floating lightly. Her delicate toes lightly touched a tree branch, immediately unloading most of the force, then skillfully rebounded with an elegant backflip, landing firmly in front of Wu Chun and others. Leah, Yunlan, how are the two of you? Are you injured? The beautiful woman immediately focused her attention on Leah and Yunlan, anxiously questioning. She had originally been temporarily staying in Yin City, exchanging matters with a few families there, and conveniently letting her underlings Rose mercenary group take her younger sister nearby to the Setting Sun Forest for some practice. After all, this time she was pretending to go out for cultivation and couldn't help satisfy her most beloved little sister. But who would have thought that those damn people would still not give up on her sister, scheming against her? Leah stepped forward, affectionately embracing her sister, smiling and saying, "Nope, it was all thanks to Wu Chen's help. That's good, I only have you as my family now." Liru tightly embraced her younger sister, looking like a small girl afraid of losing her most precious thing. After quite a while, Liru finally turned to Wu Chun, seeing just a teenager around 16 or 17 years old, revealing confusion immediately. This can't be possible, right? The information she received was that a silver third-tier venomous spider had attacked her sister and Yunlan, and her sister emerged unscathed. Could it be that he saved her sister? Chapter 126, Giving Gifts. Wu Chun awkwardly stood in place. He never expected that Lisha's sister would be such a big deal. She was actually a third-stage beastmaster. In Flame City, a third-stage beastmaster represents the top tier of combat strength. The head of any one of the four great families at most possesses this level of power. To say that he wasn't nervous would be impossible. A third-stage beastmaster, without even speaking to the abilities of their beasts, could release a spiritual force attack skill and instantly kill Wu Chun. After they learned the entire process by which they had escaped death, all thanks to Wu Chen's sole efforts in a heroic last stand that saved them from certain death, even Yunlan, who didn't like Wu Chun very much, admitted that it was lucky this guy was around. Li Ro's attitude toward Wu Chun immediately changed. How could she fail to see that Wu Chun was merely a first-stage beastmaster who'd only entered the field for a year at most? However, his calmness and intelligence when encountering danger, as well as having indeed saved Lia's life, were enough for Li Ro to regard this young man with new eyes. "Hello Wu Chun. I am Lisha's older sister, Li Ro. I really don't know how to thank you, but I sincerely appreciate you risking your life to save Leah." Li Ro unexpectedly showed a serious expression as she gave a slight bow to Wu Chun, causing his eyebrows to twitch violently. "Sister Li Ro, this is absolutely unnecessary. In that situation back then, if there was an opportunity, of course we wouldn't want to see them get killed." Li Ro smiled gently and said in a very soft tone, "Regardless, I, Li Ro, owe you a favor. You're called Wu Chun, right? Sister will give you a gift." Then, taking out a wooden box from her storage space, she continued, "Inside is a precious heavenly material that can greatly help in enhancing a beast's strength. I heard Leah tell me that your beast is a wind-type storm eagle. This item should help the storm eagle advance further. You must take it." This. Wu Chun hesitated, but finally accepted. "All right, thank you, Sister Li Ro." Lisha approached and said, "Wu Chun, you are a healing mage. In small places like Flame City, your talent can only be buried here. There aren't any real mages here, let alone magical legacies. If you could learn some powerful healing magic skills, it would be of great benefit to your future development and also complementary to your career as a beastmaster. I hope that one day, you can go to the Tianyu Royal City, where the mage academy and powerful families can offer you more resources." When Li Ro heard that Wu Chun was a healing-type mage, her eyes widened in surprise as she asked, "Is what you're saying true? Is Wu Chun really a healing mage?" Wu Chun sighed inwardly. What healing mage? He doesn't even know what magic is. Shit, he should have kept his mouth shut, shouldn't have revealed himself earlier. Now look at this. Yes, Lisha enthusiastically affirmed. He knows healing magic, and its effects are especially good. Even my injuries, as well as Sister Yun's, were completely healed in less than a few minutes, along with full recovery of our stamina. Of course, Lisha spared no effort in praising Wu Chun in front of her own sister. On the side, Wu Chun looked like a bitter gourd, tears welling up helplessly in his eyes. Li Ro exclaimed in delight. "If that's so, Wu Chun here." She handed over a jade pendant and said, "You may not be able to go to the royal city soon, but that's alright. Keep this jade pendant. In the future, if you enter the Mages Guild, they will treat you better and you'll be able to learn more advanced magics." That's all I wanted to say. I have other matters to attend to. Wu Chun, we'll meet again. Li Ro smiled elegantly once more as she summoned the ice swallow. She glanced at Wu Chun with her beautiful eyes and waved. "Wu Chun, goodbye." Lisha also bade farewell reluctantly, feeling that Wu Chun was someone very worth befriending. Chapter 127, Being Ambushed. As the mighty gold-tier mystical beast carried them away, the graceful, aloof, strong yet gentle figure of Liru lingered in Wu Chun's heart. He knew that his current status and vision were still far from reaching another level of this world. Although he had a system to help him, there were many others with deeper foundations, more substantial backgrounds, and richer resources than him, such as the powerful and beautiful pair of sisters, Leah and Liru. One of them was the same age as Wu Chun, but her magical achievements and strength were incomparably superior to his. In a one-on-one fight, it would be suicide for Wu Chun. The other had cultivated herself into a third-stage pet master by the age of 20. Even in the Tianyu Empire, she would certainly be regarded as an exceptionally rare young talent. After all, many people may not reach that level even after spending decades. Just like the family heads in Flame City who are still at the third stage despite their age. On one hand, they lacked sufficient resources. On the other, they also lacked the talent and audacity to make bold strides. Today's experience was quite beneficial to Wu Chun. Exchange points accumulated to over 300, and I've killed about 80 to 90 mystical beasts. Super God points are pitifully few. Blood Rain doesn't always encounter opponents stronger than itself, and when it does, they're mostly bronze 6 or 7 tiered. It wouldn't dare to fight too hard to avoid getting overturned in unexpected situations. The little fox is. So, the Super God points were only 6. This was the result of Wu Chun's strenuous killing effort for half a day. Of course, Wu Chun was rather unsatisfied with himself. He wanted to continue honing here and accumulate blood points. Wasn't it just kill, kill, kill? Give Wu Chun a week, and he could absolutely gather 50 Super God points to activate 10 consecutive draws in the mall. Unfortunately, Wu Chun only had one day off, and he had to return. Since the exit wasn't too far away, Wu Chun would soon leave the forest. At this moment, suddenly, Blood Rain emitted a cautious, sharp whistle from the sky, and Wu Chun also sensed something unusual, causing his nerves to tense abruptly. Little treeman, retract the vine trap. A loud shout echoed, and Wu Chun suddenly realized that what he was stepping on seemed to be withered leaves and some plant vines. Not good. Realizing he had fallen into an ambush, Wu Chun hastily rolled instinctively to dodge. However, vines suddenly moved from the ground. 3 immediately entangled Wu Chun's left leg and started pulling furiously. There were also about a dozen other vines coming to ensnare his body, and within seconds, he would be bound up like a helpless rice dumpling. Blood Rain gave out a sharp whistle and angrily dived down, firing feather arrows towards the distant jungle. That smelly bird has found us. Hide quickly. Zheng Hao's expression changed as he hurriedly led his subordinates to escape, and Wu Chun also immediately understood. Bai Yuanfei and Zheng Hao, along with their gang, were indeed lying in wait for him, having waited here for a whole day without leaving. Truly relentless. Little Fire Fox, come out. Little Fire Fox, Flame Tail. Wu Chun urgently summoned the little fire fox and commanded it to use its flame tail to repel the vines, while he quickly drew his dagger and severed the vines wrapping around him. The tail of the little fire fox swept horizontally like a blade, burning the incoming vines completely. Wu Chun glared coldly at the dozen people emerging from the grass surrounding him, the two leaders being none other than Bai Yuanfei and Zheng Hao. Chapter 128, Encirclement. Haha, Wu Chun, aren't you good at running? I'd like to see where you'll run now. I've been watching your moves all day. Wait a minute, and I'm going to show you what happens next. Bai Yuanfei's men immediately sealed off all of Wu Chun's escape routes, forming a half circle. Bai Yuanfei, with his hands crossed behind his back, stared arrogantly at Wu Chun. Zheng Hao also yelled menacingly, his face dark with anger. Wu Chun, I didn't know about you before, but yesterday you embarrassed me. Growing up this big, no one has ever dared to bully me like that. Today, there's no way you can walk out of here intact. He sneered. I will at least break a few of your legs. Despite being surrounded, Wu Chun remained calm and unafraid of these people. After all, many of the servants had only reached the mid-phase spirit mist stage in mental energy. Although he still held Bai Yuanfei and Zheng Hao in high regard, if he wanted to flee, it was unlikely they could stop him. Enough talk. You too. Have you not learned your lesson from beatings? I didn't plan on dealing with you, but since you've set a trap for me, don't blame me for teaching you a lesson. Seeing Wu Chun's composed and cold demeanor, Bai Yuanfei's eyes instantly revealed murderous intent. How audacious. Do you think that just because you're stronger than me, I can't do anything? I have 8 pet beast masters here. In chaotic combat, I'd love to see how long your beast can hold on. With that, the guards who were pet beast masters began summoning their creatures immediately. Windspeed cat, blaze tiger, ring-bellied iron-tailed snake. 8 pet beasts coldly stared at Wu Chun. Their terrifying aura put immense pressure on him. Any one of these beasts could easily kill him. Scream. Sensing its master's peril, Blood Rain, which had been circling in the air, emitted an angry mood. The powerful presence of this 5th-tier beast exerted downward pressure on the lower beasts below, causing great panic among these 2nd and 3rd-tier pet beasts. They would have fled long ago if not for their master's commands. Thunder Fire Lion, Crimson Blaze Flying Dragon. Bai Yuanfei and another person summoned their own beasts, wearing cruel expressions. You two take care of that bird, while the rest join me in grabbing this kid. Even though 1st-tier beast masters can control 2 pets simultaneously, it consumes a lot of spiritual power. Given that Wu Chun was already surrounded, each needed only 1 pet to tie down the Storm Eagle. Wu Chun wouldn't be able to escape easily with just the 3-tailed fox even against the 8 beast masters. Feeling the threat to his life, Wu Chun's expression turned serious. Blood Rain couldn't be relied on solely anymore. Although Crimson Blaze Flying Dragon wasn't as strong as it, paired with the 4th-tier Thunderfire Lion, it would suffice to hold it down. The only thing Wu Chun could depend on to break out of the encirclement was Little Fire Fox. Little Fire Fox, it's up to you again. Let's fight our way out. In the span of a single day, Little Fire Fox had almost saved them from 2 dangers. Deeply realizing her importance to her master, any previous feelings of resentment toward Blood Rain dissipated completely. Her eyes burned with fighting spirit as she let out a bright fox cry, fearlessly facing the other beasts while standing solemnly in front of Wu Chun, issuing low growls as threats. Attack! Windspeed cats, ring-bellied iron-tailed snakes, and others showed fierce eyes in an instant, rushing forward all together. Little Fire Fox's strength was only slightly higher than theirs, and more importantly, they were vastly superior in numbers. Chapter 129 Entanglement. Even though he was in danger, Wu Chun still showed remarkable calmness. He was not afraid of group battles. If he got injured or exhausted, he could simply purchase items from the system-recommended store at any time. Wu Chun could ensure that his familiar's ability to fight would last for a very long time. At least, dealing with these lackeys would be no problem. Little Fox, don't be afraid, you can handle them. Charge up and use the tearing claw on that speedy cat. Little Fox followed instructions absolutely. It had grown up under Wu Chun's care ever since it was born. In its heart, Wu Chun wasn't just its master but also its closest parents. With one leap, Little Fox rushed forward like a streak of fiery red light. The first target was that fastest Speedy Cat. Speedy cats are very common monster beasts, skilled in speed, and mostly feral cats that often gather at night, lurking in dark places to ambush small animals and other monsters. But what it called agility was nothing more than slow motion to Little Fox. A swift dodge and Little Fox appeared right before the Speedy Cat. Its furry claws thundered down, startling the Speedy Cat, whose fur bristled, and immediately arched its back high, leaping away. But it still couldn't evade Little Fox's attack, getting its abdomen ripped apart, instantly flying off like trash. And the pet controller turned pale, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The third-rank Speedy Cat was killed in one strike by Little Fox. Little Fox's strength was fully at the fourth rank, both in terms of attack and response. At this moment, however, a venomous snake had already taken advantage of the opportunity to open its mouth wide and bite towards Little Fox's buttocks. But it might never have guessed that the tail was actually the most terrifying part of Little Fox's body. Three smooth tails which were always proudly upright suddenly moved like three huge serpents, igniting a brilliant yet dreadful dark red flame. And then Little Fox curled up its body using the tail as an axis, spinning like a wheel of fire, lashing out with the tail towards the giant snake. Flametail. Little Fox's flame was a mutated demonic fire, hotter than ordinary flames. Without doubt, the strong impact force combined with the burning flames directly shattered its skull, breaking it into pieces. Its flesh burned, giving off a scorched smell. With another pet dead, another pet handler let out a scream and collapsed, taking down two pets in a few exchanges. The faces of these pet handlers changed dramatically. Filled with fear, they looked at the Little Fox and hurriedly shouted, "Go all together. Don't give it a chance to counterattack." Instantly, various skills were hurled toward Little Fox: fireballs, poison, and claws. However, Little Fox was extremely astute. After killing the giant snake, it instinctively moved away from its original position, making those attacks miss. At this moment, several vines erupted again from beneath the soil around Wu Chen's feet. They wrapped around Wu Chun, intending to capture him. To catch a thief, one must first catch the king. Their target was still Wu Chun, not Wu Chen's pet. Wu Chun had no choice but to activate the mental secret technique, Earth Light Prison. Earth and yellow energy quickly transformed into a semicircular energy shield, encircling Wu Chun in an unbroken protection. It was like a large bowl turned over, covering Wu Chun inside. Now, those third-rank plant-type beast vines had no effect, helplessly writhing outside the shield. But this clearly was not a long-term solution. Little Fox, come back, cover me while I break through. Upon seeing the green vines growing 10 meters away, Little Fox became enraged instantly. It shot out like fire again towards the plant beast after batting a blood wolf that came near it with a tearing claw. Its fiery red tail trailed wind and flames, striking viciously. Chapter 130, Escape. Countless vines obstructed the little fire fox, but they were torn apart cleanly by its ferocious claws and fiery tail. After dealing with that plant-type beast, no one could restrict Wu Chen's mobility anymore, and he would be able to run away at any time. No good. These idiots, so many people surrounding and attacking, and they can't even handle a third-rank beast. Bai Yuanfei, who was tightly bound by the blood rain, became infuriated and immediately summoned another beast pet, the Gale Demon Wolf. The aura of the fourth-rank Gale Demon Wolf was overwhelmingly powerful, almost equivalent to the combined force of the 8 or 9 pets that had been attacking the little fire fox. Wu Chun was also getting anxious. This way, he couldn't afford to continue. Wounds could be healed, but the disparity in strength was too vast. Especially when the crowd could overwhelm an elephant, it was already hard to fight against 8 or 9 second-rank and third-rank beasts. With the addition of the Gale Demon Wolf, the little fire fox might get instantly killed in the chaos. After handling the plant-type beast, the little fire fox wisely retreated while fighting, quickly moving closer to Su Yun. The Gale Demon Wolf naturally wasn't about to let the little fire fox succeed. It appeared directly on the little fox's path, its claws pressing down with the overwhelming momentum of mountains and seas towards the small creature. Three-tail strike. The little fire fox let out a low, deep howl, its tiny body exploding with surprising power. It swiftly avoided the claw strike, then leapt up again, and all three of its fiery tails lashed simultaneously towards the Gale Demon Wolf's head. Wah! The Gale Demon Wolf was hit hard and thrown aside. Taking advantage of this moment, the little fire fox leaped over without hesitation. If it were before, the Gale Demon Wolf, with its more formidable racial advantages and stamina, could have evenly matched the unevolved little fire fox. But after evolving into a three-tailed fire fox, it was just a punching bag. It had no chance of victory. The little fire fox had truly grown alongside Wu Chun as they roamed the Funchi Mountain, engaging fiercely with various wild animals, honing its battle instincts and techniques through life and death experiences. No one knows how many times it got injured and how much healing medicine Wu Chun used for training its combat instincts and the skills to fight beasts. And Bai Yuanfei, though having some experience, was still a rich young master raised in luxury. Making him face countless wild beasts alone with his pet, living in hunger and cold like a savage in the mountains, was absolutely impossible. He wouldn't endure it. But the essence of battle is survival. The strength of a beast tamer lies in whether they are truly connected with their beast pets, eating and living together, and even facing life and death situations side by side. This is the precious spirit that has allowed humans to survive until now. And it's also the foundation for why beast tamers have become mainstream within human systems. An individual's power or the isolated strength of a beast is weak, no matter how noble its bloodline is. Without psychological support, standing alone, they will instinctively hesitate during battles. However, with mutual trust between the beast tamer and the pet, letting go completely, the combat potential they can unleash rises to a whole new level. This was the key reason why Wu Chun's little fire fox could crush the Gale Demon Wolf. Wu Chun nimbly jumped onto the back of the little fire fox, which had grown much larger in size, and shouted in a low voice, "Go!" Thus, the man and his beast pet charged fearlessly deep into the jungle. "Damn it, stop him, you bunch of fools. What use do I have in keeping you lot?" Bai Yuanfei was nearly driven mad with anger. He could only watch helplessly as that fiery fox darted quickly toward the distance. As for the blood rain, seeing its master retreat safely, its spirits soared. It gave a strong swipe to fend off the approaching crimson flame flying dragon and spread its wings to accelerate forward. Chase! Don't let them escape. Zheng Hao's face was twisted as he bellowed. Chapter 131. Off course. It was already dusk, and the tangerine red sunset had dipped to halfway down the mountain. The daytime sunforest was manageable for weaker pet trainers like Wu Chun to wander alone. But once night fell, it became feeding time for all sorts of chimeras, specters, and powerful beasts. The moment when the dark feast of slaughter began. Even second-tier pet trainers wouldn't dare linger deep in the sunforest at night, let alone someone as insignificant as Wu Chun. During the day, the most dangerous creatures were just high-tier bronze beasts, but at night, stronger beasts came out. It would be common to encounter several silver-grade beasts without much effort. Given Wu Chun's strength, facing a silver-grade beast meant certain death. His original plan was to exit the sunforest by evening and return to Flame City before dark. But now everything had been disrupted by Yuan Fei. With their interference and pursuit, Wu Chun had no choice but to retreat deeper into the forest, hoping to find an opportunity to lose them and then exit from another direction. However, as visibility within the forest decreased, Wu Chun began to lose his sense of direction and felt increasingly annoyed. He cursed himself for not teaching these two jerks a lesson earlier that morning before they could set up their ambush. At the very least, he should have given Yuan Fei something unforgettable, or else he'd just become even more brazen. Wu Chun sighed helplessly. It's hard to go back now and fight with so many people against me, but I absolutely can't go deeper. If I lose my way, it'll really be the end. When Wu Chun was approximately 200 meters away from them, he suddenly changed directions again, veering off toward an unclear route. He disappeared quickly into the dense thicket. After calculating his escape route, Wu Chun estimated he could still make it out of the forest this way, though it would significantly deviate from the main road leading to Flame City, detouring around 7 or 8 li. He wasn't sure what dangers lay ahead. Yuan Fei and his group soon lost track of Wu Chun. Furious, Yuan Fei gritted his teeth. Shit, this bastard got away again. One of us underestimated him, one person said bitterly. Even when his main pet was restricted, his secondary pet was still stronger than my main pet. Once they had assessed Wu Chun's real strength, Zheng Hao was shaken and startled. Now he fully grasped the gap between him and Wu Chun. That day, if Wu Chun had sent out even one secondary pet, he could have easily dealt with both of Zheng Hao's pets. Indeed, despite having planned their ambush thoroughly, they couldn't prevent Wu Chun from escaping while being surrounded by the entire group. Zheng Hao seethed inwardly. Wu Chun's power must rival our leaders. It seems I'll need to ask the elder brother to regain my dignity. Alright, Wu Chun, we'll see who comes out on top. How could someone like me, Zheng Hao, fail against you, a mere nobody? Unable to catch Wu Chun, Yuan Fei left the forest with visible irritation. Even he dared not remain there after dark. Let that kid serve as food for the beast. If he doesn't come out in half an hour, his level simply won't stand a chance. The beast here will hunt him down and tear him apart. Yuan Fei gave a cruel curse and finally decided not to wait any longer. The direction Wu Chun had chosen not only led him further off course, but also took him deeper into uncharted territory. Thorny shrubs blocked the path. It appeared that few people ventured this far, not even those undergoing training expeditions. This made Wu Chun uneasy as his unease grew, feeling constantly watched by numerous pairs of eyes. In fact, Wu Chun could feel the lurking presence of hidden beasts around him. From amidst the thickets, bushes, and burrow openings, cold, dispassionate eyes watched Wu Chun pass by like prey. However, except for the occasional ambush by some lesser beasts, which were promptly torn apart by Little Fire Fox and Blood Rain, the majority remained wary of the lingering effects of twilight, hesitating to move fully. Wu Chun felt increasing panic inside. If he didn't escape in half an hour, he might truly end up as monster bait tonight. Chapter 132, The Strange Withered Old Tree. After feeling like he had been sprinting for about 15 minutes, Wu Chun still could not see the end of the endless trees. However, Wu Chun knew he was heading in the right direction. Following this route, there was a 70% probability that he would definitely make it out. After all, he had merely deviated slightly from the main path he originally took. When he entered the forest in the morning, he had observed that in the distance there were continuous mountains and an even broader river. As long as he could find that water source, Wu Chun would be able to quickly return to the main road. But time waits for no one. In just a few short minutes, the last rays of sunset disappeared, and the forest fell into complete darkness, enveloped by the shadows of tall and endless trees. Visibility decreased significantly. The night was like a demonic predator choosing its prey, opening its pitch-black mouth to swallow all light from the world. Although Wu Chun's vision was severely affected, neither Shuiyu, Blood Rain, nor Xiaohua, Hu, Little Fire Fox, encountered any hindrance. Instead, due to the arrival of night, their instincts as beastly creatures heightened their spirits. Their perception became sharper and more refined, carefully sensing any potential enemies around them. Feeling that Little Fire Fox was getting tired from carrying him, Wu Chun quickly jumped off its back and patted its shoulder, saying, "You've worked hard. No rush, let's rest a bit before continuing." Little Fire Fox was indeed very tired. Throughout the day, it had been engaged in high-intensity battle training, part of its special training, and also for accumulating blood points and super god points for Wu Chun. Additionally, it acted as Wu Chun's mount. Although Shuiyu had more stamina, it was unsuitable for riding because in this dangerous forest, a human riding a mystical beast appearing in the sky was simply a live target. Not only would it affect Shuiyu's speed and power, but it could also attract the attention of more powerful beasts. Wu Chun carefully moved through the woods, constantly on guard, preparing to launch a mental attack against any enemy. Though the mental secret techniques he had learned so far didn't have much killing power, the mental shot provided enough buffer time for the Little Fire Fox to react and face the opponent. Hiss, goo goo, goo 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 goo. Perhaps due to the silence of the night, this contrast made the forest seem even noisier than usual. Various sounds denser and louder than those during the day now clearly reached Wu Chun's ears. The calls of cat owls, insect chirping, and some vague roars that seemed to belong to mighty beasts kept Wu Chen's nerves at their peak, with adrenaline flowing more actively than ever. Hiss! A snake-like beast believed it was silently unseen as it suddenly swooped down from the treetops above Wu Chun, its mouth wide open aiming for his head. But it was swiftly countered by a flame-tail attack from the highly alert little fire fox, thrown aside and finished off in mere moments. Previously, Wu Chun would have efficiently removed the spirit core and taken the snake gallbladder. This time, however, he didn't even glance at it. His eyes were focused solely on what lay ahead. He kept moving, seemingly undistracted by anything. Nothing seemed more important than reaching his destination quickly. This continued as various beasts appeared along the way, all being mercilessly killed by Shui Yu and Little Fire Fox. Wu Chun also activated his scanning feature function to check his surroundings. This scanning feature was quite mysterious. It could only scan living organisms, and its range included everything within Wu Chen's line of sight. So by simply looking around, countless prompts would pop up in his mind, creating subtle position dots on his cerebral cortex, informing him where each beast was located and which type of creature it was. This actually helped Wu Chun preemptively avoid many dangers. Wu Chun abruptly stopped, looking towards a huge ancient tree 30 meters away. This tree was enormous, bigger than others around it by 2 or 3 times, and based on its thickness, it appeared to be at least 1,000 years old. Yet strangely, the tree was withered, completely leafless. Only the trunk remained, and even that was dried up for the most part. Only at the base of the roots was there some energy gathering. Amidst all the vibrant, thriving trees surrounding it, the sudden appearance of a withered one was abnormal. More bizarrely, Wu Chun detected a life signal from this tree via his scanning ability, something that shocked him greatly. Chapter 133, The Natural Elf in Gestation. Organism, Natural Elf. Attribute, Wood. Type, Skills, Potential, Bloodline, Level. Status, in gestation, nutrition deprived, nearing death, requires large amounts of wood-based energy to continue growing. Wu Chun was shocked instantly, almost trembling as he stared intently at the withered tree and exclaimed, "There's actually a natural elf inside this tree." The natural elf is an elite among plant-type beast companions. Elves of any kind are wise beings conceived from concentrated energies of their attribute, existing in a more advanced form of life than ordinary plant-type beasts. Since they are themselves born of energy, they can be considered non-corporeal entities, conglomerates of universal energy. However, their talents and abilities are extremely powerful, as they naturally excel in wielding the energy that brought them into being. Strictly speaking, natural elves don't belong to the plant category, but to the legendary supernatural category, a branch of which includes the elf race. For instance, in places teeming with intense fire energy such as volcanoes or subterranean magma, there could be a birth of a fire elf. Within oceans or lakes where the energy is pure and naturally forms a focus point, it may lead to the creation of a water elf. There are also lightning elves, shadow elves, light elves, ice elves, wind elves. These are all extremely rare beast companions, condensed by the powers of heaven and earth. Wu Chun felt as if he were dreaming. He had stumbled upon a natural elf currently in gestation. He became incredibly excited and rushed toward the tree. Swoosh! A black shadow burst forth from the ground at a terrifying speed, wrapping itself around Wu Chun. But having experienced the unexpected underground attacks of plant species before, Wu Chun was ready. Instantly, he formed the Earth Light Prison. The Earth Light Prison acted like an impenetrable dome protecting him completely without any blind spots, while drawing power directly from the earth beneath him. This made the surface hard as steel, even vines couldn't pierce through it. Thus, these vines helplessly tangled around the exterior of his glowing protective shield. Little Fire Fox, use Flame Tail. Shuyu, find its main body. Wu Chun, experienced in combat, gave his commands immediately. Shuyu, who used Eagle Eyes for heightened awareness, locked onto the root source of the vines almost instantly. It was a spike poison grass located 3 meters behind the withered tree. The spike poison grass was small, only half a meter tall, but this one was a beast type, spike poison grass beast. Its roots were as thick as a thumb and could extend up to 10 meters, meaning anything within this range was its source of nutrition. Due to its small size, it was often mistaken for a regular plant, causing numerous unsuspecting beast companions to fall victim to it. However, this plant beast was weak. A single wind blade attack from Shuyu severed it clean off. The root trembled and began to retract. It wasn't dead yet. As long as its roots remain intact, a plant-type beast will never die. This was just a first-tier plant beast, too weak to pose any real threat. Once Wu Chun recognized this fact, he immediately let down his guard, ignoring it altogether, walking over to the withered tree for inspection. This great tree truly had already withered, although not entirely. There was still some vitality left in the lower sections of its roots, but it wouldn't survive much longer. Its upper trunk was completely dried out, its branches brittle, breaking with just a flick. Wu Chun pondered thoughtfully. Could the natural elf be the creation of this very tree? But the tree is about to wither. If the host organism dies before the natural elf fully manifests, the whole process will fail. Yet I cannot prevent the death of this tree. Wu Chun felt uneasy and distressed by his predicament. Chapter 134, Saving the Nature Spirit. Nature Spirit. This is different from the rock giants of the rock-based category. Rock giants belong only to the rock-based classification, and while they may have a peculiar life form, they don't belong to the supernatural category. However, spirits conceived by the natural elements all truly belong to the supernatural realm. They possess unparalleled control over energy that many beast demons cannot compare with. They do not belong to beasts, but instead to spirits. All things have spirits, but those with spirit often lack great power, and those with power often lack divine intelligence. All beings initially have spiritual essence, referring to the spirit and power granted by heaven and earth. But more importantly, it refers to wisdom, for after all, one must have life to be called an organism, and thought is what constitutes the soul. Humans are at the pinnacle of living creatures, having achieved spirituality through their intellect. Wise beings often fail to master true strength, like humans who are physically frail and naturally find it difficult to absorb natural forces compared to beast demons' practice of cultivation and breathing exercises. Humans seem to be an obsolete species, so feeble, yet human brains are extraordinarily developed, using wisdom to establish their racial status. Powerful creatures, such as fierce tigers or mammoth elephants, are strong by nature, but their wisdom is much lower, far from reaching the spiritual understanding level. This is the result of the natural selection principle. No being can balance perfectly. Even beast demons evolve following this principle inherently. However, spirits differ. Spirits possess wisdom surpassing wild beasts, have extraordinary learning capabilities, and also mysteriously control the energy of heaven and earth, almost being a balanced form of existence. The fairy type is still the most common species among the supernatural type, but in the world of beast tamers, it's extremely rare to see fairy pets. Almost none are sold on the market, and the other two small subbranches of the supernatural type, ghost type and psychic type, are virtually unseen. This clearly shows how precious supernatural type pet beasts are. Since Wu Chun has a chance to encounter one, he absolutely cannot let it slip by. Even if he already lacks beast pet slots, he hasn't forgotten that he still has Pokemon Pokeballs that can capture a pet beast without occupying his own beast pet space. A supernatural type pet beast's growth potential and value will far exceed that of ordinary pet beasts. This nature spirit is still in its incubation stage, so even if Wu Chun covets it, there's no way to get it now. However, he couldn't remain indifferent and watch the nature spirit die due to lack of nutrition. After careful observation, Wu Chun discovered the reason why this tree died. It was because the nature spirit had excessively extracted nutrients. But this wasn't abnormal, as the birth of every nature spirit causes the withering of all plants within a certain radius. Indeed, the surrounding grass and trees were withered, but the nutrition wasn't taken by the nature spirit. It was stolen by that plant-type beast demon. For Wu Chun, a first-stage plant-type beast demon posed absolutely no threat. But don't forget, the nature spirit hasn't been born yet. The innate talents and growth potential of nature spirits depend on their pre-birth conditions. The better the early growth conditions, the more powerful and superior it will be upon hatching. On the contrary, if the initial nutrients are insufficient, even if it survives, its talents would be significantly reduced. Wu Chun remembered seeing in ancient texts that a nature spirit growing in areas rich with heavenly energy could potentially reach gold-level innate growth. I need to find a way to supply it with energy. Wu Chun immediately made up his mind. Blood Rain. Attack and kill that plant-type beast demon. Little Firefox, keep vigil nearby. Wu Chun immediately began assigning tasks to his pet beasts. He then quickly opened the system store. If anything could provide the necessary natural energy to a nature spirit like this, one of the celestial spirits, Wu Chun believed it would only be the healing spring offered by the current initial interface of the system. It is a genuine healing magic skill capable of restoring both stamina and large amounts of vitality simultaneously. Ordinary medicine generally cannot supply vitality, but what the nature spirit lacked was exactly vitality. Chapter 135, The Withered Tree Rejuvenates. Time was of the essence, and Wu Chun immediately purchased a high-level Cure Spring magic, whispering as he aimed his palm at the withered tree. Cure Spring. The most amazing feature of the system-provided magic healing function was that Wu Chun could naturally choose the target of the spell. It was practically comparable to a healing-type magician. A stream of greenish-blue water, resembling a small snake, coalesced from Wu Chun's palm and poured onto the dry bark, like an elixir, flowing along the trunk, making one feel as if it were a waste of something precious. But in just a few seconds, the tree bark absorbed it all. Then, a wondrous event occurred. The withered, old tree, having received a great deal of vitality replenishment, began to turn slightly green, the dry bark automatically shedding to reveal fresher, more hydrated white skin. The overall appearance of the tree had visibly improved compared to before. It's working. Wu Chun's face lit up with joy. Continue. To acquire a rare nature spirit, spending some exchange points was nothing. The value of a nature spirit was such that even 10,000 soul crystals couldn't buy it on the market. And if its growth potential reached gold level, even those second or third rank pet masters would fight tooth and nail for it. Wu Chun was lucky, and with the scanning function of the system, he felt like he carried around a radar that could scan everything within a 100-mile radius at any time. Everything was laid bare. This allowed him to encounter this nature spirit alone. If the people of Yinqing found out there was a wild nature spirit here, even the city lord might personally come to seize it. This was the allure of a high-level rare battle pet for the powerful. Many high-rank pet masters deliberately kept 1 or 2 pet slots open without concluding any contracts, hoping to find a high-level pet that could help them break through their current realm. Because pets and pet masters are one entity, when one advances, the other also gains greatly. Rare and high-level pets grow fast, have immense power, and many can surpass the current realm of their pet master. At the moment they break through their current realm, the pet master can also benefit, with over a 50% probability of breaking through to a higher realm. Thus, one can imagine how crazy those ancient beings stuck at 3rd or 4th rank for years could be for high-level pets. Wu Chun only hoped in his heart that this nature spirit would succeed in being born, as long as its talent wasn't too low. Even a nature spirit with only silver potential would surpass most plant-type beasts in control and mastery of wood-based forces. Even if he spent all the exchange points he had accumulated today, Wu Chun was willing to do so. The second Cure Spring. The third Cure Spring. Wu Chun used the Cure Spring 6 consecutive times on the tree. Each Cure Spring cost 20 exchange points. That's 120 exchange points. Wu Chun and his pets worked themselves to death for an entire day, killing countless beast monsters, only managing to accumulate over 300 exchange points. Well, 1/3 of it was gone. Fortunately, exchange points and super god points did not conflict with each other. For example, if Wu Chun had Little Firefox kill a 3rd-rank beast monster, he would receive *3 exchange points. And if he continuously killed 7 3rd or 4th-rank beast monsters, he could receive tens of exchange points and *1 super god point. Wu Chun still saved up 20 super god points, so it wasn't entirely without gain. But Wu Chun was truly anguished to the extreme, though fortunately, the results were significant. After 6 high-level Cure Springs life energy extraction, this big tree that was almost completely withered had almost restored all of its former glory. The tree bark regrew, fully hydrated, and tender new buds covered the formerly bare branches, appearing strikingly different from the surrounding trees, yet filled with a life-reviving force defying the seasons. Chapter 136, Waiting. When Wu Chun scanned again, he finally revealed a smile. Creature, nature elf. Attribute, wood. Type, skills. Potential, bloodline. Level. Status, in conception, ample energy, continuously restoring vitality. Approximately 7 days and 3 hours until successful conception. The birth of an elf requires special opportunities and abundant natural energy. Wu Chun immediately realized that this soil was probably different from other places, or rather, the energy underground was abundant, which allowed for the conception of a nature elf. The most difficult part is its birth, but the process of conception is relatively easy. This nature elf had been in conception for a long time, at least half a year. If it hadn't been cut off by a plant-type beast, it might have already been born. Wu Chun was not anxious. In 7 days, the Junior Beast Tamer Academy would be on break. He would have free time then to come here. Anyway, while the elf conceives within the tree, it will not emit any signs of life before it's fully conceived. Hardly anyone would discover it. As long as he marks it and arrives promptly before the nature elf is fully conceived, no one would steal his opportunity. Wu Chun made a careful mark, and to prevent others from noticing the difference in this tree, he used the advanced healing spring once more. Leaves grew back on the big tree, making it lush and green, almost indistinguishable from the surrounding trees. Only then did he feel reassured and leave. By now, the sky had turned pitch black. In the darkness, Wu Chun's visibility was extremely low. Through the scanning function, he discovered many powerful beast creatures lying in wait nearby. His heart sank completely. He knew that because he had delayed for more than half an hour, he was now in grave danger. The path ahead wouldn't be easy since all the beasts had begun to stretch their limbs. A dark hunting feast had started. Little Fire Fox was exhausted already, and Wu Chun didn't dare to let Little Fire Fox carry him further. Riding Blood Rain through the dark night skies was much safer than during the day. At night, few creatures pay attention to the sky. They only hunt prey in the jungle. So Wu Chun directly climbed onto Blood Rain's back. Blood Rain's size had grown considerably. There was no way it could stand on Wu Chun's shoulder anymore. Its upright body measured about a meter, with wings spanning over 3 meters. Wu Chun sat comfortably on its back. Blood Rain, I depend on you. Fly in that direction. Screech. Blood Rain indicated that there were no problems. Its sharp eagle eyes were unaffected by the nightfall, and became even sharper and clearer, spotting the movements of beasts even more easily than during the day. This was the natural talent of eagle-type beast creatures. Nighttime was their hunting ground. Their eyes had evolved to handle the darkness rather than bright sunlight. Afterward, Wu Chun sighed in relief. No opponents were encountered on the aerial route, and the flight speed was faster. This might also be because he was now near the edge of the setting sun forest where there were fewer powerful beasts. Without much trouble, he emerged from the forest, finding himself by a river. Going upstream, feeling the strong airflow brushing against his clothes making them ripple, looking down at the wide river below and the dim city lights far away. It was an exhilarating and wondrous sensation. Following the river, he quickly found the road he came from. Bai Yuanfei and the others had long disappeared, likely unwilling to stay in the dark setting sun forest. Only when he reached the city gate did he dismiss Blood Rain and make his way back to the Junior Beast Tamer Academy. Not until he returned to his room did Wu Chun finally feel truly relaxed, while also feeling extremely drowsy. Today had been exhausting, so he decided not to train. Balance between tension and relaxation. He provided some top-tier beast grains, tailored specifically for Blood Rain and Little Fire Fox, telling them to rest well overnight. Wu Chun lay down and fell sound asleep immediately. Chapter 137. External Transformation. The next day, Wu Chun woke up at 6 o'clock feeling refreshed. Because he paid great attention to physical exercise and mental cultivation, Wu Chun always drank a cup of tea brewed with yangling grass before bed or practice. This was a common herbal medicine with the function of refreshing the mind and also nourishing the kidneys. Long-term consumption could slightly enhance one's spiritual power. Though the effect wasn't significant, Wu Chun persisted with it. After all, anything is better than nothing. At least drinking it early in the morning was good for the gut. Wu Chun also practiced every morning for half an hour, adhering to a routine from his previous life. 10 minutes of running and 100 push-ups. Such training helped to build both physical strength and improve mental qualities as well as shape the body. Speaking of this, Wu Chun suddenly remembered that he still had a leftover Yang Yan pill which he hadn't taken yet. It would help refine the blood, cleanse the marrow, and enhance his looks and aura. After pondering for a moment, he immediately retrieved the pill and swallowed it. Right after, Wu Chun's face changed drastically. He felt a warm stream continuously surging throughout his body, making him sweat profusely. Worse still, his skin seemed to be secreting black liquid. Terrified, Wu Chun rushed to take a shower. In any case, he was due for a wash after cultivating his powers, and he sensed the odor becoming increasingly worse. 10 minutes later, when Wu Chun changed into a new set of clothes and looked at himself in the mirror, even he couldn't help but pause in surprise. Is this me? In the mirror, his skin was now as smooth as milk, his face incomparably tender and flawless, soft like silk about to burst with just a blow. His tall nose bridge framed features that were strikingly clear and refined with an otherworldly charm, while his eyes shone brighter, brilliant as stars. Furthermore, Wu Chun's figure seemed to have grown a bit taller. Though he was already growing at a crucial stage, standing originally at 1.76 meters, which was neither tall nor short, yet after the pill, he felt much taller. His legs appeared longer, though taller, not weak, but balanced with muscle instead. Wu Chun was naturally strong. Being a teenager raised in the mountains who excelled in wilderness skills and boasted a solid 8-pack, the change in his appearance was profound with his once dark and plain face now replaced by fairness and a cultivated demeanor, transforming him almost completely. Steady, handsome, aloof, coupled with a gentle and composed grace emanating from within made Wu Chun achieve an unprecedented reversal in appearance. Feeling odd as he pinched his face, Wu Chun thought aloud, this seems too feminine? How can a man become so fair? But truly, a fair complexion covers a multitude of flaws. Unbothered by his own looks, Wu Chun quickly arrived at class. In fact, he wanted Blood Rain and Little Firefox to break through their current levels first, since his points were enough to exchange for 2 advanced demon spirit pills, which could each raise them by 1 level. However, time was tight, and anyway, there was plenty of time in the evening. When everyone in the class saw Wu Chun, they all showed looks of astonishment. Is this Wu Chun? Of course, they could recognize him. Only it was just a day. How had Wu Chun turned so pale? Moreover, his whole presence had entirely changed. The previous reserved and unremarkable look transformed into a charming young man exuding warmth. Many girls were mesmerized, much like those crazy fangirls chasing their idols from his previous life. Wu Chun smiled slightly. Anyone getting attention from others would surely feel happy. Lu Miaoyin was also gazing at Wu Chun with admiration. How come he changed so much in just a day? Appearance aside, she always felt Wu Chun's aura became more refined, with a mysterious elegance hard to describe. On the contrary, Bai Yuanfei stared at Wu Chun coldly, disliking the sight of people admiring him. In his eyes, everything Wu Chun achieved belonged to him. He should be the center of attention for Class 7. Chapter 138, Grade League. After Wu Chun sat down, Lu Miaoyin turned her beautiful eyes towards him and asked curiously, Wu Chun, how come you feel like a completely different person? Changed? What changed? I'm still me. Miss Lu, what do you mean? Wu Chun said earnestly. Lu Miaoyin couldn't help but mumble softly in confusion. It seems like you've become more handsome. How can a man suddenly have such good skin, even whiter and smoother than mine? Ah. Wu Chun stared at her in astonishment. Lu Miaoyin's face immediately turned red, and she stopped talking. Wu Chun slightly lifted the corner of his mouth, glanced at the beautiful young woman with somewhat flushed ears, then turned his head. Was she complimenting me? This small exchange naturally didn't escape the notice of many people. After all, they themselves were already the focal points of the class, and soon many people's faces showed envy and jealousy. The goddess Lu blushed again. What did she say to Wu Chun? Had their relationship reached this level? The goddess Lu has never shown any signs of shyness in front of anyone, yet it seemed like she only got shy around Wu Chun. Wu Chun usually looks quite honest, doesn't he? But his skill in flirting is rather masterful. Definitely an experienced player. Lu Miaoyin herself didn't actually understand why she, usually so reserved, was always having her thoughts disarrayed by every move of Wu Chun. It was as if this person gave off an air of approachability while also being unfathomably profound, and chatting with him always provided a comfort and harmony that couldn't be felt when talking to others. Many of his views showed absolutely no arrogance of nobility or inferiority of plebeian origin, only ever exuding confidence, humility, and calmness. What a mysterious person. As the 7th miss of the Lu family, Lu Miaoyin had very few friends. She wasn't necessarily haughty, but she was innately competitive, not willing to yield to anyone. Whether it came to cultural cultivation or pet abilities, from her perspective, these aspects were seen as trivialities. She simply couldn't stand those without strength who held nothing but empty pride. After a few days of interaction, she felt Wu Chun might be someone worth befriending. Qian Feng entered again, carrying a stack of study materials, scanned through the students, and said to Wu Chun, as the class president, could you pass out these materials? Yes. Wu Chun took the materials. It was a thick stack of papers, seemingly thin booklets of data. Upon opening them, the first page was a map showing rolling mountain ranges. As Wu Chun walked past each student's seat handing out the materials, when he reached Bai Yuanfei, the latter coldly avoided looking at Wu Chun, full of resentment. Wu Chun ignored him lazily. After all, he was just an immature, spoiled rich kid. Better to leave him alone. If he really angered Wu Chun wouldn't mind teaching him a lesson. This is a topographical map of a small mountain range. You should all know about Flame Mountain, one of our Tianyu Empire's 3 great perilous areas. Its vastness stretches for countless miles, containing countless active volcanoes and underground magma lakes. There, it's a paradise for fire-type beast pets. Of course, it's also a breeding ground for powerful beasts. Countless silver-class and even gold-class beasts cannot be counted. Every year, numerous beast pet masters hoping to capture strong beast pets and mine fire element veins lose their lives there. With your current abilities, stepping in means certain death. Everyone listening to Qian Feng's indifferent words felt chilled. Qian Feng continued. However, this map is the map of an area outside Flame Mountain. Our Flame City is near Flame Mountain, approximately 100 kilometers away. The outer region is divided into 9 small fortresses guarded by the Empire's army. What I've given you is the map of one of these outer Flame Mountain zones. Wu Chun furrowed his brow and asked, may I ask what the minter means? Qian Feng smiled upon seeing Wu Chun's question and said, you've been enrolled for half a month now. Every month, a grade league will be held among the classes of each grade, and this is the location for the grade league. Our class 7 will go there along with 7 other first-year classes for training. So keep these maps well. Chapter 139, Class Leader Authority. Grade League. Everyone started to get excited and began discussing. Isn't that where we can compete with people from other classes? That's great. I've been annoyed by Li Ziki from Class 3 for a long time. If I meet him this time, I'll beat him up for sure. You shouldn't have too high hopes. The Grade League is actually a kind of training. My brother is in the 2nd grade. I heard from my brother that going to Flame Mountain actually disrupts the order of each class and reorganizes them into several teams. Then they go into the Flame Mountains to look for things. It's not just about fighting. I heard that the Academy always takes out a lot of resources as rewards during the Grade League every year. Last year's reward for first place was a mid-level treasure weapon. Please be quiet and listen to the tutor finish speaking. Wu Chun said calmly and clearly. The noise gradually subsided. The students in the class were quite respectful of Wu Chun. After all, Wu Chun was low-key, came from a humble background, and was easygoing. Even though he was powerful, he had no airs. Of course, there were those who didn't approve, a small group of aristocratic offspring led by Bai Yuanfei. They had just intentionally caused disorder in the class earlier, and now only they continued their incessant chatter, seemingly trying to make Wu Chun look bad on purpose. Wu Chun wasn't angry but simply smiled at them. The other students also stared at them. Seeing that everyone else had stopped talking, these people naturally felt guilty and quickly shut up. This was because they noticed the displeasure in Tutor Qianfeng's eyes. Anyone daring to cause trouble in his class would surely face a terrible outcome. Tutor Qianfeng actually looked more favorably upon Wu Chun. Within such a short period, he had garnered such authority in the class. Truly, a talented person. The position of class leader indeed belonged to none other than him. The specific grouping will be announced this afternoon. Tomorrow is the start date of the grade league. After you are grouped, it would be best to mutually understand and communicate with your new teammates. This is a team competition, but individual rankings will also be assessed. Your entire process will be recorded by the Spirit Image Stone, so I hope we won't bring shame to Class 7. After saying this, Qianfeng resumed teaching the day's lesson. As usual, Wu Chun listened attentively, while simultaneously pondering the upcoming grade league. Since individual rankings would be evaluated, Wu Chun thought it necessary to enhance his strength to its peak. He would return and give Xiaoyu and Xiaohofox advanced beast spirit pills. At noon, Wu Chun was in his room, where Xiaohofox sat formally before him, and Xiaoyu stood on an iron rod. Both beast companions seemed to know that their master was about to give them a precious medicine capable of rapidly enhancing their abilities, so they waited eagerly for Wu Chun's move. Without any unnecessary talk, Wu Chun quickly consumed 200 exchange points to swap for 2 advanced beast spirit pills. He then handed one each to Xiaohofox and Xiaoyu, saying, "Take it." Both beasts promptly obeyed. Xiaohofox reacted first, its tail uncontrollably bursting into intense flames that shot high up, raising the temperature in the room sharply, scaring Wu Chun pale-faced. Luckily, it lasted only a few seconds before Xiaohofox regained control of the newly gained energy, extinguishing the flames. Otherwise, Wu Chun was genuinely afraid it might burn down his room. This meant Xiaohofox had advanced first, because Wu Chun could distinctly feel Xiaohofox's spiritual aura becoming stronger. Moreover, Wu Chun himself suddenly received a feedback of energy, purifying his mental powers slightly further and advancing his cultivation significantly. At least 3 to 4 days of hard practice were spared. Chapter 140. Increased Strength. Creature, Free-tailed Fire Fox. Attribute, Beast, Fire, Congenital Evil Fire. Type, Second Evolution. Skills, Bite, Tear Claw, Flame Tail, Triple Tail Strike. Potential, Silver Level. Bloodline, Nine-tailed Fox Diluted. Level, Bronze 4th rank. Status, Healthy. The young Fire Fox has broken through to the 4th rank of Bronze, advancing its strength even further. And with the enhancements from the 2 treasures, Fire Spirit Jade and Fire Claw Jade, it can now fight on par with 5th rank Bronze creatures. Wu Chun immediately shifted his hopeful gaze towards Blood Rain. Blood Rain did not disappoint. Soon, a burst of fiendish energy surged forth, stirring up a light whirlwind inside the room, scattering many small objects on the ground. But Wu Chun paid no attention as he quickly checked Blood Rain's information. Creature, Storm Giant Eagle. Attribute, Beast. Type, Second Evolution. Skills, Tear Claw, Eagle Soaring Skyward, Feather Arrow, Windblade. Potential, Silver. Bloodline, Storm Giant Eagle, activated. Level, Bronze 6th rank. Status, Healthy. 6th rank Bronze. Wu Chun has finally reached the level of an advanced Beastmaster. Possessing pets below the 5th rank is considered a low-level Beastmaster, while those owning pets at or above the 5th rank are true high-level Beastmasters. Of course, whether low or high, they are merely subdivisions within the realm of first-tier Beastmasters. Wu Chun still has a long way to go before becoming a second-tier Beastmaster. Despite breaking through to the 6th rank, Blood Rain showed no apparent changes in appearance. However, its feathers were noticeably sharper, feeling like steel knives when touched by Wu Chun. One can only imagine how terrifying the storm of arrows Blood Rain unleashes would be. Even against a group of beasts below the 6th rank, Blood Rain wouldn't fall behind. Since the Heavenwind's Wing was classified as an advanced treasure, even though Blood Rain has stepped into the higher ranks, it can still use it. The 70% speed boost allows Blood Rain to match 7th rank beasts. If Wu Chun were to face that vine ghost tree that once gave him such trouble again now, although he may not be able to kill it, he could surely make it pay dearly. Both Blood Rain and the Little Fire Fox have greatly increased in strength. I suppose there aren't many people in the entire Junior Beastmaster Academy who can match me. Winning this league contest should be completely without issue. However, it's really annoying that I still have to form a team with others. As a result, I won't be able to employ many techniques. Wu Chun sighed deeply. Well, as long as the Little Fire Fox's strength is enough for the situation, we will keep Blood Rain's strength hidden for now. Once others find out I have a 6th rank beast pet, it will likely attract unnecessary troubles. It's not that Wu Chun fears trouble. In Yinqing, where he resides, he feels no sense of security at all. These aristocratic sons wield great power within the academy, as well as across Yinqing. Take Zheng Hao for instance, who has a second-tier beastmaster as his backing, and Bai Yuanfei, being the eldest son of the Bai family, relies on the entirety of the Bai clan. If they wanted to, they could send out some skilled fighters to surround and kill Wu Chun at any time. And with his status and position, plus having grandfather as the city lord, what can anyone possibly do to him? This is precisely the reason Wu Chun fears and avoids conflict. Otherwise, he would have eliminated such a pest long ago. After all, this is a world ruled by strength. Without enough power himself, and unable to borrow a strong trend, Wu Chun could only remain low profile and develop cautiously. Chapter 141, Gathering at the Plaza. The next morning, instead of going to class, Wu Chun and the others were notified to gather on the plaza. In the afternoon of the previous day, Wu Chun had already learned about his grouping information. There were 8 classes in the first grade with over 400 students, all divided into teams of 8. This was because even the outer regions of the Flame Mountain Range carried immense danger. Grouping them in teams of 8 was also a measure taken for the safety of the students. A group of 8 could handle regular bronze rank 6 or 7 stage beastmen without issue. As for silver rank beastmen, they were non-existent here. These Flame Mountain regions were under the control of Flame City. Over the years, powerful individuals would enter these areas regularly to clear them out. The probability of encountering a silver rank creature was minuscule, keeping things within a manageable scope. Additionally, the Academy dispatched 6 mentors to accompany them, all possessing flying beast pets, ensuring timely rescue when needed. Of course, there couldn't be zero life and death crises. But that was precisely the essence of trials and competitions. On one hand, it allowed students from different classes to get acquainted with each other, exchange experiences, compete against one another, while giving them enough pressure to realize that being a beast master wasn't a comfortable occupation, but rather a path requiring constant bloody battles. Wu Chun and the others first assembled on the square in their respective class order. There were 8 classes in total, with the class president standing proudly at the front of each one. Each of them was an object of attention among all the students. Wu Chun was naturally among them. He observed the class presidents from the other 7 classes, and those presidents were also observing him. The class president of Class 1 turned out to be Wang Yu, the 5th-ranked youth of the Wang family. Dressed in white robes, he exuded remarkable presence. He stood silently with his hands behind his back, but his gaze unmistakably lingered on Wu Chun, filled with intense curiosity. However, more often than not, his eyes sought Lu Miaoyin, who stood behind Wu Chun. He liked Lu Miaoyin as well, but while Lu Miaoyin didn't dislike him and treated him politely, she clearly had no serious interest in him. The president of Class 2 was Lu Xiaohua. He was originally one of the key people Wu Chun had intended to observe closely, mainly to learn more about the Lu family. But since he shared the same class as Lu Miaoyin, there wasn't much interaction between them, though Wu Chun thought it might be worthwhile to establish contact at some point. Since Lu Xiaohua was close friends with Lu Miaoyin and appeared introverted, unpretentious, and non-aggressive, it seemed evident that he was someone with deep thoughts. The class president of Class 3 was unfamiliar to Wu Chun, but surprisingly, she was a girl. This fact earned her Wu Chun's respect immediately. In a world dominated by power, male students far outnumbered female students, especially given that many came from prestigious families. For a girl to become the class president required not only strength, but also wisdom and strategy, traits that made Wu Chun take notice. Class 3's president, however, was a reticent young man who stood calmly with his hands behind his back, presenting a composed demeanor. His calm eyes subtly observed everything around him. According to what Wu Chun knew, he should be the young master of the Zheng family, Zheng Tianxi. This person kept a low profile, and having heard no ill rumors about him, unlike Bai Yuanfei, who was known for his arrogance and domineering ways, Wu Chun presumed this Zheng Tianxi must also be someone with depth. Some of the others were familiar to Wu Chun while others weren't. After taking a quick scan around, Wu Chun slightly closed his eyes and waited silently. What Wu Chun did not know was that the others were equally stunned upon seeing him standing prominently among the 7th class, while both Bai Yuanfei and Lu Miaoyin could only stand quietly behind him in the crowd. Is this Wu Chun, the one who defeated Miaoyin and Bai Yuanfei? A remarkable person indeed, but judging by his demeanor, it seems hard to read his intentions. It might not be good for Miaoyin to get too close to him. Lu Xiaohua was the first to focus his eyes on Wu Chun, deep in thought. Chapter 142, Principal Jiang. Soon, the person hosting this year's grade league competition appeared. It was a middle-aged man nearing 50, with a posture as firm as a hardy pine tree. He walked with his hands clasped behind his back, wearing a gown embroidered with clouds and mountains. His demeanor was calm and serene, reminiscent of a Taoist priest. However, when Wu Chun tried to sense this man's mental energy, he couldn't see through it at all, causing him to immediately feel a chill in his heart. This was undoubtedly a powerful individual. Even though he could faintly sense the profound spiritual strength of Mentor Qian Feng, this elder emitted absolutely nothing discernible. Wu Chun, why are you staring so intently at Principal Jiang? Lu Miaoyin asked curiously from behind. Is he the principal? Wu Chun sounded surprised. Lu Miaoyin looked exasperated, eyeing Wu Chun as if he were foolish. I really don't know what to say to you. You've been here for so long and still don't know who the principal is. Wu Chun awkwardly rubbed his hands together. It's just that I never get the chance to see the principal normally. We're only first-year students after all, and we're managed by the Grade 1 teaching committee. Lu Miaoyin smiled softly as she spoke. The principal is the hallmark of the Junior Familiar Master Academy. He is a 3rd-level familiar master who has spent many years immersed in his craft. His mental energy must have long reached the peak of the spirit tree stage. It's because of the principal that the academy remains so prosperous. Wu Chun raised an eyebrow and said, it's not easy to advance to the 3rd level of a familiar master. In Flame City, while I don't know how many 3rd-level familiar masters there are, I've heard that the City Lord of Flame City is a 3rd-level familiar master from the Bai family. How does the City Lord compare to our principal? Lu Miaoyin obviously didn't expect Wu Chun to ask such a pointed and difficult question. As a member of the Lu family, she knew that it was taboo for the younger generation of prestigious families to compare the strong individuals from different major families, especially in front of outsiders. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Miaoyin quietly said, it seems likely that the principal is even stronger. The condition to advance to the 3rd level of a familiar master requires possessing more than 2 gold-level beasts. It's rumored that one of the principal's familiars reached the peak of the gold-level beast stage several years ago, just one step away from breaking into the next level. Perhaps the breakthrough would also lead to a significant improvement in the principal's mental power. And the current city lord Bai Wuqiu is a few years younger than the principal, yet his strongest familiar may still struggle to compete against the principal. For this very reason, our 4 great families show such respect to the Junior Familiar Master Academy. To be honest, we respect Principal Jiang more than the academy itself. Wu Chun suddenly said seriously, thank you. I understand that it might have been difficult for you to tell me these things, being someone outside of the 4 great families. Lu Miaoyin was surprised. She hadn't expected Wu Chun to be so astute and polite, treating her neither flirtatiously nor out of lust or greed as a member of a prominent family might do. There was only mutual respect and a hint of camaraderie between friends. This feeling made Lu Miaoyin feel quite content. She couldn't help but feel closer to Wu Chun internally, then teased him suddenly, saying, so how do you plan to thank me? Wu Chun thought for a moment. How about dinner? Lu Miaoyin was momentarily speechless. Given her unique status, she rarely left her clan, let alone had people successfully invite her to social activities, except during solemn events hosted among the 4 major families. For ordinary people, it was incredibly hard to get her attention. But how come with Wu Chun? Inviting her felt like giving him face. Still, Lu Miaoyin was experiencing something new, interacting with someone who wasn't from one of the prominent families. She found it rather intriguing, especially since she was also curious about how Wu Chun planned to invite her. So, she agreed. Alright, but I am extremely picky about food, you know. The two exchanged smiles. Of course, Bai Yuanfei watched all this clearly, seeing Wu Chun chatting intimately with Lu Miaoyin every day, which almost made his lungs explode in anger. She was already designated to be his woman. Wu Chun, I'll definitely kill you. Bai Yuanfei muttered darkly with malicious intent. Chapter 143, Team Formation. Principal Zhang looked down at the gathered students with a smiling face and said, Dear students, you've already spent a few days studying here and should be familiar with our academy's teaching model. Our primary aim as the Junior Beastmaster Academy is to educate powerful individuals who will become pillars of strength for the Empire. In this world where power is supreme, it is the first element. Therefore, in this grade league competition, we hope that all students work together wholeheartedly, displaying your best abilities, and learn teamwork. In this tournament, there will be awards given to the top 5 teams. The reward for the first place team, after careful consideration by the Academy, is a mid-level treasure artifact. The specific attribute can be chosen by the winner based on their preference, allowing them to select an artifact suited to their beast pet's attributes. An additional bonus of 500 soul crystals will also be awarded. The second place team receives a low-level treasure artifact with an extra 300 soul crystals. The third place reward is a low-level treasure artifact. The fourth and fifth places rewards are each 100 soul crystals. Furthermore, individual performances will result in rankings for the top 3 members, calculated separately, and according to performance, Academy credits will be rewarded, equivalent in value to soul crystals, but unable to be exchanged directly for them. You can exchange them for corresponding items in our Academy's Treasure House Finance Department. Hearing about the substantial reward for the first place team, a mid-level treasure artifact and 500 soul crystals, filled all the students with excitement. This time, the Academy certainly didn't hold back, presenting dozens of treasure artifacts. After all, this was a team ranking system. Members of the winning team would each receive a treasure artifact. For the first place team, it meant that everyone could obtain a mid-level treasure artifact. Clearly, the Academy had plenty of resources. Treasure artifacts held immense value. Among the students, fewer than 30% probably owned one, and most were low-tier ones. Mid-tier treasure artifacts were incredibly valuable, costing thousands of soul crystals each, which only young aristocrats like Bai Yuanfei could afford. Regular small families, or even the lesser nobility from the towns surrounding Flame City, couldn't dream of affording such luxuries. No matter how it was put, the reward was the key attraction. At least Wu Chun found himself quite moved by it. With a single speech, the principal had successfully sparked enthusiasm among the students, making many eager to participate. A man around 30 years old stepped forward. He was Mr. Wang, responsible for the first-year students. Each class now begins forming teams. I will announce the team rosters one by one. Team 1 consists of Gaziki and Lu Yuan from Class 3. The 8 classes were disbanded and reformed into 50 teams, each composed of about 8 people. Most participants came from different classes, rarely allowing classmates to stay together. This arrangement aimed to strengthen competition and understanding between classes. With such rich rewards, these students, regardless of which class they were from, were expected to cooperate earnestly to secure the mid-level treasure artifact reward. Soon enough, Wu Chun heard his own name called out. Team 26 includes Li Wenqi from Class 3, Su Hu, Wu Chun from Class 7, Li Qinyang and Li Qinma from Class 8, Su Kai and Lu Feng from Class 1, and Zhong Yunyun from Class 4. That was the list of the 26th team, consisting of 8 people. Those whose names were called quickly gathered at the front. Wu Chun swiftly left his original Class 7 group and looked toward his new teammates who were also departing their respective groups. Apart from Su Hu, who was quiet and taciturn and belonged to the same class as him, Wu Chun wasn't familiar with anyone else. Hello, I'm Wu Chun. Being the class president of Class 7, Wu Chun naturally led the way by greeting others with a smile. Li Wenqi, you're the president of Class 7, right? If you can be the president, you must be very strong. It seems I've encountered someone great to depend on. Li Wenqi beamed at Wu Chun with excitement. Chapter 144, Team Leader Wu Chun. The Li Qinyang and Li Qinma brothers also cheerfully approached Wu Chun and said, Brother Wu, since we're in the same team now, we should get to know each other better. Wu Chun smiled and said, That's true. I'm sure you don't want to give up on that first place reward either, right? Of course, that's a mid-level treasure artifact. Who wouldn't be envious? Li Qinyang envied. My brother and I only have a low-level treasure artifact. It's far inferior to a mid-level one. If I could have a mid-level treasure artifact for my shadow tiger, its strength would improve greatly. Who isn't like that? Wu Chun found himself getting along well with these few people, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. The girl named Zhong Yunyun gave Wu Chun a sweet smile, which was very alluring, and extended her white little hand, saying, Zhong Yunyun, nice to meet everyone. Getting to know so many people this time is worth it. Actually, I'm not too fixated on the treasure artifact. You must come from a rich family if you look down on treasure artifacts, huh? Li Wenqi exaggeratedly remarked. Zhong Yunyun blushed, and said, Not at all. It's just that I temporarily don't lack treasure artifacts. Beside her, Li Qinma exclaimed in surprise. Are you from the Zhong family? That's right. Upon hearing Zhong Yunyun's confirmation, Li Qinyang envied. The Zhong family is a big clan in Yen City. Though not as prestigious as the 4 great families, they are still top tier in the city, dealing in the mineral stone trade. They indeed have mines at home. Zhong Yunyun cutely rolled her eyes. Despite being young, she had delicate features, rosy white skin, and flowing long hair, exuding a certain mist-like charm. Zhong Yunyun stared at Wu Chun with his calm expression, showing a bit of curiosity and amazement. Big brother Wu Chun, I know about you. I've heard that you're the strongest in Class 7, even making Bai Yuanfei retreat helplessly. Today, I finally get to meet you in person. But, you yourself, are handsomer than I imagined. Wu Chun awkwardly smiled. This girl was truly outspoken, her personality uninhibited. I think we should discuss who should be the leader now. On the contrary, the two people from Class 1 were rather cold and aloof, not meaning to get close to Wu Chun and the others. They went straight to the point. The leader can only be taken by the strongest. Wu Chun, although you're the class president of Class 7, we don't submit to you. Wu Chun frowned. These two looked quite arrogant and rebellious. But he wasn't angry. Instead, he calmly asked, "Then who do you think should be the leader?" Su Kai proudly said, "It should be me, naturally. I, Su Kai, consider myself not weak in Class 1 either, Wu Chun. Do you have any objections to me being the leader?" Judging from the attitudes of these two from Class 1, they were overly arrogant, provoking dissatisfaction from Zhong Yunyun and others. With a straightforward character, Zhong Yunyun's anger showed on her face before Wu Chun even spoke. She huffed, "Who are you guys? You don't acknowledge Wu Chun, and I don't acknowledge you either. Anyway, we all support Wu Chun. Whether you follow or not is up to you." That's right. Being powerful is respected, but how could Big Brother Wu be worse than you? You. Su Kai's face immediately turned alternately green and pale, unsure of what to retort. He had also heard of Wu Chun. Both his pet and combat abilities had reached the 5th level. He probably couldn't beat Wu Chun head-on and instantly regretted saying those words. He just didn't feel comfortable seeing Wu Chun taking the limelight. Wu Chun ignored him completely. They were just two guys bringing trouble upon themselves. Since no one has objections, then I will lead everyone this time. Okay. As for Su Hu, he was very low-key. A nod from Wu Chun indicated he had no objections. Soon, everything was allocated. Under the teacher's leadership, they left the academy. At the academy gate, dozens of vehicles pulled by horned horses were parked, and everyone boarded one. The grand convoy departed the city heading for their destination, while the mentors took their flying beasts. Chapter 145, Splitting Up. The flame mountains were vast, with countless towering peaks stretching across the land. Intense sunlight illuminated the terrain, casting a crimson glow over the distant mountains in sight. A scorching wind blew in from the front, bringing with it a heat comparable to walking through a desert. Wu Chun felt the intense temperature that was clearly above 30 degrees Celsius and couldn't help but marvel. No wonder this place was a paradise for fire-type pet monsters. Even ordinary people could hardly endure staying here for long. And Wu Chun suspected that beneath these mountains lay dormant volcanoes and active ones, as well as an abundance of fire-type minerals buried within. From afar, they saw a massive fiery valley guarded by around 1,000 soldiers. There were numerous tents set up nearby. These tents were made from the hides of special water-type pet monsters, providing the effect of lowering the temperature and blocking heat. While the soldiers sweated profusely outside in the oppressive heat, stepping inside one of the tents was like entering a natural air-conditioned room, instantly cooling them down. This was Wu Chun's first time seeing the Empire's army. A force larger than 1,000 wasn't something that Green Hill Town could possibly have. It was only available at the city level. And around the perimeter of the Outer Flame Mountains, there were 9 canyons, each guarded by about 1,000 soldiers whose mission was to prevent pet monsters inside from escaping and causing chaos in Flame City. After Wang Jiawei met with the military commander, he had all students disembark from their carriages and gather near the canyon entrance. The common soldiers watched curiously as those youthful and spirited young pet monster trainers passed by, each with admiration gleaming in their eyes. Pet monster trainers held a revered status, but not just anyone could become one. At least for regular folks without background or wealth, even purchasing a single pack charm would be impossible. 5 mentors, including Wang Jiawei, stood in front of everyone. Wang Su's face turned solemn as he spoke. "All right, quiet down immediately. This year's league competition is straightforward. See that canyon entrance? It's the 3rd fire valley on the outskirts of Flame Mountain. It has been artificially altered for many years now, with complex terrain and multiple forks in its paths. The entire area stretches 200 kilometers. Countless fire-type pet monsters live here. Of course, there won't be any extraordinarily powerful ones present. The Academy dispersed many sachets containing these jade tokens." He took out a translucent jade token for everyone to see, smiling as he said, "These jade tokens are scattered in various places. Some might be easily visible right away, while others may reside deep within the layers of powerful pet monsters. And your task is to collect these jade tokens. You're allowed to take them from one another, but you're strictly forbidden from killing each other. Only having one jade token will be considered passing the class league competition adequately, earning you basic points compensation at the very least. The more jade tokens you acquire, the better rewards you'll receive based on rankings. Students who don't obtain a single jade token will receive no rewards and will have to work labor duty for a month, unpaid." Everyone immediately perked up. Wasn't this merely about obtaining jade tokens? Who wanted to provide free labor to the academy for an entire month? Wu Chun contemplated deeply. "Now, you can proceed inside," continued Wang Jiawei. "You have 3 days. By noon on the 3rd day, if any team hasn't gathered back together, it will be disqualified, and every member will be penalized accordingly." "Understood." Everyone quickly agreed. Satisfied, Wang Jiawei commanded, "Go ahead." Various teams immediately began rushing into the passage. Wu Chun noticed that Wang Yu from Class 1 and Lu Xiaohua from Class 2 led their respective teams, charging at the forefront. He told his companions beside him, "Let's go in too." Chapter 146, Spike Bubble Blowfish. Wu Chun wasn't in a hurry. He led the group at a leisurely pace, waiting until most people had already left before calmly entering the valley. This valley was quite expansive, with a width of more than 10 meters. The mountains on both sides soared hundreds of meters high, their jagged surfaces revealing dark red rocks, something Wu Chun knew resulted from an overabundance of red phosphorus. The temperature inside the valley was even higher, like stepping into a small furnace, making everyone feel suffocated under the intense heat. Zhong Yunyun hurriedly said, "Thank goodness I have a water-type pet beast that can cool us all down. Come out, little ball. Suddenly, a pet beast about the size of a ball appeared. It resembled a blowfish, its entire body an eerie shade of blue, covered in spines. Its large eyes blinked innocently as it lay dumbly in its owner's palm, looking at everyone curiously. Suddenly, its body inflated to a huge sack-like balloon, resembling an air-filled ball, utterly comical and cute. Its little mouth opened and closed, blowing bubbles that grew and shrank alternately. Everyone stared with wide eyes. What kind of pet beast was this? Wu Chen scanned it at a glance. Species, spike bubble blowfish. Attribute, beast water. Type, unevolved. Skills, water bubbles, poison spike shooting, spiky ball rolling. Potential, high bronze rank. Bloodline, none. Level, bronze 3rd tier. Condition, healthy. This was just a very common water-type pet beast, with extremely low talent. Its growth potential hadn't even reached silver rank. Zhong Yunyun sighed helplessly. This is my secondary pet. Although it may seem to have limited potential, it is quite balanced among water-type beasts. Both attack and defense capabilities are excellent. Its water bubble skill can enhance water elemental defenses, which will perfectly help to lower the temperature here. With that, she called out sweetly, Little ball, give everyone a layer of water bubble defense. The spike bubble blowfish looked dazed for a moment before suddenly emitting an oversized bubble that immediately covered Li Qinyang's head. Li Qinyang now looked like he was wearing a transparent glass globe helmet. Hilariously absurd. What the hell? Covering only the head. How useless is that? Li Qinyang tried it out. He could still breathe, but if each of them entered the valley with a bubble-headed appearance, they'd surely be laughed off by others. Li Wenqi burst into laughter, spitting out the water she'd just drunk while pointing at Li Qinyang uncontrollably laughing. Tears streamed down her face, while Li Qinyang turned bright red. Zhong Yunyun panicked. Oh no, little ball, your bubble is too small. The spike bubble blowfish seemed to understand. This time, it spat out a much larger bubble, completely enveloping Li Qinyang. Despite being fully surrounded, he could still walk normally without the bubble breaking. It was as though a thin layer of water film continuously surrounded them all, truly wondrous. At the same time, they were thoroughly insulated from the outside heat. Everyone felt the cool flow of water refresh their spirit, and continued their journey deeper into the valley. However, after just a few minutes, they saw more than a dozen forked paths ahead. So many roads. Which one should we take? Wu Chen examined the footprints on the ground and chose the path with the least marks. This one. Roads crowded with people mean fierce competition. Since we've just entered and have 3 days remaining, there's no need to conflict with anyone. Good. Su Kai and Lu Feng coldly snorted, saying, we hope your decision doesn't end up costing us a single jade token. The rest of the group didn't bother engaging with these two petty individuals. Chapter 147. Su Hu's surprise. They didn't walk along the road for long before Wu Chen saw 2 groups of people at an impasse on a small hill, their tempers flaring. Both parties had summoned their respective demonic pets. Upon closer inspection by Wu Chen, he saw that lying on the ground was a dead earth scorpion demon beast with its tail tied by a red rope, which held a small cloth pouch. After thinking it over, Wu Chen could deduce the reason. It must be that one of the 2 sides discovered the demon beast with a sachet bound to it. Realizing that the jade token was here, they then joined forces to kill the demon beast. But before they could claim their reward, another group arrived and wanted to seize the spoils for themselves. When both groups noticed Wu Chen and his party joining as a third party, they glared suspiciously at them, as if waiting for any intervention so they could launch a joint attack. What's with all the hostility? Li Wenqi asked eagerly, should we grab it? Wu Chen shook his head and laughed. We've just entered the valley. There are bound to be plenty of these jade tokens. There's no need to snatch what others have already found. Besides, antagonizing 2 parties for 1 jade token is far from worth it. There will be opportunities ahead. The group moved forward. Not long after, they came upon 4 forks in the road. Wu Chen raised a hand to his forehead and said, now I know why we don't see other teams. The layout of this valley is very cunning. To prevent our teams from gathering together and causing unnecessary conflict, many different paths have been designed. The purpose is to disperse us throughout the area. I wonder how many forks there actually are. The usually silent Su Hu suddenly spoke up. I think this is fine. Our biggest danger doesn't come from these students, but rather from the demonic beasts of Flame Mountain Range. Hundreds of people are nothing compared to this vast canyon. Only through confronting complex environments and wilderness beast dangers can we properly train ourselves. Reasonable. Su Hu, who would have thought you were so deep despite being quiet most of the time? Li Wenqi patted him on the shoulder. Su Hu simply smiled and fell silent again. Wu Chen said, Su Hu is right. Our greatest danger lies with wild demons. Everyone should stay alert. If the academy brought us here, it's certainly not for a leisurely stroll. We must proceed cautiously. Let me take the lead. With that, Wu Chen summoned out Ziohuaxio, Little Fire Fox. When Little Fire Fox, with 4th stage power, appeared, everyone's expression immediately changed. In the entire academy, few people owned a 4th stage demon beast. Word has it that Wu Chen defeated by Yuan Fei using this little fox alone. Despite looking harmless, whenever its eyes stared at them, the group felt immense pressure. Strong pressure indeed. Worthy of being called Senior Wu. Me too. Li Wenqi summoned his own demonic pet, a 3rd stage ground rock rat. Creature, ground rock rat. Attribute, beast, earth. Type, unevolved. Skills, digging, ground sink, sand blast cannon. Potential, high bronze rank. Bloodline, none. Level, bronze rank 3rd stage. Status, healthy. Although the ground rock rat does not have strong direct combat ability, its skills offer significant constraints. It can dig tunnels underground, making its movements unpredictable. Moreover, it excels at earth-type skills like ground sink, where it can quietly dig under the surface without notice. With Little Fire Fox in the open and ground rock rat operating secretly, there would be no issues. Meanwhile, Su Hu looked at Wu Chen's Little Fire Fox with twinkling eyes. He certainly knew that not long ago, Wu Chen's fox had just reached the 3rd stage and became 3-tailed Fire Fox, which was less than 10 days ago, yet now it had already achieved the 4th stage. A 3rd stage Little Fire Fox managed to make by Yuan Fei's 4th stage Swift Wind Magic Wolf flee, whereas now at the 4th stage, it might even match against by Yuan Fei's main pet. This Wu Chen's cultivation speed, how astonishing is it? Chapter 148, 5th rank Sand Snake. Next, a beast finally discovered Wu Chun and his group, coming up to provoke them. The temperature here was very high. Almost all creatures surviving here were of the fire or rock type. Wu Chun encountered many earth scorpions and fire lizards. These two types of creatures were the most common ones around here. However, they were mostly first or second rank creatures. Little fire fox didn't even need to put in much effort. Lazily raising its paw once would solve the battle. Li Wenxi, on the other hand, excitedly followed behind to collect beast cores. These beast cores also counted as team property and would be evenly distributed afterward. Even when they suggested that since Wu Chun had made the kill, he could take them, he refused with firm words. Since this was a team operation, everything should be divided according to the team's benefit. Only then would it not cause any conflict. Moreover, low-rank beast cores were something Wu Chun didn't look at too much. He did the system's daily task every day now. There was no doubt that this feature was a boon for Wu Chun. The daily tasks mostly consisted of some simple routines like defeating 3 opponents or defeating 5 fourth-rank pet beasts, and such tasks. The academy had practical combat classes every afternoon. Wu Chun actively challenged some people. Of course, without a doubt, all of them suffered humiliating defeats. Nonetheless, he had accumulated quite a bit of soul crystals. This also counted as the simplest and most stable income without capital. But after half an hour, Wu Chun's group walked through 3 more crossroads. Now, they had completely lost track of their direction. The surrounding teams, which originally numbered 3 to 5, had now reduced so that only a few of them aimlessly wandered in the wide canyon. SSSSSS. Wu Chun suddenly became alert. At this time, Li Wenxi also felt something and warned everyone with surprise. Be careful. There's a beast in the sand beneath your feet. 5 meters ahead, the sandy land began to collapse. Undoubtedly, this was the work of a ground rock rat. Suddenly, a massive snake burst out of the sand. It was over 8 meters long and had been entirely buried in a pit covered naturally by wind-blown sand, waiting to ambush prey. Li Qinyang and others revealed serious expressions because this was actually a 5th-rank bronze-level beast. Creature, sand snake. Attribute, beast. Type, unevolved. Skills, fatal fangs, death squeeze, tail whip. Potential, high bronze. Bloodline, none. Rank, 5th-rank bronze. Status, healthy. Everyone be careful. This beast is very strong. A 5th-rank beast was something a general student could definitely not handle alone, which was why the academy arranged entrance in groups. Yet, it was still nothing to overlook. Wu Chun, let me help you. Zhong Yunyun worriedly looked at Wu Chun. Wu Chun shook his head and said, it's just a 5th-rank beast, I can handle it. Your spiky pufferfish might get wiped out instantly. It's not a big deal. Li Chenma excitedly asked, is team leader Wu going to handle it alone? Without answering, Wu Chun directly gave orders. Little Fire Fox, it's up to you. You. Little Fire Fox proudly stood with its tail erect. Its small, cute body slowly moved toward the sand snake, revealing a haughty demeanor. Although it was the first time it was facing a 5th-rank beast, it showed no fear at all. The sand snake's eyes tightly focused on this smaller prey, its body swiftly moving closer in less than 2 seconds. It opened its fangs and bit down hard on Little Fire Fox. Although Little Fire Fox was proud, its perception always remained vigilant and sharp. In an instant, it quickly dodged and then tore into the sand snake's head fiercely with its claws. However, the sand snake was even more agile. Quickly changing direction, it avoided being struck on the head. Little Fire Fox managed to hit its body instead, as if hitting rock, just tearing a few scales off but not drawing any blood. High defense was one of the features of the sand snake. Chapter 149, A Little Intimidation, Initial Prestige Established. With the first attack missing, the sand snake quickly struck again. The bite force of a 5th-rank sand snake was enough to easily shatter rocks, let alone the flesh and blood body of a small fire fox. At the critical moment, the little fire fox emitted an angry fox call, with flames bursting forth from its 3 tails as they lashed fiercely towards the sand snake's head. This blow directly caused intense pain to the sand snake's head, burning it pitch black. However, it also managed to bite off a chunk of Blood Rain's fur, leaving one of her tails rather bald. Blood Rain followed up on her advantage, once again slamming her flame tail. Her tiny body showed no fear against the massive sand snake. She slapped it like clapping hands against its head repeatedly, making the sand snake so enraged and dazed that it couldn't catch the small fire fox, who was fast and agile. Everyone, including the Li brothers and Zhong Yunyun, were dumbfounded when they saw the cute little fox pressing down and fighting so fiercely against this 5th-rank sand snake. Even the 7th person among them stared in disbelief as the 4th-rank fire fox beat the sand snake savagely. The scales of the sand snake had fallen off significantly, exposing many burned chunks of meat. Meanwhile, the little red fox remained unscathed apart from its somewhat ruffled tail, continuing to grow stronger with each battle. Wu Laoda is truly Wu Laoda. His spirit beast is unbelievably powerful. Li Wenxi couldn't hide his envy. Of course, the strength of a spirit pet depends not only on the pet's natural talents, but also on the owner's training and combat prowess. Just by seeing how calm and collected Wu Chun stood, hands behind his back, watching this battle unfold, everyone could tell that he didn't consider this 5th-rank sand snake a challenge at all. After a while, the sand snake finally had its head smashed violently by the triple tail strike of the fire fox. Its blood plasma splattered everywhere as it fell onto the ground, its body still writhing. Let's go. Wu Chun skillfully used his dagger to cut open the sand snake's head, retrieving its spirit core. He then handed it over to Li Wenxi with a mild gesture, indicating that the group should continue their journey. But after this incident, everyone truly witnessed Wu Chun's formidable power. Instantly, admiration turned into reverence in everyone's hearts, including Su Kai and Lu Feng, who initially clamored to be the team leader. They both shivered and no longer mentioned leading the team, instead remaining obedient throughout the journey. And Su developed even more respect for Wu Chun. He knew that Wu Chun was just like him, someone who came from a small place, but was far superior. From then on, Wu Chun rarely participated in the fights. The small fire fox jumped onto his shoulder to rest, refusing to work anymore. Wu Chun thus allowed others to summon their spirit pets to proceed forward, intervening only when they encountered some 5th or 4th rank spirit beasts. For the most part, he let his teammates take care of it. His earlier move was intentional intimidation, shaking his position within the group. Moving forward, there was no longer a need. After all, Blood Rain fighting lower-rank spirit beasts would offer no improvement. It'd be better to give others a chance to practice, as this was a trial for all students aimed at enhancing their wilderness combat experience and training their spirit pets. Big Brother Wu, look, what is that? Zhang Yunyun's eyes suddenly lit up as she pointed to a rocky hillside where a bright red sachet hung conspicuously on a protruding rock. A jade token. Finally, we've found one. Li Chun mocked. It truly came effortlessly. I'll do it. My spirit pet belongs to the flying class. It can directly retrieve it. Sukai awkwardly looked at everyone, mustering up courage to say so, intending to mend relations with the group. Wu Chun smiled faintly and said, then it's in your hands. Sukai's heart settled instantly as he confidently summoned his spirit pet. Thunder Eagle, go. A giant bird of prey soared into the sky, its whole body glowing with thunderous electricity. With a quick flapping of its wings, it rushed to snatch the sachet hanging from the cliff. Wu Chun hadn't anticipated that Sukai's spirit pet would actually possess 4th-rank strength, likely its main spirit beast. Being of the thunder element naturally boosted its attack, coupled with the flight advantage. No wonder he was so arrogant at the beginning. In fact, except for Su Hu and himself, probably nobody in the team could match him. Chapter 150, Picking a Fight. However, at this very moment, a sharp, earth-yellow glow erupted from behind Wu Chun and his group, hurtling towards the Thunder Dao, Lei Diao, causing it to turn its head in panic. Even so, the shockwaves that followed after the yellow glow exploded still left the creature wobbling precariously. My Thunder Dash. Sukai immediately became enraged. Wu Chun and the others quickly turned their attention to the rear, where 8 people strolled over with composure. Leading them was a person of refined features and cold, penetrating eyes who was already fixating on Wu Chun. Wu Chun immediately recognized this individual as the class leader from Class 3, Zheng Taiyangsai from the Zheng family. And when Wu Chun noticed Zheng Hao glaring at him from behind Zheng Taiyangsai's team, he knew instantly. He had been tracked by an enemy. Moreover, given that Zheng Taiyangsai and Zheng Hao were from the same clan, they were clearly here for revenge. Damn it, you bastards. Are you asking for death? You actually dare to mess with us. Li Wenqi, who feared neither heaven nor earth, let loose with foul language right away, pointing at the other side while berating them openly. So what if we block your path? Brat, clean up your filthy mouth unless you want me to break your dog legs. The opposing team immediately became menacing, showing threatening expressions directed toward Li Wenqi. But Li Wenqi wasn't intimidated in the slightest. He responded contemptuously. What a show. Scaring who? Was I raised to be scared? He then addressed Wu Chun with righteous determination. Boss, let's beat them up. Zheng Yunyun gave him a severe glare and spoke gravely to Wu Chun. The one in front is Zheng Taiyangsai. He belongs to the main line of the Zheng family and has excellent talent. He's famous. Big Brother Wu, you need to be careful. If it doesn't work out, we can retreat. There's no reason to directly confront them over just a jade pendant. Wu Chun nodded, understanding that Zheng Yunyun cared for all of them, not because she looked down on him, but because even though Wu Chun could fight, that didn't mean everyone else could. Many of those accompanying Zheng Taiyangsai were elites, and engaging in battle would offer them no advantage whatsoever. I'll handle it. Their target has always been me. Wu Chun glanced calmly at Zheng Taiyangsai and said, You've been following me this whole time just to snatch a jade medallion? Zheng Hao couldn't help but respond venomously. Virtuous feelings won't save you today, Wu Chun. I deliberately sought the help of my 5th brother. That day, you slipped through our fingers, but this time, where do you think you'll run to? Not only will you fail to grab another medallion, I'm going to thoroughly teach you a lesson. Huh, sounds pretty confident there. Are you that sure about Zheng Taiyangsai? Wu Chun regarded Zheng Hao with interest and a playful smirk aimed at Zheng Taiyangsai, who wore a mysterious expression, a look of you guys are truly amusing. Instantly, Zheng Taiyangsai's eyes darkened and he frowned deeply, detesting such disrespect. It meant that in Wu Chun's eyes, Zheng Taiyangsai wasn't being taken seriously at all. This naturally ignited both anger and hatred within the usually proud and self-assured Zheng Taiyangsai, who prided himself as talented enough to stand out in the entire Yen city. Yet, he didn't betray his superficial emotions and instead forced a smile, saying, Wu Chun, I know of your conflict with my younger cousin. The Zheng family, at least among the distinguished families, maintains high integrity. But you, sticking your nose where it doesn't belong, made my cousin and the Zheng family lose face. News which even reached me. Don't you think that's a bit excessive? But I don't wish to make things complicated. Apologize properly to my cousin, and I'll let this slide without issue. I acknowledge you have some strength, and perhaps we could even become friends down the road. What do you say? Although Zheng Taiyangsai's tone seemed reasonable and elegant, it carried an air of superiority, as though stating, You must comply. Wu Chun chuckled, mocking him with sarcasm. Your family lost face, but isn't it true that your face matters, while mine doesn't count? Your audacity knows no bounds. Chapter 151, Clash. What did you say? In an instant, a single sentence sent Zheng Tianxi, who had appeared as a gentleman, into a rage. His eyes were fixed intensely on Wu Chun, his face dark and foreboding, as if he was about to tear apart this tactless fool in the next second. Wu Chun coldly replied, Do I need to repeat myself? Don't think that your family's reputation means much to me. At least I, Wu Chun, am not the kind of person who will smile after being humiliated. Put away your pretentious act. My principle is simple. If others don't offend me, I won't offend them. Your younger cousin bullied others out of arrogance, so don't feel disrespected. Respect is earned, not given, by charity. It cannot be denied that as a reincarnated soul, Wu Chun's thoughts still carried the balanced and righteous mindset from his previous life, following his heart's desires. Unlike people in this world who have already adapted to the law of the strong surviving while the weak become slaves, obediently allowing themselves to be extorted. Wu Chun might feel a little restrained, but he will never let his backbone weaken for just a small family like the Zhengs. In no time, Wu Chun was confident that he wouldn't need to fear them at all. Good. For the first time from childhood until now, someone dares to be so audacious before my face, believing that my family, Zheng, lacks dignity. You've successfully enraged me. Zheng Tianxi laughed through his anger, yet icy killing intent flashed in his eyes. The group of people behind Wu Chun were practically wide-eyed with shock. They could never imagine that Wu Chun would be so bold, directly slapping Zheng Tianxi and the Zheng family in the face, reducing Zheng Tianxi to ferocious expressions within a few words. Terrifying. Leader Wu was simply brimming with authority, achieving new levels of dominance. Perhaps even the most powerful city lord of Yin City wouldn't dare criticize the Zheng family this way. He insulted them completely within just a few sentences. Wu Chun held absolutely no good feelings towards the so-called Zheng family. It was due to Zheng Hao, the arrogant son of an elder, and now there was another morally upright and self-important Zheng Tianxi. If they believed Wu Chun was easy to bully, then they could try it. Since acquiring the system, Wu Chun's strength improved daily, his mental power getting ever closer to the peak of the Lingwu realm. With this rate, within half a year, Wu Chun was confident that he could upgrade Shuyu to silver grade and ascend to the rank of second stage beast tamer. While he couldn't deal with these family's second stage elders right now, having antagonized two junior members of the Zheng family brought Wu Chun no burden at all. He didn't believe these two individuals could summon a second stage beast tamer against him. Suddenly, Zheng Tianxi's eyes gleamed with intense killing intent as he harshly rebuked. I'll cripple you, and see if you still talk big-mouthed. With that, he swiftly pounced forward like a hawk, leaping rapidly across the ground, as if using a form of light-stepping kung fu. Though beast tamers train beasts, it doesn't mean they are incapable warriors themselves. In fact, their powers are formidable. Through their contract with beasts, when the beasts progress, the tamers also gain enhancements to their bodies from the beast's strength. Although the most notable attribute is spiritual energy, beast tamers can also battle ordinary wild beasts, and, if their mental power becomes sufficient, manipulate weapons such as throwing knives to fight enemies remotely. Without further ado, they began fighting. Unyielding, Wu Chun responded with a direct punch. Having originated from a village of hunters, Wu Chun grew up traversing forests and had been consciously training his body since he was young. He practiced martial arts like Tai Chi or Sanzhou from his past life, making his combat skills anything but weak. Wu Chun ingeniously evaded Zheng Tianxi's attack trajectory. With a twist of his wrist, he transformed his palm into a claw aimed straight at Zheng Tianxi's face. Chapter 152, Superficial. What? Seeing Wu Chun's even more ferocious attack, Zheng Tianxi was shocked and used his elbow as a shield to block Wu Chun's claw strike. Instantly, he felt an excruciating pain on his arm, almost as if the skin was about to be torn off. Hastily, he struck back with a loud bang, retreating unsteadily with an ashen face. He originally wanted to teach Wu Chun a lesson, but never expected that Wu Chun's skills were even better than his own. Without even lifting his shirt, Zheng Tianxi knew that his arm must already be bruised and black. On the other hand, Wu Chun didn't suffer any loss in their exchange of blows. He looked at Zheng Tianxi calmly and laughed coldly. You want to start a fight without even talking? I said it before, I'm not one to pick fights. If you think you can overpower me by force, your current abilities aren't enough for me to take seriously. Zheng Hao watched in fear as his elder brother took a hit, never imagining how difficult Wu Chun would be to deal with. Seeing that even his elder brother couldn't handle him, Zheng Hao suddenly regretted the situation and started to feel anxious. Zheng Tianxi glanced at Wu Chun, his eyes filled with icy killing intent, unable to suppress his desire to summon his demonic pet to kill. However, he soon restrained himself. Besides, this Wu Chun's mental strength level seemed no weaker than his. Also having a 5th stage demonic pet, fighting him would mean that even Zheng Tianxi himself wouldn't easily subdue him within a short period of time. The man had some real skills, and more importantly, he was busy collecting jade talismans, and he couldn't afford to waste time dealing with such minor conflicts right now. It would be too much of a loss. After weighing the pros and cons, Zheng Tianxi was forced to swallow his frustration temporarily. With a cold snort, he said, Don't be smug, Wu Chun. I'll remember this grudge. We may part ways today, but our paths will cross again. I'll settle this score with you sooner or later. Don't think your little talent makes you untouchable. In my family's eyes, you're just an ant that can be crushed at any moment. If this were out in the wild, you'd already be dead. Humph. We're leaving. Zheng Tianxi turned around immediately and left with his group, head held high. Zheng Hao also glared at Wu Chun like an enraged wolf before they departed. After watching them leave with their tails between their legs, Li Wenqi and others gathered around. When did you offend Zheng Tianxi, Wu Chun? The Zheng family isn't known for being generous. And deep down, Zheng Tianxi isn't what you'd call a good person, Li Wenqi worriedly asked. Li Qinyang admired Wu Chun instead, and said, I think Mr. Wu showed a lot of grace. Clearly, the Zheng family is nothing special, relying on their size and power, coming in here and trying to bully us right away. If I were in charge, I wouldn't put up with their aggressiveness either. Li Wenqi scoffed. What can you do if you can't tolerate it? Do you think you're as capable as Wu Chun? Even if you're strong, sometimes you still have to endure it. These noble families are ones neither you nor I should provoke. You'd probably have been beaten into submission long ago by Zheng Tianxi by now. Hey, whose side are you on? Can't you say something nicer? Zheng Yunyan seriously warned Wu Chun. Brother Wu Chun, be careful. My family has ties with the Zheng family. My father says that the Zheng family has become extremely arrogant these past years, especially among the younger generation. They oppress people wherever they go, and many have developed vengeful characters due to a long life of comfort. Despite appearing respectable in public, Zheng Tianxi clearly looks down on others privately. Be cautious. He might find a chance to retaliate against you. Wu Chun couldn't help but regard Zheng Yunyan differently. Though born into wealth, she maintained a humble demeanor and accurately assessed situations and personalities, a rare trait. Such individuals, regardless of whether their cultivation reached astonishing heights, were destined to achieve great things. Alright, I'll be mindful. After resolving this small disturbance, Wu Chun and his group smoothly obtained the first jade tablet. After discussing, they decided to keep it temporarily until they collected 8, then divide them accordingly. Chapter 153, showing a glimpse of strength causes surprise. As they continued on their journey, the group reverted to their old tactics. Wu Chun stayed at the rear, while others took turns sending out their pet monsters in the lead to engage with various ambushes by wild beasts. Wu Chun no longer intervened casually. Weak monsters were no longer meaningful for his practice. Even when encountering a 5th-rank beast, he worked together with Li Qinyang, Su Hu and others to subdue it. On one hand, this greatly enhanced their confidence, and, on the other hand, accumulated valuable experience in wilderness combat. However, Wu Chun was not idle either. He sent out Blood Rain to fly above everyone at all times. The moment the group saw Blood Rain, they were shocked, because this was a 6th-rank bronze monster. Zhong Yunyun was so surprised she couldn't speak, while Li Qinyang and Su Feng and the others pointed at Blood Rain in shock, their speech completely nonsensical. Their minds were not just overwhelmed with tumultuous waves of emotion, but their fundamental views had been entirely refreshed. In their understanding, currently among the freshmen, the 5 strongest individuals were Lu Xiaohua, Zhang Tianxi, Wang Yu, and a few others. Among them, Wang Yu was particularly unfathomable. This person was not only the most important heir of the Wang family, but also the most popular among the younger generation of the 4 great families. The reason being that Wang Yu was like a true gentleman, amiable in character, handsome in appearance, and would never oppress others using his identity as someone from a prestigious family. Furthermore, he genuinely made friends widely. Moreover, this individual did not care about status or background, whether someone was from a prominent family or an ordinary family. As long as they possessed genuine talent and potential and caught his eye, he would willingly befriend and pull them close. Therefore, in less than 2 weeks since enrollment, he already garnered the support of many people and became the new standout among the freshmen. In comparison, Zhang Tianxi fell somewhat short. Though he had no blemishes, this person's character was actually quite arrogant, albeit deeply hidden. Thus, it was difficult to truly get along well with him. However, his strength was very strong too. It was rumored that both of his pet monsters were 5th rank. Lu Xiaohua was even more low profile. Due to his sensitive identity, he refrained from any grandstanding behaviors. However, he did gain significant attention during the battle for the position of class president, defeating multiple opponents. But none of these top individuals were known to have a pet monster that reached the 6th rank. Yet the fact stood right before their eyes. As for Wu Chun, who was arguably the least noticeable among the class presidents, he had quietly surpassed everyone else in strength without making a sound. Heavens, a 6th rank beast. Boss, how do you train? Li Wenqi cried out pathetically, thinking that their main pets were still at the 3rd rank stage, while Wu Chun had surged far ahead. His secondary pet alone was 5th rank, and even combining their efforts might not defeat it. Not to mention this storm giant eagle, with its sharp gaze and blade-like aura that could tear apart anyone anytime. Their collective odds of winning wouldn't exceed 50%. It turned out Wu Chun was the deeply hidden big boss all along. Su Hu was so stunned that his body started trembling. How is this possible? He's grown stronger again. How can he strengthen so quickly? Clearly at the beginning of the semester, his storm eagle was just 5th rank, and it's barely been less than 2 weeks, and it's already reached 6th rank. Ignoring the shock and various intentions among everyone around him, Wu Chun let Blood Rain patrol in the sky. Since Blood Rain could see further, it could monitor and detect the presence of beasts. More importantly, it helped search for the jade pendant's whereabouts. And 2 hours later, Blood Rain gave a warning, indicating new discoveries. Wu Chun immediately looked up. Why are there so many people ahead? After crossing another secret fork in the road, what appeared before Wu Chun's group was a winding scarlet path. Along the sides of the path on the rock faces were numerous large and small caves which their group had encountered previously, mostly inhabited by fire-based or rock-based beasts. Gathering below the largest-looking cave entrance were already 3 groups of people. Meanwhile, many fiery lizards and fire snakes coiled around on the rocky cliffs, coldly glaring at these humans. Chapter 154, Mysterious Stone Cave. What's going on ahead? Let's go take a look. Wu Chun nodded and said, then let's check it out. So many people gathered here without fighting? There must be something good. Zhong Yunyun teased. What's there to be afraid of? I took a look. In these 3 groups there are no famous individuals. If there's something good, we can certainly compete for it. After all, with Big Brother Wu here, who could possibly snatch it from us? Aren't I right, Big Brother Wu? Zhong Yunyun winked cutely at Wu Chun, trying to pull strings with him. Wu Chun merely smiled and replied, let's see first before deciding. We only have 1 jade token now, so it'd naturally be better if we could acquire more. Although I'm not in a hurry, if we want our team to achieve a better ranking, then we cannot miss any opportunity. Everyone agreed, with Wu Chun as the leader. Those 3 groups had greedy looks on their faces while staring at a certain cave, but were somewhat hesitant due to the numerous beasts on the mountain rock, preventing them from acting. At the same time, they were wary of each other and thus hesitated to make a move. However, when they noticed Wu Chun and his group approaching, all 3 teams immediately showed hostile expressions, none wanting another group to share in the spoils. Stop! This is a place we found. Do not approach. Go somewhere else or else don't blame us for taking action. One side shouted out, their leader completely unknown to Wu Chun, just a minor individual. Another side quickly chimed in, very unfriendly. That's correct. All of you scram, or else be prepared to get beaten up. The third side remained silent. Their leader turned out to be a girl, whom Wu Chun recognized instantly. She seemed to be the class monitor he saw during the gathering. This made Wu Chun secretly keep her in mind. The girl might not be ordinary, though she was far from being someone Wu Chun would be cautious about. The girl indeed looked strikingly beautiful, with delicate eyebrows and a neat ponytail. She wore an appropriately fitting gray coat that clearly concealed the faint outline of a suit of armor underneath, indicating that she wore body armor inside. Her gaze was cold and competent, continuously observing the largest cave, seemingly deep in thought, and having no time to deal with Wu Chun and his group. Wu Chun didn't bother wasting time dealing with these people either, directing his attention along with the girl toward the largest cave. That cave was 40 meters high on the cliff wall, with an opening nearly 2 meters wide, looking much bigger than the others. And from below, its interior appeared dark and ominous. It wasn't clear what was inside that caused so many people to gather here. Upon seeing Wu Chun and his companions ignoring them entirely, two parties exploded with anger. Among them, the head of one group, a horse-faced youth with a cold, angry demeanor, pointed at Wu Chen's group and snorted, "Mothers, daring to ignore me? Brothers, show them some color." "All right, boss." A team member eagerly summoned his beast pet, a stage 3 needle spike beast. The needle spike beast resembled a hedgehog, but was enormous, akin to an overturned large pot. Its gray spikes on its back were dense and long, measuring up to 2 feet each, causing everyone who saw it to shiver. Needle spike beast, needle shot. Instantly, hundreds of needles shot towards Wu Chun and his group. Su Feng became furious at once. Dare to attack? Thunderhawk, thunder. The 4th stage Thunderhawk instantly soared into the sky, its entire body crackling with thunderbolts. Its wings stirred up a powerful lightning hurricane, swiftly sweeping away all the needles. Then it opened its mouth and sprayed a thunderbolt towards the needle spike beast, blasting it away, its body scorched black, uncertain whether it was alive or dead. A 4th stage beast. The crowd on the opposite side experienced a drastic change in expression. Needle spike beast. The owner of the beast that had been blasted unconscious in terror rushed over urgently. Wu Chen's expression remained calm, just glancing at them briefly before asking lightly, "All of you, what's inside that cave?" Chapter 155 Yuningshang. Everything requires first come, first served. What makes you think you're so important? Why should we tell you anything? Even though Su Feng proudly displayed his 4th stage Thunder Eagle, they were not intimidated in the slightest. Despite knowing that this group was likely difficult to deal with, their attitudes remained cold. "Hey, you really don't know how tough we are unless you see it for yourself. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Li Wenqi was fearless and unafraid of heaven or earth. With a few words from his mouth, he was ready to fight the ones on the other side. In reality, he was quite clever and deliberately said, "A bunch of fools, if you don't tell us, can't I just take a look myself? Is there some kind of rare treasure in here? If you don't make a move, then don't blame us when we do." Upon noticing that some faces on the opposite side revealed unnatural expressions and whispers tinged with gloating afterward, he then loudly declared, "All right, if you've got what it takes, come at us. I want to see how you plan to handle all these beastly creatures across the mountain." Li Wenqi immediately whispered to Wu Chun, "Leader, there must be something good here. Otherwise, they wouldn't linger around without leaving. Moreover, it seems like this thing isn't easy to obtain. Just look at the beastly creatures on these cliffs. Even these aren't enough to stop them. There must be an even stronger creature inside that cave, preventing them from entering. They intentionally want to scheme against us by making us lead the charge." Wu Chun had naturally thought about this. He glanced at Li Wenqi with a hint of appreciation in his eyes. Li Wenqi seemed carefree most of the time, as if he didn't have a brain in his head, but in truth, he was very smart. In front of someone strong like himself, Li Wenqi knew how to lower his head, show deference, and get closer to build connections. He also understood how to use the threat of the leader's authority to intimidate enemies, thereby increasing his own credibility. Although along this journey, as Wu Chun demonstrated his strength, Li Wenqi completely abandoned any thoughts of using him, admired him, and sincerely regarded him as the leader and chief of their team. This sort of wisdom wasn't something a typical teenager of his age would possess. Such people were highly useful. Once cultivated, they would remain loyal, far more so than Lin Dong's noble children, who were tied to families and had their own agendas, easier to control. This was indeed an opportunity to recruit him under his wing. From the start, Wu Chun understood that true powerful figures rarely succeeded through their own brute force alone. Only by learning how to use people well and being adept at navigating all sides could everything go smoothly. This was part of the way of the strong. Without further ado, Wu Chun walked directly to the base of that cliff. At this point, that girl seemed to finally notice Wu Chun, her eyes revealing a trace of seriousness and curiosity, but she only watched them from afar. Wu Chun calmly stated, "I'm guessing, there's a very strong beast here that you can't handle. But the cave contains something you want, right? A jade token? Or perhaps the offspring of some beast?" Both the girl and the horse-faced youth, as well as the leaders of the other teams, looked surprised. They hadn't expected Wu Chun to be so accurate just from a quick glance. "You're correct, we're after the jade token in that cave. However, it's not just the token. There should be a nest of fiery bird eggs here. Previously, we saw an immensely powerful fiery bird resting here, its strength at least 7th stage. We also saw a newly born baby fiery bird crawl out of the den and got kicked back inside by the adult fiery bird. It went hunting again and has temporarily left. However, we're unsure if there's another fiery bird within the cave. But based on my judgment, there's more than an 80% probability." That girl actually led her team over to Wu Chun's side. Her clear, calm eyes focused on Wu Chun, and she said with sincerity, "Yuningshang, you." The members of the other two teams showed signs of dissatisfaction and anger, revealing their frustration over just telling the newcomers. "Her name is Yuningshang." Chapter 156 Alliance. Yuningshang looked at the two groups of people and said in a calm tone, "Even if I don't tell him, would you dare to go investigate with your two teams being such screw-ups? Almost all the demon beasts around here are intimidated by that blaze firebird, helping it guard its nest. In return, the blaze firebird does not hunt them, even if there isn't another adult blaze firebird inside. Judging from how you two teams suspect each other, who among you could confidently lead your team up there? Currently, what we need to do is seek cooperation and enter together. If you're unwilling, then stay here obediently. If you try any tricks behind our backs after our two teams go up, I'll make you regret it." Though Yuningshang spoke very calmly, without even a flicker of emotion in her eyes, the indifference in her tone left the other two teams both angry and speechless. Of course they knew the strength of this girl. Many in their teams were actually classmates with her, and she was known for her terrifying power. The two of them would get into trouble just trying to deal with her team alone, even if they teamed up. Wu Chun smiled while looking at this strong and sharp girl. "Are you so sure that I will cooperate with you? I seem not to need your inclusion." The girl's expression slightly changed but remained calm. "I see that I have underestimated your strength. You are stronger than me. But I must tell you, if it's only your team against the other two teams combined, won't you be in trouble as well?" She didn't mention her own team. If she gains nothing, what happens when her team allies with the other three teams? It was an intentional psychological suggestion from the girl left for Wu Chun to think about, quite simple. Either you and I go in together, split what we find 50-50, or I join the other two teams, and everyone can watch the consequences. Wu Chun was impressed. This girl was quite ruthless, with clear intentions, either cooperate or threaten. Indeed, this gave Wu Chun some cause for caution. I wonder which family has raised you, you're too cunning. Wu Chun commented. The girl slightly tilted her lips, but remained silent. No need for more words. Both sets of teammates had already understood. They were now on the same side. They immediately began to focus their gazes on the remaining two teams. The horse-faced youth in another group turned red as pig liver, clenching their fists angrily and cursed. You bunch of bastards. Alright, just wait and see. They knew they were absolutely no match for these two groups. Staying would be an invitation to humiliation and would provoke targeting or even combat from these two groups. They would not allow the opportunity for observation or ambush outside. With resentment, the two groups had to leave. Wu Chun and Yu Ningxiang exchanged glances, both clever individuals, and there was an oddly harmonious feeling between them. One look, and they understood each other's thoughts completely. Su Hu, stay behind and wait for us. Watch here and prevent that group from coming back. Wu Chun seriously told Su Hu. Within this team, he believed Su Hu had the necessary ability and reliability for this role. Su Hu also grasped Su Yun's meaning and nodded. Alright. Yu Ningxiang also left one person behind, leaving two people to keep watch. The rest 14 prepared to climb up and battle with those demon beasts, to give Wu Chun and Yu Ningxiang time to enter the cave. 2 captains would suffice. More would only complicate matters, and both teams placed trust in their respective captains. Chapter 157, Beast Chaos. Su Hu and another person guarded below while the rest all summoned their beast pets to start climbing, and launched an attack on those beast creatures. Cacto, bubble shield. All teenagers were covered with bubbles. This would lower the temperature. The rocks here were roasted by the sun with an extremely astonishing temperature. They were almost hot enough to fry eggs. However, being covered in a layer of water film effectively insulated them from heat, preventing burns. Yu Ningxiang's teammates summoned a third-tier beast pet called a king muting, starting to spread its root system over the mountain rocks, securing their comrades one by one using vines, so they could climb without falling down, giving them the ability to command their pets more flexibly. Wu Chen's team, Zhong Yunyun smiled, and said, leave it to me, ghost poison vine. Zhong Yunyun's main pet turned out to be a ghost poison vine, which was part of the plant system. Creature, ghost poison vine. Attribute, plant system. Type, secondary evolution, ghost vine, ghost poison vine. Skills, strangling, toxin, ghost fog. Potential, silver rank. Bloodline, none. Level, bronze 4 stars. Status, healthy. It seemed that Zhong Yunyun took a stable route. Her first beast pet was from the plant system, capable in both attack and defense. Moreover, her ghost vine had strong hidden characteristics, as well as a powerful toxin for attacks. This was quite safe for a girl to have. Her second pet was even more focused on defense and entanglement, the cacto bubble pufferfish. Therefore, Zhong Yunyun's strength might not rank among the top 10 of the freshmen, but was still sufficient to place her in the upper middle range. The ghost poison vine rooted quickly, and as the vine climbed higher, spreading tens of meters, it began releasing faint mists